Chapter 1, Breaking Off the Engagement at the Start? Oh, no, I'm here to break off the engagement. Qingyang City, the Lin family's council hall. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it had frozen in time. Lin Chen sat in a grand chair, his face pale, his eyes still showing a trace of bewilderment and shock from having just transmigrated. He was originally a model young man on Earth, but after waking up one day, he became the young master of the Lin family, a top family in this fantasy world. Before he could even feel happy, a torrent of complex memories rushed into his mind, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This is a world where yin prevails over yang, and there are far more women than men. Here, a strong male bloodline is a strategic resource more precious than divine gold or sacred medicine. A man's value is entirely determined by the quality of his bloodline. And he, Lin Chen, possesses the chaotic Tao body, a rare find that appears only once in 10,000 years. In theory, this is a supreme bloodline that could drive even the immortal divine dynasty and the eternal Holy Land crazy. However, this chaotic Tao body has a fatal flaw. It's like a bottomless black hole, devouring any refined spiritual energy from heaven and earth without a trace, making it impossible to condense spiritual power within the body and open up the Qi Si. In other words, he possessed the sacred mountain, yet he couldn't dig out a single spiritual stone. A man who cannot cultivate, no matter how strong his bloodline is nothing more than a pathetic breeding tool. Waste. This good-for-nothing with a beautiful body has completely disgraced the Lin family. A chaotic Tao body? I think it's just a useless body that's good for nothing. The undisguised contempt and whispers from the Lin family elders around him were like steel needles piercing Lin Chen's eardrums. In the center of the hall stood a group of uninvited guests with imposing auras. The leader was a beautiful young woman in an ice blue dress, with an icy expression. Her name is Bai Ruoxue, the pride of the Bai family, another major family in Qingyang City. She possesses the low-grade heaven rank, Ice Phoenix bloodline, and is already a foundation establishment expert at the young age of 16. She is also Lin Chen's nominal fiancée. At this moment, she held her snow-white neck high, like a proud phoenix, her eyes filled with disgust and disdain for Lin Chen. Patriarch Lin, elders, a Bai family elder standing next to Bai Ruoxue stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "Our Bai family has come here today to establish a new set of rules for the marriage of Lin Chen and Ruoxue. Given Lin Chen's current inability to cultivate, his equal marriage agreement with Ruoxue must naturally be nullified. My Bai family's Qilin daughter, the future ice and snow fairy, will absolutely not marry a useless man who cannot cultivate." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Lin family elders turned pale and then red, but no one refuted it. After all, what they said was true. Seeing this, the elder of the Bai family smirked and continued, "However, the Bai family is not without sentimentality. The marriage can continue in another way. Although Lin Chen's chaotic Tao body cannot cultivate, as a cauldron, his bloodline power will have a miraculous effect on my Ruoxue's breakthrough. Therefore, my Bai family is willing to give him a chance to marry into our Bai family and serve Ruoxue in bed. If he can give birth to a son or daughter with excellent bloodline, my Bai family will surely reward him handsomely." Boom! These words struck Lin Chen like a bolt from the blue, leaving his head spinning. He understood instantly. The Bai family's calculations were extremely shrewd and malicious. They didn't just change their minds about breaking off the engagement one minute and getting married the next. Instead, Lin Chen, as an equal fiancé, was like an empress in this world where there are more women than men. But now he has been directly demoted to a bed slave who is not even as good as a concubine. When a reproductive tool is used to drain the value of one's bloodline, this is simply rubbing his dignity into the ground. Lin Chen's hands clenched instantly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He raised his head and looked at his father, Lin Zhan, the head of the Lin family, who was sitting in the main seat. Lin Zhan's face was ashen, and his breathing was erratic, clearly indicating that he was struggling internally. The powerful elders of the family beside him were exchanging glances, clearly tempted. Sacrificing a useless young master who couldn't cultivate in exchange for peace with the Bai family, and even gaining some benefits, seemed like a very worthwhile deal. Humiliation. Anger. Despair. A flood of emotions overwhelmed Lin Chen, almost suffocating him. At this critical moment, a voice, like heavenly music, exploded in his mind. Bloodline inheritance is under great threat, meeting the activation conditions. Many children, many blessings officially activated. This world is the Tianyan continent, where yin and yang are imbalanced, with more women than men. Strong male bloodlines are the only hope for the continuation of civilization. Talent, bloodline furnace, activated. Bloodline furnace, direct cultivation is not possible, but by mating with a member of the opposite sex and giving birth to offspring, one can directly obtain rewards such as cultivation level, techniques, and supernatural abilities. The more offspring one has, the stronger the bloodline, and the richer the rewards the host receives. The cultivation achievements of the offspring will be proportionally fed back to the host. For a moment, Lin Chen's breath caught in his throat. This is practically a cheat code tailor-made for him. Unable to cultivate? No problem. As long as you get married and have children, you can become stronger. Moreover, it grants cultivation directly. A deep blue virtual panel instantly appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Scanning for potential romance marriage partners. 1. Name, by Ruoxue. Bloodline, Ice Phoenix Bloodline low grade heaven rank. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment level 3. Favorability rating, 50 extreme dislike. Marriage reward prediction, upon the birth of the first child, the host can directly break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, be rewarded with the divine ability, Frozen 1,000 miles, and the offspring's talent is guaranteed to be at least heavenly rank. 2. Name, Lin Xiaoya Personal Maid. Bloodline, Moon Spirit Body mid-grade profound rank, capable of evolution. Cultivation level, Qi Refining level 5. Affection level, 95 completely devoted. Marriage reward prediction, upon the birth of the first child, the host can directly break through to the 9th level of Qi Refining, be rewarded with the pupil technique, Moonlight Divine Eye, and the offspring's talent is guaranteed to be at least mysterious rank. Looking at the crystal clear path to becoming stronger on the panel, all the humiliation and anger in Lin Chen's heart were instantly replaced by an unprecedented joy and pride. So this is the right way to experience the world. Lin Chen, are you willing to break off the engagement and marry into the Bai family for the sake of your family? An elder finally couldn't help but ask in a condescending tone. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen interrupted him. Lin Chen, who had been silent all along, slowly stood up from his seat. He dusted off non-existent dust from his body, raised his head, and looked over everyone before finally fixing his gaze on the face of the high and mighty Bai Ruoxue. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile that no one could decipher, full of amusement and a hint of pity. He spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire hall. Break off an engagement? Can. A hint of I knew it flashed in Bai Ruoxue's eyes. The elders of the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this good-for-nothing had finally realized the situation. However, Lin Chen's next words caused the entire room to fall into a deathly silence. He held up one finger and shook it, his tone indifferent yet arrogant. However, you've got it wrong. It wasn't your Bai family that broke off the engagement with me. It is I, Lin Chen, who is divorcing you today. Your mere Ice Phoenix bloodline is not worthy of entering the Lin family and bearing children for me, Lin Chen. Chapter 2, Maid offers herself, cultivation soars. Moonlight Divine Eye. Dead silence. The entire council chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Chen, as if struck by lightning. How dare a piece of trash who can't even reach the Qi refining stage publicly divorce Bai Ruoxue, the #1 prodigy of Qingyang City? They even said that her heavenly rank bloodline was unworthy of bearing him children? He's gone mad. This good-for-nothing must be insane. After a brief period of deathly silence, a volcanic eruption followed. You brat, you're asking for death. The Bai family elder was furious, and a terrifying aura erupted as he was about to kill Lin Chen on the spot. But Bai Ruoxue reacted even faster than him. Buzz. A chilling, bone-piercing pressure, like ancient ice descending from the heavens, instantly enveloped the entire hall. The aura of a Foundation Establishment realm expert made all the Lin family elders present feel a chill run down their spines. Her stunningly beautiful face was now covered in frost, her beautiful eyes revealing murderous intent as she stared intently at Lin Chen. You, repeat what you just said? Locked in by this oppressive force, Lin Chen suddenly felt as if a mountain was on his back, making it difficult to breathe. But on the surface he remained calm and collected, though inwardly he was as steady as a rock. With the many children, many blessings system in hand, let alone a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator like you, even the future Empress and Holy Maiden would have to line up obediently. The path to invincibility has begun. This is the source of his confidence in pretending to be weak while actually being strong. I won't repeat myself. Lin Chen smiled faintly, ignoring her almost murderous gaze. We've never been from the same world. After today's parting, may we both be well. Oh no, I'll definitely be well, but as for you, that's another story. Arrogant. Ruoshue was completely enraged and could no longer restrain herself. With a wave of her jade hand, a long whip made of ice crystals appeared out of thin air, lashing fiercely at Lin Chen's face with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. She wanted to tear this arrogant good-for-nothing's face to shreds in front of everyone. Stop! Lin Zhan, the Lin family patriarch in the main seat, finally reacted. He roared and flashed in front of Lin Chen, striking out with his palm. His powerful spiritual energy shattered the ice crystal whip. Nisbai, my son has been disobedient, and I apologize to you on his behalf. But he is on my Lin family's territory, and it is not your place to discipline him. Lin Zhan said with a gloomy face, but his heart was in turmoil. What's wrong with his son today? How could that timid and insecure boy have become so arrogant, so unfamiliar? Apologize? He humiliated my entire Bai family. Ruoshue refused to back down. Uncle Lin, if you don't give me an explanation today, my Bai family will fight your Lin family to the death. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just then, Lin Chen walked out from behind his father, patted him on the shoulder, and told him to relax. He faced Ruoshue directly and said loudly, "Explanation? It's simple. You think I'm a piece of trash and have humiliated you. I think your bloodline is inferior and you're not worthy of me. We're even. However, considering our past engagement, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself." Lin Chen held up 3 fingers. 3 months? In 3 months, it will be the annual grand competition of the major families in Xingyang City. At that time, you and I will take to the stage for a battle. If I lose, my life, along with my Chaos Dao body, is yours to do as you please. If you lose. Lin Chen's lips curled into a devilish smile, you'll have to admit in public that your Ice Phoenix bloodline is trash. These words caused an uproar in the audience. He's gone mad, he's really gone mad. A first-level body refinement cultivator challenging a third-level foundation establishment cultivator? 3 months? Even a god couldn't do that. Is this kid trying to die this way? The elders of the Lin family beat their chests and stamped their feet, feeling that the family had been utterly disgraced. Ruoshue was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily, Fine. 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 This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. 3 months from now, I will personally crush every bone in your body on the martial arts stage. Having said that, she didn't want to stay in this humiliating place for another second, so she turned and left. The Bai family members followed closely behind, their eyes filled with resentment and malice. A major incident has temporarily come to an end. You unfilial son. What on earth are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to the Bai family. The elders glared angrily at Lin Chen, while Lin Zhan looked at him with a complicated expression. Lin Chen ignored these short-sighted people and turned to walk towards his own courtyard. I returned to my desolate courtyard. A simply dressed girl with delicate features and eyes filled with timidity and endless worry immediately came forward. Young master, are you all right? I heard the Bai family came to annul the engagement. She was Lin Chen's personal maid, Lin Xiaoya. She had been by Lin Chen's side since childhood, never abandoning him no matter how down on his luck he became. Looking at the girl in front of him, whose favorability rating was as high as 95%, Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He took Lin Xiaoya's cold little hand in his hand, looked at her intently, and said seriously, Xiaoya, in the past, I was confused and made you suffer too much because of me. From today onwards, it won't happen again. Would you be willing to become my woman, the true mistress of this courtyard? Lin Xiaoya's mind went blank for a moment, and she stared at Lin Chen in disbelief, her eyes instantly turning red. She never asked for anything, only hoping to stay by the young master's side forever. Unexpectedly. I do. Xiaoya's life belongs to the young master. The girl cried tears of joy and nodded heavily. Good. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen scooped her up in his arms and strode into the room amidst the girl's gasps of surprise. Red candles flickered, and gauze curtains hung down. The moment the two joined together, the system's notification sound in Lin Chen's mind exploded like heavenly music. Ding! Detection indicates successful combination of host and mid-grade Xian level, moon spirit body. Congratulations, host. The process of giving birth to a child has begun. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has directly increased to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Boom! An incredibly pure and vast energy appeared out of thin air in Lin Chen's limbs and bones. His originally lifeless chaotic Tao body began to operate wildly for the first time under the Yi bloodline furnace. Talent. Body refinement level 1. Body refinement level 5. 9 levels of body refinement. The bottleneck was broken in an instant. Qi refining level 1. Qi refining level 3. Qi refining level 7. Peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen's cultivation level soared like a rocket, from an insignificant body refining realm to the peak of Qi refining realm, and he was only one step away from foundation establishment. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the eye technique Moonlight Divine Eye. A cool breeze rushed into his eyes, and Lin Chen felt his vision instantly change, as if he could see through the darkness and understand the origin of all things. Feeling the surging power within his body and the mysterious sensations emanating from his eyes, Lin Chen's lips curled into a wild smile. Bai Ruosh Yue. 3 months? Ha, in 3 days, I will make you pay the price for your arrogance today. Chapter 3 3 months. The next morning. The first ray of sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and stronger than ever before. Looking inward, within his dantian, 9 layers of spiritual energy vortexes slowly rotated like a nebula, a surging sense of power filling every inch of his flesh. This was the strength of the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. And in his eyes, there was a faint silvery moonlight that occasionally shimmered. Moonlight Divine Eye. With a thought, Lin Chen activated his pupil technique. In an instant, the whole world changed in his eyes. He could clearly see the thin spiritual energy floating in the air, see the withering and flourishing of the meridians inside an old tree in the courtyard, and even see through the walls to perceive the crawling of an ant 100 meters away. This eye technique is simply an unparalleled weapon for reconnaissance, treasure hunting, and seeing through illusions. System, Lin Chen murmured to himself. A deep blue panel immediately appeared. Host, Lin Chen. Bloodline, chaotic Tao body. Cultivation level, peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. Talent, Bloodline Forge. Supernatural power, Lunar Divine Eye. Offspring, 1 currently in gestation. Offspring information, the offspring with Lin Xiaoya Moon Spirit Body is currently conceived and is expected to be born in 9 months. The preliminary talent assessment is high-grade Earth rank. Upon birth, the offspring will bring the host a new round of generous rewards. Looking at the system panel, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is the real start. Young master, you're awake? A soft moan, filled with shyness and contentment, came from beside her. Lin Xiaoya slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and the change in her appearance was astonishing. Her once delicate face was now radiant, her skin as smooth and translucent as jade, as if she had been reborn. More importantly, a faint but pure spiritual energy was slowly flowing within her body. She had unknowingly stepped into the first level of body refinement. This is the domineering nature of the Chaos Tao body bloodline. Even a little bit of dissipated energy is enough to change a person's physique. How are you feeling? Lin Chen asked with a smile as he pulled her into his arms. Xiaoya. Xiaoya feels full of power. Lin Xiaoya felt the changes in her body, both surprised and delighted. From now on, you will no longer be a maid, but my woman, Lin Chen's woman, the mistress of this courtyard. Lin Chen gently kissed her forehead. Lin Xiaoya was so happy she almost fainted. However, their tender moment was soon interrupted by a burst of noisy footsteps outside the courtyard. At the same time, the news that Lin Chen had favored his personal maid Lin Xiaoya last night swept through the entire Lin family like a hurricane within an hour, and spread throughout Qingyang City at an even faster speed. What? That good-for-nothing just publicly divorced the Bai family's prodigy, and then, he went after a maid? This is utterly absurd. He has completely disgraced the Lin family. Shameless. He's declaring war on the Bai family. Does he want to destroy my Lin family? Inside the Lin family's council hall, several elders were so angry that they were glaring and furious. They were already furious because Lin Chen had defied the Bai family, and this news only added fuel to the fire. In their view, Lin Chen's actions were not only a sign of his own depravity, but also the most vicious humiliation and provocation against Bai Ruoxue. This means that in Lin Chen's eyes, he would rather choose a lowly maid than a proud daughter of heaven like you. This is no longer a simple annulment of the engagement, it's an irreconcilable feud. The Bai family. Inside a secret cultivation chamber covered in frost. Bai Ruoxue sat cross-legged, her body radiating a chilling aura, clearly trying to calm the anger that Lin Chen had stirred up yesterday. Miss, there are rumors about Lin Chen outside. A maid knelt tremblingly outside the door. Speak. Irawashua's voice was like ancient ice, devoid of any emotion. Rumor has it that last night, after Lin Chen divorced you, miss, he favored his personal maid. Boom. Before the words were even finished, an extremely terrifying cold wave suddenly erupted from the secret room. Click. Click. The steel door to the secret chamber, along with the corridor outside, was instantly covered by a thick layer of solid ice. The maid who brought the message was frozen solid into an ice sculpture, her face still showing a terrified expression. Lin Chen. A shrill scream filled with endless killing intent and humiliation came from the secret room, almost blowing the entire roof off. Irawashua burst out from the broken door, her eyes bloodshot and her whole body radiating an out-of-control killing intent. Utter disgrace. This was absolutely the greatest humiliation Irawashua had suffered in the past 16 years. That piece of trash. That ant. He not only divorced her, but also used a lowly maid to ruthlessly trample on her dignity. This is more painful for her than being slapped 100 times in public. Is he telling me that Irawashua, am not even as good as a maid? Irawashua frantically channeled her spiritual power, unleashing a barrage of ice blades that slashed indiscriminately in all directions, tearing the artificial hills and flowers in the courtyard to shreds. Miss, please calm down. Several elders of the Bai family rushed over upon hearing the news and quickly intervened to stop her. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? Irawashua's fingernails dug deep into her palms, drawing crimson blood. Irawashua, swear I will not be human if I do not kill this scoundrel. 3 months? She let out a chilling laugh. I can't wait even a day longer. Pass on my orders, keep a close watch on Lin Chen. If he dares to step out of the Lin family's gate, I'll make sure he dies a gruesome death. She had completely descended into impotent rage. Meanwhile, in the eye of the storm, in Lin Chen's courtyard. He had already seen the farce in the Lin family's hall and the chaos in the Bai family's house with his moonbeam eyes. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he spoke softly to Lin Xiaoya, who was looking somewhat worried. Don't be afraid, they're just a bunch of clowns. Having said that, he casually pushed open the courtyard gate, facing the disdainful, angry, or gloating gazes outside, and said loudly, Here comes the scripture pavilion. This young master is going to cultivate. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. That good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate for over a decade, after humiliating the prodigy and indulging in the favor of the maid, actually said he was going to cultivate? Everyone thinks this world is crazy. Chapter 4 Primordial Dragon Elephant Technique. Lin Chen is going to the Sutra Repository. This news is even more explosive than his favoritism towards his maid. A useless person who hasn't been able to sense spiritual energy for over a decade is going to the scripture pavilion? What is he going to see? To see how thick the dust is on the books? In an instant, countless young members of the Lin family, with the mentality of enjoying the show, followed behind Lin Chen and marched in a grand procession toward the scripture pavilion, pointing and laughing along the way without restraint. Look, that good-for-nothing is really going to the scripture pavilion. Has he been driven mad by the Bai family's prodigy? Does he think he can just pick up any cultivation technique and start practicing? That's hilarious. The chaotic Tao body is a joke. He can't even get the basics of the lowest level yellow rank cultivation technique. Lin Chen ignored these buzzing comments, his expression remaining completely calm. What right do these ordinary people, who are not even as good as his woman, have to move him? Soon, an ancient 3-story stone tower appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the Lin family's important place, the Sutra Repository. At the entrance of the Sutra Repository, a tall, arrogant young man in brocade robes stood with his arms crossed, waiting for him with a mocking expression. Lin Feng, the grandson of the Lin family's eldest elder, possessed a cultivation level of the 4th stage of qi refining, making him a minor genius among the younger generation. He had always harbored feelings for Irawashua, and after hearing Lin Chen publicly divorce his wife yesterday, he had been seething with anger. Oh, isn't this our Lin family's famous young master? Lin Feng said sarcastically, blocking Lin Chen's path. What, you think you're something just because you slept with a lowly maid? You think you're worthy of coming to a place like the scripture pavilion? He deliberately emphasized the words lowly maid in order to provoke Lin Chen. Lin Chen stopped and finally looked up at him, his gaze as indifferent as if he were looking at a roadside stone. Good dogs don't block the way, get out of the way. You! Lin Feng was instantly choked, his face turning a deep purplish red. You piece of trash, how dare you insult me? Insult you? Lin Chen laughed. You're not worth my time. I'll say it one last time, get lost. Court death. Lin Feng was completely enraged and no longer cared about family rules. His spiritual power erupted instantly, and he threw a punch with a fierce wind, slamming it hard into Lin Chen's face. It's the Lin family's high-grade yellow-rank martial skill, mountain-splitting fist. Brother Lin Feng's punch could probably kill a bull. That piece of trash is dead. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock, as if they could already see Lin Chen's miserable end with his head bleeding profusely. However, Lin Chen didn't even blink when faced with this powerful punch. Just as the force of the punch was about to reach his body, he moved. No one saw his movements clearly. He simply shifted his body slightly to the side, and the punch, powerful enough to shatter stone, grazed past the corner of his clothes. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen extended his right hand, striking Lin Feng's chest with lightning speed, as if swatting a fly. Bang! A muffled thud. The sinister smile on Lin Feng's face froze instantly, replaced by endless horror. He felt an immense force that he could not resist coming from Lin Chen's palm. His protective spiritual power at the 4th level of Qi refining shattered instantly, as if it were made of paper. The next second, he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, flying more than 10 meters away, and crashed to the ground with a plop, spitting out a mouthful of blood and losing consciousness. One move. Just one move. A boy who was considered a good-for-nothing effortlessly and instantly killed a family genius at the 4th level of Qi refining. Hiss. Gasps of astonishment filled the entire venue. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared intently at Lin Chen, as if he were a monster. How is this possible? Isn't he unable to cultivate? What was that just now? A hallucination. This must be a hallucination. On the 2nd floor, a stunningly beautiful young woman in a light purple dress, with a cool and aloof demeanor, witnessed the entire process from the window. Her name is Lin Xian. She is the guardian of the scripture pavilion and the adopted daughter of the Lin family patriarch. She is devoted to martial arts and does not care about worldly affairs. Her cultivation level has reached the 7th level of Qi refining. At this moment, even her usually calm and beautiful eyes were filled with turbulent waves. She saw things more clearly than anyone else. Just a moment ago, there wasn't a single fluctuation of spiritual energy on Lin Chen's body. He killed Lin Feng in one blow entirely with his physical strength and extreme speed. How can a useless person who cannot cultivate possess such a terrifying physical body? This completely overturned her understanding. At this moment, after doing all this, Lin Chen acted as if he had just swatted a fly, not even glancing at the unconscious Lin Feng, and walked straight into the sutra repository. He ignored those astonishing Xian rank and D rank cultivation techniques. Activate the Moonlight Divine Eye directly. In his eyes, the entire scene of the scripture pavilion instantly changed. Each cultivation manually emitted light of varying intensity, representing the spiritual energy fluctuations contained within. However, his gaze was drawn to a tattered ancient scroll made of animal hide in a dusty corner at the deepest part of the 1st floor. The ancient scroll was devoid of any spiritual energy. It was lifeless and dull, like a piece of waste paper. But Lin Chen's pupil technique revealed that deep within it, there was a faint, almost invisible purplish gold divine aura that flashed by in an instant. Found it. Lin Chen smiled. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked past the martial arts manual that countless people dreamed of, and finally picked up the tattered animal skin scroll that no one else would give a second glance from the corner. He took a discarded exam paper? That book, the Primordial Dragon Elephant Manual, is a notoriously incomplete version. No one has ever been able to successfully cultivate it. What a waste! He was clearly qualified to choose a Xian-level cultivation technique, but he chose a piece of trash. Amidst the puzzled, disdainful, and utterly foolish gazes of everyone, Lin Chen took the tattered scroll and left the sutra repository without looking back. He left behind only a group of stunned jaws and Lin Xian, who had developed a strong interest in him. Back in the courtyard, Lin Chen closed the door and slowly unrolled the animal skin scroll. Primordial Dragon Elephant Technique Fragment, an ancient divine body refining method. Cultivation requires a massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, as well as extremely young and strong bloodline. Ordinary people who attempt to cultivate this technique will inevitably explode and die. Died from an explosion? Lin Chen smiled. What is poison to others is his supreme elixir. What he has in abundance is the power of his bloodline. What he fears least is an excess of energy. His chaotic Tao body is a bottomless pit. System: deduce and repair the Primordial Dragon Elephant Technique. Chapter 5 My cousin came to visit. Back in his courtyard, Lin Chen closed the door, sat cross-legged, and focused his mind. System, deduce and repair the primordial dragon elephant technique. Ding. Ancient body refining divine art extremely incomplete version detected. Do you wish to consume heavenly secrets points to repair it? Note, for each child born, the host will receive 100 heavenly secrets points, which can be used to deduce cultivation techniques, enhance bloodlines, and exchange for items. Ha! There are also heavenly secret points? Lin Chen was taken aback, then overjoyed. This system has pretty comprehensive functions. Current heavenly secrets points, 100 initial system activation, combined with Lin Xiaoya advance payment. Improve that the first level of the primordial dragon elephant technique requires 10 heavenly secrets points. Do you want to fix this? Repair it. Lin Chen said without hesitation. Heavenly secret points 10, technique under repair. Repair successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the complete first level of the primordial dragon elephant technique, dragon elephant microparticle technique. Boom! A massive flood of information surged into Lin Chen's mind. The true secrets of the ancient dragon elephant technique slowly unfolded before him. This technique is not about absorbing spiritual energy at all, but about visualizing an ancient dragon and elephant and condensing dragon and elephant particles within the body. Each condensed dragon elephant particle grants the immense power of an ancient dragon elephant. In theory, if one could cultivate all the billions of cells in one's body into dragon elephant microparticles, one could become the universe and possess the power to shake the heavens. The fuel for cultivation is the violent energy that ordinary people avoid at all costs. The chaotic Tao body, the primordial dragon elephant technique, they're simply a match made in heaven. Lin Chen was overjoyed and immediately began practicing according to the technique. With a thought, the vast energy that had been devoured by the chaotic Tao body and was hidden somewhere was actually drawn out by the cultivation technique. This energy is a deadly poison to ordinary cultivators, but for the primordial dragon elephant technique, it is the purest and most potent tonic. Condense! Lin Chen gave a low shout. The first dragon elephant particle slowly condensed and took shape at his fingertips. It was a golden speck of light smaller than a speck of dust, yet it seemed to contain the phantom of a colossal elephant roaring to the sky. It's done! Boom! An indescribable, terrifying power instantly spread from his fingertips throughout his entire body. Lin Chen felt that if he threw a punch right now, it would be enough to smash through a mountain. This is merely the power of a single dragon elephant particle. And this is just the beginning. The second one. The 10th one. The 100th one. Supported by the massive energy of the chaotic Tao body, the number of dragon elephant particles condensed within Lin Chen's body surged wildly at an alarming rate. 1 hour later. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, a full 100 dragon elephant particles had condensed within his body. This means that he now possesses the terrifying strength of 100 ancient dragon elephants. A peak 9th level of Qi refining realm cultivation, plus the power of 100 dragon elephants. Lin Chen clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within his body. The air itself seemed to burst under his weight. He is now absolutely confident that even if a cultivator in the mid-foundation establishment stage stood in front of him, he could blast them into dust with a single punch. This is the source of the confidence of the invincible style. Just as Lin Chen's strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, his father, Lin Zhan, the patriarch of the Lin family, arrived outside his courtyard with a complicated expression. Everything that happened today had a huge impact on him. His own son first publicly divorced his wife, challenged by Ruoxue to a duel, then killed Lin Feng in one move, and finally took away a useless scroll that no one could understand from the library. All of this is eerie. He has to come and get to the bottom of this. Shan'er. Lin Zhan pushed open the door and entered. Father. Lin Chen composed himself and stood up. Lin Zhan's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe, trying to discern something from him. But he was disappointed. Lin Chen still showed no trace of spiritual energy, appearing to be just an ordinary mortal. What exactly happened to you today? Lin Zhan asked in a deep voice. How did you kill Lin Feng so easily? Lin Chen had already prepared his explanation and smiled faintly. Father, although I am unable to condense spiritual power, I have never given up tempering my physical body over the years. My chaotic Tao body seems to have unexpected and miraculous effects in tempering the physical body. The essence of pretending to be weak to eat tigers is to be half true and half false, making it impossible for others to see through you. Temper the physical body? Lin Zhan frowned, clearly not believing it. Can someone kill a 4th level chi refining cultivator in one move with just their physical strength? That's impossible. You don't believe me? Lin Chen saw his doubt and smiled slightly. Father, please look at what that is. He pointed to 100 refined stone in the corner of the courtyard, used to test strength. It was used by the Lin family disciples when they were training their bodies, and it weighed 1,000 pounds. Lin Zhan followed his finger and looked down, still not quite understanding what was happening. Lin Shen then pointed his fingers like a sword and casually slashed forward. Laugh. An invisible burst of energy erupted from his fingertips. The next second, to Lin Zhan's horrified gaze, the incredibly hard 100 refined stone was silently sliced in two like tofu. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. This is... Lin Zhan's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. A finger can cut through metal. This requires at least the foundation establishment stage of cultivation and an extremely refined control over one's power. No. Even an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could not achieve such effortless ease. But his own son clearly showed no signs of spiritual energy. This completely overturned his decades-long understanding of cultivation. Monster. A complete monster. Does father still think I will lose to part.Reward in 3 months? Lin Chen said calmly, standing with his hands behind his back. Lin Zhan stared intently at the cut-open stone, then looked at his son, who seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, and his Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. He suddenly thought of something, and his breathing became rapid. Could the ancient texts be true? The chaotic Tao body is obscure in its early stages, but once awakened, it becomes invincible among those of the same level and impervious to all spells? He himself found the most reasonable explanation for his son's abnormal behavior. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhan suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter, his laughter filled with long-suppressed ecstasy and excitement. Good. 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 My son Lin Chen has the potential to become an emperor. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder heavily, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears. Your father was wrong. Your father actually wanted you to become a furnace for the Bai family. Your father was blind. From this day forward, anyone in the entire Lin family who dares to disrespect you will be the first to be crippled. If you need any resources, pills, spirit stones, just ask. Seeing his father's 180-degree change in attitude, Lin Chen remained completely unmoved. He knew that this was reality. If you're useless, even your own father might abandon you. If you are extraordinary, the whole world will make way for you. Just then, a clear, cold female voice came from outside the courtyard. Lin Chen, the clan leader, is also here. Ziyan has something to ask of you. Lin Ziyan, the adopted daughter of the Lin family patriarch and the guardian of the scripture pavilion, has actually come to our door on her own initiative. Chapter 6 Investment from my cousin. Upon hearing Lin Ziyan's voice, Lin Zhan's ecstatic joy subsided slightly, replaced by a hint of surprise. Ziyan, this child, was an orphan girl he adopted during his early travels. She was exceptionally talented, and her temperament was as cold and aloof as snow. Apart from cultivation, she was indifferent to everything else. She rarely interacted with anyone in the family. Why would she take the initiative to seek out Chun'er? Let her in. Lin Chen said calmly, as if he had expected this. Lin Ziyan, dressed in a purple dress, slowly walked into the courtyard. She had a graceful figure, stunning beauty, and a cool and aloof temperament, like a purple ice lotus growing on a snow-capped mountain peak, noble and distant. When her gaze swept over the neatly cut, refined stone, a hint of undisguised shock flashed deep in her clear eyes. Sure enough, I hadn't misread it. This cousin, who has been ridiculed by everyone for over a decade, is hiding a shocking secret. Ziyan greets the clan leader and cousin Lin Chen. She nodded slightly, displaying impeccable manners. Ziyan, what do you want with Chun'er? Lin Zhan asked curiously. Lin Ziyan did not answer immediately, but instead took out something from her storage ring, a crystal clear pill that emitted a rich fragrance. This is the Foundation Establishment Pill? Lin Zhan exclaimed in shock. Foundation Establishment Pills are precious pills that guarantee a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining will break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Within the entire Lin family, this is a strategic resource, requiring a huge amount of family contribution to exchange for even one. Ziyan had saved up her family contribution points for 3 whole years in order to exchange for this Foundation Establishment Pill, just so that she could break through without any problems. Now, she actually took it out? Cousin Lin Chen. Lin Zian looked directly at Lin Chen, her clear and cold voice carrying an undeniable seriousness. I know you are very strong, even stronger than everyone imagines. But Bai Ruoxue is, after all, a well-established foundation establishment level 3 cultivator. If you want to be able to defeat her in cultivation within 3 months, you must break through to the next level. This foundation establishment pill is for you. Upon hearing this, not only Lin Zhan was stunned, but even Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He looked at his nominal cousin, this icy beauty with whom he had almost no connection in his memory. Why did she do that? Seemingly sensing Lin Chen's confusion, a faint blush appeared on Lin Zian's face for the first time ever, but it was quickly concealed by her cool demeanor. She gently bit her red lips and continued, I have one condition. Go on, Lin Chen said, looking at her with interest. 3 months from now, in the annual grand competition, let's join forces and take first place in Qingyang City. I want that ultimate reward, the Qingyuan fruit. Lin Zhan suddenly realized. The azure essence fruit is a spiritual fruit that can cleanse one's bloodline and enhance their talents. Although Lin Zian is a genius, she is ultimately of mortal blood, which is her greatest constraint. She yearns for the azure essence fruit because she wants to use it to reach a higher realm. In previous years, the Bai family and the city lord's mansion always won the competition. My Lin family hasn't won first place for many years. Lin Zhan sighed. Zian, you want to rely on Chen or isn't that a huge gamble? One foundation establishment pill was almost all of Lin Zian's wealth. Not really. Lin Zian shook her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with an unusual light as she stared intently at Lin Chen. I believe him. I bet he can pull off a miracle. This was an almost blind trust, stemming from the profound shock Lin Chen had given her today. She is a pure martial artist who admires the strong. When Lin Chen effortlessly and instantly killed Lin Feng, and when she saw the exquisite stone that had been silently cut open, her long frozen heart was suddenly cracked open. Instead of relying on my own methodical cultivation, I'd rather place my bets on this unfathomable cousin and gamble on a brilliant future. Looking at the girl in front of him, who had a cold exterior but a resolute and even slightly crazy heart, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. She is a smart woman. She used a foundation building pill that she didn't need for the time being to exchange for a future investment and a favor. Okay, I promise you. Lin Chen reached out, but instead of taking the foundation establishment pill, he gently grasped Lin Zian's cool hand in Lin Zian's astonished gaze. Lin Zian's delicate body trembled, as if she had been electrocuted and tried to pull back, but Lin Chen held her firmly, and she could not break free. Her face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, was instantly covered with a blush, which spread from her cheeks all the way to her snow-white neck. Cousin, what are you doing? She was both ashamed and anxious, and her voice even trembled slightly. Lin Zhan, standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. How could his son, after becoming enlightened, act so boldly? Lin Chen did not answer, but instead slowly channeled a stream of pure chaotic power into Lin Zian's body through his palm. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detectable romance marriage target, Lin Zian. Bloodline, mortal bloodline can be enhanced. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 7. Affection level, 50 curious, admiring. Foundation building pills are useless to me. Lin Chen looked at Lin Zian's shocked eyes and said calmly, as for the azure origin fruit you want, there's no need to go to such trouble. Right now, I can give your bloodline a transformation. As soon as she finished speaking, that chaotic power suddenly erupted within Lin Zian's body. Buzz. Lin Zian felt an unprecedented warm current instantly wash over her limbs and bones. Her meridians, bones, and blood underwent earth-shattering changes under the cleansing of this mysterious power. Her cultivation bottleneck, which had been stagnant for a long time, was instantly loosened under the impact of this power. Peak of the 7th level of Qi refining. The 8th level of Qi refining. In just a few breaths, her cultivation level increased by a whole level. More importantly, she could clearly feel that her body and her talent were much stronger than before. Lin Zian was completely stunned. She looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, her cool and pretty face filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of monster is he? Can simply shaking hands really improve my cultivation and talent? This is even more terrifying than legendary elixirs. Now, do you still think your bet is big? Lin Chen released his grip and asked with a smile. Lin Zian stared blankly at him, then looked at the foundation establishment pill in her hand that she had once treasured, and suddenly felt that it was burning hot. She took a deep breath and made a decision that left Lin Zhan speechless. She carefully put the foundation establishment pill away, then bowed gracefully to Lin Chen, her tone filled with unprecedented gentleness and respect. Zian is willing to follow her cousin. From now on, she will be at his service. Chapter 7 Old Dog. Prepare to die. Lin Zhan was so excited by what he saw that his beard was trembling. One is a prodigy who has awakened his unparalleled potential, and the other is the most talented rising star in the family. Now, these two are standing together. Why worry that the Lin family won't prosper? Good. Excellent. Lin Zhan clapped his hands and laughed, his gaze towards Lin Zian filled with approval. Zian, you have made the best decision of your life. From now on, you will stay by Chinner's side and do your best to assist him. The family's resources will be fully allocated to the two of you. With the clan leader's approval, Lin Zian finally felt relieved. She secretly glanced at Lin Chen and saw that he looked calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. This made her feel even more at ease and even gave rise to a strange sense of admiration. Father, Lin Chen began, the 3-month agreement is tight. I need to enter the family treasury to select some items. Of course. Of course. Lin Zhan waved his hand, his spirit soaring. Don't even mention picking a few things, even if you empty the entire treasure vault, I won't blink an eye. Come on, I'll take you there myself. Lin Chen nodded and said to Lin Zian beside him, come on in too, and see if there's anything you can handle. Yes, Lin Zian replied softly, following half a step behind Lin Chen, her posture extremely humble, completely unlike the unapproachable ice goddess of the past. The three of them headed towards the family's treasure vault deep within. The news spread like wildfire, once again shaking the entire Lin family. That good-for-nothing not only gained the full support of the clan leader, but even the clan's #1 genius, Lin Zian, bowed down to him. This made many of the disciples who had previously mocked Lin Chen feel uneasy. Just as the three were about to reach the treasure vault, a powerful and chilling pressure suddenly came from ahead, blocking their path. A group of about a dozen people stood there with dark faces. The leader was an old man wearing a gray robe, with a withered face and sinister eyes. He was none other than Lin Sanyuan, the eldest elder of the Lin family. He was also the grandfather of Lin Feng, who was instantly killed by Lin Chen. Behind him, Lin Feng, his face deathly pale, was glaring at Lin Chen with eyes full of venomous resentment. Lin Zhan, where are you taking this little beast? Lin Sanyuan's voice was hoarse and cold, showing no respect for the clan leader. Lin Zhan's face darkened. Elder, please watch your words. Chinner is the young master of my Lin family, not some little beast. Young master? Lin Sanyuan let out a piercing sneer. A piece of trash who has no respect for his elders and harms his own clan deserves to be the young master? He severely injured my grandson Lin Feng, severing his meridians. According to the clan rules, he should have had his cultivation abolished and been thrown into the dungeon. Not only do you not punish him, but you also want to take him to the treasure vault to receive a reward? Lin Zhan, have you lost your mind, clan leader? He spoke sternly and forcefully, immediately accusing someone of a serious crime. Several elders behind him echoed his sentiments, creating a menacing atmosphere. The truth is clear to all. Lin Chen stepped forward, shielding his father and Lin Zian behind him, and faced the late Foundation establishment stage elder of the family without the slightest fear. Lin Feng provoked me first and attacked me first. I was just acting in self-defense. Insolence! Lin Sanyuan roared, his powerful aura of the 7th level of Foundation establishment crushing down on Lin Chen like a mountain. A piece of trash in the body refinement realm dares to talk nonsense to me? Self-defense? Then tell me, what did you use to defend yourself? Your mouth that can coax maids into bed? These words are extremely malicious. Lin Zian's pretty face turned cold, and she was about to activate her spiritual power. Lin Zhan was also furious and prepared to make a move. However, Lin Chen raised his hand to stop them. He faced the terrifying pressure that was enough to make ordinary qi refining cultivators kneel and beg for mercy, yet he stood straight, like a javelin piercing the sky. That bit of pressure was no different from a gentle breeze to his body, which possessed the strength of 100 dragons and elephants. Old dog, Lin Chen said slowly, looking at Lin Sanyuan. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone thought they had misheard. Lin Chen actually publicly insulted the Grand Elder as an old dog? You're courting death. Lin Sanyuan trembled with rage, his old face turning purplish red. He could no longer restrain himself. His withered hand suddenly shot out, transforming into an eagle's claw formed from condensed spiritual energy, carrying a sharp aura capable of tearing through metal and stone, fiercely grabbing at Lin Chen's crown. Golden Claw. The Grand Elder is truly enraged. It's over. With this claw strike, Lin Chen is doomed. Stop! Lin Zhan and Lin Ziyan exclaimed simultaneously, but it was too late to help. However, facing this fatal blow, a sinister smirk appeared on Lin Chen's face. He didn't use any spiritual power, he simply raised his right hand. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, he extended his index and middle fingers and gently pinched the menacing spiritual eagle claw. Snap! A crisp sound, like glass shattering, rang out. That spiritual power eagle claw, unleashed with all its might by a Foundation Establishment Stage 7 expert, a terrifying martial skill capable of piercing steel plates, was actually crushed by Lin Chen with just 2 fingers. The spiritual energy exploded, turning into a gust of wind that ruffled Lin Chen's black hair, revealing his deep and indifferent eyes. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone was petrified. The resentment on Lin Feng's face solidified into a ghostly fear. Lin Zhan and Lin Ziyan's preparations for a rescue froze in mid-air. Lin Songyuan, who was the first to be hit, was struck dumb and stood there stunned. He stared intently at Lin Chen's 2 slender fingers, then looked at his own slightly numb palms. His mind went blank, with only 2 words echoing wildly in his head. How is that possible? Chapter 8. You call this body tempering? Quiet. A deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone's breath stopped for a moment. What did they see? A good-for-nothing who had been mocked for over a decade, a mortal with no spiritual energy fluctuations, actually crushed the full-force attack of Elder Lin Songyuan, a Foundation Establishment Level 7 expert, with just 2 fingers. This isn't just subverting their understanding, it's shattering their worldview. No. Impossible, this must be a hallucination. Lin Feng was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper, and a foul stench even emanated from his crotch. He had actually wet himself on the spot. What did he see? That piece of trash he considered an ant had actually become so powerful as to be inhuman. His previous attack on him was practically like dancing at the gates of the King of Hell. Lin Songyuan was struck dumb, his whole body stiffening. He knew better than anyone the power of his golden claw move. Just now even a piece of refined iron would be instantly crushed into powder. But now, it was broken by the other party with just 2 fingers? Moreover, from beginning to end, there was not a single trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on the other party. What kind of monster is this? Who are you? Lin Songyuan's voice trembled, all his previous arrogance gone, replaced by a fear from the depths of his soul. He even suspected that Lin Chen in front of him might have been possessed by some ancient monster. Who am I? Lin Chen slowly lowered his hand, looking at him indifferently, like a dragon looking down at an ant. I am the little beast you speak of, the trash you think you can manipulate at will. Now, you old dog. Lin Chen took a step forward, his lack of any imposing aura causing Lin Songyuan and the elders behind him to retreat in unison. Do you still think you have the right to judge me? With each word he spoke, Lin Chen took a step forward. With each step forward, Lin Songyuan and the others retreated in terror. The scene was both comical and shocking. A powerful elder of the family, who was in the late Foundation Establishment stage, was so frightened by a young man with no cultivation that he had to retreat step by step. Clan leader Ziyan. Lin Chen stopped looking at the group of elders who were already terrified and turned to Lin Zhan and Lin Ziyan. Let's go. Don't let a few barking wild dogs delay our business. Ah. Oh. Good. Lin Zhan snapped out of his shock and looked at his son's back with eyes full of fervor and adoration. God. His own son was practically a young god walking among men. Lin Ziyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She originally thought she had overestimated Lin Chen, but she didn't expect that what she saw was still just the tip of the iceberg. She clenched her fists, and the thought of following her had now turned into a fanatical faith. Being able to follow such a man is the greatest honor of her life. The 3 of them walked straight toward the treasure vault door, right under everyone's noses, past the elder and the others who were all pale-faced but dared not utter a word. The oppressive atmosphere finally exploded once the 3 figures disappeared behind the door. My God! What am I seeing? The Grand Elder was scared away? 2 fingers. Those 2 fingers crushed the golden claw. How did he do that? Pure physical strength? Is he even human? We actually used to laugh at such a godlike person as a piece of trash every day? Upon realizing this, all the disciples who had previously mocked Lin Chen turned pale with fright and their legs went weak. Lin Songyuan stood there for a long time, his old face turning pale and then flushed. Finally, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with endless resentment and fear. He knew that he had offended someone that he, and even the entire Lin family, might not be able to afford to offend. Inside the Lin family's treasure vault. This place houses the wealth accumulated by the Lin family over hundreds of years, with a dazzling array of weapons, elixirs, and rare and precious materials. At this moment, Lin Zhan acted like the most enthusiastic salesperson, constantly introducing various treasures to Lin Chen. "Chunner, look at this mysterious iron-heavy sword. It weighs 3,000 caddies, making it perfect for a strength-type powerhouse like you. And this bottle of dragon blood pill can greatly enhance your qi and blood, which will definitely be of great benefit to your body, refining divine skill." Lin Chen merely glanced at it casually and then shook his head. These things are treasures to others, but in his eyes, they're just so-so. He activated Moonlight Divine Eye and scanned the entire treasure vault. Soon, his gaze settled on a rusty black iron ring used to prop up table legs at the deepest part of the treasure vault. Within the field of vision of the pupil technique, all other treasures emitted varying degrees of light, but this iron ring alone was dull and lifeless, resembling a piece of scrap iron. But Lin Chen saw that inside the iron ring, there was a dormant, wild, and extremely domineering aura, faintly visible. "Father, I want it," Lin Chen said, pointing to the iron ring. "Huh?" Lin Zhan looked in the direction he was pointing and was immediately stunned. "Chunner, are you sure you're not mistaken? That's a piece of scrap iron that was dug out of some ruin. Apart from being a little hard, it's useless. It's been sitting in the treasure vault collecting dust for decades. I want it." Lin Chen's tone left no room for argument. "Okay." Although he was puzzled, Lin Zhan now had complete trust in his son. Lin Chen stepped forward and took the seemingly ordinary iron ring in his hand. "It feels cold and heavy to the touch, as if you are holding a small mountain." He slowly poured the power of chaos into it. Buzz! The iron ring seemed to be a ferocious beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years, and it was instantly awakened. A deep and ancient dragon's roar suddenly emanated from the iron ring, resounding throughout the entire treasure vault. The rust on the surface of the iron ring instantly peeled off, revealing its true form, a black bracelet made of an unknown divine metal, with a lifelike ancient black dragon engraved on it, its head and tail connected. A terrifying gravitational field erupted instantly, centered on the iron ring. "Not good." Lin Zhan's expression changed drastically. Under this gravity, he, a Peak Foundation establishment expert, actually felt his body sink and almost knelt down. Lin Zian, standing next to her, let out a muffled groan, her pretty face instantly turning pale. Lin Chen, however, moved through this terrifying gravity field as if it were flat ground. He looked at the bracelet in his hand that had come to life, and the system panel provided timely information. A damaged low-grade Dao artifact, the Black Dragon bracelet, was discovered. Effects: possesses a tenfold gravity field, capable of suppressing enemies and also used for personal cultivation. Contains a trace of ancient Black Dragon essence. If refined, it grants the divine ability, Black Dragon Battle Body. A Dao artifact. Lin Chen's breathing quickened slightly for a moment. Magical artifacts in fantasy worlds are categorized as magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, treasure artifacts, Dao artifacts, sacred artifacts. The strongest weapon in the entire Qingyang city is only a high-grade spiritual artifact in the city lord's mansion. And he himself had actually found a Dao artifact among the scrap metal used to prop up the table legs. Chapter 9: Dao Artifacts. A Dao artifact? Lin Zhan was completely stunned when he heard the two words Lin Chen uttered. He had lived most of his life and had only ever heard of magical artifacts in legends. Now, his own son had actually found a Dao artifact in a piece of scrap metal used as a table leg. This is no longer just luck, this is the treatment of a chosen one of heaven. "Chunner, you." Lin Zhan's voice trembled, too excited to speak. Ignoring his father's shock, Lin Chen poured his chaotic Dao body bloodline power into the Black Dragon bracelet without reservation. Hold head high. The ancient Black Dragon spirit, which had been dormant for ages, seemed to sense the supreme aura of the Chaos Dao body and let out a dragon roar of submission. Then, the Black Dragon bracelet shone brightly, transforming into a stream of light that automatically slipped onto Lin Chen's wrist, fitting perfectly. The terrifying gravity field instantly subsided and vanished without a trace. Successful recognition of Christ. With a thought, Lin Chen released an invisible gravity field once again, precisely enveloping a weapon rack next to him. Creak. Bang! The weapon rack, made of century-old ironwood and capable of withstanding the force of 10,000 kilograms, couldn't even withstand a moment of pressure. Under this tenfold gravity, it was crushed into a pile of wood chips. Upon seeing this, Lin Zhan and Lin Zian both gasped in shock. That's too domineering. If this were applied to a person, who among those of the same level could withstand it? Before even engaging in battle, being suppressed by gravity would mean they'd be lucky to unleash even half of their full strength. Good baby. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction. This black dragon bracelet is not only a powerful weapon for killing enemies, but also a supreme treasure for cultivating the primordial dragon-elephant technique. He could activate the gravity field to surround himself at any time, and cultivate under this pressure, which would definitely be twice as effective. Father, Zian, let's go. Having received the black dragon bracelet, Lin Chen had achieved his goal for this trip. Chener, this Dao artifact. Lin Zhan hesitated, knowing that such a treasure, if leaked, would likely bring annihilation to the Lin family. It's all right. Lin Chen saw his worry and said calmly, it's just a broken Dao artifact, not worth my attention. Besides, if anyone dares to take it, I'll just kill them. His calm tone, however, contained an unparalleled domineering aura that looked down upon the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's worries vanished instantly, replaced by boundless pride. Indeed, with Chener, this true dragon, by his side, what was there to fear from mere jackals? The three of them walked out of the treasure vault. At the entrance, Elder Lin Sanyuan and the others had long since disappeared, presumably too ashamed to stay any longer. Back in his courtyard, Lin Zhan gave a few more instructions before excitedly going into seclusion. Prompted by his son's repeated encouragement, he felt that the bottleneck that had plagued him for many years seemed to be loosening. Only Lin Chen and Lin Zian remained in the courtyard. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Looking at the godlike and demon-like man before her, Lin Zian's heart fluttered, and a charming blush appeared on her usually cool and beautiful face. She mustered her courage, stepped forward, took out a jade slip from her storage ring, and presented it with both hands. Cousin, this is the cultivation technique I practice, the purple cloud sword art. It's only a high-grade Xian level technique, the subsequent methods have been lost. I would like to ask you for some guidance. That was her second purpose for coming today. Having witnessed Lin Chen's many extraordinary abilities, she believed that this man would definitely be able to see the flaws in her cultivation technique. Lin Chen took the jade slip but did not examine it. Instead, he activated the Moonlight Divine Eye and looked directly at Lin Zian's body. In his field of vision, the circulation route of spiritual energy within Lin Zian's body was clearly visible. He immediately spotted several fatal flaws in the purple cloud sword technique. The circulation of spiritual energy was obscure, and several meridians had taken detours, which not only limited the exertion of its power, but also could cause hidden injuries to the body if practiced for a long time. The technique is good, but unfortunately it's too incomplete and not entirely suitable for your physique, Lin Chen said, hitting the nail on the head. Lin Zian's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. Her biggest secret was seen through by him in an instant? I will pass on to you a complete cultivation technique called the Taiwei Starry Sky technique. Lin Chen said, extending his finger and gently tapping Lin Zian's smooth forehead before she could react. Ding! Do you wish to consume 10 heavenly secrets points to deduce and bestow upon Lin Zian the most suitable cultivation technique for her physique? Yes. Boom! A vast and boundless supreme cultivation technique, seemingly containing the ultimate principles governing the movement of the stars, instantly flooded into Lin Zian's mind. Ah! Lin Zian let out a soft moan, feeling her very soul tremble under this massive torrent of information. Taiwei Star Technique, Earth Rank, High Grade. Moreover, it is a supreme divine skill that perfectly matches her physique, as if it were tailor-made for her. What kind of supernatural power is this? Transmit the power. Legend has it that only those with extraordinary cultivation can possess such abilities. Calm your mind and focus, and I will help you get started. Lin Chen's voice, like a morning bell and evening drum, resounded in her mind. He held Lin Zian's soft, boneless hand and channeled a pure stream of chaotic power into her body, guiding her to begin the first cycle of the Taiwei Star technique. Lin Zian dared not be negligent and quickly composed herself, immersing herself in this profound state. Time passed, second by second. As the last cycle of the universe was completed, Lin Zian suddenly opened her eyes, and two dazzling starlight flashed from her beautiful eyes. Her aura was several times stronger than before. His cultivation level had already broken through from the 8th level of Qi refining to the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. A meteoric rise to power. I broke through? Lin Zian murmured to herself, feeling the surging star spiritual power within her body like a river, as if she were dreaming. The bottleneck that had troubled her for months was easily broken through by him holding her hand. She raised her head and stared intently at the man who had changed her destiny. At that moment, her long-frozen heart completely melted. Adoration, gratitude, curiosity, all sorts of emotions intertwined and eventually converged into a warm current called love. She suddenly stepped forward, opened her arms, and hugged Lin Chen tightly from behind. The girl's soft, delicate body pressed tightly against his back, trembling slightly and filled with endless dependence. Lin Chen. For the first time, she didn't call him cousin. Thank you. From this day forward, Xian's life belongs to you. Chapter 10 The Virtuous Xiaoya. With the warm, soft body in his arms, Lin Chen could clearly feel Lin Xian's heart pounding wildly with excitement. Lin Chen did not push away the icy beauty's sudden advances. He could understand how she felt at that moment. A seeker who had been groping alone in the darkness for a long time suddenly saw a dazzling starry sky. The shock and sense of belonging she felt were enough to make her let go of all her pride and defenses. However, just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly romantic, a gentle yet slightly timid voice came from the doorway. Young master, the meal is ready." Lin Xiaoya stood gracefully at the doorway, holding an exquisite food plate. When she saw the two people embracing tightly in the courtyard, her face turned deathly pale in an instant, her hand holding the food plate trembled slightly, and her eyes instantly reddened. Who did she see? Isn't that Miss Xian, the noblest and most aloof member of the family? Normally, I don't even have the right to look up to her. But now, she is, in the young master's arms. An indescribable bitterness and inferiority complex surged into my heart like a tide. Like a startled fawn, Lin Xian swiftly broke free from Lin Chen's embrace, her beautiful face flushed. She stood awkwardly to the side, not daring to look Lin Xiaoya in the eye. For a moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard became subtly awkward. Lin Chen inwardly realized something was wrong. He had been so focused on improving his strength and showing off that he had neglected the little girl's feelings. He immediately stepped forward, took the food plate from Lin Xiaoya's hand, and then gently took her cold little hand, saying softly, "Thank you for your hard work." Perfect timing, I haven't eaten yet, let's eat together. Feeling the warmth from Lin Chen's palm and the care in his words, Lin Xiaoya's grievances dissipated by most, but tears still welled up in her eyes. She glanced at the stunningly beautiful Lin Xian beside her, then looked at herself, bit her lip, and whispered, "Young master, isn't Xiaoya? Xiaoya is too lowly, unworthy of young master. What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Chen frowned, gently pulled her into his arms, and said in an unquestionable tone, "I'll say it again, you are the mistress of this courtyard, and you are my woman. This identity will never change." As for Xian, Lin Chen looked at Lin Xian, who seemed a little flustered, and explained to Xiaoya, "She will also be our family from now on." Upon hearing the word family, Lin Xian's delicate body trembled, a warm current surged in her heart, and her gaze towards Lin Xiaoya softened. After hearing Lin Chen's promise that it would never change, Lin Xiaoya's last trace of unease vanished. She is not an immature woman. In a world where there are more women than men, it's perfectly normal for a powerful man to have multiple partners. What's more, her young master is a true dragon soaring through the heavens. He is destined to be surrounded by all sorts of outstanding and dazzling women, like stars surrounding the moon. As for myself, I am just a tiny firefly. To receive the favor and protection of a true dragon is already a great blessing. How could I dare to hope to monopolize his light? Her only worry was that she would be abandoned and forgotten. Now that she had the young master's promise, she felt at ease. The little girl wiped away her tears, stepped out of Lin Chen's arms, bowed gracefully to Lin Xian, and showed a sincere and gentle smile on her face. Xiaoya greets Sister Xian. In the past, Xiaoya was of lowly status and dared not acknowledge her as her sister. From now on, we are family, so please do not look down on Xiaoya. Her words were spoken with grace and propriety, both revealing her identity and showing Lin Xian sufficient respect. Lin Xian was naturally aloof and not good at socializing. Seeing Lin Xiaoya's sensible manner, she immediately felt a sense of goodwill and respect for her. She quickly stepped forward to help Lin Xiaoya up and said softly, "Sister, you are too kind. I was too abrupt in coming. From now on, we can just address each other as sisters." Looking at this harmonious scene before him, Lin Chen felt very gratified. One is gentle and domestic, the other is aloof and powerful. This home is secure. He smiled and pulled them both to sit down at the stone table, saying, "All right, don't stand. Let's eat first, and we can talk while we eat." On the table were several side dishes and a pot of spirit rice porridge that Lin Xiaoya had carefully prepared. These ingredients all contain traces of spiritual energy, which are of great benefit to cultivators. Lin Chen took a bite and felt a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth, a warm current flowing into his stomach, making him feel comfortable all over. Xiaoya, your cooking skills are getting better and better, he exclaimed sincerely. Lin Xiaoya blushed with sweetness at the compliment and kept serving food to Lin Chen and Lin Zian. Lin Zian usually takes fasting pills and rarely eats anything of the sort, but when she took a bite, her beautiful eyes lit up. In a warm atmosphere, two women who were originally worlds apart gradually became familiar with each other through Lin Chen's role as a bridge, and the previous awkwardness disappeared. However, at that moment, the black dragon bracelet on Lin Chen's wrist suddenly vibrated slightly. He activated his Moonlight Divine Eye and looked out of the courtyard. A furtive figure was hiding behind a large tree in the distance, staring intently at the three people enjoying themselves in the courtyard with a venomous gaze. It's Lin Feng. Beside him stood a young man dressed in foreign attire, exuding a chilling aura. The young man seemed to have noticed Lin Chen's spying. He suddenly raised his head and gave Lin Chen a sinister smile full of provocation and murderous intent. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems that some dogs, even with their legs broken, still don't learn their lesson. Moreover, they even brought in outside help? Interesting. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, his expression unchanged, and continued to chat and laugh with the two women as if nothing had happened. But a chill had already crept into his heart. Lin Feng, an ant whom he casually swatted away, actually dared to spy on him and even collude with outsiders? It seems the lesson learned last time was too lenient. Young master, what's wrong? The observant Lin Xiaoya noticed the fleeting cold glint in Lin Chen's eyes. It's nothing, just a few flies. Lin Chen smiled faintly and reassured her. After dinner, Xian, you stay in the courtyard to consolidate your cultivation and familiarize yourself with the techniques. Xiaoya, you come with me to the family's herb garden. Yes, the two women replied in unison. Although they did not know Lin Chen's intentions, they both chose to trust him unconditionally. After a meal, Lin Chen led Lin Xiaoya leisurely along the path leading to the family's medicinal herb garden. He didn't try to hide his whereabouts, he just swaggered around as if he were really going for a walk. In the shadows, Lin Feng and the sinister-looking foreign youth followed silently. Cousin, it's him. Lin Feng pointed at Lin Chen's back and said through gritted teeth, this good-for-nothing not only crippled me, but also stole by Ruoshua, the woman who should have been mine. The young man beside him was named Wu Jun, the young master of a wolf clan tribe that was affiliated with the Bai family near Qingyang City. Wolves are inherently cruel and warlike, and are most skilled at tracking and ambushing. Wu Jun narrowed his sinister wolf eyes, sizing up Lin Chen, a cruel smile curving his lips. Body refinement realm? Heh, this kind of trash is worthy of being engaged to the Bai family's prodigy? Lin Feng, you're really getting worse as you get older, actually getting injured by this kind of trash. Cousin, you don't know. This kid is incredibly strange. His physical strength is terrifying. Lin Feng hurriedly explained. Physical strength? How strong can it be? Wu Jun said with disdain. In front of my wolf clan's blood fiend claws, even the strongest physical body is no different from tofu. With my cousin taking action, I'm naturally at ease. Lin Feng immediately flattered him, then glanced at Lin Xiaoya beside Lin Chen, a lewd glint in his eyes. Cousin, look at that kid's maid, she's a real gem. After we cripple that kid, this little beauty will be yours to offer. Oh? Wu Jun licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a green light. Not bad, not bad. Smooth skin and tender flesh, just my type. Don't worry, later I'll make him watch with his own eyes how his woman pleases me. Their self-righteous conspiracy was seen through by Lin Chen's Moonlight Divine Eye, without missing a single word. A flash of murderous intent crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Some people are not just stupid, they are genuinely courting death. He remained calm and continued walking with Lin Xiaoya until they reached a secluded forest path. This is the perfect place to get started. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures, one after the other, darted out of the forest like ghosts, blocking Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoya's path. Kid, we meet again. Lin Feng looked at Lin Chen, his face filled with a morbid pleasure and resentment. Didn't expect that, did you? Today is your death day. Lin Xiaoya was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. She instinctively hid behind Lin Chen and tightly grabbed the hem of his clothes. Lin Chen gently patted the back of her hand to reassure her, then raised his eyes, his gaze passing over Lin Feng, who looked like a clown, and landing on the wolf youth who exuded a bloody aura. Wolf clan? Lin Chen asked calmly. Since when has it become the business of outsiders, wild dogs, to meddle in the Lin family's internal affairs? You're about to die, and you still dare to talk back. June sneered, and a powerful aura of the 7th level of chi refining suddenly erupted. Kid, blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Remember to keep your eyes open in your next life. Oh? Lin Chan looked at him with interest. I'm quite curious, what gave such an ant-like creature like you the courage to yell at me? Courage? Wu Jun thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. My courage is these claws of mine that can tear everything apart. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a roar like a wolf's howl. His hands instantly swelled up, his fingernails turned as black as ink and were half a foot long, with a layer of blood-red baleful aura swirling around them, and a strong smell of blood wafted over. Taste the secret technique of my wolf clan, bloodthirsty claws. Wu Jun's figure blurred, transforming into a blood-red afterimage. With a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, his 5 fingers formed claws, fiercely grabbing at Lin Chan's head. He could almost see the bloody scene of Lin Chan's head exploding like a watermelon. Lin Feng was so excited that he trembled all over, his eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. However, Lin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids in the face of this extremely brutal attack. He simply stood there with his arms crossed, silently watching the bloody claw rapidly enlarge in his pupils. Just as the claws were less than 3 inches from his face, a cold, extremely contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Buzz! An invisible, silent, yet terrifying force field, heavy as a mountain, descended upon Lin Chen with a thunderous roar. Black Dragon Bracelet 10 times Gravity Domain, activated. Wu Jun, who was rushing towards him in a blur, froze in his sinister smile. He felt as if his body had been smashed by an ancient divine mountain that had fallen from the sky. That terrifying pressure, which was simply irresistible, instantly acted on every cell in his body. Thump! 1 second the Wolf Clan's young master was majestic and aggressive, the next second he was like a dead dog with all its bones broken, forced to lie flat on the ground in a prostrate position. His body smashed a large, human-shaped crater into the hard bluestone ground. Snap! Snap! Under this terrifying tenfold gravity, the bones in his entire body emitted cracking sounds as if they could not bear the strain. The claws, wreathed in a bloodthirsty aura, shattered inch by inch, dripping with blood. Wu Jun's face was pressed firmly to the ground, unable to move even a finger, and he could only let out painful and desperate roars. He was completely dumbfounded. What happened? What kind of sorcery is this? Lin Feng, standing next to him, froze instantly with a smile on his face. He stood there as if he had been frozen in place, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and his jaw almost dislocated. The contrast before and after was simply too great. So great that his brain simply couldn't process this unbelievable scene before him. Lin Chen slowly walked up to Wu Jun, who was lying on the ground unable to move, and looked down at him as if he were a pile of garbage. Now, tell me. Lin Chen gently placed his foot on Wu Jun's head, slowly applying pressure. Do you still have that ridiculous courage of yours? Chapter 11: The Value of a Man. Wu Jun's head was pressed under Lin Chen's foot, making intimate contact with the hard ground. The immense pressure made him feel as if his skull was about to be crushed. This is the ultimate humiliation. It was an unprecedented fear. What did you do to me? He squeezed out the words through clenched teeth, his voice filled with utter horror. He simply couldn't understand how he, a powerful expert at the 7th level of chi refining, could be suppressed like a dead dog without even being able to resist. What did I do? Lin Chen pressed down slightly with his foot, and Wu Jun's face was instantly covered in blood and flesh. I just made you understand just how big the difference is between a wild dog and a true dragon. After saying that, Lin Chen raised his eyes and coldly swept his gaze over Lin Feng, who was already terrified. When Lin Feng met Lin Chen's gaze, he was instantly jolted awake from his petrified state. He then let out a terrified scream and scrambled to escape. He finally understood. What I provoked wasn't some useless piece of trash, but an ancient ferocious beast in human skin. A complete and utter devil. However, he had only taken 2 steps when his body suddenly sank, enveloped by the same invisible gravitational field. With a thud, he followed in Wu Jun's footsteps and was pressed firmly to the ground. Trying to run? Lin Chen slowly walked up to him, squatted down, and said in a playful tone, I crippled you back then out of consideration for our clan, sparing your dog's life. Too bad, you didn't want it. No. Don't kill me. Lin Chen. Young master. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lin Feng cried and cowed out frantically, begging for mercy. The ground was quickly stained red with blood from his kowtows. It's all Wu Jun's fault. He forced me to do this. He wanted to deal with you and steal your woman. In this life or death situation, he didn't hesitate to betray his cousin completely. Oh? Is that so? Lin Chen smiled, walked back to Wu Jun's side, stepped on his head, and asked casually, is what he said true? Lin Feng. You despicable and shameless scoundrel. Wu Jun was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode, but he was helpless. Lin Chen looked at the two pathetic losers at his feet, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out as Lin Chen forcefully broke Wu Jun's spine. Ah! Wu Jun let out a blood-curdling scream that sounded inhuman, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot from the pain. Even if they survive, they'll be bedridden and useless for the rest of their lives. Seeing this, Raymond Lam was terrified, and the stench from his crotch grew even stronger. After dealing with Wu Jun, Lin Chen acted as if he hadn't done anything, walked up to Lin Feng, squatted down again, and patted his face, which was contorted with fear. Do you know? In this world, a man's value does not lie in how high his cultivation is, nor in how good his family background is. Lin Chen's voice was very soft, yet it sounded like a devil's whisper in Lin Feng's ear. But the key is whether he can ensure the continuation of his bloodline. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's finger transformed into a blur, and with lightning speed, he lightly touched Lin Feng's lower abdomen. Puff! A surge of hidden energy penetrated his body, instantly destroying what was most fundamental to him as a man. No. No. Lin Feng was stunned at first, then felt the strange sensation in his body. His pale face was instantly swallowed by endless despair and fear. He let out a scream that was 100 times more shrill than Wu Jun's. Killing him would be more merciful than treating him like this. In a world where there are more women than men and bloodline inheritance is paramount, depriving a man of his fertility is the most vicious and cruel punishment he can receive. This means that his value has been completely erased. He will no longer be a man, but a waste worse than an animal. He will be abandoned by his family, despised by the world, and his life will be plunged into eternal darkness. You devil! Devil! Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. Is this what you call a devil? Lin Chen stood up, looking down at him without a trace of pity in his eyes. When you planned to harm the people around me, you should have expected this outcome. He ignored the two completely useless pieces of trash and turned to walk to Lin Xiaoya, whose face had turned pale with fright but who was still standing there stubbornly. He gently pulled the little girl into his arms and softly comforted her, "Don't be afraid, it's all over." Lin Xiaoya hugged Lin Chen tightly, burying her head in his chest, her body still trembling slightly. She wasn't afraid of the bloody scene, but rather of the lingering fear. She knew very well that even in this world where there were more women than men, an ordinary woman would face a miserable fate when facing a cultivator. If the young master weren't here today, or if he weren't strong enough, then right now, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, she hugged him even tighter. Young master. She looked up at Lin Chen with teary eyes, "Thank you." Silly girl, why are you thanking me? Lin Chen smiled and wiped away her tears. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps, accompanied by a powerful aura, rapidly approached from afar. Who dares to run wild in the forbidden area of the Lin family? A dignified, delicate shout rang out. Immediately afterwards, several agile figures dressed in the uniforms of the Lin family's law enforcement team appeared at the end of the forest path. Leading the group was a young woman dressed in tight-fitting clothes, carrying a longbow on her back, and exuding a heroic and spirited air. When she saw the bloody scene, especially the tragic state of Lin Feng and Wu Jun, her pretty face instantly turned cold, and her sharp gaze, like a drawn sword, locked onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen? It's you again. How dare you collude with outsiders, harm your own kind, and even injure a distinguished guest of the Wolf clan? Guards! Seize this lawless beast. Chapter 12 Strength is paramount. The newcomer was named Lin Yueru, the captain of the Lin family's enforcement team. Her cultivation had reached the second level of foundation establishment, and she held a prestigious position and wielded immense power within the family. She was always impartial and strict, and placed great importance on family rules. More importantly, in this feminist-dominated world, she, like most other women, inherently despises male members of her clan who cannot bring glory to the family and only cause trouble. Especially a man like Lin Chen, who has been labeled a good-for-nothing for over a decade and has recently committed a series of acts that she considers shameless, such as divorcing his wife and favoring his maid. Therefore, when she saw the horrific scene, she almost instinctively blamed Lin Chen for everything. In her view, although Lin Feng was despicable, he was still of the Lin family bloodline. As for Wu Jun, he was the young master of the Wolf clan, representing the face of the vassal tribe. Lin Chen crippled these two people, regardless of the reason, which is a heinous crime that undermines the stability of the family and damages the interests of the family. Take it down. At Lin Yueru's command, the female law enforcement officers behind her immediately drew their weapons and menacingly approached Lin Chen. Let's see who dares. Before Lin Chen could speak, Lin Xiaoya, who was being protected behind him, mustered the greatest courage she had ever had and suddenly stood up, spreading her arms to block Lin Chen. Her petite frame appeared so frail in front of the imposing law enforcement team, but her eyes were exceptionally firm. It was them. They tried to harm the young master. They even tried to humiliate me. The little girl mustered her courage and shouted in protest. The young master was only forced to fight back to protect me. Lin Yueru frowned even more as she looked at the young maid who had stepped forward, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. A lowly maid, do you have the right to speak here? She coldly rebuked. For the sake of jealousy, you incite men to harm your own clan and ruin the family's reputation. A scourge like you, according to clan rules, should be beaten to death. This is the cruelty of the feminist world. Although women held a high status, the competition was exceptionally fierce. Maids like Lin Xiaoya, who came from humble backgrounds but gained the favor of men, often became the target of jealousy and suppression from other women in higher positions. In Lin Yueru's eyes, Lin Xiaoya was the kind of vixen who only knew how to use her looks to seduce men. You! Lin Xiaoya was so angry at her words that her face turned red and her whole body trembled, but she didn't know how to refute them. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the woods. But it wasn't Lin Xiaoya who got hit. It was Lin Yueru, the law enforcement captain who was high and mighty just a second ago. Lin Chen had appeared before her without her noticing, his expression as cold as ice. You dare touch my people? This slap completely stunned Lin Yueru. It also stunned all the law enforcement officers behind her. What did they see? A man they considered worthless, actually slapped the enforcement captain in public? This is no longer just a provocation of clan rules, it's an attempt to overturn the world's order. You dared to hit me? Lin Yueru covered her rapidly swollen cheek, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief, anger, and humiliation. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been a proud daughter of heaven, and had never suffered such humiliation before. Especially being beaten by a man she looked down upon the most. Hit you? Hitting you is too lenient. Lin Chen's eyes were like those of someone looking at a dead man. If you dare to say another disrespectful word to my people, I guarantee that your fate will be 100 times worse than those two dogs on the ground. A chilling killing intent instantly enveloped Lin Yueru. At that moment, she felt as if she were being stared at by a ferocious beast from the primordial era, and her blood was about to freeze. That was a threat of death. This man really dared to kill her. The anger in Lin Yueru's heart was instantly extinguished by an uncontrollable fear. She opened her mouth, but found that her throat was as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, and she couldn't utter a single word. And you too. Lin Chen's gaze slowly swept over the few law enforcement officers who were already terrified. Splash! Splash! Anyone whose gaze fell upon him felt their legs go weak, and they couldn't even hold onto their weapons, which fell to the ground. This is the crushing power that comes with absolute strength. With the combined power of 100 dragons and elephants and the might of the Tao artifact, the invisible aura emanating from Lin Chen was enough to terrify these ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Now, take these two useless dogs and disappear from my sight. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, his tone calm, yet it was like a decree issued by a god. Roll. Lin Yueru's body trembled violently. Humiliation, anger, fear, all sorts of emotions intertwined in her heart, making her pretty face turn pale and then red. As the team leader, she never imagined she would be in such a sorry state. However, she dared not resist. Her intuition told her that if she dared to say no, she would definitely not be able to leave here alive today. She gritted her teeth and forced out two words, "Take him away." The law enforcement officers, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, hurriedly and clumsily lifted Lin Feng and Wu Jun, who were lying on the ground like mud, and they scrambled away and disappeared at the end of the path. Lin Yueru glared at Lin Chen with resentment one last time, then covered her face and turned away in humiliation. Once again, Lin Chen crushed the storm completely with his most domineering and powerful attitude. Watching their disheveled departure, Lin Xiaoya, standing behind Lin Chen, had her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration and endless adoration. My own young master, in order to protect me, actually dared to hit the captain of the law enforcement team. The feeling of being protected by a man with his life made her feel incredibly happy and at ease. However, Lin Chen knew that things were not over yet. By crippling Lin Feng and beating Lin Yueru, it was equivalent to offending two major forces, led by the Grand Elder and the Law Enforcement Hall, at the same time. What's even more troublesome is that Wolf Clan's young master, Wu Jun. This matter will likely reach the upper echelons of the family very soon, and may even alarm the Bai family. But so what? When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. He took this opportunity to show everyone in Xingyang City that no one could touch his woman. Chapter 13: The Council of the Female Chieftains. The Lin family's council hall. The atmosphere was 100 times more somber than when the Bai family came to annul the engagement last time. Seated at the head of the table were not only clan leader Lin Zhan, but also 3 elderly women with profound auras and imposing presence. They are the true pillars of the Lin family, 3 reclusive female elders who have lived in seclusion for many years. In this feminist-dominated world, the highest power in a family is often held by the most powerful and senior woman. Although the patriarch Lin Zhan manages daily affairs, he must obtain the consent of these 3 ancestors on matters that truly determine the fate of the family. At this moment, below the hall, the various high-ranking members of the family were lined up. The eldest elder, Lin Sanyuan, was kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. He pointed at his grandson, Lin Feng, who was barely breathing on the stretcher, and tearfully recounted Lin Chen's heinous crimes. On the other side, Lin Yueru, her cheek swollen and still bearing a clear handprint, was accusing Lin Chen of disregarding clan rules, attacking the enforcement team, and harming distinguished guests from friendly nations with a fierce expression. On the stretcher, Wu Jun lay unconscious, and his broken spine was the most compelling evidence. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. After listening to the 2 people's tearful complaints, a hot-tempered elder in a red robe slammed his fist on the table, and the terrifying aura of a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator instantly swept across the entire area. How dare a mere male member of the clan be so arrogant? Harming his own bloodline and assaulting the enforcement captain. Lin Zhan, is this the kind of son you raised? The red-robed elder glared at Lin Zhan and reprimanded him without any politeness. Lin Zhan's face was ashen, and under immense pressure, he said in a deep voice, "Third elder, please calm down. This matter has not yet been investigated, and I believe that Chen'er did not harm anyone without cause." Is there even a need to investigate? Lin Sanyuan immediately wailed, "The evidence is overwhelming. That little beast was just jealous that my grandson Lin Feng was more talented than him, and he couldn't stand seeing my grandson befriending the Wolf Clan, so he committed this heinous act. Ancestors, you must avenge us." "That's right." Lin Yueru stepped forward and said coldly, "I saw it with my own eyes." Lin Chen's methods were cruel and he showed no remorse. Moreover, he also crippled Lin Feng and Wu Jun's foundation. This is shaking the very foundation of my Lin family's continuation. Such crimes are too numerous to count. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the high-ranking officials present, including the 3 supreme elders, changed. If it was just a fight between juniors who didn't know their own strength before, then depriving men of their fertility is an unforgivable sin that violates the highest taboo in a world where there are more women than men. Is this really true? The white-haired elder in the center suddenly turned sharp as a knife. Absolutely true. The doctor has already examined me. Lin Yueru answered decisively. What a wicked creature. What a wicked creature. The red-robed supreme elder trembled with rage. This child is vicious and will surely bring disaster if left alive. I propose that we capture this fiend immediately, abolish his Chaos Dao body, extract his bloodline, and reduce him to the lowest of slaves, never to rise again. Upon hearing this, a smug look flashed in the eyes of both Lin Sanyuan and Lin Yueru. This is a punishment 100 times more vicious than killing Lin Chen. Lin Zhan jumped to his feet and exclaimed urgently, "No! 3 ancestors. Chen'er's chaotic Dao body is the hope for the rise of our Lin family. There must be a hidden story behind this. Hope? What kind of hope is a cancer that even harms its own people?" Another blue-robed elder, who had been silent until now, slowly spoke up, his voice icy. "Lin Zhan, as the clan leader, you have allowed your son to commit such atrocities, and you cannot escape blame. I propose that your authority as clan leader be suspended and temporarily placed under the care of the Grand Elder. A final decision will be made after this matter is resolved." In short, not only should Lin Chen be crippled, but Lin Zhan's power should also be taken away. This was clearly a pre-planned combination of moves. Lin Zhan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He had not expected the other party's reaction to be so intense and their attack to be so ruthless. The atmosphere in the hall had completely shifted in favor of the Grand Elder. However, at this moment when the outcome seemed almost certain, a calm voice drifted from outside the hall. A farce started by two good-for-nothings has actually alarmed the three ancestors. It seems that our Lin family really has no one left. As he spoke, Lin Chen, holding Lin Xiaoya's hand with one hand and with the other behind his back, strolled leisurely into the council hall. Behind him followed Lin Zian, whose expression was aloof. Seeing that Lin Chen dared to show up again, Lin Yueru immediately shouted angrily, "You beast! You dare to come here again! Guards! Shut up!" Lin Chen didn't even look at her, but simply uttered two words. A bizarre scene unfolded. Lin Yueru felt as if an invisible hand had grabbed her throat, and the rest of her words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out a single syllable. Her pretty face, which had been filled with anger, was instantly replaced by terror. This is a case of words becoming law? No. This isn't supernatural power, it's pure overwhelming force. His strength has increased again? The pupils of the three supreme elders in the main seat also suddenly contracted. They were all experts at the peak of Foundation establishment, so they could naturally sense the faint yet extremely domineering aura emanating from Lin Chen, an aura that even they found terrifying. Is this really something a teenager could have? Lin Chen! The red-robed elder suppressed his shock and shouted sternly, "Do you know your crime?" Lin Chen seemed not to hear him, and walked straight to the center of the hall. Looking at the two victims lying on the stretchers, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He did not answer the Supreme Elder's question, but instead looked at Lin Zhan and asked, "Father, according to the clan rules, what is the punishment for colluding with outsiders and attempting to harm the young master of the clan?" Lin Zhan was taken aback, then his spirits lifted, and he declared loudly, "According to ancestral teachings, this is a crime of treason. His entire clan should be executed." Then, what crime should be committed for attempting to defile the young master's partner? Lin Chen continued to ask. His crime is tantamount to treason. He should be executed and his bones ground to dust. Lin Chen nodded, finally raised his eyes, and his gaze swept calmly over everyone present before finally settling on the faces of the three supreme elders. "Now, the witnesses are here," he pointed to Lin Xiaoya beside him, "and the evidence of the crime is also here." He flicked his finger, and a photographic stone flew into the air. As spiritual energy was infused, a clear image instantly appeared before everyone. Inside, Lin Feng and Wu Jun were secretly plotting how to cripple Lin Chen, how to offer Lin Xiaoya to Wu Jun, and uttering all sorts of vulgar and offensive words. The truth has come to light. Chapter 14. Anyone have any objections? The image captured on the photographic stone plunged the entire council hall into a deathly silence. The truth has come to light. Now, Lin Chen retracted the recording stone, his icy gaze sweeping across the entire room. Who agrees, who disagrees? The hall was completely silent. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled, the white-haired Supreme Elder in the main seat slowly spoke. Her voice was old and calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. "We have the evidence. Lin Feng and Wu Jun deserved to die." But her tone shifted abruptly, and her cloudy old eyes instantly locked onto Lin Chen. "You destroyed the very foundation of their bloodline, your methods were far too cruel. And to publicly assault the enforcement captain was an act of utter contempt for clan rules. Merit is merit, and fault is fault." The white-haired elder's voice suddenly turned sharp. "Lin Chen, although you are in the right, your actions were erratic and you must be punished. I declare that the merits and faults of this matter cancel each other out. As for you, you must be confined to your quarters to reflect on your mistakes and hand over the items you obtained from the treasury to the family for safekeeping. They will be returned to you after you have calmed down." Although these words were much more tactful than the previous version, their essence remained the same: favoritism and suppression, with their direct aim at the black dragon bracelet in Lin Chen's possession. Ancestor! Lin Zhan was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected the other party to remain so defiant in the face of irrefutable evidence. No need for further words. The white-haired Supreme Elder snorted coldly, and a pressure far exceeding that of an ordinary Foundation establishment peak cultivator suddenly erupted from her body. Half-step golden core. Her cultivation level was not truly at the golden core stage, but rather she had touched that threshold, and the quality of her magical power far exceeded that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators at the half-step golden core level. This oppressive aura was still enough to suppress the entire scene. Under this pressure, Lin Zhan and Lin Zian both changed color and felt that even breathing became difficult. Lin Chen, I'm doing this for your own good. The white-haired elder looked down at Lin Chen, her tone carrying a condescending tone. The Tao artifact is indeed valuable, but possessing it is a crime. With your current strength, you are not capable of protecting it. Handing it over to the family for safekeeping is the safest option. In her view, she had already given him enough leeway. For a half-step golden core expert to personally offer to safeguard the belongings of a junior is already an immense honor. However, Lin Chen smiled. Safeguard? He looked at the old woman in the main seat who thought she was in control of everything, and shook his head. Old woman, you're talking so grandly, but aren't you just trying to rob me? Presumptuous. The white-haired Supreme Elder was completely enraged, his eyes revealing murderous intent. Looks like you don't know your place until I teach you a lesson. She suddenly raised her hand, and a giant cyan palm formed from the power of a half-step golden core cultivator instantly appeared in the sky above the hall, carrying power far exceeding that of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, and slammed down on Lin Chen. She didn't intend to kill him with this palm strike, but rather to capture and suppress Lin Chen alive, forcing him to hand over the Tao artifact. Faced with this devastating attack, a look of seriousness finally appeared on Lin Chen's face. This is the strongest enemy he has encountered since he transmigrated. But instead of fear, his eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. Perfect timing. I'll use you to test my current limits. Lin Chen roared, no longer holding back in the slightest. Open. At this moment, all 100 dragon elephant particles within his body erupted simultaneously. Boom! A surge of pure and domineering physical energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky. It instantly shattered the pressure of the half-step golden core cultivator. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, the roaring phantoms of 100 ancient dragon elephants appeared on the surface of Lin Chen's body. He seemed to have transformed into a young war god from ancient times. What kind of power is this? The three supreme elders in the main seat exclaimed in unison. They had never seen such terrifying physical energy and blood. This was a power that no human could possibly possess. Break for me. Lin Chen didn't use any fancy moves. He simply gathered all the power of the 100 dragons and elephants into his right fist and threw a simple punch at the giant blue palm in the sky. Hold head high. 100 illusory dragon and elephant figures seemed to coalesce into one at this moment, transforming into a golden torrent that surged upwards against the heavens. The next second, fists and palms collided. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only one teeth-grinding crunch sound. The giant azure palm, formed from the power of a half-step golden core cultivator, was actually blasted into cracks by the golden fist force. Stalemate. They've reached a stalemate. A young man in the body refining realm actually managed to directly confront the divine power of a half-step golden core expert with his pure physical strength. This scene completely shattered the worldview of everyone present. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. For the first time, a look of horror and disbelief appeared on the wrinkled face of the white-haired Supreme Elder. She felt as if her powerful magical palm had struck an unshakable piece of ancient divine metal. With this little strength, you think you can steal my things? Lin Chen's voice boomed like thunder from the heavens. Break! At this moment, the black dragon bracelet on his wrist shone with a brilliant black light. A tenfold gravity field was instantly applied to the giant cyan hand. Snap! The giant magical hand, already riddled with cracks, could no longer withstand the sudden, immense pressure and shattered with a deafening roar. Puff! With his supernatural powers broken, the white-haired Supreme Elder was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly weakening. One punch can shatter divine power. He directly confronted a half-step golden core cultivator and even injured him. Lin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his gaze sweeping over the entire scene with unparalleled domineering presence. Now! He looked at the pale-faced, white-haired old woman whose eyes were filled with fear and regret. I'll say it one last time. No one can take my things away. No one can touch my people. Does anyone else have any objections? Chapter 15 Oral Consent, Inward Dissatisfaction. Quiet. A deathly silence. When Lin Chen injured the white-haired Supreme Elder, who was at the half-step golden core stage, with a single punch, the entire council hall fell into an eerie silence. Awe, fear, disbelief, a mix of emotions clung to everyone's faces. In the main seat, the white-haired Supreme Elder clutched her chest, her breathing disordered. She looked at Lin Chen, her cloudy old eyes filled with horror and fear. She knew she had misjudged the situation, and was terribly wrong. The young man before her was a true dragon that neither she nor the entire Lin family could control. "We have no objection." Finally, she managed to squeeze out those words through gritted teeth. "This is not genuine submission, but rather a temporary compromise under the pure intimidation of force." The other two elders exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting between anger and uncertainty, and then chose to remain silent. They were all shrewd old foxes who had lived for over 100 years, and they knew very well that any tough stance would be foolish in this situation. "Keep him calm first, then we'll figure out what to do next." Lin Chen took in their expressions and sneered inwardly. He knew that these old women were only outwardly compliant but inwardly resentful. Their old order of male inferiority and female superiority was deeply ingrained and could not possibly collapse completely because of a single setback. But it doesn't matter. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery is futile. "Very good." Lin Chen nodded, his gaze slowly sweeping over Lin Sanyuan, who was lying on the ground. "I don't need to say more about how to deal with this kind of traitor, do I?" This time, before anyone could speak, the injured white-haired elder, in order to demonstrate his justice, immediately said coldly, "Lin Sangyuan's crimes are unforgivable. Guards, strip him of his cultivation, throw him into the water dungeon, and never let him out again." Even after dealing with Lin Sanyuan, the atmosphere in the council hall remained oppressive. Everyone was watching Lin Chen, waiting for his next move. They all understood that from this day forward, the power structure of the Lin family would be completely rewritten. Lin Chen looked at his father, Lin Zhan, and was about to speak. The blue-robed elder, who had remained silent until now, spoke first, her voice carrying an undeniable air of authority. "Lin Chen, you are exceptionally talented and possess extraordinary strength. You are the future hope of the Lin family. However, you are still young and prone to impulsive actions. From this day forward, you are the holy son of the Lin family, with a status equivalent to the patriarch, and you are free to allocate the family's resources." However, she changed her tone, becoming firm. "The daily affairs of the family, as well as external decisions, will still be discussed and decided jointly by us elders and the patriarch. You only need to focus on your cultivation and don't need to be distracted by worldly matters." These words were spoken flawlessly. On the surface, Lin Chen was elevated to a supreme position, holy son. But in reality, it was a radical move that stripped him of his actual control over family affairs. They acknowledge your force, but they will never acknowledge your rule. This is the most stubborn counterattack from the old order. They would rather have a man worshipped as a nuclear weapon than have a man truly ride on their heads and give orders. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Ancestor, this is against the rules." "Shut up," the red-robed elder shouted sternly. "This is a unanimous decision by our council of elders. Lin Chen, do you have any objections?" The three powerful women, all at the half-step golden core stage, simultaneously locked their gazes on Lin Chen, subtly forming an encirclement. Their attitude was very clear. "You can be strong, but you must listen to us." The atmosphere in the hall became tense once again. Everyone held their breath, watching Lin Chen, wanting to see how he would deal with this blatant scheme of flattery. Should they accept this empty title and compromise temporarily? Or, completely break ties and become enemies with the old order of the entire family? However, Lin Chen's reaction once again surprised everyone. He smiled. "The Holy Son? That sounds good." He actually agreed? The three elders were all taken aback, and then a hint of contempt and relaxation flashed in their eyes. It seems this young man is still too young, blinded by the empty title of saint. As long as he lacks real power, he will forever remain a caged tiger, nothing to fear. However, Lin Chen's next words instantly froze the smiles on their faces. "However, the first thing I want to do is that this council hall is too old and too small, and it is not worthy of the future development of my Lin family." As he spoke, to everyone's astonishment, he slowly raised his right foot. Beneath their feet, the power of 100 dragons and elephants suddenly coalesced. He lightly stomped his foot on the incredibly hard obsidian ground. Boom boom. An indescribable, terrifying force, centered on Lin Chen, spread wildly in all directions like earthquake waves. The entire council hall, along with the mountain peak on which it was situated, trembled violently under that single step. Snap! 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 Countless jagged cracks, like a spider web, instantly spread from beneath Lin Chen's feet to every corner of the hall. Walls, beams, ceiling. Before the horrified eyes of the three supreme elders, the council hall, which symbolized the highest power of the Lin family and had stood for hundreds of years, just like that, collapsed with a crash. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, and debris flew everywhere. Lin Chen, along with Lin Zhan, Lin Zian, and Lin Xiuya, had already leisurely walked out of the ruins. He stood outside the ruins, watching the three old women emerge disheveled from the smoke and dust, dusted off non-existent dust from his body, and revealed a bright smile. Now, I feel much more at peace. Three ancestors, have I done a good job as the Holy Son? Overbearing. Arrogant. That's unreasonable. He told everyone in the most direct and brutal way. I am the rule. Where I am is the center of power. Chapter 16 I am the rules. Smoke and dust filled the air, and pebbles littered the ground. The once solemn and majestic council hall, symbolizing the highest power of the Lin family, is now a ruin. The three supreme elders stood disheveled, their hair and beards disheveled, their robes covered in dust, looking utterly wretched on the ruins. They stared intently at the young man standing not far away, a bright smile still on his face, trembling with rage, their three spirits leaping wildly. Madman. A complete madman. They had lived for over 100 years and had never seen anyone act so recklessly. Did they dismantle the family's power center over a mere disagreement? Is this something a normal person would do? You. The red-robed supreme elder pointed at Lin Chen, so angry that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. What did I do? Lin Chen spread his hands innocently. I just thought this place was too much of an eyesore, so I helped the three elders demolish and rebuild it. Oh, by the way, the reconstruction costs will be deducted from the offerings from the three of you. After all, you just agreed that I can allocate the family resources as I see fit. Puff. The red-robed supreme elder was already injured, and Lin Chen's words angered him so much that he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Shameless. That's outrageous. They demolished their property and now they want to deduct their pay? The white-haired and blue-robed elders also had ashen faces and their chests heaving violently. They finally understood. The boy before them was not some tiger that could be bound by the empty title of Holy Son. He is a true, lawless, and domineering dragon who wants to trample the whole world under his feet. Any attempt to restrain him with rules will only provoke his most violent and direct trampling. Good, very good. The white-haired elder took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger and killing intent in his heart, and said in a hoarse voice, as expected of the Holy Son of my Lin family, you truly have the courage. Since out with the old, in with the new, from now on, family meetings will be held in the Holy Son's courtyard. She chose to compromise once again. Or rather, it was a strategic retreat. She knew very well that going head-to-head with this madman now would definitely not end well. That's more like it. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. If you had been this obedient earlier, I wouldn't have had to waste so much effort. After saying that, he ignored the three old women who were so angry they were about to explode, and turned to Lin Zhan and Lin Zian, who were already staring in disbelief, and said, Father, Zian, let's go back. The group slowly departed amidst the complex gazes of countless clansmen, filled with awe, worship, and horror. All that remained behind him was a scene of utter devastation and three supreme elders whose faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Elder's sister. Are we just going to let it go like this? The red-robed elder asked unwillingly. That's it, what else can we do? A deep sense of fear and helplessness flashed in the eyes of the white-haired elder. This boy has already become a force to be reckoned with. His physical strength is beyond comprehension. Unless the three of us join forces and risk our lives to perish together, we simply cannot do anything to him. Then, what about the Bai family? The blue-robed elder said worriedly, with Wu Jun crippled, the Wolf clan will definitely not let this go. If the Bai family uses this as an excuse to cause trouble. Humph. The white-haired supreme elder snorted coldly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. They dare. Hasn't the Bai family always coveted my son's chaotic Dao body? Perfect. Let them try and see if the current Lin Chen is a bone they can gnaw on. Although she was furious with Lin Chen, she still maintained the composure expected of a person in a position of authority when dealing with outsiders. No matter how much trouble Lin Chen causes, it's still an internal conflict within the Lin family. But the Bai family is a real external threat. She even had a faint idea of using someone else to do her dirty work to use the Bai family to test Lin Chen's true strength. Return to your own courtyard. This place has become the new power center of the Lin family. Lin Zhan still felt like he was dreaming. He looked at his son, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly, finally managing only a bitter laugh. Shunner, you've gone too far. Father, reasoning with those self-righteous power holders is useless.
Lin Chen smiled faintly. Only by using the method they believe in most power to trample their pride and rules underfoot will they truly learn what respect is. Lin Zian and Lin Xiaoya, standing to the side, both had their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration as they looked at Lin Chen.
These are their men. Domineering. Powerful. Fearless. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore.
Lin Chen waved his hand, looked at Lin Zian, and gave her her first order after becoming the Holy Son.
Zian, you are now in charge of the enforcement team. Do 3 things. First, thoroughly investigate the family. Every single one of those who collude with Elder Lin Sunyuan, bully their own clansmen, and line their own pockets must be apprehended and severely punished. Secondly, in the name of my Holy Son, I hereby promulgate a new rule: all members of the Lin family, regardless of gender or whether they are legitimate or illegitimate, whoever possesses outstanding talent and makes remarkable contributions, shall receive preferential treatment in terms of family resources. This will break the old, outdated customs and practices of seniority-based ranking.
Third, Lin Chen paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Send men to keep a close eye on the Bai family and the Wolf Clan tribe.
I want to see if they dare to come to my Lin family to demand our people back. The 3 orders were all more shocking than the last. Cleanse the internal system. Reform the system. Deter the external environment. This is hardly a holy son who only needs to focus on cultivation. This is clearly a ruthless monarch who intends to firmly control the entire Lin family. Chapter 17. Be my handmaid. Yes. Zian obeys. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Zian bowed gracefully to Lin Chen, her cool and beautiful face filled with excitement and high fighting spirit. Lin Chen's 3 orders all resonated with her deeply. Especially the second point, breaking with convention and promoting talent above all else. For a female genius like her, who, despite her talent, was limited in every way by the old order due to her background and gender, this was nothing short of a blessing from heaven. She knew that this was not only a task given to her by the Holy Son, but also a test of his trust in her. She turned and left, her steps firm and her demeanor heroic. A top-down, bloody storm sweeping across the entire Lin family has begun. For the next 3 days, the entire Lin family was plunged into a violent upheaval. Lin Zian, in charge of the enforcement team, acted swiftly and decisively, carrying out Lin Chen's orders thoroughly. Dozens of family stewards and elders with deep ties to Grand Elder Lin Sunyuan were all swiftly apprehended. The evidence was irrefutable and irrefutable. The lightest punishment was dismissal from their posts, and the heaviest was imprisonment in the dungeon. In an instant, the entire Lin family was on edge. Everyone witnessed the ruthlessness and domineering nature of this new Holy Son. Immediately afterwards, new regulations were issued. Family resources are no longer controlled by a few high-ranking members, but instead a contribution point system has been established, which is open to all family members. This move instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the lower and middle-level disciples and collateral relatives. They saw hope. They saw hope that as long as they worked hard, they could succeed. The entire atmosphere of the Lin family changed completely. From its former lifelessness, it became full of vigor and vitality. And Lin Chen's name has changed from good-for-nothing to a godlike figure in the hearts of all the young disciples. The 3 elders saw all of this, but they remained surprisingly silent. Although they were unwilling to relinquish power, Lin Chen's methods were indeed leading the entire Lin family in a better direction. As the guardians of their family, they could find no reason to object. Lin Chen himself, on the other hand, spent these 3 days in a very leisurely manner. During the day, he would guide Lin Xiaoya and Lin Zian in their cultivation, and at night he would embrace the warm and soft beauties, enjoying the bliss of having 2 women. Under the nourishment of the bloodline furnace, his cultivation steadily progressed towards the foundation establishment realm. The cultivation of the primordial dragon elephant technique has never stopped. With the added force of the black dragon bracelet's tenfold gravity, the number of dragon elephant particles in his body had surged from 100 to 300. The power of 300 dragons and elephants. Every gesture he made seemed to cause the space to tremble. He felt that even without using any techniques, he could crush a half-step golden core cultivator with his brute strength alone. That afternoon, Lin Chen was enjoying grapes peeled by Lin Xiaoya in the courtyard when Lin Zian hurriedly walked in from outside. Holy Son, the Bai family has arrived. Her expression was grave. Oh? Lin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. That woman I divorced still has the nerve to show her face? Lin Zian's expression was somewhat strange. Not only her, but Bai Fengyi, the head of the Bai family, also came in person. They came to apologize. Apologize? Lin Chen scoffed. Let them in. He wanted to see what new tricks this once high and mighty mother and daughter could come up with. Soon, Bai Fengyi and Bai Ruoxue were led to the courtyard. Bai Fengyi remained elegant and graceful, but her face betrayed an undisguised stiffness and humiliation. Behind her, Bai Ruoxue kept her head down, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress, not even daring to glance at Lin Chen. Her mind kept replaying the words Lin Chen had said to her in front of everyone 3 days ago. Your Mirais Phoenix bloodline is not worthy of entering the Lin family and bearing children for me, Lin Chen. At the time, this statement was considered the most ridiculous and outrageous thing in the world. But now, it has become the sharpest and most ruthless knife, cutting into her heart again and again. One punch injured a half-step golden core cultivator. He stomped the council hall to pieces. A single word can determine the future of the family. As it turns out, it wasn't that Bai Ruoxue looked down on Lin Chen, but rather that she didn't even deserve to be glanced at by him. Regret. Humiliation. Resentment. All sorts of emotions almost tore her proud heart to shreds. Patriarch Bai, how have you been? Lin Chen asked knowingly, his tone full of mockery. Bai Fengyi forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace, and bowed slightly to Lin Chen, adopting an extremely humble posture. Lord Lin, the events of the past were all due to the Bai family's poor judgment in choosing a person and their failure to properly educate our daughter, which offended your majesty's might. Today, Fengyi has brought my daughter here specifically to apologize and seek reconciliation with your majesty. She gritted her teeth and uttered the words seek peace. This was nothing short of a humiliation for her, who had always been powerful and in charge of the entire Bai family. But she had no choice but to come. News of Wu Jun, the young master of the Wolf Clan, being crippled had already reached them. The Wolf Clan was furious and vowed to fight the Lin family to the death. But when they learned that the one who crippled Wu Jun was the holy son of the Lin family, who could injure a half-step golden core cultivator with a single punch, the entire wolf tribe fell silent instantly. They didn't dare utter a single word. Bai Fengyi knew very well that the Lin family, because of Lin Chen's existence, was no longer something her Bai family could easily control. In fact, if the Lin family wanted revenge, her Bai family would never have peace. Therefore, she had no choice but to bring her daughter and go to their home in person to try to salvage the situation. Oh? An apology? Lin Chen's gaze finally fell on Bai Ruoxue, who had been keeping her head down the whole time. How will you apologize? Will you kowtow, or cut off your own arm? Hearing this merciless humiliation, Bai Ruoxue's delicate body trembled violently, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Bai Fengyi's face turned pale and then red, but she still suppressed her anger and said with a forced smile, Your Highness is too kind. My Bai family is willing to offer 3 million spirit stones, as well as all the shops in the east of the city, as an apology. At the same time, she glanced at her daughter, hardened her heart, and continued, My daughter Ruoxue, though abandoned by the Holy Sun, is still a virgin. She can also be used as part of the compensation at the Holy Sun's disposal. She will serve as a slave or maid without complaint. Mother! Bai Ruoxue suddenly raised her head, looking at her mother in disbelief. She never expected that her mother would say such a thing in an attempt to make peace. Treating her like a commodity to be given away at will? However, Bai Fengyi ignored her reaction. In this feminist world, the value of a strong male lineage far exceeds that of a so-called privileged woman. In her view, sacrificing a daughter's dignity for the sake of the family's continuation was a worthwhile deal. Lin Xiaoya and Lin Zian were both stunned. They never expected that the Bai family head could be so humble. Lin Chen watched the drama unfolding between the mother and daughter, his smile growing increasingly amused. He slowly stood up and walked step by step to Bai Ruoxue. The girl was forced to look up and meet his gaze. Looking at that still stunningly beautiful face, yet filled with humiliation, resentment, and a deeply hidden plea, Lin Chen slowly reached out and gently lifted her chin with his fingers. The gesture was frivolous and full of humiliation. You want me to take you back? His voice, like the whisper of a demon, rang in Bai Ruoxue's ears. Can. A glimmer of hope flashed in Bai Ruoxue's eyes. However, Lin Chen's next words made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Kneel down. Then, slap yourself 100 times. When I am satisfied, then we can talk about whether you are qualified to be my maid. Chapter 18 is about taking down your pride. Kneel down. Slap him 100 times. Lin Chen's casual words were like the most vicious curse, instantly igniting all the anger and pride in Bai Ruoxue's heart. Lin Chen!
A shrill scream filled with endless killing intent and humiliation erupted from Bai Ruoshua's mouth.
Boom! The chilling pressure, now unleashed without reservation, erupted like a volcano.
The temperature in the entire courtyard instantly plummeted to freezing, and a thin layer of frost even formed on the ground.
Her once beautiful eyes were now completely bloodshot. How dare you insult me like this? If I, Bai Ruoshua, do not kill you today, I swear I will not be a man. She was completely enraged. The so-called future of the family, the so-called peace, were all completely shattered at this moment by her dignity, which had been trampled into pieces. She would rather die standing than live on her knees. Schwerer, no. Bai Fengyi's expression changed drastically.
She hadn't expected her daughter's reaction to be so intense, and she quickly tried to stop her.
However, it was too late. The ice phoenix descends.
Bai Ruoshua formed hand seals, and accompanied by a clear phoenix cry, a giant ice phoenix formed from extremely cold spiritual energy appeared out of thin air behind her. The ice phoenix was lifelike, exuding a terrifying aura capable of freezing everything. With a flap of its wings, it charged fiercely towards Lin Chen with earth-shattering power.
This is the strongest divine power of her ice phoenix bloodline. She unleashed this attack with hatred in her heart, holding nothing back. Good timing. Faced with an attack that would make even ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivators pale, Lin Chen revealed an excited smile. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Simply crushing opponents is too boring.
Only by taking what the enemy is most proud of, in the area where she is most confident, and crushing it underfoot in the most domineering way.
That's the ultimate way to show off and get slapped in the face. I'll show you what true power is.
Lin Chen roared, no longer suppressing himself.
Roar!
300 roaring phantom images of ancient dragons and elephants suddenly appeared behind him, converging into a golden ocean. That pure and extreme physical energy surged into the sky, instantly shattering the icy domain into pieces. The temperature in the courtyard did not drop but rose instead, becoming extremely hot, as if one were in a giant furnace.
Break!
Lin Chen stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and his whole body shot into the sky like a cannonball. Without using any fancy moves, he simply threw a punch straight at the huge ice phoenix. On one side, there were magnificent and dazzling, chilling supernatural powers and spells. On the other side is pure, unparalleled, and domineering physical power.
This is the most primal and savage collision. Before Bai Ruoshua and Bai Fengyi's horrified eyes, the golden fist collided violently with the enormous ice phoenix. Crack! Crack! Boom!
There was no stalemate whatsoever. The seemingly mighty and incomparable ice phoenix, capable of freezing mountains, was as fragile as glass in front of Lin Chen's fist, which contained the power of 300 dragons and elephants.
Starting from the head, it shattered into pieces. The cracks spread like a spider web across his entire body in an instant. Finally, with a deafening explosion, it shattered. It turned into countless ice crystal fragments, scattering in all directions.
Lin Chen's figure moved with unstoppable force, piercing through the sky full of ice crystals, like an invincible young war god, and instantly appeared in front of Bai Ruoshua, who was already stunned.
Puff!
With her supernatural powers broken and her bloodline still connected, Bai Ruoshua suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her pretty face turning deathly pale instantly, and her aura becoming extremely weak. She stared blankly at the man so close to her, his body radiating golden energy. In those once proud and beautiful eyes, only deep fear and despair remained.
We lost. A complete and utter defeat.
Her strongest trump card was so vulnerable in front of him. Lin Chen slowly reached out and grabbed her snow-white and delicate neck, lifting her up with one hand like a chick.
I gave you a chance.
His voice was cold and indifferent.
Too bad, you're too stupid. Now, I've changed my mind.
Lin Chen looked at the beautiful face, which was streaked with tears and filled with fear, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Death is too good for you.
I want to keep you by my side so you can see with your own eyes how I climb to the top step by step. I want you to see with your own eyes how those holy goddesses and peerless empresses you once regarded as your targets will willingly submit to my feet. I will make you eternally damned by your endless regret and pain.
As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even glance at Bai Fengyi, who was already terrified, and instead carried the half-dead Bai Ruoshua, turned around and walked back into the depths of the courtyard. Overbearing. Powerful. Demonic flames surged to the heavens. This is the ultimate punishment for a woman who was favored by heaven. Chapter 19, Female Slave Number 19. The courtyard was a mess.
Bai Fengyi stood there blankly, watching the figure, like a demon god, carrying her unconscious daughter, disappear step by step into the depths of the courtyard. Her mind was completely blank.
We lost. We lost completely.
Not only did he lose the future of the Bai family, but he also lost his most prized daughter. She thought that by setting aside her status as the head of the family and personally going to Lin Chen's door to seek peace, she had already given him enough face. She had assumed that even if Lin Chen was powerful, he would still consider the relationship between the two families, or rather, he would consider her attitude as a foundation establishment peak expert. But she was wrong.
Absolutely wrong.
She never truly understood this boy from beginning to end. In his eyes, the so-called Bai family, the so-called peak foundation establishment, and the so-called #1 prodigy of Qingyang City were nothing at all. Everything they were so proud of was nothing more than dust that he could crush at will. This is an extremely vicious person who acts completely unconventionally and only according to his whims.
Puff.
Thinking of this, Bai Fengyi could no longer suppress the surging blood in her heart, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. Her face was filled with despair and regret. She knew that from this day forward, Bai Ruoxue would no longer be the radiant pride of the Bai family, but would become the most humble and humiliating trophy by Lin Chen's side.
And her Bai family will become a laughingstock in the entire Qingyang city.
At the same time, Lin Chen carried Bai Ruoxue back to his room. He casually tossed the unconscious woman onto the cold floor, as if she were a piece of trash.
Young master.
Lin Xiaoya and Lin Zian followed them in, and their eyes were filled with complicated emotions as they looked at Bai Ruoxue lying motionless on the ground. "Wake her up," Lin Chen ordered calmly.
Yes.
Lin Zian stepped forward, her fingertips gathering a wisp of starlight power, and gently touched Bai Ruoxue's brow. Bai Ruoxue let out a painful groan and slowly opened her eyes. As consciousness returned, the humiliating and desperate scene before I lost consciousness surged into my mind again like a tide. She sat up abruptly, and the first thing she saw was the man sitting in the main seat, looking at her coldly with the same scrutinizing gaze one would give to any merchandise.
Lin Chen.
She instinctively screamed and tried to use her spiritual power to resist. However, she was horrified to discover that her qi was sealed by an incomparably domineering golden blood energy, and she couldn't muster even a trace of spiritual power. She is now no different from any other ordinary mortal.
Don't waste your energy. Lin Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion.
Before I break the seal, you can't even kill a chicken.
What do you want? Bai Ruoxue's voice finally carried a hint of undisguised trembling and fear. What do I want?
Lin Chen smiled, stood up, walked to her, squatted down, pinched her chin, and forced her to look at him. From today onwards, your name will no longer be Bai Ruoxue.
Your name is Slave number 19.
Your task is to clean this courtyard, wash my and their clothes, and do things that will please me.
Did you understand? Female slave number 19?
These 4 words were like 4 of the sharpest steel knives, piercing deeply into Bai Ruoxue's heart. Her face instantly lost all color, turning ashen white. She wanted to resist, to curse, to use the most vicious language to curse the devil in front of her. But when she met Lin Chen's indifferent, cold eyes, devoid of any human emotion, all the strength in her body seemed to be drained away. She knew that resistance was pointless. It will only bring more severe torment. In the end, endless humiliation and despair turned into 2 lines of clear tears, which slowly slid down from her once proud and beautiful eyes. She closed her eyes, trembling, and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth.
This servant understands.
Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He knew that his once proud Dao heart had been completely shattered by himself.
Just then, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding!
Detected that the host has successfully subdued the low-grade heavenly rank, Ice Phoenix bloodline, and made its Dao heart completely submit. Congratulations, host! The side quest Taming of the Many Children, Many Blessings system has been unlocked. Target for recruitment, Bai Ruoxue. Bloodline, Ice Phoenix bloodline low-grade heaven rank. Current level of submission, 10%. Task, increased their submission level. When the submission level reaches 100%, they can be completely transformed into loyal servants and you will receive generous rewards. First subjugation reward, congratulations, host, you have obtained Dragon Elephant Particles X200. Your cultivation bottleneck has loosened, and you are about to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm.
Boom!
An incredibly pure and vast amount of energy appeared out of thin air within Lin Chen's body once again. The number of Dragon Elephant particles in his body instantly surged from 300 to 500. His cultivation bottleneck, which had already reached the peak of the 9th level of chi refining, cracked instantly under the impact of this energy. Just one step away from entering a whole new realm. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Shan's eyes.
Surprisingly, simply taming someone can actually yield rewards? And the rewards are so generous. It seems that I will not only need to marry more wives in the future, but also take in a few more disobedient female slaves. He looked at the woman on the ground who was still silently shedding tears, and a fiery glint flashed in his eyes. This is no longer the pride of yesteryear. This is clearly a walking, moving, humanoid experience pack. Chapter 20: The Female City Lord. Feeling the surging power within his body and his impending breakthrough in cultivation, Lin Chen's gaze towards Bai Ruoxue became increasingly satisfied. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Originally, I just wanted to humiliate her severely and make her pay the price for her stupidity and arrogance, but I didn't expect to trigger a new function of the system. Loyal servant? This term is much more interesting than simply female slave. Alright, stop crying. Lin Chen's voice remained calm. As my slave girl, you should act like one.
Now, go and wipe the courtyard outside clean, inch by inch, with your hands.
If you see even a single fallen leaf before I return, you won't get any food.
After saying that, he ignored the woman on the ground whose body was trembling violently, and turned to Lin Xiaoya and Lin Zian, saying, I am going into seclusion to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm.
You two will protect me.
Yes, young master holy son, the two women replied in unison, their eyes filled with admiration and love as they looked at Lin Chen.
The news of Lin Chen's seclusion was not deliberately concealed.
The entire Lin family, and even the higher-ups of Qingyang City, are closely watching the every move of this newly crowned holy son. When they learned that he was going to attempt to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, everyone was shocked. A body-refining realm cultivator can withstand a half-step golden core cultivator.
If he were to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, just how terrifying would he be?
Upon hearing the news, the three elders of the Lin family exchanged glances, each seeing a mixture of bitterness and relief in the other's eyes. Fortunately, we didn't choose to fight to the death that day.
Otherwise, the Lin family would probably be a bloodbath by now.
Pass on my order, the white-haired Grand Elder sighed, and issued the command, from today onwards, send all the pills and spirit stones in the family treasury that will aid in the breakthrough to the Holy Son's courtyard.
No matter the cost, fully support the Holy Son's breakthrough.
They knew very well that the stronger Lin Chen was, the safer the Lin family would be.
Lin Chen's rise is unstoppable.
All they can do now is go with the flow and firmly tie their family's fate to this giant ship that is about to set sail.
Meanwhile, in Qingyang City, at the city lord's mansion.
Inside a grand hall, decorated even more luxuriously than a royal palace, a middle-aged woman dressed in a purple gold python robe, with a dignified and imposing presence, was listening to her subordinates report.
She is none other than Luo Bingley, the city lord of Qingyang City. A genuine early-stage golden core expert. He is also the top expert in the entire Qingyang City. Oh? That little guy from the Lin family who's been quiet for over a decade actually has such strength? Luo Bingley picked up a cup of spiritual tea and said with great interest, he injured that half-step golden core old hag from the Lin family with a single punch, and even scared that arrogant woman, Bai Fingy, into coming to beg for peace in person? Yes, Lord City Lord, the scout below replied respectfully. Moreover, according to the latest news, Bai Ruoxue, the pride of the Bai family, seems to have been detained by Lin Chen and has not returned yet. Interesting, very interesting. A playful smile appeared on Luo Bingley's lips. In this world where there are more women than men, the strategic value of a suddenly rising, powerful man with top-tier bloodlines is no less than that of a large spirit stone mine. As the city lord, she naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Prepare a generous gift and draft an invitation. Luo Bingley put down her teacup and instructed calmly, my birthday is in 7 days. Tell them that I would like to invite this young Qilin from the Lin family to my residence for a chat. Yes. 3 days later. Inside Lin Chen's secluded meditation chamber. Boom! A terrifying aura, several times stronger than before, suddenly erupted from Lin Chen's body. The 500 dragon elephant phantoms that had been swirling around him seemed to have undergone some kind of sublimation at this moment, becoming more solid and more powerful. Within his Qi, the 9 layers of Qi refining cyclone had long since disappeared, replaced by a golden Dao platform condensed from incomparably pure chaos spiritual power. The platform is imprinted with mysterious patterns of dragons and elephants galloping, exuding an unparalleled aura that suppresses all ages. Foundation Establishment Realm, achieved. Call. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a golden divine light flashed from them,
piercing through the stone wall in front of him and creating two bottomless holes.
Is this the power of the Foundation establishment realm?
He clenched his fist, feeling the seemingly endless power within his body, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. If he was previously invincible below the golden core stage, then now, he is absolutely confident that even if a true early-stage golden core cultivator stood in front of him, he could smash them with one punch.
Pretending to be weak to fool others?
No, from today onwards, Lin Chen no longer needs to play any role.
He is invincible. Congratulations, young master.
Congratulations on successfully breaking through your cultivation level.
Outside the secret room, the joyful voices of Lin Xiaoya and Lin Ziyan could be heard.
Lin Chen smiled slightly and pushed open the door to go out. Under the sunlight, two stunningly beautiful women gazed at him with adoration. Not far behind them, a figure dressed in coarse linen clothes, silently sweeping the floor, trembled violently upon seeing him emerge, instinctively lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze.
It was Bai Ruoxue.
After a few days apart, her arrogance had been completely worn away, replaced by a deep-seated numbness and humility. Lin Chen glanced at the system panel.
Target for recruitment, Bai Ruoxue. Current submission rate, 30%.
Not bad, a hard-working and good employee, Lin Chen thought to himself.
Just then, Lin Ziyan stepped forward and handed Lin Chen a beautifully crafted, gold-embossed invitation. Holy Sun, this was just delivered by someone from the City Lord's mansion.
Lin Chen took the invitation, opened it, and raised an eyebrow slightly.
The City Lord's birthday banquet? He smiled. It seems some people are getting restless. Holy Sun, this is probably a trap. Lin Ziyan warned, City Lord Luo Bingli is unfathomable and has always been domineering.
Her invitation to you at this time is probably to test you, or even suppress you.
A trap?
Lin Chen's smile grew even brighter. Perfect timing, I just broke through to the next level and was looking for someone to practice on. Tell the messenger that I, the Holy Sun, will attend the banquet on time 7 days from now.
Chapter 21 Cross Cup Wine. The banquet hall of the City Lord's mansion was filled with distinguished guests.
When Lin Chen and his group entered the main hall, all the noise disappeared in an instant.
Countless gazes focused on the young man dressed in a black robe with gold patterns. Awe, curiosity, envy, exploration.
Lin Chen ignored all of this. His gaze immediately met that of the stunningly beautiful woman in the purple gold python robe sitting in the main seat.
Luo Bingli, the true queen of Xingyang City.
Her face wasn't as youthful as a girl's, rather, it was like a ripe peach, brimming with the ultimate allure of a mature woman. Her phoenix eyes held a commanding presence, her red lips were like fire, and every move she made exuded a powerful aura of control and a fatal attraction.
She is a true queen, a woman who can inspire any man's desire to conquer her. Luo Bingli was also sizing up Lin Chen.
When she saw the boy's deep, starry eyes and his calm and composed demeanor despite being the center of attention, a hint of admiration flashed in her sharp phoenix eyes.
What an interesting little guy.
Not only is his rumored strength extraordinary, but his mentality also far surpasses that of his peers.
This must be the renowned Holy Son of the Lin family in Xingyang, right?
Indeed, seeing is believing, he is truly a dragon among men. Luo Bingli slowly stood up, her voice carrying a touch of the unique magnetism of a mature woman, languid yet full of authority. She wasn't as domineering as rumored, on the contrary, she seemed quite enthusiastic.
Someone, bring a seat for Saint Lin.
The seat brought by the maid was perfectly positioned, the most prestigious seat among all the guests, second only to her, the City Lord's seat.
This position was given to someone with exceptional skill.
This demonstrated respect for Lin Chen, the Holy Sun, without violating the rules governing her position as City Lord. At the same time, it placed Lin Chen on a grill in the public eye.
Please sit, Holy Sun.
Luo Bingli raised her jade hand slightly, making a pleased gesture. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and without any ceremony, walked straight to the seat and sat down calmly. By sitting down, he was essentially accepting the City Lord's first test, acknowledging that he was qualified to sit on equal footing with all the old men present. Today is my birthday, and it is an honor to have the Holy Sun grace us with his presence. Luo Bingli sat down again, picked up a cup of wine, and raised it to Lin Chen from afar. I will first offer a toast to the Holy Sun as a way of apologizing for the fact that my City Lord's mansion failed to mediate the dispute between the Lin and Bai families in time some time ago. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. All the guests were astute, they could easily discern the hidden meaning in the City Lord's cup of wine. This appears to be an apology, but in reality, it's a criticism of Lin Chen without naming him, ostensibly from the perspective of an order maintainer, but also a test of Lin Chen's attitude.
Answer or not? How to answer? All eyes were on Lin Chen.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen showed no anger or displeasure whatsoever. Instead, he smiled knowingly. He also raised his wineglass, raised it to Luo Bingli from afar, and laughed loudly. "Lord City Lord, you are being too polite." He did not drink directly, but continued unhurriedly. "The City Lord's mansion is in charge of Qingyang's laws and maintains the order of the entire city, which is public. My Lin family is cleaning up its own house and dealing with some vassals who have broken their marriage contracts and have no shame, which is private. The Holy Sun handles family matters with swift and decisive action, and I naturally have no right to interfere." Luo Bingli narrowed her phoenix eyes and took over the conversation. "However, that by family prodigy is still in the Holy Sun's residence. After all, if this matter gets out, it may damage the Holy Sun's reputation for benevolence and virtue." She struck again, using the moral high ground to criticize Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen laughed heartily, his laughter clear and resonant. "Lord of the city, you only know one side of the story, not the other." He put down his wineglass and addressed all the guests present, saying loudly, "You may not know this, but Bai Ruoxue was not detained by me. But it was she herself who, after witnessing the supreme divine power of this Holy Sun, suddenly realized her mistakes, repented, and voluntarily stayed by my side as a slave to atone for her past sins. She once told me that being able to pour wine and carry shoes for someone like me, the future ruler of heaven and earth, was a blessing she had accumulated over 3 lifetimes. Such awareness even moved me." These words shocked everyone present. Is that even possible? Everyone stared in disbelief, then looked at the figure with his head down at the back of the group, their expressions becoming incredibly strange. Bai Ruoxue, who was being watched by everyone, trembled violently. Her face turned a deep purplish red, filled with shame and anger. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into on the spot. Shameless. That's outrageous. How could this man so blatantly distort the truth and spout such nonsense in front of the entire city's powerful figures? But would she dare to argue back? She dares not. If she dares to say no now, the next second, this devil will definitely torture her in a way that is 100 times more terrifying. Seeing Bai Ruoxue's angry yet speechless and extremely humiliated appearance, everyone present understood the truth. But so what? Lin Chen's words not only extricated him from the image of being domineering and bullying, but also portrayed him as a great figure who was magnanimous and able to reform the unruly. He silenced everyone with the most shameless lies. Oh? Is that so? Luo Bingli was also taken aback. Then, looking at Lin Chen's handsome face, which was talking nonsense with a straight face, a smile that she couldn't help but smile flashed in her majestic phoenix eyes for the first time ever. Interesting. That's so much fun. This little guy is not only unfathomably powerful, but his shamelessness and cunning methods are also unprecedented in her life. Instead of confronting her head-on, he used an almost thuggish approach, defusing her attacks with ease and turning the tables on her. Clever. That's brilliant. If that is the case, Luo Bingli said with a smile, raising her wine cup again, her eyes sparkling, then I have been judging you by my own petty standards. This cup is my punishment. After saying that, she actually drank the wine in her glass in one gulp, displaying an extremely carefree attitude. A hidden tension was dissolved without a trace as the two chatted and laughed. But everyone knew that this confrontation, which seemed to be evenly matched, was actually a half-loss for the city lord. Because not only did she fail to suppress Lin Chen, she actually developed a strong interest in him. In a world where women outnumber men, a young man with great power, skillful methods, and unconventional ways is incredibly attractive to a woman at the top of power like her. Looking at Lin Chen, Luo Bingli could no longer hide the admiration in her charming phoenix eyes. Chapter 22. The two golden core queens fought over themselves. As City Lord Luo Bingli took the initiative to punish herself, the atmosphere in the main hall instantly changed from tense to warm. The guests present were all astute. They could easily see that the City Lord not only harbored no hostility towards this holy son of the Lin family, but was also filled with deep admiration for him. Suddenly, the winds shifted dramatically. Previously, the various families and forces had been watching the spectacle with amusement, but now they all raised their wineglasses and stepped forward to toast Lin Chen, showering him with flattery and praise. Sage Lin is truly a dragon among men, a once-in-a-century prodigy in Qingyang City. Yes, with the Holy Sun here, how can Qingyang City not prosper? Lin Chen accepted all offers and handled them with ease. He neither appeared overly approachable nor aloof. His perfectly balanced indifference and detachment only added to his mystique and the authority of a superior. From her seat of honor, Luo Bingli watched the scene with great interest, her beautiful eyes filled with increasing appreciation.
she realized that she had underestimated the boy.
He is not only powerful and meticulous, but more importantly, he possesses an innate leadership quality. It's as if he was born to be the center of attention, surrounded by others.
Perhaps, he really can change Qingyang City, and even change the world. Eskiju, a concept encompassing overall structure, overall situation, and overall balance? A bold idea popped uncontrollably into Luo Bingli's mind. However, just as the atmosphere inside the hall was peaceful and the guests and hosts were enjoying themselves, boom!
A loud bang suddenly came from outside the city lord's mansion. Immediately afterwards, a demonic aura filled with violence and slaughter, like dark clouds pressing down, instantly enveloped the entire city lord's mansion.
Everyone in the hall paled in shock. What's going on? Such a powerful demonic aura. Has a great demon invaded the city? Luo Bingli's expression instantly darkened, her phoenix eyes flashing with murderous intent. A powerful aura of a golden core expert erupted, neutralizing the suppression of the demonic energy on everyone in the hall. What kind of monster dares to be so insolent at my birthday banquet?
Before she could finish speaking,
bang!
The main gate of the banquet hall, made of fine steel, was smashed to pieces by a tremendous force. Amidst the swirling dust and sawdust, several figures slowly entered. The leader was not some ferocious monster. Instead, she was a stunningly beautiful woman with an extremely tall and fiery figure, wearing a blood-red leather armor that revealed large expanses of snow-white skin. She had a pair of furry wolf ears and a restless gray wolf tail. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her scarlet lips curved into a cruel yet alluring smile. Her beauty is full of wildness and aggression. And what emanated from her was genuine, terrifying demonic energy from the early stage of the Golden Core realm.
Black Wind Mountain, the Blood Moon Wolf Queen? Luo Bingli's face turned extremely ugly as she looked at the newcomer. Instead of being your queen in Black Wind Mountain, you dare to lead people into my city lord's mansion? Are you trying to start a war between humans and demons? Blood Moon Wolf Queen.
The absolute ruler of the Black Wind Mountain demon race, known for his immense strength, cruel nature, and a morbid obsession with collecting handsome men from all races.
Giggle giggle.
The Blood Moon Wolf Queen let out a laugh that was as charming as a silver bell, yet chilling to the bone. Her aggressive, beastly eyes ignored everyone present, including the city lord Luo Bingli in the main seat, and locked onto Lin Chen instantly like the most accurate radar. When she saw Lin Chen's incomparably handsome face and his extraordinary temperament, her beastly eyes instantly erupted with an undisguised, naked greed and possessiveness.
Lord Luo, don't be so nervous.
She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, her gaze still fixed on Lin Chen, as if she wanted to devour him alive. I have come today not to start a war, but only to propose marriage.
A marriage proposal? Everyone was stunned. Then, following the Wolf Queen's gaze, they looked at Lin Chen, and an absurd yet terrifying thought immediately arose in their minds. I, the king, offer 3 spirit stone mines from my Black Wind Mountain as a betrothal gift to marry this young man of the human race, to take him back to my Black Wind Mountain, and to be my 18th royal consort. Blood Moon Wolf Queen's aggressive and possessive words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. The whole place exploded. All eyes instantly focused on Lin Chen, their gazes filled with sympathy, pity, and a hint of schadenfreude. Having been targeted by this infamous she-wolf, the boy's good days are probably over. Lin Zhan, Lin Zian, and Lin Xiaoya were so anxious that their faces turned pale and their palms were covered in cold sweat. Their opponent was a golden core demon, how could they possibly fight him? However, to everyone's surprise, upon hearing this, Lin Chen showed no anger or resistance whatsoever. Instead, a perfectly timed look of panic and helplessness instantly appeared on his handsome face. He instinctively took a half step back and hid behind his father, Lin Zhan, like a frightened boy, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with a hint of difficulty, as if he didn't know how to deal with the fierce woman in front of him. This scene stunned everyone present. So, you're scared already? What happened to the boy Demon King who was supposed to fight head-on at the half-step Golden Core stage? Why did he cower in front of a Golden Core female Demon King? Seeing Lin Chen's weak and helpless appearance, the Blood Moon Wolf Queen's possessiveness instantly became even more intense and excited. What she likes most is this kind of exceptional man who appears strong on the surface but actually needs to be conquered. He, young master, what are you afraid of? The Blood Moon Wolf Queen laughed heartily. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll live like a god every day. As she spoke, she took long strides, intending to step forward and take Lin Chen away. However, she had only taken one step. Stop! A cold yet authoritative shout suddenly rang out.
On the main seat, City Lord Luo Bingley slowly stood up, and a golden core aura no weaker than that of the Blood Moon Wolf Queen suddenly erupted. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were now filled with frost.
Blood Moon. This is my City Lord's mansion, not your Black Wind Mountain. You want to take someone away? Did you even ask me first? Luo Bingley has made her move. No one expected that the first person to stand up for Lin Chen would be the City Lord, who had previously been secretly arguing with him. But after a moment's thought, everyone understood. Who is Lin Chen? He was a distinguished guest personally invited by Luo Bingley. He was the man she had just shown great interest in. Now, the Blood Moon Wolf Queen is trying to steal her prey right in front of her? This isn't just a slap in the face for Lin Chen, it's a slap in the face for Luo Bingley, and for the entire human race of Qingyang City. If she doesn't take care of things, how will she be able to establish herself in Qingyang City in the future? Oh? The Blood Moon Wolf Queen stopped and turned to look at Luo Bingley. She licked her lips with her scarlet tongue, and her smile turned dangerous. What? City Lord Luo, you've also taken a fancy to this young man? You want to snatch him from me? Rob? Luo Bingley sneered, her tone full of disdain. Sage Lin is the Qilin of my human race, the future of my Qingyang City. How dare you, a vixen, lay a finger on him? Whether he's human or demon, I don't care, the Blood Moon Wolf Queen retorted arrogantly. I only know that today, this man is mine. That depends on whether you have the ability. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying auras, both at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, collided fiercely within the main hall. The air in the entire hall seemed to be on fire, becoming incredibly oppressive. An epic battle is about to erupt. All the guests present were already trembling with fear and retreated in droves, afraid of being caught in the crossfire of the battle between the two queens. At the eye of the storm was the seemingly weak and helpless boy, Lin Chen. He remained hiding behind his father, his face displaying just the right amount of tension and embarrassment. What a sin! This is a world where there are more women than men. I never thought there would actually be such a day when women would fight for themselves. Your Majesties. Your Majesties. Lin Chen spoke in a timid tone, just right. Can you, please don't, fight over me? His innocent and weak appearance did not stop the two queens, instead, it fueled their possessiveness and protectiveness even more. Young master, don't be afraid. With me here, she can't harm you. Don't worry, Lin Shengzi. With me here, this vixen won't be able to harm you in the slightest. Two Golden Core Queens actually confronted each other in public to fight for ownership of a man. This scene can be described as the most magical sight in Qingyang City in the past 100 years. Meanwhile, Lin Chen calmly observed the strength and trump cards of the two men in this grand drama he had orchestrated, and searched for the perfect moment to strike a fatal blow. Chapter 23. Oh dear, he's truly become a handsome man who brings ruin to the country. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere froze at an all-time low. Luo Bingley and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen, both queens at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, were locked in a fierce battle of wills, neither willing to yield. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding tables and chairs to creak under the strain. All the guests held their breath, their hearts pounding in their throats. They knew that if these two queens made a move, the entire City Lord's mansion would probably be razed to the ground. The culprit behind all this, Lin Chen, still hid behind his father, his face bearing a perfectly measured expression of embarrassment and fear. He watched as the two women in front of him drew their swords in a tense standoff over him, and he was secretly overjoyed. Beat. It would be better if they fought. It would be best to fight to the death, then come out and reap the benefits. Blood Moon. I'll say it one last time. Luo Bingley's face was as cold as ice. Take your trash and get out of my Qingyang City right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any mercy to our two races. Old feelings? He. The Blood Moon Wolf Queen seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Luo Bingley, put away your hypocritical words. You and I both know very well that the reason you protect him is only because you have your eyes on his once-in-a-millennium Chaos Dao body bloodline. You want to keep him as your plaything. She saw right through Luo Bingley's deepest, most unspeakable desires. A fleeting hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed across Luo Bingley's pretty face. You're talking nonsense. Whether I'm lying or not, you know perfectly well. The Blood Moon Wolf Queen licked her scarlet lips, her smile becoming increasingly alluring and dangerous. Since we both want it, then, let this young man choose for himself. Her gaze fell on Lin Chen again, her voice filled with extreme seduction. Young lad, come here.
Choose me, and I will grant you the title of Prince of the Demon Race. My Black Wind Mountain's vast territory will be filled with countless demonesses, all at your disposal. I will serve you day and night, letting you experience the ultimate pleasures of the world. These words, spoken so bluntly and brimming with primal desire, left many of the male guests present feeling parched and their minds swaying. Seeing this, Luo Bingli was not to be outdone. She withdrew her imposing aura, and her face once again displayed that elegant and noble smile. She looked at Lin Chen with affection in her phoenix eyes, and her voice was so gentle that it could almost drip water.
Sage Lin, do not listen to this witch's nonsense.
You are a Qilin of our human race, destined to become a sage lord, or even a human emperor.
How can you associate with demons?
As long as you are willing to stay in Xingyang City, I can promise to allocate half of the city lord's resources to you.
Furthermore,
I can comprehend the great Tao with you, become your Taoist partners, and jointly govern the vast land of Xingyang.
Boom! If the words of the Blood Moon Wolf Queen were a temptation of desire, Luo Bingli's words represent the pinnacle of power. Let us become Taoist partners. Let's jointly rule Xingyang City. This promise drove everyone present completely mad.
A meteoric rise to power.
This is like achieving instant success.
Everyone's eyes were filled with jealousy and envy as they stared intently at Lin Chen, wondering what choice he would make. On one side is the wild and unrestrained demon queen, who can bring the ultimate carnal pleasure. On the other side is the elegant and noble human queen, who can grant supreme power and status. This is such a life or death choice.
Lin Chen almost burst out laughing at the dramatic scene before him.
He knew that his time to perform had come. He slowly walked out from behind his father, his face still bearing that hesitant and troubled expression.
He glanced at the Blood Moon Wolf and seemed somewhat tempted. He glanced at Luo Bingli again, seemingly with a hint of awe. He portrayed that conflicted and indecisive look perfectly. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he bowed deeply to the two queens and said in a tone full of sincerity and apology, "I am deeply honored by the favor of the two queens, and I find it difficult to make a decision." However, he changed the subject, a naive smile appearing on his face. In our human race, there is a rule.
When two women are arguing over a man, they usually resolve the matter in the fairest way possible.
What method? Blood Moon Wolf Queen asked instinctively.
Lin Chen's smile grew even brighter.
Let's have a fight. Whoever wins, I'll go with them.
The room fell silent upon hearing this.
Everyone looked at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot. This kid, isn't this enough trouble already? He's stirring things up. However, both queens were taken aback when they heard this. Then, they looked at each other and saw a hint of fighting spirit and a sense of entitlement in each other's eyes. That's right. In this world where might makes right, what could be fairer than deciding ownership with fists? Good. The Blood Moon Wolf Queen was the first to grin maliciously. Carrying her giant axe, she pointed at Luo Bingli and arrogantly said, "Luo Bingli, I've long wanted to experience the strength of you, the human city lord. Today, let's have a good fight." That's exactly what I was thinking.
Luo Bingli's phoenix eyes also flashed with murderous intent, her fighting spirit rising. She not only didn't dislike Lin Chen's suggestion at all, but actually felt that it suited her perfectly.
Because she has absolute confidence in herself.
"This place is too cramped, we can't fight here properly," Luo Bingli said coldly. "Outside the city, atop Sky Dome Peak, you and I will settle this once and for all."
Fine. Anyone who doesn't come is a coward. As soon as the words fell, the two golden core queens transformed into two streaks of light, one purple and one red, and instantly broke through the dome of the main hall, rushing towards the outside of the city. A battle for the ownership of Lin Chen was easily ignited by Lin Chen with just a few words. Inside the main hall, only a group of guests remained, looking at each other blankly and bewildered in the wind. Lin Chen, the instigator, slowly walked back to his seat under everyone's gaze, picked up the glass of wine he hadn't finished drinking, and gave Lin Jun a pure and harmless smile. "Father, shall we open a betting pool and see who will win?" Chapter 24 was used as a furnace. At the summit of Tianxiang Peak, a fierce wind howled. The battle between Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen was drawing to a close. Both queens were severely injured and their spiritual power was exhausted, yet they still used their last strength to stand facing each other, neither willing to fall first, maintaining their last pride as overlords. Below the mountain, the onlookers were already deeply moved. On the hillside, Lin Chen leisurely finished the last bite of his spiritual fruit. Yes, the timing is about right.
He clapped his hands, slowly stood up, and prepared to go up the mountain to reap his victory. Just then, something unexpected happened. He. What two useless pieces of trash, fighting to the death over a man, they're a disgrace to us women. A seductive yet wicked laugh suddenly echoed across the sky. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying demonic aura, 100 times colder than Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen combined, swept across the entire sky dome peak like a black tide. Under this demonic aura, everyone felt as if their blood was about to freeze. Who goes there? The two queens, who were facing off, both changed their expressions drastically, their eyes filled with unprecedented horror. Amidst the billowing demonic energy, a bewitching figure descended slowly, standing atop a black lotus composed of countless wronged souls. She was a woman dressed in a revealing black gauze dress, with an exceptionally voluptuous figure and a face as alluring as a venomous snake. Her nails were as black as ink, her lips as red as blood, and her captivating eyes seemed capable of sucking away one's soul. And emanating from her was the genuine terrifying pressure of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. The blood demon cult's demon flower protector.
Bone-eating witch Hua Qianmei?
The moment Luo Bingli saw the person's face clearly, she gasped in shock, her heart sinking into an abyss.
The bone-corroding witch Hua Qianmei.
The most mysterious and cruel of the four protectors of the blood demon sect. Rumor has it that she specializes in the demonic art of absorbing yang energy to replenish yin, making her the nightmare of all male geniuses.
It's over. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
These two words came to everyone's mind.
He, Lord Luo, you have a good eye.
Hua Qianmei's eyes were alluring, but her gaze was like that of a venomous snake, instantly locking onto Lin Chen on the hillside. When she sensed the pure and powerful aura of the Chaos Dao body emanating from Lin Chen, an uncontrollable, almost insane greed and ecstasy erupted in her bewitching eyes.
The Chaos Dao body, it's actually the legendary Chaos Dao body. If I can just drain it dry, I might even break through to the nascent soul stage.
Her laughter was filled with a chilling coldness, causing all the men present to feel their legs go weak. Handsome young man, Hua Qianmei completely ignored the two queens. With a flicker of her body, she appeared in front of Lin Chen in an instant, like a ghost. She stretched out her black fingernails and gently traced them across Lin Chen's handsome face, feeling his masculine aura, and let out a sickly groan.
You're so beautiful, I can't bear to suck you dry all at once.
Lin Zhan, Lin Zian, and Lin Xiaoya were already immobilized by the pressure of the mid-stage golden core cultivator, and could only watch this scene with their eyes filled with endless despair.
Witch! Release the holy sun!
Lin Zian shouted angrily with all her might.
Oh? And two pretty young ladies?
Hua Qianmei glanced at Lin Zian and Lin Xiaoya, her smile becoming even more cruel. Don't worry, after I've had my fill of your men, I'll turn you into blood slaves, making you my playthings for all eternity.
Vicious. Utterly wicked. She wanted to destroy everyone's hope in the most cruel way.
Handsome young man, Hua Qianmei looked at Lin Chen again and said with a charming smile, will you strip naked yourself and come with me, or let me personally crush every bone in your body inch by inch?
Desperate. Humiliating. Powerless.
Everyone felt that Lin Chen was in a hopeless situation and certain death. All his previous strength and scheming seemed so ridiculous and pale in the face of this absolute difference in strength.
However, in this most desperate and darkest moment, the boy whose throat was being pressed against by the female demon's fingernails showed no fear whatsoever.
Instead, a cold and mocking smile slowly crept onto his face.
He whispered in Hua Qianmei's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear, do you know? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
The demonic energy on you smells so stinky and foul.
Ha! Hua Qianmei's charming smile froze instantly. The next second,
an indescribable, seemingly heaven-high, vast bolt of lightning, capable of purifying all the filth in the world, suddenly erupted from Lin Chen's body without warning.
Boom boom. 9 heavens divine thunder. Break through evil.
This is Lin Chen's true trump card. All his feigned weakness and scheming were for the purpose of luring out this venomous snake, and then delivering the most fatal blow when she was most triumphant and least prepared.
Ah!
At such close range.
Hua Qianmei didn't even have time to react before she was struck solidly by the terrifying lightning of extreme yang.
She let out a shrill scream that was inhuman, and her whole body was blasted away like a kite with a broken string.
Half of her body was charred black by the divine lightning. An incredible reversal.
This scene caused everyone present to have their brains freeze on the spot. Lin Chen, having landed a successful blow, didn't stop. He moved like lightning, instantly catching up with Hua Qianmei, who was flying backward. In her horrified and incredulous gaze, he stomped hard on her alluring face. "You little beast!" The excruciating pain and humiliation drove Hua Qianmei to madness. Instead of begging for mercy, she uttered the most vicious curse. "How dare you humiliate me like this? I, Hua Qianmei, swear that not only you, but all the women around you, I will skin them alive."
"Oh? Is that so?"
Lin Chen's foot slowly ground down, interrupting her curses. He ignored the madwoman and slowly turned around to look at the two queens who were already stunned, Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen. After the initial relief of surviving the ordeal, an uncontrollable, overwhelming rage ignited within the two queens.
Who were they? Queens. Overlords. Today, because of a man's instigation, they had fought to the point of mutual destruction, almost allowing that despicable witch Hua Qianmei to reap the benefits? This was the greatest humiliation of their lives. Lin Chen took in their expressions, a playful smile curving his lips. "You too," his voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of goodwill. "Just now, I think I heard someone say that you are useless trash?" Boom! These words instantly ignited the last vestiges of reason in the two queens. "You're asking for death." The Blood Moon Wolf Queen was the first to let out a ferocious roar. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Lin Chen shook his head, a compassionate expression on his face. Such foul language shows a complete disregard for the dignity of the two queens. "This holy sun is angry for you." As he spoke, he slowly lifted his foot and moved it away from Hua Qianmei's face. Then, in a tone that seemed to bestow a gift, he said to the two queens, "Fine. Considering your performance was quite impressive, this lowly witch is yours to deal with. I have only one request." A devilish smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I want her, I regret having a mouth." Upon hearing this, both Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen were stunned. Then, they exchanged a glance, both seeing a cruel, triumphant glint in each other's eyes. They instantly understood Lin Chen's meaning. This man was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also extremely vicious. He wanted them to personally take revenge on and torture the enemy who had humiliated them. This wasn't an order, it was clearly a reward, the perfect way to vent their anger. He. The Blood Moon Wolf Queen let out a suppressed yet maniacal laugh. She walked step by step toward Hua Qianmei, who was already pale with fright. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth with her scarlet tongue. "Hua Qianmei, you enjoyed cursing just now, didn't you?" Luo Bingli slowly walked over, looking down at the once arrogant female demon on the ground, her voice as cold as ancient ice. "Now, I want to see if your bones are as hard as your mouth." "No. Don't come any closer." "What do you want?" Looking at the two women whose eyes were filled with boundless rage and murderous intent, Hua Qianmei finally felt fear. She frantically begged Lin Chen for mercy. "Holy Sun! Holy Sun, spare my life. I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again." Chapter 25, I need to develop quickly. At the summit of Sky Dome, the stench of blood and fear seemed to solidify in the air. Hua Qianmei's shrill screams still seemed to echo in everyone's ears. Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen, these two once high and mighty queens, now groveled at Lin Chen's feet like the most docile maids, their delicate bodies trembling, not daring to even lift their heads. All the pride in their hearts had been crushed to pieces by the bloody scene and Lin Chen's godlike methods. Below the mountain peak, tens of thousands of cultivators remained completely silent. They looked at the boy who stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the mountain wind. There was no longer any contempt or doubt in their eyes, only the most primal and pure awe. From this day forward, there will only be one king in Xingyang City. That's Lin Chen. Get up. Lin Chen's voice rang out calmly. Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They quickly got up from the ground and stood respectfully to the side with their hands at their sides. "From this day forward, your lives and everything you have belong to me." Lin Chen didn't look at them, but said in an unquestionable tone, "Open your sea of consciousness and let me plant your soul imprints." Soul seal. The two queens' delicate bodies trembled violently once again. It was the most domineering soul contract. Once it was planted, their lives and deaths would be entirely in Lin Chen's hands. They would become his most loyal servants, never to betray him again. This is a shackle heavier than death itself. But would they dare to resist? Looking at the land not far away where the witch's flesh and blood still remained, they had no doubt that if they dared to say no, their fate would be 100 times more miserable than Hua Qianmei's. In the end, the two could only close their eyes in humiliation and give up all resistance. Lin Chen flicked his finger, and two golden runes containing chaotic energy instantly disappeared into their brows.
After doing all this, the system's notification sounds rang out frantically in Lin Chan's mind once again.
Ding! Congratulations, host. The loyal servant system has been officially activated.
You have successfully recruited your first Golden Core Stage loyal servant, Luo Bingley.
Rewards distributed 1,000 Dragon Elephant Particles.
Host's cultivation level increased to mid-foundation establishment.
Unlocked Divine Ability, Spatial Hand. Ding! Successfully subdued your second Golden Core Stage loyal servant, Blood Moon Wolf Queen. Rewards distributed 1,000 Dragon Elephant Particles.
Host's cultivation level increased to late foundation establishment.
Talent unlocked, Affinity with all demons. Boom! Boom! Two incredibly powerful energies instantly poured into Lin Chen's body.
His cultivation level soared like a rocket, breaking through two realms in succession, directly leaping from the early foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage. He was only one step away from the Golden Core Stage. The number of Dragon Elephant particles in his body reached a terrifying number 3,500.
3,500 Dragon Elephant powers.
He is now several times stronger than before.
Very good. Lin Chen felt the explosive power within his body and nodded in satisfaction.
These two queens are indeed top-notch experience packs. He turned around, preparing to announce the triumphant return to the capital. However, at that moment, Luo Bingley, who had just had her soul imprinted, suddenly turned deathly pale, as if she had thought of something extremely terrifying, and said urgently,
Master, Master. We're in terrible trouble. Troublesome?
Lin Chan raised an eyebrow slightly. It's the Blood Demon cult.
Luo Bingley's voice trembled uncontrollably.
Master, you killed Hua Qianmei.
Killed him, so what? He was just trash. Lin Chen didn't care. No. You don't know. Luo Bingley was so anxious she was about to cry.
Among the four protectors of the Blood Demon sect, Hua Qianmei is not the strongest, but she is the most beloved concubine of the Blood Demon sect's vice leader, Blood Slaughter Old Demon. That Blood Slaughter Demon is a true nascent soul stage monster.
Moreover, he is narrow-minded and vindictive. Now that Hua Qianmei has died in Qingyang City, he will definitely not let this go. Our entire Qingyang City will face annihilation. Nascent soul stage?
The moment those words were uttered, everyone present, including Lin Zhan and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen, had a change in expression. If the Golden Core Stage is the stage of a powerful ruler dominating a region, that nascent soul stage cultivator is an ancestor powerful enough to establish a sect and control the life and death of a nation. They are beings from a completely different dimension. The wrath of a nascent soul cultivator is enough to wipe the entire Qingyang City off the map. The joy and hope that had just begun to rise were instantly shrouded in a dark cloud called despair. However, this news was enough to make anyone tremble. Lin Chen's face remained calm and composed. He looked at Luo Bingley, whose face was filled with despair, and asked indifferently, Is the nascent soul stage very strong? Lin Chen's nonchalant words stunned both Luo Bingley and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen. Seeing their master's nonchalant expression, they were momentarily dazed. Could it be that the nascent soul stage isn't really that scary? But the thought was fleeting, quickly replaced by endless fear. Master! That's a nascent soul cultivator. Luo Bingley's pretty face turned pale with anxiety as she hurriedly explained, the Golden Core and the nascent soul are only one realm apart, yet they are worlds apart. A nascent soul ancestor's soul resides in heaven and earth, and their magical power is inexhaustible. In a single thought, they can seal off 100 miles of space. We don't even have a chance to escape. And... She paused, her voice filled with even deeper fear. Master, you don't know this. That Blood Slaughter Demon is not a man. She is called the Blood Slaughter Demon Queen, the vice leader of the Blood Demon sect, a female demon who has lived for nearly 1,000 years and is in the mid-nascent soul stage. Not only is she incredibly powerful, but she is also cruel and bloodthirsty. She loves collecting male geniuses with special bloodlines and turning them into blood god children to be enslaved by her for eternity. Hua Qianmei is just one of her many favorite playthings. Blood Slaughter Demon Queen. A female demon in the mid-nascent soul stage. This name seemed to contain supreme magic, causing everyone present to feel a chill rising from the depths of their souls. If the previous Hua Qianmei was a venomous snake, then this Blood Demon Queen is a true ancient ferocious beast capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. This is a huge problem. The entire city of Qingyang seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud called death. However, after hearing all this, Lin Chen's expression remained largely unchanged. Instead of fear, a strong sense of excitement welled up in his heart.
A female demon at the mid-nascent soul stage? Do you like collecting male geniuses?
This is practically a super, invincible, ultimate deluxe experience pack tailor-made for me. Of course, while we may be excited, we must strategically despise the enemy, but tactically we must take them seriously. With his current late-stage foundation establishment strength, plus the power of 3,500 dragon elephants, dealing with ordinary peak golden core cultivators might not be a problem.
However, it was still far from enough to deal with an old monster in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm.
We must, in the shortest possible time, push our strength to its limits and improve it to the extreme.
What's the panic?
Lin Chen glanced at the two golden core maids in front of him, who were almost scared out of their wits, and said calmly, "If the sky falls, I'll hold it up." His calm and confident voice seemed to possess a strange magic, miraculously calming the anxious hearts of Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen.
Now is not the time to be afraid.
Lin Chen's eyes sharpened instantly.
Luo Bingli, Blood Moon. Your servants are here.
The two queens bowed in unison, their posture extremely humble. "I'm giving you 3 days," Lin Chen ordered, issuing the order to prepare for battle. First, Luo Bingli, immediately return to the city lord's mansion and activate Qingyang City's highest-level city protecting array.
Transfer all non-combat personnel in the city to the underground shelters.
At the same time, gather the resources of all the families in the city: spirit stones, pills, rare and precious herbs. Give me as much as you can. Second, Blood Moon, you must immediately return to Black Wind Mountain and bring me all the treasures from your demon clan's treasury that can enhance blood and chi and temper the body.
Also, have your most elite wolf guards set up a perimeter around Qingyang City.
I need to know all of that old hag's movements as soon as possible. Third, Lin Chen looked at his father and Lin Zian. "Father, Zian, you are responsible for appeasing everyone inside and outside the family and stabilizing people as hearts.
Tell everyone that with me, Lin Chen, here, the sky won't fall down." One order after another was issued in an orderly manner.
The crowd, who had been plunged into chaos and despair, seemed to have found their backbone under Lin Chen's strong confidence and clear plan, and immediately took action.
The entire city of Qingyang was like a sophisticated war machine, frantically operating in preparation for the impending catastrophe. Inside the secret chamber of the Holy Sun's courtyard,
Lin Chen sat cross-legged. Before him lay mountains of spirit stones, elixirs, and all sorts of rare and precious materials, radiating a breathtakingly beautiful glow. This is all the wealth that Luo Bingli and Blood Moon Wolf had gathered for him after plundering the treasuries of two forces. Mid-stage nascent soul, blood-slaughtered demon queen.
Excitement gleamed in Lin Chen's eyes. He could feel an unprecedented pressure, like a mountain, looming over his heart. But it was precisely under this immense pressure that every cell in his body trembled with excitement, yearning for a thrilling and exhilarating battle. System, convert all of this into energy. With a thought, Lin Chen began the most insane upgrade he had ever made, by spending real money. He wanted to push his strength to a completely new level before the Blood Demon's revenge arrived, a level that even he himself could not predict. Chapter 26: The Only Hope. The news of Lin Chen's seclusion to prepare for battle swept through the entire Qingyang city like a storm. At the same time, news of the impending arrival of the Blood Demon Queen and her revenge against Qingyang City spread like wildfire through every corner of the city. A female demon in the mid-nascent soul stage. This name, like an insurmountable ancient demonic mountain, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Initially, after witnessing Lin Chen's godlike abilities, the city's residents and cultivators still held a glimmer of hope for him. But soon, various rational analyses and insider information began to circulate. Have you heard? The guest elder of the city lord's mansion said that the difference between the nascent soul stage and the golden core stage is like heaven and earth. Let alone Lin Chen, even if 10 more came, they wouldn't be a match for a nascent soul stage monster. More than that. My second uncle's cousin works for the Lin family. He saw with his own eyes that even the two golden core experts, Lord Luo and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen, were trembling and pale with fear when they mentioned the Blood Slaughter Demon Queen. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator challenging a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator? This isn't just courage, it's ignorance. It's arrogance. He's dragging the entire city down with him. Panic spread like wildfire. Doubt spread like wildfire. The newly established admiration and trust in Lin Chen seemed so fragile in the face of this apocalyptic pressure that could destroy everything. A large-scale exodus began in the city. Countless families, disregarding the city lord's decree, packed up their belongings and fled in disarray overnight from the city they saw as about to become a living hell.
Even within the Lin family, differing opinions have emerged. Some elders and clansmen were gossiping privately, believing that the Holy Son was too young and impetuous, and that he had brought disaster upon the entire clan for the sake of a woman Hua Qianmei.
Alas, the Holy Son is still too young. He simply doesn't understand what a nascent soul cultivator truly means. Yes, what should we do now? Is our Lin family really going to be destroyed? The entire city of Qingyang was filled with fear and uncertainty, and the city was in turmoil. Inside the secret room of the city lord's mansion,
in front of Luo Bingli floated an ancient bronze mirror. On the mirror, the face of a beautiful woman, dignified yet tinged with worry, was reflected.
Senior sister, you're confused. The woman in the mirror was an inner sect elder of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, one of the 3 top sects in the Heavenly Wind Kingdom to which Qingyang City belonged. She was also Luo Bingli's senior sister. The Blood Demon Queen is an old demon in the mid-nascent soul stage, with a fearsome reputation.
Even the Holy Lord of my Holy Land is unwilling to provoke her easily.
How can your mere Qingyang City withstand her? Senior sister, Luo Bingli's face was filled with struggle and bitterness. Stop talking.
The elder in the mirror interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. I have already applied for the Holy Land's protection order for you. You must immediately abandon Qingyang City and bring your trusted confidants to the Holy Land for refuge. As for those mortals in the city, they can only leave it to fate.
This is your only chance to live.
But Master Lin Chen's calm and confident face appeared in Luo Bingli's mind.
Master?
The elder's voice in the mirror rose 8 octaves instantly, filled with disbelief. Luo Bingli.
Are you insane?
You, a Golden Core expert and an outer disciple of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, actually acknowledged a Foundation Establishment stage brat as your master? You have utterly disgraced our Holy Land.
Senior sister, you don't know, Master.
I don't care what kind of monster he is.
Elder in the mirror shouted sternly. Before a nascent soul stage monster, all geniuses are nothing but illusions. I'm giving you one last chance.
Immediately, right now, abandon everything and come to the Holy Land. Otherwise, when Blood Demon Slaughter descends, even I won't be able to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, the light in the mirror dimmed instantly.
Luo Bingli slumped into the chair, completely distraught.
On one side was her owner, whose life seemed bleak, yet who had given her new life and hope. On the other side is the sect's senior sister, who represents absolute authority and the only way to survive. What should she choose?
Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Wind Mountain, Demon King's Palace. The Blood Moon Wolf Queen also used a secret method to contact her backer in the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons, a Heavenly Fox Queen in the early nascent soul stage. However, when the other party heard her story, especially the words Blood Slaughter Demon Queen, the attitude of this Heavenly Fox Queen changed instantly. Blood Moon, you're in deep trouble. I can't handle that crazy woman's business. You'd better watch yourself. Communication was ruthlessly cut off.
The Blood Moon Wolf Queen clutched the demonic stone that had lost its luster, her pretty face ashen white as paper.
All avenues of retreat have been blocked.
All hope seemed to have been shattered. Now, in the entire Qingyang City, the only one who can remain calm seems to be the boy who is still in the secret room, being questioned, disapproved of, and even considered the culprit by everyone. Their fates were all tied to this young man.
This is a high-stakes gamble where everything is at stake. If you win the bet, you'll rise to the top in one step. If you lose the bet, you're doomed. Chapter 27. Old Hag, prepare to die. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 days were like torture for everyone in Qingyang City.
Doubt, panic, despair, all sorts of negative emotions, like dark clouds, hung over the city. Countless people fled, countless people cursed, and countless people hid in corners, trembling as they awaited the end of the world. And today, the day of judgment has arrived.
Boom, rumble, rumble.
On this day, the sky above changed color. A colossal demonic ship, crafted from countless white bones, tore through the clouds and slowly descended.
On the demonic ship, blood-red banners fluttered, and countless demonic cultivators appeared and disappeared, exuding overwhelming demonic energy.
At the very front of that demonic ship, a bewitching yet supremely majestic figure lay languidly on a throne made of skulls. She is none other than the Blood Demon Queen. A pressure far exceeding that of a golden core cultivator, powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble, descended like the sky collapsing, slamming heavily onto the protective array of Qingyang City.
Buzz.
The protective array that Luo Bingli had painstakingly activated could only withstand the pressure for less than 3 breaths before letting out a mournful cry of despair. Its light dimmed instantly, and countless cracks, like a spider web, spread across the entire light barrier. Inside the city, all the cultivators and mortals who had not yet escaped coughed up blood. They were so shaken by the residual force that they knelt on the ground, unable to move. This is the power of the nascent soul stage. Its sheer aura was enough to crush the entire city's inhabitants. Lin Chen, come out here and prepare to die. The voice of the Blood Demon Queen was not loud, but it was like a demonic sound from the depths of hell, clearly reaching the ears of everyone in the city. It's over. In everyone's heart, only these two words remained. Inside the city lord's mansion, Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen were also pale-faced and trembling. Even though they already knew how terrifying the other party was, when they actually faced them, the absolute suppression that came from the level of life itself still made them feel powerless and desperate. Just when all was quiet, and everyone thought that Qingyang City was about to be massacred, a calm voice drifted from the courtyard of the Holy Sun in the city center. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? As the words were spoken, a figure soared into the sky and slowly hovered above Qingyang City, facing the towering, sun-obscuring demonic ship from afar. That's right, Lin Chen. 3 days had passed, but his aura seemed to have not changed much. He was still at the late foundation establishment stage. He still looked so weak. The Holy Sun has emerged. He really dares to come out and accept the challenge? He's gone mad. He must be insane. He's courting death. In the city, countless survivors looked at the figure who appeared as insignificant as an ant in front of the massive demonic ship, their eyes filled with complex emotions. There was mockery, pity, and admiration, but more than anything, there was the sorrow of believing he was doomed to die. On the demon ship, when the Blood Demon Queen saw Lin Chen, a greedy flame instantly erupted in her bewitching eyes. He. The chaotic Dao body is indeed top grade. I'm almost reluctant to kill you. She slowly stood up, looking down at Lin Chen as if he were already hers. Little fellow, kneel down now, offer your loyalty and your body, and I might consider only draining 90% of your essence and sparing your dog's life. How about it? Lin Chen acted as if he hadn't heard these humiliating words. He simply raised his head, glanced at the demonic ship made of bones, then looked at the demonic cultivators on board with their mixed auras, and slowly shook his head. That's all the people? A hint of disappointment appeared on his face. I thought you were going to move the entire Blood Demon cult's headquarters here. These words stunned not only the Blood Demon Queen, but everyone in the city. What does he mean by that? Do they think there aren't enough enemies? You little beast. You dare to be so arrogant even when you're about to die. The Blood Demon Queen's face darkened, and her eyes revealed murderous intent. Since you're so eager to die, then I, the Empress, will grant your wish. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her hand. A gigantic demonic claw, formed from overwhelming demonic energy and capable of blotting out the sky, instantly appeared in the sky, carrying terrifying power capable of shattering mountains, and fiercely grabbed down at Lin Chen. This move sealed off all space. This grab contained the supreme demonic power of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. In everyone's eyes, Lin Chen had absolutely no chance of surviving. However, faced with this devastating blow, finally, a smile of triumph appeared on Lin Chen's face. He slowly raised his right hand. On his palm, a mysterious sphere, crackling with 9-colored lightning and filled with endless destructive aura, had appeared at some unknown time. That was his ultimate trump card, formed by exhausting all the resources of the two great treasure troves of Qingyang City and Black Wind Mountain, and capable of destroying the world. Old hag. Lin Chen looked at the enormous demonic claw approaching from the sky, then glanced at the smug and cruel face on the demonic ship, and chuckled softly. Do you know what gathering monsters means? Now, I'll show you. What? That's what you call art. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9-colored lightning ball in his hand instantly erupted with a terrifying light that made the entire world lose its color. Divine Power 9 Revolutions Thunder Tribulation Pearl. Burst. Chapter 28 The Strongest Man in History. Burst. When Lin Chen softly uttered this word, time seemed to stand still at this moment. The unremarkable sphere in his hand, which was flashing with 9-colored lightning, suddenly erupted with a terrifying light that made the entire world tremble and caused the sun and moon to lose their color. That light, initially, was only a single point. But in the next instant, it transformed into a 9-colored sun, powerful enough to devour everything. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only one, ultimate, destructive, all-purifying, silence. Before that nine-colored sun, the Blood Demon Queen's enormous demonic claws, which blotted out the sky, were like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun.
They couldn't even withstand a moment before being instantly evaporated and dissolved into nothingness.
Immediately afterwards, the nine-colored sun spread out with a speed beyond comprehension. It devoured the sky, devoured the earth, devoured the enormous demonic ship composed of thousands of white bones, and devoured all the demonic cultivators on the ship who hadn't even had a chance to scream. It also devoured that mid-nascent soul female demon queen, whose face still held smugness and cruelty, but whose pupils were instantly filled with endless fear and disbelief.
No!
This was the last trace of her divine will that she left in this world. Immediately, it was completely wiped out by the violent power of the 9 revolutions thunder tribulation.
Both body and soul were destroyed. The whole process was incredibly fast.
When the 9-colored light that destroyed everything dissipated, the sky returned to its clear state.
Demonic boat, demonic cultivator, nascent soul demon queen. Everything vanished like smoke.
Only the figure remained, standing with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering gently in the wind, in the sky.
Quiet. The entire city of Qingyang fell into a deathly silence. All the survivors stared blankly at the figure in the sky, their minds completely blank.
In a corner of the city wall, several family heads who had packed their belongings overnight but were unable to escape due to the city gates being blocked were now slumped on the ground, their faces ashen.
It's fake, it must be fake, that's a nascent soul stage monster. One move, and he's gone? Was I calling the Holy Son a madman?
A family head recalled his previous remarks, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably.
A hot, pungent odor emanated from his crotch.
Looking at the godlike figure in the sky, their eyes no longer held the previous disdain and mockery, but were filled with endless, deep-seated fear and regret. They knew that they, and their families, were finished. In the city ruled by this new god, there will be no place for traitors.
Inside the Lin family mansion,
the elders who had been privately discussing how Lin Chen was too young and impetuous and would bring disaster upon the family were now kneeling on the ground, frantically kowtowing towards the sky, their foreheads already a bloody mess.
The Holy Son's divine might is unparalleled. I'm guilty. I actually doubted the Holy Son. I was so blind.
They were filled with lingering fear, knowing that the Holy Son's unpredictable abilities would surely reveal their previous schemes. Now, they could only pray that this new god would forgive their foolishness out of consideration for their own kind.
In the city lord's palace,
Luo Bingli's senior sister, who was far away in the purple cloud Holy Land, also witnessed this mind-blowing scene through the secret magic mirror. Her dignified and beautiful face shifted from worry to shock to disbelief, and finally, her expression froze completely, like a stone sculpture. Her mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time, with only one thought echoing wildly in her mind.
What kind of power is that? Who exactly is he?
She finally understood why her senior sister would willingly acknowledge a Foundation establishment stage cultivator as her master.
What kind of kid is this? This is clearly a true dragon, powerful enough to stir up the winds and clouds of the entire Tianfeng kingdom, and even the wider world. In stark contrast to the fear and regret of these people are those who chose to believe in Lin Chen from beginning to end. Lin Zhan, the patriarch of the Lin family, was weeping uncontrollably. Looking at his son in the sky, he trembled with excitement, repeatedly muttering to himself, my son has the bearing of an emperor. He has the bearing of an emperor. Ha ha ha. Lin Ziyan and Lin Xiaoya gazed up at that figure with adoration, their beautiful eyes sparkling with unwavering love and admiration. This is their man. A man who can create miracles and overturn everything. After a brief silence, inside the city, someone, no one knows who, was the first to recover from the extreme shock, mustered all their strength and let out a hoarse shout. Holy Son, invincible. This shout, like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly ignited the spirits of all the survivors who had escaped the catastrophe. The Holy Son is invincible. Long live the Holy Son. Xingyang City, will forever follow the Holy Son. The earth-shattering cheers, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, resounded from every corner of the city, converging into a torrent powerful enough to pierce the clouds. Countless people, regardless of age, gender, or level of cultivation, knelt down and worshipped the figure in the sky from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. Their eyes were filled with fanatical faith. Lin Chen, in the most shocking and unreasonable way, destroyed all doubts, slapped everyone in the face, and became the only god in Xingyang City. However, Lin Chen was not satisfied with this. After all, he had just realized that he was like a hot commodity. Even if he did nothing, women would still come to snatch him up and use him as a cauldron.
If you don't have the ability to save your life, you'll really be drained to death. There are only oxen that die from plowing, not land that dies from exhaustion. So even today, he doesn't just cultivate the land haphazardly. After all, his mating rights are very precious. The next moment, Lin Chen made his decision. Master, are you really determined to participate in the entrance examination of the Purple Cloud Holy Land? Luo Bingli respectfully brewed a cup of spiritual tea for Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of confusion and worry. With your current strength and prestige, wouldn't it be better to be the local tyrant of Qingyang City, living a carefree life? Why go to that sect with its strict rules and countless geniuses? Qingyang City is too small. Lin Chen took a sip of tea and said calmly. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls of the secret room, looking towards the more distant horizon. Luo Bingli, let me ask you, how much do you know about the cultivation realms in this world? Luo Bingli was taken aback upon hearing this, and then respectfully replied, Master, as far as this servant knows, within the territory of my Tianfeng kingdom, the path of cultivation can be roughly divided into 5 major realms: body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Among them, body refinement and chi refinement are merely the foundation of cultivation, and their number is countless, like carp crossing a river. Those who successfully establish their foundation can be called cultivators and have a lifespan of 100 years. In a city, this is enough to establish a family of moderate size. In the entire Qingyang city, there are no more than 100 foundation establishment cultivators. Those who can condense the golden core are extremely rare. They can be called true persons and have a lifespan of up to 500 years. They are enough to rule a city and become a regional overlord. In our entire Qingyang city, including Black Wind Mountain, there are only a mere 3 golden core experts on the surface. As she said this, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Lin Chen nodded, signaling her to continue. As for the nascent soul realm above the golden core stage, a deep sense of awe and longing flashed in Luo Bingli's eyes. Those are the ancestor-level beings. They can be called true monarchs, with lifespans of up to 1,000 years. Their souls are entrusted to heaven and earth, and their magical power is profound. In our entire Tianfeng kingdom, among billions of people, there are only less than 10 known nascent soul true monarchs. These 10 individuals control the 3 most powerful holy lands and the royal family of the Tianfeng kingdom. They are truly beings who stand above the clouds and dominate the fate of all living beings. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage is incredibly difficult. It's hundreds of times harder than cultivating from a mortal to the golden core stage. Talent, resources, and luck are all indispensable. In the past 100 years, no fewer than 100 peak golden core experts in our Tianfeng kingdom have sought to break through to the nascent soul stage, but in the end, only 2 have survived and successfully broken through. Hearing these numbers, Lin Chen finally had a clear understanding of the combat power system of this world. Then, what about beyond the nascent soul stage? Lin Chen took a sip of tea and asked casually. Above the nascent soul stage? Upon hearing this, Luo Bingli looked bewildered, then smiled bitterly. Master, this is beyond my knowledge. Perhaps only the holy lords of the 3 great holy lands know about that legendary realm. In my opinion, the nascent soul stage is the end of cultivation, the limit of human potential. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said nothing more. But in his eyes, a flame called ambition flickered. Is the nascent soul stage the final destination? No. This is for someone who possesses the many children, many blessings system. Everything is just beginning. And that so-called Purple Cloud Sacred Land, whose entry requirement was Golden Core Stage, with only 1 in 100 selected and seemingly unattainable, was, in his eyes, nothing more than. It's just a bigger, higher-level starter village that lets you level up faster. Chapter 29 Boars Can Climb Trees. Several days later, outside the gate of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, the sea of clouds churned, and cranes cried out in unison. Luo Bingli personally piloted a magnificent flying boat, carrying Lin Chen, Lin Zian, Lin Xiaoya, and Bai Ruoxua, who served as her maid, and slowly landed on the white jade square in front of the mountain gate. Welcome back to the mountain, Grandmaster Luo. The female disciples who had been waiting there bowed respectfully upon seeing Luo Bingli. However, when their gazes swept over the only man behind Luo Bingli Lin Chen, a hint of barely concealed curiosity and disdain flashed in their eyes. Is this the man that Master Luo used an incomparably precious Holy Land special recruitment order to bring back from a remote and impoverished area? It seems like nothing special. This silent, deep-seated discrimination follows you like a shadow from the moment you step into the Holy Land. Master, this is the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Luo Bingli walked to Lin Chen's side, bowed slightly, and respectfully introduced, "I have arranged accommodations for you. It is one of the heavenly cave dwellings with the most abundant spiritual energy in the sacred land." Now that she is Lin Chen's loyal servant, she naturally puts her master's interests first in everything. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman dressed in the attire of an inner sect steward, with a serious expression, walked out from inside the mountain gate.
"Junior sister Luo, you're back."
Her tone was indifferent. "The sect master has ordered you to bring this person to Ziyun Palace to see her immediately after your return."
"Senior sister Wang?" Luo Bingli frowned slightly upon seeing the newcomer. "Why does the sect master suddenly want to see him? I'm just following orders." Deacon Wang glanced at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with scrutiny and disdain. "Junior sister Luo, you should know what the Holy Land's special recruitment order represents. Each one is related to the future fortune of our Holy Land. The sect master wants to see for herself whether what you brought back is a Qilin or a incompetent mongrel." Her words were blunt, clearly showing her extreme displeasure with Luo Bingli using a special recruitment order to bring a man back. Luo Bingli's face instantly darkened.
Lin Chen waved his hand at her, indicating that she didn't need to be angry, and his face still had that calm and composed smile.
"Lead the way."
The Purple Cloud Palace is a symbol of the highest power in the Holy Land. Inside the main hall, clouds and mist swirled, and purple aura rose. A beautiful woman dressed in a magnificent purple phoenix robe and a jade crown, with an exquisite face that exudes an air of authority, sat regally on a cloud bed. She is Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Purple Cloud Holy Land and a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. When Luo Bingli led Lin Chen into the main hall, Yun Yun immediately showed a gentle smile, like a kind elder.
"Junior sister Luo, you're back. You must have had a long journey."
Her voice was graceful and melodious, like a gentle breeze.
"Disciple Luo Bingli greets sect master."
Luo Bingli quickly bowed and paid her respects.
"No need for formalities."
Yun Yun offered a slight gesture of support, her gaze seemingly inadvertently falling on Lin Chen. When her gaze swept over Lin Chen, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of her deep, star-like phoenix eyes.
"This is the man that junior sister Bingli praised so highly in her letter, even going so far as to use her special recruitment order to bring back?
He's quite handsome, but unfortunately, he's still a man. His physique seems extraordinary, but his excessive yang energy and unstable spirit are advantages in the early stages of cultivation, but they become increasingly restrictive as one progresses. Bingli, you've been blinded by his appearance and the little bit of achievement he made in that remote, impoverished place." Although she looked down on him, she didn't show it on her face. After all, Luo Bingli was one of her most valued outer disciples and a golden core expert, so she had to give her face. She didn't use her divine sense to forcibly probe Lin Chen as she would with ordinary disciples in her view, that would be beneath her dignity.
"This must be young friend Lin Chen, right?"
Yun Yun's smile grew even more amiable.
"Indeed, he is a handsome and extraordinary man. Junior sister Bingli's judgment has always been excellent."
She praised him verbally, but never mentioned words like talent or ability, only praising his appearance and demeanor.
The implication was self-evident.
Luo Bingli's heart tightened. She knew that the sect leader did not think highly of Lin Chen.
"Sect master is too kind." Lin Chen nodded slightly, neither humble nor arrogant.
He had already caught a fleeting glimpse of condescension in the depths of the other party's seemingly kind eyes. Sigh, Yun Yun suddenly sighed softly, a troubled look on her face. She looked at Luo Bingli, her tone tinged with apology. "Junior sister Bingli, as you know, the Holy Land's special recruitment order is of great importance. Several elders in the sect have expressed reservations about your recommendation of young friend Lin Chen. They said that young friend Lin Chen is, after all, a male. Letting him directly enter the inner sect and enjoy the treatment of a core disciple would probably be difficult to convince the public."
Luo Bingli's face instantly turned pale. "It's here." The sect leader is using the elder's words to refuse.
She was about to speak up in defense of Lin Chen. Yun Yun waved her hand, her gentle smile returning to her face as she looked at Lin Chen. "However, I have always valued talent above all else, and I have never looked down on any potential genius because of their background or gender. How about this?" She hesitated for a moment, as if trying to win an opportunity for Lin Chen. "In 3 days, our Holy Land will hold a ranking competition for newly recruited disciples.
Young friend Lin Chen, how about you participate in this competition as a newly recruited disciple?
This will not only silence the gossips, but also allow you to prove your worth to everyone in a dignified and honorable manner." She spoke in a grand and dignified manner, as if everything she did was for Lin Chen's benefit. But when Luo Bingli heard this, her heart sank to the bottom.
This is hardly an opportunity. This is clearly putting Lin Chen on the hot seat.
To make Lin Chen, who comes from a small place and whose cultivation is only at the late foundation establishment stage, compete with monsters from top forces whose cultivation has even reached the early golden core stage.
This is a losing proposition.
The sect leader's goal was to make Lin Chen lose utterly in front of the entire sect, forcing him to back down on his own. In this way, she both gave Luo Bingli gave her a chance, upheld the sect's rules, and also gave Luo Bingli a warning, letting her know that not just any man could be brought into the Holy Land.
Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. What a deep and cunning mind. What ruthless methods.
Luo Bingli's pretty face turned pale with anxiety, and she was about to speak. Lin Chen, however, spoke first, smiling slightly at Yun Yun, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly,
I have no objection to the sect master's arrangements. He actually agreed? Luo Bingli was stunned.
She looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, not understanding why he would accept this inevitable defeat. On the cloud bed, a subtle hint of mockery flashed deep in the phoenix eyes of sect master Yun Yun.
He does have some courage, but unfortunately, he's still just a young man, unaware of his own limitations.
Oh well, let him suffer a bloody defeat, and that will satisfy junior sister Bingli's desires. Although she thought this in her heart, her face showed an even more gentle and approving smile.
Excellent.
As expected of someone junior sister Bingli values, you truly have guts. She seemed genuinely moved by Lin Chen's courage, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke in a tone brimming with appreciation for talent and kindness.
However, I also know that this is indeed a bit harsh on you. How about this? She waved her hand, appearing exceptionally magnanimous. I will give you another preferential treatment. You don't need to be in the top 10. If you can defeat a golden core stage opponent fairly and squarely in the competition, I will consider you to have passed the test and acknowledge your status as an inner disciple. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across Luo Bingli's face. Defeat a golden core cultivator. Although it is still difficult, it is undoubtedly much easier than making it into the top 10. In her opinion, with her master's extraordinary combat power, as long as he doesn't encounter those top geniuses, there is still hope of achieving this goal. The sect leader, in the end, still considered his own feelings to some extent. However, she didn't see the fleeting, cold smile that flashed deep in the eyes of sect leader Yun Yun when she said those words, as if she were looking at a clown. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator dares to dream of defeating a golden core genius handpicked by my Holy Land? How laughable. The more lenient the conditions I set, the more humiliating your defeat will be. Yun Yun seemed to feel that her gift wasn't enough. She looked at Lin Chen and, in an almost joking tone, added with a smile. Of course, if you can create a miracle. For example, accidentally, getting first place or something. Then I will personally double the reward of the champions, purple extreme golden pill. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, as if she were telling a fantastical story. The atmosphere inside the hall instantly became more relaxed. Steward Wang and the maids beside him were all trying hard to suppress their laughter. In their view, the sect leader's joke was far too merciful. A man in the late foundation establishment stage, taking first place? This is even more absurd than a boar climbing a tree. However, faced with conditions that everyone considered a joke and charity, Lin Chen's face showed no sign of being flattered or angry at being slighted. He simply bowed slightly to the queen on the cloud bed, who thought she controlled everything, and revealed a bright yet harmless smile. Then this disciple thanks the sect master for his kindness. 2 purple extreme golden pills? Disciple, I am ashamed to accept your praise. Chapter 30 Surrounded by Wolves. A walking testosterone. As Luo Bingli emerged from the Ziyun Palace, her face was filled with worry. Master, the sect leader, she's clearly setting a trap for you. Among the newly recruited disciples are several prodigies at the early golden core stage. For you to defeat even one of them is truly. It's all right. Lin Chen's expression remained calm. But deep down, he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. He knew that the sect leader Yun Yun's disdain was both a challenge and a layer of protection for him. Ever since he learned that his chaotic Dao body was an unparalleled furnace for high-level female cultivators, like Tang Meng's flesh, Lin Chen had been on edge. The many children, many blessings system, while powerful, is not without its limitations. Each time he spreads his seed, it consumes a significant amount of his vital essence. If he were to face an irresistible female powerhouse and be forcibly used as a cauldron,
constantly draining his energy day and night, the consequences would be unimaginable. There are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not land that is overplowed. He will die miserably, like a sugarcane that has been squeezed dry, having been drained of its last bit of value.
He can't be exposed.
At the very least, before he possesses the strength to contend with nascent soul cultivators, or even stronger ones, he must not let others, especially those high and mighty queens, know the true wonderful use of his bloodline. For him, this competition was a delicate balance.
They must demonstrate combat talent that is enough to gain the sex protection. However, one cannot appear too extraordinary, lest those old monsters covet one's body. Defeat a golden core cultivator?
A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips.
Perhaps I could act more realistically.
After all, from the moment Lin Chen stepped into the Purple Cloud Holy Land, he felt as if he had fallen into a land of women. No, to be more precise, it was a forest filled with hungry eyes of she-wolves.
Wherever he went, he could feel those subtle yet ever-present gazes.
These gazes came from the graceful and uniquely elegant female disciples of the Holy Land. Initially, these gazes were mostly driven by simple curiosity, scrutiny, and disdain.
Look, that's the man that Master Luo brought back. She looks alright, but I don't know whether she's any good.
But soon, as some insider information circulated, the nature of these gazes quietly changed.
Have you heard?
This Lin Chen possesses the legendary, chaotic Tao body.
Chaotic Tao body? Isn't that the supreme physique described in ancient texts, the most suitable for being a furnace? Hiss, really? If I could cultivate with him, wouldn't my mysterious Yin technique advance by leaps and bounds? Stop dreaming.
Such a rare beauty has already been targeted by those enchanting senior sisters in the inner sect.
How could it possibly be our turn?
For reasons unknown, rumors about Lin Chen's special physique, abundant yang energy, and unparalleled furnace began to spread wildly throughout the Holy Land, especially among the female disciples.
In an instant, Lin Chen went from being a despised pretty face to a walking, deadly tempting piece of Tang monk's flesh. The gazes directed at him shifted from mere contempt to a naked, predatory gaze, brimming with greed, desire, and possessiveness. As he walked along the road, some bold female disciples would often deliberately bump into him, accidentally fall down next to him, or give him suggestive glances. Junior brother Lin, you're new here, is there anything you don't understand? I can teach you step by step. Junior brother Lin, I see that your chi and blood are a bit weak. Why don't you come to my cave? I have an ancestral nourishing secret recipe here. Even outside his heavenly cave dwelling, every night, there would be some sneaky figures trying to spy on him, or even break in, using various incense and illusion arrays. If Luo Bingli hadn't already set up a powerful restriction outside the cave, Lin Chen would probably have been devoured alive by those wolf-like female disciples. There are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not land that is overplowed. Lin Chen now understands this sentence most deeply. He knew that he was now like the only man who had fallen into a land of women, seemingly enjoying boundless glory, but in reality, fraught with danger. If he shows any weakness, or lets others know that his seemingly strong strength is just a facade, then he will be completely weak. The next second, he would be torn to pieces by this pack of hungry she-wolves, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. 3 days later, the ranking competition for newly recruited disciples finally began. When Lin Chen appeared in the training ground, he instantly ignited the entire audience. Countless scorching, aggressive gazes, like searchlights, swept over him from head to toe countless times. That's Lin Chen? He looks quite delicious. He, I really want to taste just how wonderful the chaotic Tao body is. What a pity. I heard that the sect leader doesn't think much of him. He wanted to make him back down in this competition. Wouldn't that be even better? Once he's eliminated and relegated to a menial job in the outer sect, then, we sisters will have a chance, won't we? The female disciples' discussions were undisguised and full of lewd remarks, making Lin Xiaoya and Lin Zian, who were following Lin Chen, blush with shame and anger. On the viewing platform, Sect Master Yun Yun looked down at the young man coveted by thousands of wolf girls, a cold smile flashing in her phoenix eyes. Possessing only a handsome appearance and the physique of a suitable vessel, yet lacking the corresponding strength. In the end, he will only become someone else's plaything. Useless. Her contempt for Lin Chen had reached its peak. Chapter 31: A Narrow Victory. The results of the draw for the competition came out quickly. Lin Chen's first opponent was assigned to ring number 7. Upon seeing the battle information, the entire training ground erupted in undisguised laughter. Ha ha ha. Look! That man's opponent is actually Junior Sister Li? Which junior sister Li? Who else could it be?
It's Li Shui, that notorious newbie from the outer sect, who's been cultivating for 3 years and is still stuck at the 8th level of qi refining.
We've finally reached the foundation establishment stage. But is the sect going easy on him? They actually arranged the weakest opponent for him. So what if he holds back? In my opinion, with his weak cultivation, he might not even be able to beat Li Shui.
Amidst the jeers and jeers, a petite, plain-looking, and somewhat timid female disciple nervously stepped onto the number 7 arena. She is Li Shui, the undisputed unit of measurement for combat power among the newly recruited disciples.
Junior sister Li, please guide me.
Lin Chen gave her a kind smile. Senior brother Lin, please give me your guidance. Li Shui was so nervous that she could barely speak. Although she lacked strength, she had heard various rumors about Lin Chen as a furnace vessel.
Now, facing this walking Tang monk's flesh, her face turned red, her heart pounded like a deer, and she didn't even dare to look Lin Chen in the eye. The match begins. With the referee's whistle, Li Shui took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tension in her heart, and launched the first attack. She used the most common and readily available technique from the Purple Cloud Holy Land, the Flowing Cloud Sword technique, whose sword moves were weak and powerless. However, this attack, which seemed full of flaws to anyone, was a challenge. Lin Chen's response, however, surprised everyone. He actually didn't choose to confront them head-on. Instead, he used a seemingly chaotic but always elusive technique to narrowly evade attacks at the last moment, and began a pathetic escape on the arena. Am I seeing things? He's dodging? He's actually dodging Li Shui's attack? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious.
A late-stage foundation establishment man being chased all over the place by a junior sister at the 8th level of qi refining.
Useless. Utterly useless. He's disgraced all men. In the audience, the laughter and jeers rose like a tidal wave.
Even the sect leader Yun Yun on the platform, upon seeing this scene, closed her eyes in disappointment, no longer interested in taking another look.
Rotten wood cannot be carved.
On the stage, Lin Chen appeared to be in a disheveled state, but in reality, he was as calm as a rock. He precisely controlled his speed and strength to a level that was one step above Li Shui's.
He is waiting
For the most opportune moment to turn defeat into victory.
After 100 or so moves of fighting,
Li Shui's spiritual power finally began to wane. Her swordplay also became increasingly chaotic.
Now,
a glint of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He seized upon a tiny opening in his opponent's attack, which he couldn't quite manage to close, and suddenly changed his footwork. He moved like a ghost, closing in on us. He didn't use any fancy moves, he simply stretched out his hand and flicked Li Shui's wrist, which was holding the sword, with 2 fingers.
Bite. A soft sound.
Li Shui felt a sudden, subtle force, her tiger's mouth went numb, and the long sword in her hand slipped out of her grasp uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen's body staggered forward, seemingly unintentionally bumping his shoulder lightly into her chest.
Ah!
Li Shui gasped in surprise as her petite body was sent flying backward by the huge force, crashing off the stage.
The entire room fell silent for a moment.
Immediately, an even louder burst of laughter erupted.
You won? You just won like that? Ha ha ha. This is absolutely hilarious. He actually won using this shameless and thuggish fighting style. What kind of holy son is he? He's nothing but a clown.
After crashing Li Shui, Lin Chen seemed to have exhausted all his strength, leaning on his knees on the stage, panting heavily. His Pyrrhic victory only reinforced everyone's impression that he was lacking in skill and relied entirely on luck. However, among the countless mocking gazes, a few stood out from the rest. On the platform, an elderly female referee who had been resting with her eyes closed slowly opened them, and a barely perceptible glint of light flashed in her cloudy eyes.
This kid's footwork is interesting.
It seems chaotic, but in reality, it subtly follows some mysterious rhythm.
Moreover, his final spring and impact, the force he controlled, was almost too precise. In another corner of the audience,
Lu Ruxu, a favorite to be among the top 16, was watching this farce with a few close friends, quite amused.
Senior sister Lu, look at that man, he's so funny.
Yeah,
Someone like this wants to challenge the Golden Core stage?
That's just wishful thinking. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruxu curled her lip in disdain. But for some reason, when she saw Lin Chen's awkward final collision, a strange sense of unease flashed through her mind.
Was it just my imagination? It seemed like he deliberately bumped into me just now. But the thought was fleeting and she quickly dismissed it. He's just a useless late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. What kind of cunning could he possibly have? It was just good luck. She looked at the figure panting heavily on the ring, a cruel smile curving her lips. It's all right. Let him win a few more games. The higher you climb, the harder you'll fall when you meet me. I can't wait to see him kneel at my feet, weeping bitterly. Chapter 32. What fine tea! In the following rounds of the competition, Lin Chen seemed to have taken the word good luck to its extreme. He always manages to draw opponents who are roughly equal in strength, or slightly weaker than him. Then, without exception, every single match unfolded with the same script. They were pressured from the start, forced to flee in disarray, and faced numerous perilous situations. They struggled to hold on in the middle of the period, resisted stubbornly, and showed great resilience. Finally, just when everyone thought he was going to lose, he would always seize on a minor mistake by his opponent, or rely on his seemingly inexhaustible spiritual power to wear his opponent down from the stage. Every victory was won in such an ugly and lucky way. I'm truly impressed. This guy's luck is just too incredible. Yes. None of the opponents he drew were tough. And every single one of them made a mistake at the last moment for no apparent reason. This isn't a competition, it's clearly the heavens feeding us. Don't worry, his good luck is about to end. In the quarterfinals, he'll finally encounter a real powerhouse, right? In the audience, the evaluation of Lin Chen gradually changed from good for nothing to an incredibly lucky opportunist. Although it was still full of disdain, there was now a hint of inexplicable jealousy. Lin Chen's playing style, which makes victory unwatchable, has successfully made him the most unpopular and most hated player in this competition, without exception. Finally, amidst a chorus of boos and jeers, the draw for the quarterfinals was announced. When the disciple in charge wrote Lin Chen's name and another name on the same battle card, the entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Immediately, the loudest and most enthusiastic cheers and whistles since the start of the competition erupted. Lin Chen versus Lu Ruxu. It's here. It's finally here. The execution of justice that everyone has been waiting for is finally about to take place. The man who relied on sheer luck to make it all the way to the quarterfinals is finally about to run into the toughest obstacle in this competition. Ha ha ha. Justice prevails, and retribution is swift. Now let's see how he wins by luck. Senior Sister Lu, we must teach this arrogant man a lesson. Let him know what true strength is. Break his legs. Make him crawl out of this holy place. The emotions in the audience were completely ignited at that moment. Almost everyone was cheering for Lu Ruxu, as if what she was about to do was not a competition, but a judgment to uphold justice. In the disciples' camp of Qingzhou Peak, as Lu Ruxu listened to the thunderous cheers around her, a reserved yet enjoyable smile appeared on her face. She looked at the name on the battle card that she loathed, and a cruel pleasure flashed in her eyes. Finally, is it my turn? Fine, let me end this farce myself. She casually instructed her close friends, go tell that man. Tonight, I'll be waiting for him at Listening to the Rain Pavilion on Green Bamboo Peak. This is his last chance to admit defeat with dignity. Soon, Lu Ruxu's invitation reached Lin Chen's ears. Tingyu Pavilion? Isn't that the place that Senior Sister Lu uses to entertain distinguished guests? It seems that Senior Sister Lu is still kind-hearted, as she is willing to give him a way out. Humph, I bet he's too ashamed to go. If he dared to go, he'd definitely be so scared of Senior Sister Lu's aura that he'd wet his pants. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Chen's performance once again surprised everyone. He actually went. Night falls at Qingzhou Peak in Tingyu Pavilion. This is an exquisite bamboo pavilion built beside a waterfall, with a tranquil environment and elegant ambience. Lu Ruxu had already prepared spiritual tea. She sat upright in the main seat, her expression haughty, like a white swan waiting to judge its prey. When Lin Chen appeared at the door, a mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. You actually dared to come. Her voice was cool and aloof, yet full of a sense of superiority. I thought you would hide in your cave like a turtle, too ashamed to show your face. Lin Chen ignored her sarcasm, walked in on his own, sat down opposite her calmly, and even poured himself a cup of tea. The tea is good, he commented casually after taking a sip. Seeing his calm and composed demeanor, Lu Ruxu's brows furrowed slightly. What she hated most was Lin Chen's pretentious attitude, as if he had everything under control. Stop pretending to be calm, she snorted and got straight to the point. I'm sure you know why I called you here. You should forfeit tomorrow's match. This is good for you, and for the reputation of all men. Otherwise, once you step into the arena, swords and spears have no eyes. If you end up with a broken arm or leg, or ruin your decent-looking face, don't blame me for not warning you. Her words were filled with undisguised threats and condescension. However, Lin Chen laughed after hearing this. He put down his teacup, raised his eyes, and calmly looked at the self-righteous woman in front of him. Are you done talking? After saying that, I'll be leaving now. After all, there's a match tomorrow. He looked at Lu Ruxu's pretty face, which instantly turned from surprise to anger, slowly stood up, and added one last sentence. Oh, right. Thank you for the tea. I'll give you some face tomorrow. Chapter 33. Holy crap. I'm going to be completely drained. Lin Chen turned around and left Tinjiuxuan with a flourish. All that remained behind her was Lu Ruxu's stunningly beautiful face, twisted beyond recognition by anger and humiliation. Bastard! Bastard! You just wait. Tomorrow, I will tear you to pieces. An angry roar, accompanied by the crisp sound of a teacup shattering, echoed for a long time in the quiet bamboo forest. As Lin Chen returned to his cave, the night had already fallen. The mountain paths of the sacred site are shrouded in mist and utterly silent. He appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll, but a barely perceptible hint of vigilance flickered in his deep eyes. From the moment he left Tinjiuxuan, he felt a faint, yet unseen, gaze filled with greed and desire, like a persistent, lingering wound, constantly fixed on him. Finally, can't hold back anymore? A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. He knew that the big fish that had been lurking in the shadows, watching him for so long, was finally about to reel in its catch. He deliberately slowed his pace and took a more secluded, less traveled path. Sure enough, when he arrived at a dense forest shrouded in thick fog, a pink mist filled with a strange fragrance suddenly enveloped him from all directions without warning. Giggle, giggle. A sweet, seductive laugh softly echoed in Lin Chen's ears. Junior brother Lin, it's so late, walking alone must be lonely. How about I, your senior sister, keep you company, and have some fun? As the words were spoken, a fiery and alluring figure slowly emerged from the pink mist. It was that female disciple at the peak of the Golden Core stage who had been secretly spying on Lin Chen before the competition even began. Her name is Su Mei, the chief disciple of the intersex Haohuan lineage. She is famous for her seductive arts of absorbing yang to replenish yin. She is powerful and cunning, and is another favorite to win the championship in this competition, second only to Lu Ruxu in strength. It's you? Lin Chen's face showed a just right hint of panic and warning. Of course it's me, your senior sister. Su Mei swayed her serpentine waist and approached Lin Chen step by step, her captivating eyes filled with undisguised possessiveness. Junior brother Lin, don't be afraid. I've been observing you for a long time. Your chaotic Dao body is, for my cultivation technique, the most delicious and nourishing thing in the world. She stuck out her scarlet tongue, licked her lips, and her eyes burned with an intensity that seemed to melt Lin Chen. Senior sister knows that you're going to have a showdown with that ice-cold Lu Ruxu tomorrow, and you definitely don't have much of a chance of winning. Why don't you give in to your senior sister tonight? Let me, your senior sister, pamper you properly. As long as you serve me well, I can guarantee that even if you lose tomorrow, I'll protect you in the Holy Land. How about it? Her words were both alluring and undeniably assertive. You shameless. Lin Chen took a step back, feigning bravado. This is a sacred place. Aren't you afraid of being punished according to the sect rules if you dare to act recklessly? Sect rules? Su Mei laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. He, my good junior brother, you are so naive. In this world, strength is the only rule. Besides, her smile grew increasingly sinister. Later, you'll be the one voluntarily begging me, your senior sister, to cultivate with you. How can that be considered me acting recklessly? As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands. The surrounding pink mist instantly became thicker. That exotic fragrance, even more domineeringly, entered Lin Chen's body through his mouth and nose. 9-turn Haohuan powder. The most exquisite secret medicine of the Haohuan lineage. Even a Golden Core Peak expert would instantly lose his Dao heart and become a slave to desire if he were hit by this move. Not good. Lin Chen's face was instantly covered with an abnormal flush, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes began to glaze over. He seemed to be using the last shred of his sanity to desperately hold on. He. It's no use. Su Mei looked at Lin Chen's struggling appearance, and her smile became more and more smug and excited. My dear junior brother, give up the fight. Tonight, let me, your senior sister, properly drain you. She stretched out her demonic claws and slowly reached for the top-grade furnace that was already teetering on the brink of collapse. In her mind, victory was already assured. This Tang monk's flesh, coveted by the entire Holy Land, is about to become her meal. And she will use this supreme furnace to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and become the most dazzling existence in the Holy Land. Chapter 34A Plan to Turn the Tide. A pink mist enveloped the entire dense forest. Sume swayed her serpentine waist and walked step by step toward Lin Chen, who was already dazed and swaying. A smug smile of certainty graced her face. Her eyes burned with greed and excitement at the prospect of enjoying an unparalleled delicacy. In her view, the hunt was over. The exceptional man before her, possessing the chaotic Tao body, is about to become the perfect stepping stone for her to reach the pinnacle. My good junior brother, stop struggling. She stretched out her slender hand and gently ran her nails, painted with henna, across Lin Chen's cheeks, which had become burning hot due to the medicine's effects. Tonight, you are destined to belong to me. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch Lin Chen's lips, an unexpected change occurred. Just as Sume's greedy and lustful claws were about to touch Lin Chen, the boy, who had been looking dazed just a moment ago, had all his confusion vanish in an instant. In its place was a deep, cold gaze, like a frozen pool, and mockery. You. Sume's charming smile froze instantly. Before she could react, a strong and powerful hand, like an iron clamp, struck first and grabbed her snow-white neck. You think this cheap, low-grade sleeping potion will work on me? Lin Chen's voice was cold and full of mockery. His terrifying cultivation, which had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, erupted without any reservation at this moment. Feeling the terrifying pressure that far exceeded her expectations, Sume was completely stunned. Her captivating peach blossom eyes were instantly filled with endless horror and disbelief. You've been acting all alone? Sume finally understood, her voice filled with boundless fear. Otherwise what? Lin Chen laughed, a laugh that, in Sume's eyes, was more terrifying than a demon's. You really think someone like you is worthy of being a hunter? The reason he played along with her for so long was to turn the tables on her. He wanted to make her fall from heaven to hell when she was at her most triumphant and least guarded. However, you made a good point earlier. Looking at the prey in his hand, whose face had turned pale with fright, Lin Chen's smile grew increasingly sinister. Your mysterious demon body is indeed a great tonic for me. After he finished speaking, he gave Sume no chance to react. He completely sealed off Sume's ability to resist, and then, like dragging a dead dog, pulled her into the soundproof barrier that had been set up nearby. Looking at the alluring woman before him, now a prisoner, her eyes filled with despair and fear, Lin Chen heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Top-grade fertilizer detected, mysterious demon body, peak golden core. This constitution contains a vast amount of life essence, making it an ideal soil for conceiving offspring and accelerating the growth of future generations. The host can combine with it to plant a chaotic Tao seed and consume its Xianyin demonic power and life essence to accelerate its growth. Under the accelerated maturation mode, the birth time of offspring will be greatly shortened, and their talent quality will be significantly enhanced. At the same time, the host will also receive double the system rewards. Warning: this action will cause irreversible and permanent damage to the fertilizer. Please use with caution. Fertilizer? Force ripening? Upon seeing the system's simple and straightforward prompt, Lin Chen broke into a bright smile. This feature is practically tailor-made for the current situation. No. Don't come any closer. What do you want to do? Looking at Lin Chen's malicious smile, Sume finally felt a fear that came from the depths of her soul. She didn't know what Lin Chen was going to do, but she knew that it would be 1,000 times more terrifying than killing her. What are you doing? Lin Chen slowly leaned down and whispered in her ear with a devilish tone, chuckling softly. Of course. I thank you, my dear senior sister, for taking the initiative to come to my door and contribute to the expansion of my Lin family. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. Soon, you won't feel anything anymore. Ah! Sume let out a blood-curdling scream that was so shrill it was inhuman. To her utter horror, she discovered that the profound demonic power she had cultivated for over 100 years, which she was so proud of, was actually, like a flood bursting its banks, rushing wildly into his body. And she herself was completely unable to put up any resistance. Absorbing yang to replenish yin? Now, the situation has completely reversed. She, this arrogant hunter, is actually being frantically drained of her own energy by her prey. No. Stop. My power. Sume could clearly feel that her cultivation level was rapidly declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Peak of the golden core stage. Late stage of golden core. Mid-stage golden core. On the other hand, Lin Chen's aura was rising steadily under the infusion of this extremely pure Xianyin demonic power. The cultivation bottleneck that had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment was instantly broken through under the impact of this massive energy. Boom! A powerful aura, far surpassing that of a foundation establishment cultivator, erupted from Lin Chen's body. Early stage of golden core. Mid-stage golden core. Late stage of golden core. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen's cultivation level soared like a rocket, breaking through 3 realms and directly reaching the terrifying late golden core stage. The number of dragon elephant particles in his body had surged to 10,000. No. No. Sume looked at the man who had completed a triple jump in front of her. His alluring face was now consumed by endless despair and fear. She finally understood. From beginning to end, I was just a clown who walked right into a trap. One that came to my doorstep, a mobile experience pack. Finally, when the last trace of Xianyin magic power in her body was completely drained. Her alluring body, like a flower drained of its moisture, withered rapidly, turning into a shriveled shell. One night later. When the first rays of morning sunlight shine into the dense forest. The soundproof barrier slowly dissipated. Lin Chen walked out refreshed, his aura more refined and unfathomable than before. He felt the unprecedented, explosive power within his body, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. That breath of turbid air actually condensed in the air into a faint phantom image of a dragon and an elephant. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully planted the seed and completed 1 round of ripening. The time required for offspring to be born has been shortened to 1 month. The offspring's talent has been preliminarily assessed as high-grade heavenly rank. Congratulations, host! You have received the system reward, Dragon Elephant Particles X 20,000. Your cultivation bottleneck has been completely broken, and you are about to break through to the nascent soul realm. Boom! An immense surge of energy coursed into Lin Chen's limbs and bones. The number of dragon elephant particles in his body instantly surged from 10,000 to 30,000. He was only a thin veil away from truly reaching the nascent soul realm. It could be exposed at any time. This is the true power of the many children, many blessings system. Inside the barrier, Sume's fate was extremely tragic. Her alluring and fiery body withered quickly, like a flower drained of all its nutrients. Her once beautiful hair has turned dry, yellow, and split. His cultivation level plummeted from the peak of the golden core stage to the chi refining stage. He's even worse than an ordinary outer disciple. She seemed to have all her energy drained away, turning her into a walking corpse. Lin Chen didn't even glance at her, he simply waved his hand and released her from the restraints. Get lost. Go back and tell Lu Ruxu. She's next. Chapter 35. A man can't say no. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning bathed the entire purple cloud sacred land. The training ground was already packed with people, with no seats available. Today is the last day of the ranking competition for new disciples, and it is also the most anticipated day. Lin Chen versus Lu Ruxu. One of them is the shame of the Holy Land, who relied on incredible luck and shameless tactics to make it all the way to the finals. The other one is a combination of strength and beauty, and is hailed as the strongest contender to win the championship in this competition. This mismatch between the two sides is seen by everyone as a one-sided defeat with no suspense whatsoever. Ha ha ha, have you heard? That man named Lin Chen had a tryst with senior sister Lu last night, and after being rejected, he went so far as to go after senior sister Sume of the Hawan lineage. I've heard about it too. Someone saw that senior sister Sume walked out of her cave early this morning, looking refreshed, while that Lin Chen hasn't shown up yet. TSK, what a fool. Senior sister Sume is at the peak of the golden core stage. He's only at the late foundation establishment stage, and he's been drained all night. He probably won't even be able to stand up today, right? This is hilarious. He's digging his own grave the night before the competition. Various sarcastic and gloating comments spread wildly among the crowd. Even Yun Yun, the sect leader on the podium, frowned in disgust upon hearing the news. Useless piece of trash.
Men, they really are all driven by their lower instincts. She was completely disappointed in Lin Chen and couldn't even be bothered to look at him again. Amidst the anticipation of everyone, Lu Ruxu, the chief disciple of Qingzhou Peak, finally made her appearance. Dressed in white, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, her expression was icy, like a celestial maiden, instantly igniting cheers from the entire audience.
Senior sister Lu will win. Break that good-for-nothing's legs. Let him know that a man should do what a man should do.
As Lu Ruxu listened to the thunderous cheers around her, a proud smile appeared on her face. She glanced at the empty spot opposite her, her eyes filled with disdain. In her view, that man was probably drained dry by Su Mei by now, reduced to a dried-up corpse, and didn't even have the courage to go on stage.
The match time has arrived.
If Lin Chen does not take the field, he will be considered to have forfeited, the elder referee announced loudly. However, he had barely finished speaking.
A slightly tired and weak voice drifted from the entrance. Who said? I'm too scared to come? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
Lin Chen was seen walking slowly towards them, step by step.
He certainly looked
in extremely poor condition. His face was pale, his steps were unsteady, and his eyes were sunken, as if his body had been emptied out by wine and women.
Upon seeing his appearance, the laughter from the entire audience instantly reached its peak. Ha ha ha. Look at the way he looks. He's practically floating when he walks. It's over, it's over.
Now, forget about 3 moves, I reckon senior sister Lu could kill him with just one look. Looking at Lin Chen's miserable appearance, Lu Ruxu's contempt was even more intense. She didn't even bother to mock him anymore, because in her view, talking to such a good-for-nothing would only lower her own status. Lin Chen struggled as he stepped onto the stage and gave Lu Ruxu a weak smile.
Senior sister Lu. Good morning. Last night
I exercised a bit too vigorously, and I'm sorry to have kept my senior sister waiting.
His suggestive words confirmed everyone's suspicion that he had been drained dry. Shut your filthy mouth.
Lu Ruxu's pretty face turned fierce as she coldly shouted, a filthy man like you is not worthy to speak to me.
Referee, may we begin? I can't wait to clean house. The match begins. With the referee's whistle.
Lu Ruxu could no longer suppress the murderous intent in her heart. She didn't even bother to test the water. She unleashed her strongest killing move the moment she made her move.
Secret technique, Ice Age.
A massive and solidified glacial sword aura, larger than any before, instantly materialized, carrying terrifying power capable of freezing everything, and swept towards the teetering Lin Chen.
She's going to make a move.
She'll obliterate this man who disgusts her into nothingness.
Faced with this earth-shattering blow.
Faced with this seemingly hopeless situation that everyone believed would lead to certain death. The man who was pale-faced and unsteady on his feet.
All the weakness and exhaustion on his face vanished in an instant. Instead, there was a godlike, indifferent yet infinitely majestic, cold laugh. He slowly raised his right hand. Then, in the instant, everyone in the room froze, their eyes filled with utter shock.
Facing the terrifying glacier that roared towards them, powerful enough to freeze even a golden core.
Gently, with a single finger. Broken. Chapter 36 Luck. Broken.
A simple word came out of Lin Chen's mouth.
The next second,
a slender golden finger strike, arriving first despite being delayed, pierced through the massive glacial sword energy with utterly unreasonable force.
Boom.
In the instant that everyone present froze, stunned, and looked as if they had seen a ghost, Lu Ruxu's strongest divine power shattered with a deafening roar. It turned into countless ice crystals. The golden finger strike, after breaking the divine power, still had considerable momentum. It instantly traversed the distance and, before the proud young woman could react, gently touched her forehead.
Thump. A soft sound. Lu Ruxu was struck as if by lightning.
All her protective chi shattered instantly, and she flew backward 100 meters away, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot.
One finger. Just one finger. The entire venue was deathly silent.
Everyone wore a blank, numb expression, their worldview shattered.
That man, whom they had mocked countless times for being drained and having unbelievable luck, actually defeated the favorite to win this competition with a single finger? Is this fucking a dream?
It was an unknown amount of time before someone recovered from their extreme shock and uttered a question that sounded like a dream.
What just happened? I think I saw Senior Sister Lu's Ice Age shatter on its own? What What was that finger he used? So fast.
Most of the disciples were too weak in cultivation to see what had just happened. In their eyes, it was as if Lu Ruxu had unleashed a devastating attack, and then the man had simply pointed at her, and senior sister Lu had been defeated on her own.
This looks way too much like a fluke. It must be a coincidence. That's right.
It must have been that when senior sister Lu activated her supernatural power, her spiritual energy went awry and she suffered a chi deviation.
That man was just lucky he happened to point at her at that moment. Yes. That must be it. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it.
Such a voice soon rang out from the crowd. People, especially the female disciples who had previously mocked Lin Shen the most, subconsciously found the most reasonable explanation for this mind-blowing scene before them. They absolutely refused to admit that the man they had previously looked down upon was actually a peerless expert capable of instantly killing a golden core genius with a single finger.
And on the dais,
although the referee elders saw the process clearly, the shock and confusion on their faces were 100 times more intense than those of the ordinary disciples.
That finger strikes something as strange. An elder frowned. Its power doesn't seem that strong, but the intention it contains is extremely sharp. It seems to be able to penetrate everything. That's right. Lu's supernatural power wasn't defeated by force, but rather it was more like it was directly erased by a higher level law. This is beyond our comprehension. Could it be that he possesses some powerful protective magic treasure? They discussed it amongst themselves, speculating on various possibilities, but not one of them believed that it was Lin Shen's own power. How could a man in the late Foundation establishment stage possess such unpredictable and miraculous abilities? It must be due to external means. It must be.
And in the main position, the sect leader, Yun Yun, no longer had the indifference she had shown before on her elegant and noble face. She stared intently at Lin Shen on the arena, her deep phoenix eyes flashing with a sharp light, filled with scrutiny and a hint of solemnity that even she herself didn't realize. She saw it more clearly than anyone else. That finger strike just now was definitely not some kind of magic weapon. That is an attack that is almost like the Tao that can only be unleashed after one's own strength and spirit have been concentrated to the extreme.
This man is no ordinary person. He is definitely hiding a huge secret. Did he receive some ancient inheritance? Or is he being guided by a master? Where did that girl Bingley find such a monster?
Her mind raced with thoughts, but her face remained calm and composed. She would never admit in public that she had misjudged the situation. Lin Shen, on the other hand, acted as if he had done something insignificant. He glanced at the questioning eyes below the stage and the probing gazes of the elders on the stage, and sneered inwardly.
This is exactly the effect he wanted. Be skeptical. Let's just guess. The less you can see through me, the less likely you are to easily make a move against me. He slowly walked to the side of the unconscious Lu Rusu and took out a jade pendant from her bosom, which represented her advancement. Then, she turned around and gave the sect leader Yun Yun on the platform a bright and harmless smile. Lord Sect Master. Disciple, I won by sheer luck. You promised that defeating a golden core cultivator would be considered passing the assessment. I think I've fulfilled that requirement, haven't I?
He never mentioned the first place or the doubled reward.
It was as if I was just a lucky one who had by chance met the minimum requirements. Chapter 37 Personal Disciple.
Faced with Lin Shen's getting the benefit and still acting innocent attitude, the sect leader Yun Yun on the platform slowly narrowed her deep, star-like phoenix eyes, and a trace of coldness flashed in the depths of her eyes.
What a sharp-tongued brat. How dare he use my previous words to challenge me in front of the entire sect? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in my Purple Cloud Holy Land just because he has some unknown magic weapon? How laughable.
Although anger was rising in her heart, her face remained calm and composed. As queen, her majesty is not to be challenged. She slowly stood up, her voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority that resonated throughout the room.
Good.
Lin Shen, you have indeed completed the first test I gave you, defeating a golden core stage opponent. As agreed, I hereby acknowledge your status as an inner disciple and you will advance to the final four. Her words only acknowledged that Lin Shen had passed the assessment and advanced, but made no mention of how astonishing his previous victory had been. In this way, she casually defined the one-finger kill that had overturned everyone's understanding as an ordinary, lucky advancement. Although all the disciples present were shocked, none of them dared to raise any objections under the powerful aura of the sect leader. But Yunyan's tone suddenly changed, and her gaze, like two sharp swords, locked onto Lin Chen once again.
Merely advancing to the semi-finals is far from enough. If you want to truly gain the sex recognition, you must go even further.
She glanced at the match schedule and then, in an unquestionable tone, announced the semi-final matchups.
Tomorrow, the semi-finals. Lin Chen, facing off against.
She extended her jade-like finger and pointed to the first seat of the audience, where a stunningly beautiful woman, who had remained silent throughout and possessed a pure and aloof demeanor, stood with an air of serene beauty.
Xiao Qingxue, the core disciple who has never been defeated in this competition. Boom!
The moment this matchup was announced, the entire training ground erupted in chaos.
WH? What? The sect master actually arranged for Lin Chen to face senior sister Xiao in the semifinals? My god! This is giving him absolutely no chance. It's all over.
His luck that came from relying on magic treasures is a complete joke in front of senior sister Xiao, who was at the half-nascent soul stage. Everyone stared at Lin Chen with the look of utter disbelief, as if he were a dead man. They knew that this man's meteoric rise to success, marked by incredible luck, would be utterly ended tomorrow by the absolute king of the sect's younger generation in the most crushing way possible. Xiao Qingxue, whose name was called, slowly stood up from her seat.
She bowed respectfully to the sect leader Yun Yun on the platform.
She has cultivated for many years and her strength is already unmatched among her peers. Her only desire is to gain the sect leader's appreciation and become his personal disciple. She knew that today's arrangement was the sect leader's ultimate test for her. She turned around, and for the first time, her beautiful, clear, and snow-white eyes looked directly at Lin Chen on the stage. There was no contempt in those eyes, only a cold, murderous intent, as if looking at a dead object. To become a disciple, she would spare no effort to crush the man before her who dared to challenge the sect leader's authority. Faced with this murderous intent that was almost tangible, Lin Chen smiled. He bowed slightly to the queen on the platform, who thought she had everything under control.
Disciple obeys.
That nonchalant demeanor stirred a barely perceptible sense of irritation within Yun Yun once again. She snorted coldly, then her gentle smile returned, and she announced loudly.
All right. Today's competition is now over.
To celebrate the advancement of my two outstanding disciples, Lin Chen and Xiao Qingxue, to the final four, I will host a celebratory banquet for them at the summit of Xian Peak tonight.
At that time, I will also offer 3 purple extreme golden pills as a prize.
Whoever can perform in tomorrow's duel, to my greater satisfaction. Whom shall these 3 precious pills be bestowed upon? After saying that, she gave Xiao Qingxue a deep look, her eyes full of hints and expectations.
The meaning is self-evident. Qingxue, don't disappoint me.
Crush him mercilessly.
Chapter 38. She did it willingly.
As night falls, the summit of Xian Peak is brightly lit, and celestial music drifts through the air.
This is the highest and most sacred place in the entire Purple Cloud Holy Land.
Normally, only the sect leader and a handful of supreme elders are qualified to set foot here. But tonight, a grand banquet is being held here specifically for a man. At the banquet, a peculiar scene quietly emerged, clearly divided into 2 distinct groups. On one side was a corner that belonged to Xiao Qingxue. She remained seated at the head of the table, her demeanor as aloof as snow, but the room around her seemed deserted. Only a handful of her closest junior sisters remained, cautiously keeping her company, creating a somber and oppressive atmosphere. In the past, she was always the undisputed center of attention, admired and adored by countless people. But tonight, the cup of spiritual tea in front of her, now cold, seemed to speak of a forgotten loneliness. On the other side is Lin Chen's world. He was surrounded by countless inner sect female disciples who had previously looked down on him, forming a fiery eye of the storm. These female disciples, who were usually arrogant and haughty, were now like the most docile kittens, each with seductive eyes and charming smiles, trying every possible way to say just one more word to this newly promoted holy son.
Senior brother Lin, my name is Wang Yanran.
I have long heard of your great name, and seeing you today, I can confirm that you are indeed a dragon among men. Senior brother Lin, I have a family heirloom called the Spirit Concentration Jade Pendant, which has a remarkable effect on stabilizing the soul.
Consider it a small gift for you.
Senior brother Lin, you must be very careful when facing Xiao Qingxue tomorrow. I have a high-grade spiritual artifact here, the golden silk soft armor. Although its defensive capabilities are average, it's very comfortable to wear close to the skin, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. Precious magical artifacts and elixirs were presented to Lin Chen as gifts with great eagerness.
The female disciples' thoughts were crystal clear.
Since this man is so powerful that it's impossible to use forceful methods to turn him into a furnace, then, wouldn't it be better to use soft methods, to actively throw myself into his arms, become his woman, and share his powerful Chaos Dao body bloodline? Anyway, in this world, powerful men are supposed to have countless partners. Xiao Qingxue coldly watched the man surrounded by countless women, handling them with ease, and even occasionally showing a satisfied smile to certain gifts.
Her jade-like hand holding the wineglass involuntarily tightened its grip. Men. They're all the same. They won a match by luck with some unknown magic weapon, and then they got so cocky that they forgot who they are. Fine. I'll let you have one last glorious night. Tomorrow, in the ring, I will personally crush everything you have gained today, along with your laughable pride, into dust. She downed the cold spiritual tea in one gulp. That chilling killing intent, against the backdrop of the fiery heat, reached its peak. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice, filled with provocation and resentment, suddenly rang out throughout the banquet. Lin Chen! You despicable and shameless scoundrel! You don't deserve to sit here. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. There she was, Lu Ruxu, who should have been recuperating in the confinement room, now walked in, her face ashen and her body swaying unsteadily. Her eyes were filled with resentment and madness. I refuse to accept this. She pointed at Lin Chen and screamed shrilly, you didn't win against me with your own strength. You won with underhanded means. With some evil magic weapon you got from who knows where. Today, I will expose your true colors in front of everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, she recklessly unleashed her remaining power, transforming into a streak of light and launching a suicidal attack on Lin Chen. Faced with Lu Ruxu's seemingly insane and reckless suicidal attack, the entire banquet hall instantly descended into chaos. Quick! Stop her. Senior sister Lu has gone mad. She actually dared to make a move at the banquet hosted by the sect master. Several inner disciples who were nearby hurriedly tried to step forward to stop them. However, at this moment, Lu Ruxu was already blinded by jealousy and resentment, and her speed was several times faster than before. She bypassed everyone's obstruction and, like a streak of blood-red lightning, instantly rushed to Lin Chen's side. Go to hell! Her pretty face, contorted with rage, was filled with a mad, suicidal madness. The female disciples who were smiling and framing around Lin Chen just a moment ago were now terrified, screaming and retreating, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. In an instant, a large area around Lin Chen became empty. He sat there all alone, facing the desperate attack of a golden core genius, appearing so isolated and helpless. On the main seat, Sect Master Yunyun's phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed. She did not make a move. She wanted to see how this enigmatic man would handle this unexpected situation after losing his mysterious artifact. This is the best opportunity to test the waters. On the other side, a cold, mocking smile appeared on Xiao Qingxue's face. Useless, ultimately useless. Without your magic weapon, what are you left? Under everyone's watchful eyes. Faced with a fierce attack that could tear him to pieces, Lin Chen remained seated there. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply picked up the wineglass in front of him slowly and took a small sip. It was as if the crazy woman rushing towards them didn't exist at all. This means, they've given up? Or were they just scared out of their wits? Just a moment before Lu Rux's claws, burning with the flames of life, were about to touch Lin Chen's skull. Presumptuous! A cold yet supremely majestic shout, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded with a deafening roar. It did not come from Sect Master Yun Yun. It came from the audience. The next second, a purple figure, moving with incredible speed, appeared before Lin Chen in an instant, like a ghost. She stretched out a slender, jade-like hand and, seemingly casually, patted it forward. Bang! Lu Rux's desperate attack shattered instantly under this palm strike, as if it were made of paper. She was sent flying backward at an even greater speed than when she arrived, as if she had been struck head-on by an ancient divine mountain. With a plop, blood gushed out, and he slammed heavily onto a distant pillar, instantly losing consciousness. His fate remains unknown. One palm strike. Just one palm strike. He swatted away a golden core genius who was working so hard, just like swatting a fly. The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. Everyone stared intently at the purple figure that had suddenly appeared and blocked Lin Chen's path, as if they had seen a ghost. She was a woman, wearing a purple veil, with a graceful figure and a noble yet mysterious air. What emanated from her was the genuine terrifying pressure of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Yuan. Nascent soul true monarch? Who is she? When did our holy land gain another nascent soul elder? The whole place exploded. Everyone was stunned. The sect leader, Yun Yun, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up abruptly the moment she saw the person's face. Her face was filled with disbelief and shock. Luo Bingley? How could you, have broken through to the nascent soul stage? That's right. The person who arrived was none other than Luo Bingley, who should have been in Qingyang City handling the aftermath. No. She should be called Nascent Soul True Monarch, Luo Bingley. Luo Bingley ignored everyone's shock. She slowly turned around and respectfully knelt on one knee in front of the man who was still leisurely sipping his wine. Then, in a voice filled with fervor and worship, he said loudly, "Master has been frightened. Your servant is late in protecting you." Boom. Owner? Slave? Maid? These two words, like 10,000 nuclear bombs, exploded simultaneously in everyone's minds. A newly promoted, genuine nascent soul true monarch actually calls the man they look down on master? She even calls herself a servant? What the hell is going on? Has this world gone mad? After a brief silence, the entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. A hallucination. This must be a hallucination. How could Grandmaster Luo possibly? I know. It must be the demonic sect. This man must be a spy sent by the demonic sect. He used the most vicious, heart-to-heart goo on Grandmaster Luo. He has controlled her mind. That's right. It must be. Men are inherently weak and most easily seduced by demonic forces. He appears to be a righteous genius, but in reality, he's a despicable and shameless demon. The crowd was immediately agitated. Almost everyone, in an instant, found the most reasonable explanation for this mind-blowing scene, which also best suited their inner prejudices. Lin Chen is a demon. Luo Bingley is being controlled. On the main seat, Sect Master Yun Yun's pretty face, which had turned deathly pale with shock, was instantly covered by a layer of icy killing intent. So that's how it is. No wonder he, a Foundation establishment cultivator, had such bizarre methods. It turns out he cultivated demonic arts and used the heart-to-heart goo to control Bingley. What a wicked brat. How dare he set his sights on my purple cloud holy land? He's truly courting death. She slammed her hand on the throne and shouted angrily, "You audacious fiend! How dare you use such despicable means to control my sect's elders? You deserve to die. Guards! Deploy the purple heaven locking formation. Suppress and kill this demon on the spot." Boom! In an instant, several powerful auras rose from all directions of the hall. A massive array composed of purple lightning instantly enveloped the entire banquet hall, trapping Lin Chen and Luo Bingley firmly in the center. Sect Master. No. Master, he. Luo Bingley's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly tried to explain. Bingley! Wake up! Yun Yun interrupted her in anguish. You have been bewitched by the demon, no need to say more. Once I have slain this fiend, I will remove the poison from you. Looking at this absurd scene before him, Lin Chen laughed. He slowly put down his wineglass, looked at the queen who thought she had everything under control but was actually foolish and ridiculous, and shook his head. Sect Master, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You say I'm a demon, but do you have any proof? Evidence? Yun Yun sneered. Bingley bows down to you and obeys your every word. What else is that if not evidence? That's not necessarily true. Lin Chen's smile became even more amused. Perhaps, City Lord Luo has been captivated by my personal charm and is willingly following me? Nonsense. Yun Yun refused to believe it. Would a nascent soul true monarch willingly acknowledge a Foundation establishment cultivator as his master? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? In that case, Lin Chen shrugged, why don't we ask the sect's Grand Elder to personally examine City Lord Luo? The Grand Elder is proficient in the secret art of soul searching, and she also possesses a heart-questioning mirror that can expose all illusions. If there are indeed goo worms in her body, or if she has been placed under a restriction, she will have nowhere to hide. Okay. Yun Yun agreed without hesitation. In her eyes, this kid was already trapped, with no way to escape. She wanted to expose his true colors in front of the entire sect, and then rightfully take him, and all his secrets for herself. Soon, a profound and white-haired elder was invited to the scene. under the watchful eyes of thousands of people in the audience.
The Supreme Elder summoned the heart-questioning mirror, and a dazzling light instantly enveloped Luo Bingli's entire body. At the same time, her vast divine sense cautiously probed into Luo Bingli's sea of consciousness. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment when the truth would be revealed. A cruel, cold smile curled at the corners of Yunyun's lips. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed, second by second. The Supreme Elder's expression gradually changed from solemn to confused, and then shock. Finally, it turned into a terrifying, ghost-like experience. How is it, Elder? Yunyun's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition rose within her. The Supreme Elder slowly withdrew the precious mirror and her divine sense. She looked at Yunyun, then at the nonchalant Lin Chen. Her lips trembled for a long time before she announced, in a dreamlike, trembling voice, the result that would overturn everyone's understanding. Report to the sect master. In Luo Jr. nephew Luo's sea of consciousness, everything is clear and his soul is stable, without any trace of being controlled by external forces. She did it willingly. Chapter 39. Do you believe it now? With all my heart. Willing. These 4 words, like 10,000 volcanoes, simultaneously erupted in everyone's minds. The entire banquet hall, along with the entire summit of Xian Peak outside, fell into a deathly, eerie silence at this moment. Everyone wore a blank, numb expression, their worldview shattered. Not under control? Was it voluntary on her part? A genuine nascent soul true monarch willingly acknowledges a foundation establishment stage man as his master, and even calls himself a servant? This is a million times more outrageous than the protagonist is a demon. No. Impossible. The first to scream was sect leader Yunyun. For the first time, her usually dignified and elegant face lost all composure, revealing a ferocious expression that was almost out of control. Absolutely impossible. She glared at the Supreme Elder and shouted sharply, "Elderly! Are you blind? Or is there something wrong with your heart-questioning mirror?" Sect master, this old woman. The Supreme Elder, addressed as elderly, also wore a bitter expression, unsure how to explain the scene before her that had overturned her understanding of things for hundreds of years. Humph. Useless trash. Yunyun snorted coldly, not believing the result at all. In her opinion, Lin Chen must have used some more sophisticated demonic technique that even the heart-questioning mirror couldn't detect. Go! Bring Elder Zhang and Elder Wang here for me. She gave orders to the deacon beside her. And bring me the Mirror of 3 Lifetimes from the sect's forbidden area as well. The Mirror of 3 Lifetimes is one of the most treasured artifacts of the Purple Plowed Sacred Land, a true Dao artifact. It is said to be able to see a person's past and present lives and dispel all illusions and deceptions in the world. Soon, 2 other Supreme Elders, whose auras were equally profound, arrived at the scene, carrying an ancient stone mirror. Senior sisters, Yunyun's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. I would like to trouble you 2 to test junior sister Bingley again. I refuse to believe that such an absurd thing could exist in this world. The 2 newly arrived Supreme Elders also wore solemn and disbelieving expressions. Together they activated the Mirror of 3 Lifetimes, and a vicissitudes of light containing the power of reincarnation instantly enveloped Luo Bingley. Everyone held their breath, their hearts leaping into their throats once again. This time, under the illumination of the sect's sacred artifact, that demon should finally have nowhere to hide. The result, however, plunged everyone into an even deeper state of petrification. In the mirror's light, Luo Bingley's past is clearly visible. Her soul was pure and flawless, without the slightest trace of being tainted by demonic energy. Her will was unwavering, entirely based on her own judgment, and not influenced by any external forces. How is it? Yunyun's voice trembled slightly, a tremor she herself didn't even realize. The 2 elders exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. In the end, they could only shake their heads at Yunyun with difficulty. Reporting to the sect master. The result was exactly as junior sister Li had predicted. Junior nephew Luo is indeed of sound mind and acting from her own heart. Boom! If the initial conclusion was one of shock, so this second time, the conclusion personally verified by the sect's most powerful artifact was the complete collapse of the worldview. No. How is this possible? Really, it's real? It's not being controlled? A nascent soul true monarch, really, willingly becoming a servant to a man? Those female disciples who were previously shouting that Lin Chen is a demon now felt as if their brains had been smashed by an invisible hammer. The worldview of female superiority and male inferiority that they relied on for survival was shattered at this moment by the absurd yet real scene before them.
Sect Master Yun Yun trembled violently.
She staggered back 2 steps, and for the first time, a look of bewilderment and fear appeared on her beautiful face. Her pride and joy lie in her wisdom, political acumen, and strength.
In the face of this monster that cannot be explained by common sense, everything seemed so ridiculous and pale.
Just as the entire venue fell into a deathly silence, and everyone was stunned by this shocking truth. That boy who remained calm and collected throughout, as if watching a farce. He slowly picked up the cup of tea, which had long since gone cold. Then, she gave the queen, who was completely out of control, a bright and harmless smile.
Sect Master, do you believe me now?
Lin Chen's casual words were like a final, heavy blow, slamming down on Sect Master Yun Yun's already crumbling pride.
Believe? How could she possibly believe that? She would rather believe that the sun would rise in the west tomorrow than believe that a nascent soul true monarch would willingly submit to a foundation establishment stage man. There must be something fishy going on here.
There must be some kind of more advanced and mysterious secret technique that even the Tao artifact, Mirror of 3 Lifetimes, cannot detect. In Yun Yun's mind, thoughts raced wildly, with murderous intent and greed intertwining and rising. The secrets this man held were far greater than she had imagined.
She must have it. However,
on the surface, she had no reason to attack Lin Chen anymore.
3 consecutive tests have completely shut down all her excuses.
If she continues to act willfully, she will be openly violating the rules she set in front of the entire sect, and her prestige will be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Yun Yun's pretty face, which had been distorted by shock and anger, slowly returned to calm. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all the turmoil in her heart, and once again, she forced out a smile that was even uglier than a cry.
Good, very good.
She looked at Lin Chen and slowly began to clap her hands.
The applause sounded unusually abrupt and jarring in the deathly silent hall. It seems that I am ignorant and ill-informed.
Sage Lin is indeed a person with great fortune, beyond the comprehension of us mortals.
She chose to compromise.
They chose to openly acknowledge this absurd fact. Since it's all a misunderstanding, she waved her hand, signaling everyone to remove the purple heaven locking array, which had long since become useless. Then let's drop this matter.
Today is a celebration banquet for the Holy Sun. Gentlemen, please continue.
Chapter 40. It's better to leave this sect. After Yun Yun finished speaking, she sat back on the throne, picked up her wineglass, and acted as if nothing had happened.
But everyone knew that a raging storm was brewing in the queen's heart.
The atmosphere at the banquet became incredibly strange.
No one dared to approach Lin Chen anymore.
They merely watched from afar, stealing glances at the boy who remained calm and collected, as if everything was irrelevant to him, with a mixture of fear, awe, and extreme curiosity. After compromising, sect leader Yun Yun turned her gaze to Xiao Qingxue, who had remained silent throughout, but whose delicate body was also trembling slightly. Her eyes became filled with hints and a chilling killing intent. She didn't use telepathy, but the meaning in her eyes was clearly conveyed to Xiao Qingxue's heart.
Qingxue, did you see that?
This man is far more dangerous and mysterious than we imagined. He must be hiding a shocking secret that allows him to control nascent soul-level experts.
In tomorrow's showdown, there will be no holding back. I want you to capture him alive, at all costs.
On the arena, use your strength to completely crush his limbs, cripple his cultivation, and destroy his will. Yun Yun's eyes grew increasingly ruthless. Just beat him into a cripple who can only breathe, and then take him back to the forbidden area. I have plenty of ways to make him spill all his secrets, word for word. She wanted Xiao Qingxue to conduct illegal, inhumane torture and forced confession on Lin Chen under the rules of fair competition. Xiao Qingxue naturally understood the meaning in her master's eyes. In her clear, snow-white eyes, the chilling killing intent instantly surged to its peak. She slowly raised the wineglass in front of her and gently toasted the sect leader, Yun Yun, who sat in the main seat.
Then, he drank it all in one gulp. This is a silent acceptance of orders.
Indeed, from the altar, the most chilling death sentence was pronounced upon Lin Chen.
Lin Chen saw all of this.
He looked at the master and apprentice who thought their partnership was perfect, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips.
Torture to extract a confession? Perfect.
I also want to see a so-called goddess dragged down from her altar and trampled into the mud.
Just what kind of beautiful scenery is it? The next day, early morning.
The entire purple cloud Holy Land was engulfed in a strange, frenzied atmosphere. Countless disciples, and even some inner sect elders who had been in seclusion for many years, arrived at the martial arts arena ahead of time, surrounding the main arena number 1. Everyone knows that today's match will no longer be an ordinary game. Rather, it was a judgment that would determine the future of the entire sect. The subject of the trial is naturally Lin Chen, a man shrouded in mystery and personally labeled a threat by the sect leader. The one who carried out the trial was none other than Xiao Qingxue, the undisputed queen of the younger generation of the sect. She's here. Senior sister Xiao is here. Someone suddenly let out an excited shout. Then, Xiao Qingxue, dressed in white and holding a spirit sword shrouded in cold energy, descended from the sky like a celestial maiden, landing steadily in the center of the arena. Her terrifying aura, that of a half-step nascent soul cultivator, was released without any concealment, causing the temperature of the entire arena to drop sharply, and even condensing into a thin layer of frost. That cold yet powerful aura instantly ignited the entire arena. Senior sister Xiao will win. Crush that man. Let him know what a true genius is. Defend the glory of my purple cloud Holy Land. Amidst thunderous cheers, Lin Chen slowly walked onto the stage from the other side. He remained as calm and collected as ever, as if he were about to face not a life or death battle, but an afternoon tea party. The more he acted this way, the angrier the female disciples became. Pretending to be something you're not. You're about to die, and you're still pretending. Just watch, when senior sister Xiao makes her move, he won't even be able to cry. Chapter 41. A slap shatters the Tao heart. On the podium, Sect Master Yun Yun sat upright on the throne. Her face was expressionless, but her deep phoenix eyes were like two sharp knives, fixed on Lin Chen. Beside her, all the elders held their breath. They were all waiting. Waiting for Xiao Qingxue to ruthlessly tear apart this man's disguise, layer by layer. Lin Chen. On the arena, Xiao Qingxue finally spoke. Her voice, like her personality, was cold and filled with a sense of superiority. Last night, the sect leader gave me his orders. If you obediently kneel down today, cripple your cultivation, and hand over all your secrets, I might, out of consideration for our shared sect, spare your life, a complete corpse. Her words were full of charity, but also full of an unquestionable sense of judgment. It was as if she were a god. However, Lin Chen laughed after hearing this. Xiao Qingxue? He looked at the self-important goddess before him and slowly shook his head. Do you know? Your arrogant and self-righteous attitude is really annoying. Court death. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Qingxue's eyes in an instant. She stopped uttering any more nonsense. Sword domain freezing 1,000 miles. With a cold, sharp cry from Xiao Qingxue, a terrifying cold current, 100 times stronger than Lu Ruxu's Ice Age, erupted instantly around her. The entire arena, along with the surrounding 100-meter space, was completely frozen at this moment by a thick layer of solid ice that emitted a ghostly blue light. Countless chains of ice crystals, composed of extremely cold sword energy, came from all directions like venomous snakes, strangling and killing Lin Chen. Within this absolute domain, she is the sole ruler. It's senior sister Zhao's sword domain. My god. This is the first time I've ever seen senior sister Xiao go all out. A horrified yet frenzied gasp erupted from the audience. On the platform, a highly knowledgeable elder suddenly stood up from her seat. Looking at the completely frozen space, her eyes were filled with shock and admiration, and she loudly explained. Excellent. What a brilliant, frozen 1,000 miles. This is no ordinary realm. Qingxue has actually perfectly fused her Ice Phoenix bloodline with sword intent, touching the threshold of law. Within this realm, she is the embodiment of ice and snow. Among those of the same level, none can stop her. Even a true nascent soul early-stage true monarch, if trapped within her, will be worn down to death. This battle is already a foregone conclusion. Her words were like a final judgment, sentencing Lin Chen to death by everyone present. On everyone's face, there was a gloating smile, waiting to see Lin Chen slowly tortured to death in endless ice and despair. Meanwhile, Yun Yun, the sect leader seated in the main seat, nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile curving her lips. Good, Qingxue, well done. Use your strongest power to grind out all his secrets for me, bit by bit. However, just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, just as a hint of a victor's mocking smile appeared on Xiao Qingxue's cold, pretty face, the man trapped in the center of the domain, considered by everyone to be a lamb to the slaughter. He moved. He did not use any supernatural powers. They did not use any magical artifacts. He simply and slowly raised his right hand. Then, facing that icy world strong enough to freeze a nascent soul, he gently pushed forward. From his mouth came two words that everyone would never forget. Too weak. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying power, seemingly from the ancient primordial era and capable of crushing stars, suddenly descended.
30,000 dragon elephant microparticles. At this moment, they erupted simultaneously. There was no dazzling light. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only the purest, most savage, most unreasonable power. Snap. 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 The sword domain, which the Supreme Elder boasted was invincible among its peers and capable of exhausting nascent soul cultivators, was as fragile as an eggshell in the face of this absolute power. Starting from the center, it shattered inch by inch. Those menacing ice crystal chains couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Chen's clothes before being crushed into the most primitive dust by that invisible force field. Just a breath. Puff. With her domain broken, Xiao Qingxue was struck as if by lightning, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. For the first time, a look of horror and disbelief appeared on her usually cold and haughty face. How is that possible? My strongest sword domain was actually shattered by his pure power? And this is just the beginning. Having broken through the domain, Lin Chen took a step and instantly crossed the distance of space, appearing in front of Xiao Qingxue, who had already lost her composure. Then, in the instant, everyone in the room froze, their eyes filled with utter shock. A slap landed hard on her beautiful cheek, which was hailed as that of a goddess. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the entire world. It also shattered the last myth of the younger generation of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. No. It's impossible. The Supreme Elder, who had been boasting that the outcome of this battle is no longer in doubt, now sat slumped in his chair like a toad struck by lightning, his eyes glazed over, muttering to himself incessantly. Her face was burning with pain. It was as if Lin Chen's slap had landed on her face. Her deep and majestic phoenix eyes were fixed on Lin Chen on the stage. For the first time, her beautiful face, which was always elegant and always in control, lost all color and turned deathly pale. Her dignified demeanor vanished. Her queenly aura crumbled. Her delicate hand, adorned with an exquisite jade ring, was trembling uncontrollably, violently. Shock? No. This is no longer shocking. This is a kind of fear and bewilderment that arises when one's worldview is smashed to pieces by an unparalleled brute force. Fake. This must all be fake. How could he possibly break Qingxue's sword domain with pure power? Isn't he a man? How could a man possess such terrifying physical strength that transcends common sense and the laws of nature? What kind of monster is he? Her pride and shrewdness crumbled. Her confidence in her ability to strategize was shattered. All her previous tests, suppressions, and open schemes against Lin Chen. Compared to this slap, everything else seemed so childish, ridiculous, and foolish. She felt like a self-righteous mortal trying to bind a true dragon from the heavens with ropes. As a result, it was blown to ashes by a single sneeze from the other party. Sect master. Beside him, an elder deacon, seeing the sect leader's discomposure, trembled and whispered a reminder. This reminder finally pulled Yunyan back to her senses from her endless shock and fear. She suddenly jolted awake. She realized that she had actually lost her composure in front of the entire sect. He lost his composure because of a man. A feeling even stronger than fear, shame and anger instantly surged into her heart. She abruptly sat back on the throne, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, trying to regain her dignity as queen. But her trembling body and her pale face, which could not regain its color, silently told of the collapse in her heart. She no longer dared to look at the man in the ring with that same scrutinizing, condescending gaze. Her eyes became incredibly complicated. There was apprehension, fear, resentment, and regret. There was even a trace of something she herself hadn't noticed. The most primal thing that comes from being faced with absolute, unmatched male power is female submission. Lin Chen, on the other hand, acted as if he had done something insignificant. He slowly withdrew his hand, looking at the world before him, now utterly silent because of his slap. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This is a real slap in the face. I'm not just going to smash your face. Furthermore, I will shatter your world. I will break your Dao heart. Chapter 42 Drugging. In the deathly silence that filled the entire arena, Lin Chen slowly withdrew his gaze from Xiao Qingxue, whose life or death was unknown, lying on the ground.
Then, he turned around and gave a bright and innocent smile to Yun Yun, the sect leader on the platform, whose face was pale and whose delicate body was still trembling slightly. Lord Sect Master. His voice, though not loud, was like thunder, clear and resounding in everyone's ears. According to your previous rules, it seems that I have won again by sheer luck. And it seems that they are still in first place. Those 3 purple extreme golden pills that you personally promised at the victory celebration banquet, now. Shouldn't it be time to fulfill our promise? Debt collection. In front of the entire sect, without any mercy, he demanded the gambling debt from this high and mighty queen. Boom! These words caused an uproar in the entire training ground once again. Everyone stared at Lin Chen with eyes that looked at him as if he were crazy. He actually dared to provoke the sect leader, who was already on the verge of exploding with rage, at a time like this? Isn't he afraid that the sect leader, in a fit of rage, might kill him on the spot without regard for anything else? On the platform, after hearing these words, the sect leader Yun Yun's pretty face, which had just regained a bit of color, turned ashen again. A terrifying pressure from a nascent soul cultivator flashed out of her body uncontrollably. Humiliation. A blatant humiliation. This man not only used his strength to slap her face. Now, they will use her own words to crush her dignity and repeatedly and brutally rub it into the ground. Looking at the seemingly harmless boy, the murderous intent in her heart reached its peak at that moment. But she cannot make a move. At least, not now. If she were to openly break her promise in front of everyone, how could she, as the sect leader, maintain her authority in the future? Final. Yun Yun gritted her teeth, almost squeezing out a few words from between them. Good. Someone come here. Bring 3 purple extreme golden pills. To reward our newly crowned champion. Soon, a jade box containing 3 supreme pills was presented to Lin Chen with trepidation by an elder in charge. Lin Chen didn't even look at it before casually putting it into his storage ring. Then, facing the queen in the main seat, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, he smiled slightly once again. Thank you for the reward, Sect Master. After saying that, amidst countless gazes filled with awe and fear, he turned around and gracefully walked off the stage. Watching that departing figure, Yun Yun's jade-like hand, which was gripping the armrest of the throne, suddenly tightened. She actually managed to crush the incredibly hard, millennia-old crystal armrests, creating hideous cracks in them. Reveal my decree. Her voice was icy cold, as if it came from the deepest hell. Let her out of the pass. Finals, continue. Night has fallen. Inside Lin Chen's heavenly cave dwelling. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, playing with the 3 purple extreme golden pills in his hand, but his face showed no joy whatsoever. He knew that today's victory had completely severed ties between him and Sect Master Yun Yun. Tomorrow's final will definitely be a true life or death battle. The ultimate trump card that the sect leader only released at the last moment was far stronger than Xiao Qingshui. Just as he was pondering a solution. Outside the cave, a faint, almost inaudible knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Who? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Master, it's me. A hoarse female voice, filled with timidity, humility, and a hint of complex emotions, came from outside the door. With a thought, Lin Chen opened the restrictions on the cave. Outside the door, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure was huddled, trembling. She was dressed in the most shabby servant's clothes, her whole body was dirty, and her once beautiful hair had long lost its luster, becoming dry, yellow, and split. He looked like a beggar about to freeze to death in the cold wind. Yes, it was Su Mei, the one whose cultivation was personally drained by Lin Chen. What's the matter? Lin Chen's tone remained calm. Su Mei slowly raised her head. Her once incomparably alluring face now only showed endless haggardness and humility. Looking at the man who had changed her life, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, a mixture of fear, resentment, and a trace of morbid dependence and longing. In the days since she lost her cultivation, she has experienced the full spectrum of human nature's coldness and warmth. Those junior female students who used to fawn over her now avoid her like the plague, and some even kick her when she's down. She had been completely reduced to the lowest level of the sect, and even a lowly servant dared to bully her at will. In this despair, her mind kept replaying that night. Although painful, although humiliating. But that feeling of being completely filled and utterly conquered by absolute, unparalleled masculine power. Yet it also gave her a kind of morbid, poison-like longing. In the end, she couldn't resist and came looking for it. Oh no. With a plop, she knelt down in front of Lin Chen, using all her strength to hug his calves, humbly, like the most loyal female dog.
Su Mei was wrong. Please, take me in. I don't want to live like that anymore. I would do anything for you. Even be the lowest of dogs by your side.
Looking at the trash at his feet, which he had completely trained, Lin Chen's face remained expressionless. He simply listened quietly to her sobs.
Please. Master.
Su Mei raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes filled with pleading, and
I
also heard about a colossal conspiracy of yours.
Oh? Lin Chen finally showed a hint of interest. It's the sect master.
Su Mei said hurriedly, I just overheard the sect master's conversation with several supreme elders. They've witnessed your strength and know that even that person might not be entirely confident of defeating you in tomorrow's final. So, they did it for the sake of the sect's reputation, to ensure nothing went wrong. She looked at Lin Chen, her voice trembling, and revealed the vicious plan. They are preparing to add a forbidden drug called tendon softening and bone corroding powder to your meal tonight.
Chapter 43, the first person. Muscle softening and bone corroding powder?
Upon hearing this name, a chilling killing intent flashed instantly in Lin Chen's eyes.
Vicious. Ruthless to the extreme.
To maintain that ridiculous facade, this high and mighty queen actually resorted to such despicable and sorcerous methods.
Yun.
Lin Chen slowly uttered the name. The playfulness in his deep eyes was gone, replaced by a chilling killing intent that could make even gods and demons tremble.
He was genuinely angry.
Looking at Su Mei trembling with fear on the ground, Lin Chen's killing intent slowly subsided.
He knew that anger alone would not solve anything. Since you want to play dirty tricks,
then I'll play along with you guys and go all out.
A brilliant plan, one that could plunge them all into an abyss of no return, quietly took shape in his mind.
He slowly leaned down and gently lifted Su Mei's chin with his fingers, his kind smile returning to his face.
Very good. You did a good job. From today onwards, you will stay by my side and be a servant of tea and water. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of pure chaotic life force instantly entered Su Mei's already dried up body, restoring a trace of life to her. Thank you for your grace, master. Su Mei cried tears of joy and kowtowed frantically.
Immediately, Lin Chen's gaze turned to the dinner outside the cave, which was specially supplied by the sect and still exuded an enticing aroma. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Should we turn the tables on them? Then, let's make it even more realistic.
The next day, before the finals began, at the Ziyun Palace, Sect Master Yun sat upright on the throne, and kneeling before her was an outer sect female steward responsible for delivering meals to Lin Chen.
Are you sure he ate all the food last night?
Yunyan's voice was devoid of emotion, but a hint of tension flickered in her deep phoenix eyes.
Reporting to the sect master.
The female steward dared not conceal anything and hurriedly replied, the servant saw it with her own eyes.
That man not only ate all the food, but even licked the plates clean.
Moreover, when the servant left, she heard the sounds of him and that Su Mei laughing and joking coming from inside the cave. It seemed they had been making a ruckus all night.
Oh? Upon hearing this, Yunyan's previously tense face finally relaxed completely.
A cold and cruel smile curled at the corners of her lips.
Very good.
A useless person, drained by wine and women, and then poisoned by the muscle-weakening and bone-corroding powder.
Today, even if a celestial being descended to Earth, they couldn't save him. Go down. She waved her hand, signaling the female deacon to leave.
Then, she said calmly to the shadows in the main hall, pass on my decree, and tell Qin Mangyao to prepare to make her entrance.
Tell her that what I want is not victory, but judgment.
When Lin Chen appeared at the training ground with a pale face and unsteady steps,
the entire audience erupted in a deafening roar of laughter. Ha ha ha. Look. Is he about to die? I told you so. Men are all useless. They were only in the limelight for a day before their true colors were revealed. On the platform, Sect Master Yun looked at Lin Chen's listless appearance, and the last trace of worry in her heart completely disappeared. Her eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. Little brat, you think you can mess with me? You're still too green. And just then,
a figure that made all the cheers in the arena freeze in an instant slowly walked onto the stage from the other side. That was a girl wearing blood-red armor, wielding a giant scythe burning with black demonic flames, and with long, dark red hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. Her face was expressionless, and her dark golden pupils were filled with indifference and death, as if everything in the world was no different from ants in her eyes.
The aura emanating from her was extremely eerie. Although her cultivation level had not yet truly entered the golden core realm, the oppressive aura that was as solid as iron and filled with endless killing intent and bloodlust was more than 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary peak golden core cultivator. It's her. It's Azura blood woman Qin Mengyao. My god. The sect master actually released this god of death?
The moment they recognized the newcomer, a deep-seated fear appeared on the faces of every disciple in the entire training ground.
Qin Mengyao. Purple Cloud Holy Land, a forbidden existence. A true madman born for war.
On the platform, the knowledgeable elder, looking at the ominous-looking girl on the arena, couldn't help but whisper to his disciple, with a tone full of emotion and apprehension, about this legendary woman's record.
Do you know why she is called the number one person below the golden core stage?
5 years ago, when she was only in the late foundation establishment stage, she defeated 7 core senior sisters in the early golden core stage in the grand competition. 3 years ago, when her cultivation reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, she entered the Crimson Wasteland alone with a scythe and beheaded 3 demon kings at the peak of the golden core stage, hanging their heads outside the gates of our Holy Land.
That battle shocked the entire Tianfeng kingdom.
In fact, with her accumulated experience, she would have been able to condense a golden core a year ago, and it would have been at least a high-grade golden core.
But she managed to suppress her cultivation level.
Because what she pursues is the legendary, flawless Tao Foundation. She wants to accumulate to an unprecedented level in the foundation establishment realm, and in one fell swoop condense that once in 10,000 years.
Purple Extreme Golden Core.
The reason she participated in this competition was to use a perfect victory to bring her foundation establishment journey to a perfect close. And then, to ascend to the golden core stage.
Boom!
The elder's explanation was like a thunderclap, completely stunning all the new disciples present.
Foundation establishment cultivator slaying a peak golden core cultivator? In pursuit of perfection, he suppressed his cultivation level for a whole year? The target is the legendary purple golden elixir? Is this guy even human? This is a monster straight out of ancient mythology. This is the final, deadly trump card that Sect Master Yun Yun prepared for Lin Chen.
One who is within the rules, below the golden core stage, yet possesses extraordinary strength capable of killing a peak golden core cultivator, the most perfect executioner. Looking at the terrifying Azura blood woman, and then at the other side of the arena, at Lin Chen, who seemed to be on the verge of death at any moment. In everyone's heart, only 4 words remained.
Die. None. Complete.
Corpse.
On the arena.
Qin Mengyao slowly raised her dark golden eyes, looked indifferently at Lin Chen, and uttered her first words since her appearance.
The sect leader has given an order. I'll cripple your limbs, shatter your dantian, and leave you with only a breath left. Will you do it yourself, or shall I? Chapter 44. I'm laying my cards on the table. My strength is only a tiny fraction of what it used to be.
Lin Chen slowly raised his head, meeting Qin Mengyao's indifferent gaze, and also meeting the mocking and cruel gaze of Sect Master Yun Yun on the platform. All the weakness and listlessness on his face vanished in an instant. Instead, there was a godlike, indifferent yet infinitely majestic, cold laugh. Finally, someone who can fight a little bit has arrived. He slowly stretched, and his bones cracked and popped. A monstrous bloodline, 100 times more terrifying and 10,000 times more domineering than Qin Mengyao's, awakened within his body like an ancient ferocious beast that had slumbered for billions of years.
Warm-up exercises are now complete. Next. Let me show you. What, this is what you call fucking despair?
Lin Chen had barely finished speaking.
Qin Mengyao on the other side moved.
In her dark golden eyes, there was no longer a trace of indifference, only endless killing and madness. What she hated most was a man like Lin Chen who dared to put on airs in front of her. The Azura's profound technique.
Blood prison scythe dance. She didn't test me at all.
With that first move, she unleashed her most powerful killing move, the very weapon that made her famous and slew countless formidable enemies. In an instant, the black magic scythe in her hand transformed into a blood-red death tornado.
That wasn't an ordinary sickle shadow.
That was a domain of death that she created by using the Azura demon body as a catalyst, infusing all her killing intent and blood essence. Within this realm, space shattered, and all things withered. Countless wronged souls wailed within, as if trying to tear human souls to shreds.
It's the blood prison scythe dance.
On the platform, the Supreme Elder screamed again, her face filled with fear and fanaticism. 3 years ago, Qin Mangyao used this very move to forcefully drag 3 golden core peak demon kings, along with their tribes, into the fray, turning them into nothing more than raw, bloody dust. This move has transcended the realm of the golden core stage. This is a true god-slaying technique. It's over. It's completely over. Faced with that blood-red tornado powerful enough to annihilate everything, everyone felt that the man wouldn't even leave behind a complete corpse. On the main seat, Sect Master Yin Yun finally revealed a cruel, victorious smile on her cold, pretty face. The corners of her mouth were uncontrollably turned up high. In her view, the farce was over. That arrogant little beast is about to pay the heaviest price for his arrogance. However, just as that blood-red death tornado was about to engulf Lin Chen, just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, that man who was certain to die, he disappeared. Just like that, out of nowhere, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The next moment, bite. A crisp, clear sound, as if it could pierce through everyone's soul, the clanging of metal echoed throughout the entire world. The spinning, devastating, blood-red tornado suddenly stopped. Time seemed to freeze completely at that moment. The entire audience consisted of tens of thousands of disciples, hundreds of elders, and the sect leader Yun Yun on the platform. Everyone's eyes widened suddenly. On everyone's face was an expression that looked like they'd seen a ghost, or in a daze, and had their worldviews completely shattered. What did they see? In the center of the arena, Lin Chen's figure had appeared in front of Qin Mangyao without anyone noticing. His long, powerful hand was casually gripping the enormous, terrifying, demonic scythe blade, which was burning with black demonic flames. And his other hand. It had already gripped Qin Mangyao's wrist, which was frozen in mid-air due to extreme shock and disbelief, like an iron clamp. Quiet. A deathly silence. The whole world seemed to have lost its sound. No one saw his movements clearly. No one even knows how he got there. He's like a ghost. One that transcends space, transcends time, transcends all human perception, a ghost. You. Qin Mangyao, the legendary woman who was invincible below the golden core stage, the Azura blood woman known for her speed and slaughter. She was stunned. I was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the warm and strong hand that was gripping her wrist. She then glanced at the incredibly handsome man who was so close to her, with a kind smile on his face. Her mind was blank. She. A speed to be proud of. A killer move that I'm so proud of. In front of this man, actually. He doesn't even have the right to make him back down half a step? Quiet. A deathly silence. The entire training ground was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Tens of thousands of disciples and hundreds of elders. Everyone was petrified. Their brains completely shut down. It was like witnessing a scene straight out of a myth. On the podium, the Supreme Elder who was just boasting about his god-slaying skills. Right now, its mouth is wide open. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. His expression froze on his face, frozen in utter shock. And in the main position, sect leader Yun Yun. The corners of her mouth that had just turned up. It still retains the mocking tone of a victor. But in her majestic phoenix eyes. But it was already filled with endless horror and disbelief. How is that possible? How could he possibly have caught Qin Mangyao? Wasn't he poisoned by the tendon softening and bone corroding powder? Shouldn't he be unable to even stand properly? What on earth is going on? On the arena, Qin Mangyao finally snapped out of her shock. She looked at the large hand that was gripping her wrist. Then she looked at the man with a kind smile so close to her. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and anger. It erupted from her heart like a volcano. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. She didn't believe it. She absolutely refused to believe it. The legend of being invincible below the golden core stage. My proudest speed and power. She will be defeated by a man. A man whom everyone considers a waste. Something must have gone wrong. Get out of my way. She let out a piercing scream. At this moment, the Azura demon body within her body went completely berserk. A crimson demonic aura, several times stronger than before. It erupted from her body with a roar. He tried to shake Lin Chen's hand away. At the same time, her other free hand. In an instant, a blood-red short blade composed of essence blood and demonic energy condensed. Driven by a madness that leads to mutual destruction. It stabbed fiercely into Lin Chen's heart. This is her ultimate trump card. A powerful blow earned by burning one's life. So close. There's no way to avoid it. However, faced with this desperate attack that could threaten even a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages, on Lin Chen's face, that kind smile finally faded away. Instead, there was a coldness and indifference, as if looking at a pathetic ant. Don't you understand? His voice. Without the slightest emotion. Between you and me. Through the gap. It's an entire dimension. The words fell. His hand that was gripping Qin Mengyao's wrist. Just a little bit of effort. Snap. A crisp, chilling sound, the sound of bones cracking, resonated throughout the entire world. Qin Mengyao's gauntlet, made of 10,000-year-old black iron. Along with her incredibly hard wrist. It all came down to that one grasp. It was forcibly crushed into powder. Ah! Excruciating pain. Excruciating pain. It instantly spread throughout Qin Mengyao's entire body. Her blood-red dagger pierced Lin Chen's heart. And it was in this extreme pain. It collapsed instantly. It turned into a sky full of blood mist. And Lin Chen. It's as if you've done something insignificant. He let go. Then, on that pretty face, completely contorted with pain and fear, he slapped her hard across the face with his backhand. Smack. Chapter 45, Azura Demon Body? That's it. Slaps him away. Smack. That thunderous slap not only shattered Qin Mengyao's dignity, but also ignited the deepest madness within her, Azura Demon Body. Iya. She sprang to her feet, her long, dark red hair standing on end without any wind. In her dark golden pupils, there was no longer any reason, only endless destruction and madness. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. To be slapped away by a man in front of the entire sect? This is 1,000,000 times worse than killing her. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to pieces. She looked up and let out a roar that sounded inhuman. Boom. An incredibly terrifying aura, like an ancient demon god who had been asleep for billions of years, suddenly awakened from her body. At this moment, the sky above the entire purple cloud Holy Land changed color. Endless crimson clouds converged from all directions, forming a massive, destructive crimson vortex above the training ground. This is... On the platform, a senior elder suddenly stood up. He looked at the terrifying phenomenon in the sky, and then at the figure on the arena that was completely enveloped in blood-red demonic energy. His face was filled with endless horror and disbelief. It's the great tribulation of the Golden Core. Qin Mengyao, she actually chose to break through at this critical moment? These words caused an uproar in the audience once again. Everyone stared intently at Qin Mengyao on the stage, as if she were a madwoman. Breaking through in battle is inherently a matter of life and death. And what she attracted was the most terrifying one, the Crimson Heart Demon Tribulation, specifically designed for demonic cultivators. Is she courting death? Crimson lightning flashed wildly in the dark clouds. The boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if finding an outlet, poured wildly into Qin Mengyao's body. Her aura was rising at a visible speed. That seemingly indestructible half-step golden core barrier was shattered by this frenzied, suicidal attack. Click. A soft sound. It was smashed to pieces. Boom. A genuine, terrifying pressure, several times stronger than that of an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator, suddenly erupted from her body. Behind her, a phantom of Ashura demon god, 10 feet tall and wielding a giant scythe, even materialized. Golden Core Realm. It's done. My god, she actually succeeded. A breakthrough in the face of battle. Overcoming the tribulation of inner demons with supreme demonic power. Is this the true strength of the Azura Blood Maiden? That's terrifying. Right now, she's probably capable of directly confronting an elder at the early nascent soul stage, isn't she? The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. Shock and fear were written all over everyone's faces. They looked at Qin Mengyao, who was suspended in midair like a real female demon god, and then looked at Lin Chen on the other side of the arena, who was still only at the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. Victory or defeat? It seems that, once again, there is no suspense.
Above the chairman. After a brief moment of shock, a cruel,
all-encompassing smile finally reappeared on sect leader Yun Yun's cold, pretty face. She slowly picked up the cup of spiritual tea in front of her.
Gently, I blew on it. In her opinion, This farce was started by an arrogant young man who didn't know his place. Finally, it's all over. However,
just as Qin Mangyao stabilized her realm, her dark golden pupils, filled with destructive killing intent, locked onto Lin Chen once again.
Just when everyone thought she was about to unleash that earth-shattering divine punishment attack,
the man who stood there, seemingly stunned,
he disappeared. And just like that, once again, he vanished from everyone's sight out of thin air. The next moment, when his figure reappeared,
it had already appeared, like a ghost, right in front of
Qin Mangyao, who had just completed her breakthrough and was at the peak of her power and most confident. They came from behind but surpassed others. You.
Qin Mangyao's pupils suddenly contracted to the most dangerous pinpoints.
She couldn't even utter a complete sentence.
Two strong, powerful hands, seemingly capable of locking down all things in heaven and earth. And so it was, like two bolts of lightning that transcended time and space. He gripped her wrists tightly, which had just been imbued with supreme demonic power.
Time.
It was as if, at this very moment,
complete stillness. Quiet. A deathly silence.
The whole world seemed to have been put on pause. Tens of thousands of disciples and hundreds of elders were present, along with the sect leader Yun Yun on the platform.
Everyone's face remained blank, numb, and as if their brains had completely shut down. What did they see?
Qin Mangyao, who had just survived the Golden Core tribulation, was now surging with power, like a female demon goddess descending to earth. That invincible legend, in their eyes, was already enough to rival a nascent soul elder.
It turns out, just before unleashing the strongest attack, by that man, so casually, as if catching a chick, he grabbed both hands? What the hell is going on here?
That's not how the script was written.
No. It's impossible. How did he get there? I didn't see him move at all. Teleportation.
This is definitely a spatial technique that only a nascent soul grandmaster can master.
What kind of monster is he? How could a man possibly be this powerful? Is he even a man?
Fearful whispers spread like a plague among the crowd. The way everyone looked at Lin Chen was no longer simply shock or awe.
Rather, it is a kind of fear that only arises when looking at an unknown and terrifying creature that is completely beyond one's comprehension. On the podium,
sect leader Yun Yun's jade-like hand, which had just picked up the teacup, froze in midair. Her pretty face, which had just displayed a victorious smile, froze completely at that moment. She stared at the absurd scene on the stage, her mind blank.
We lost. She knew. I lost again.
They lost badly, utterly, and completely.
And on the arena,
Qin Mangyao finally snapped out of her shock. She stared blankly at the two large hands that were like divine metal clamps, tightly locking her wrists, feeling the terrifying power that she could not shake even slightly no matter how much she activated her golden core. An unprecedented feeling, called despair, surged into her heart for the first time.
How so? I've already broken through to the golden core stage. I'm more than 10 times stronger than before. Why? Why am I still so vulnerable, like an ant, in front of this man? No. I don't believe it.
You despicable and shameless scoundrel.
Despair instantly transformed into endless madness and rage. She glared at Lin Chen, screaming shrilly, all you can do is sneak attacks? If you've got the guts, let me go. Let's have a fair fight. She attributed her incomprehensible failure to Lin Chen's sneak attack. However, Lin Chen laughed after hearing this. That smile was full of pity and disdain. Upright and honorable?
He looked at the madwoman in front of him, who, even now, still couldn't see reality clearly, and slowly shook his head.
Then,
with a backhand slap, he delivered another hard blow to her pretty face, which was contorted with rage.
Smack! This slap was louder than any before. Even more decisive.
The blow sent Qin Mangyao staggering, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth.
You! What do you mean, you? Lin Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold.
He gripped Qin Mangyao's neck, pulling her beautiful face, filled with humiliation and disbelief, close to his face, and said coldly, word by word.
Open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is the arena. It's a competition.
It's not a battlefield where you have to die or be killed.
From beginning to end, it was you who tried to kill me. And I'm just playing a game with you.
He looked at Qin Manyao's dark golden pupils, which were contracting violently with fear, and the curve of his lips became increasingly cruel.
Besides, didn't you say before the competition that you were going to cripple my limbs and shatter my dantian? How? Is this all the strength you have now? Chapter 46. Little guy, have you had enough? You don't even give me the right to warm up?
Lin Shen's casual yet extremely humiliating words were like the most vicious curse, completely shattering Qin Manyao's last line of defense.
Ah! She let out a desperate roar, determined to detonate her golden core at all costs. She wanted to perish together with the devil in front of her who had destroyed everything. Want to die?
A cold, mocking glint flashed in Lin Shen's eyes.
Did you get my permission?
As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out a finger and was about to touch Qin Manyao's brow, completely destroying her newly formed golden core.
However, right now. Stop.
A sharp cry, filled with boundless rage and overwhelming killing intent, exploded like a thunderclap from the heavens.
On the platform, Sect Master Yun Yun could no longer maintain her composure.
She suddenly stood up from her throne, and a terrifying pressure from a genuine early-stage nascent soul cultivator, like the sky collapsing, relentlessly crushed towards Lin Shen on the arena.
You little beast! How dare you?
Her voice was icy cold, as if it came from the deepest hell.
Do you know where you are? Do you know what will happen to you if you dare to cripple her?
Qin Mangyao was her chosen successor. She was the most important pawn she used to consolidate her rule. She would never allow anyone to ruin her. Faced with this life or death threat that would terrify any golden core cultivator.
Faced with this high and mighty queen, that was an almost roaring warning.
Lin Shen smiled. He slowly raised his head, meeting the sect leader's murderous gaze, and a smile, full of endless arrogance and disdain, curled at the corner of his mouth.
I dare not only. And I'm going to do it for you to see. Once he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate for a second. That finger, imbued with supreme power, ruthlessly struck Qin Manyao's brow. You're asking for it.
Yun Yun was absolutely furious. She never imagined that this man could be so insane. How dare they ignore her warnings right in front of her and insist on crippling her disciple?
Stop right there.
She suddenly raised her hand, and a gigantic purple palm, formed from the power of a nascent soul cultivator and capable of blotting out the sky, instantly tore through space and slammed down towards Lin Shen with earth-shattering power. She had to save Qin Mangyao. Furthermore, she must completely crush this man who dared to challenge her authority into dust. Life or death crisis. A real life or death crisis. Under the full force of a nascent soul true monarch's attack, everyone believed that Lin Shen was doomed. He no longer has the chance to cripple Qin Mangyao.
However, just a moment before that giant purple hand was about to descend. Just when everyone thought Lin Shen would choose to back down and protect himself, a flash of resolute madness appeared in his eyes. He actually completely ignored the death threat that came from the sky. Instead, he poured all his strength and all his will into his fingertips. They stubbornly withstood that terrifying pressure that was enough to crush even the most powerful souls. He pressed his finger firmly onto Qin Manyao's forehead. Puff! Qin Mangyao was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body seemed to have had all its bones removed, and she collapsed to the ground. Her newly formed, promising purple golden core shattered instantly under that single finger. It's ruined. The legendary purple cloud Holy Land, a phenomenon unseen for a century. And just like that, right under the sect master's nose, Lin Shen, in a way that was almost a mutual destruction tragedy, brutally crippled him. After doing all this, Lin Shen was finally struck squarely on the back by that purple, towering giant hand. Boom! A deafening roar. The entire training ground was smashed into pieces by this one palm strike, collapsing several meters deep. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, and debris flew everywhere. And on the dais, Sect Master Yun Yun was looking down from her high position at the deep pit she had created with a single palm strike. Her beautiful face was now a mixture of boundless anger and a hint of barely perceptible pleasure. Although Qin Mangyao, the most important pawn, has been rendered useless. But the man who dared to challenge her authority and make her lose face also died at her hands. Moreover, he died in the name of upholding the sect's rules. No one could utter a single word of no. Humph. You fool who doesn't know what's good for you. She snorted coldly, slowly withdrew her hand, and was about to announce the death of this rebellious person. However, just then, amidst the billowing dust, a soft, seven-colored glow suddenly appeared. Well. A soft sigh, seemingly from the heavens, filled with endless vicissitudes and a hint of helplessness, suddenly and unexpectedly rang in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, vast yet gentle force of law instantly enveloped the entire training ground. The raging dust and smoke, before this force, subsided instantly, like a docile sheep. The scene inside the deep pit was revealed. The moment everyone saw the scene in the pit, their pupils suddenly contracted to the most dangerous pinpoints. In the center of the deep pit, there it was. Lin Chen remained standing quietly. A trace of blood clung to the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale, but his deep eyes remained as bright as stars. They're still alive? Having withstood the full force of a nascent Soul True Monarch's attack, he actually only suffered minor injuries? This is completely beyond everyone's comprehension. What made their scalps tingle even more was what was in front of Lin Chen. A stunningly beautiful young woman, dressed in a moon-white dress, who appeared out of nowhere, hovered there silently. It was she who, with her seemingly frail back, shielded Lin Chen from that devastating blow. Ancestor. Ancestor? The moment sect leader Yin Yun saw the newcomer's face, she gasped in shock. Her beautiful face, which was filled with smugness and cruelty, was instantly replaced by endless fear. Then, with a plop, like a child who had made a mistake, he knelt down on the ground in fear. Ancestor? These two words, like 10,000 universes, exploded simultaneously in everyone's minds. The Purple Cloud Holy Land, where the legendary founder who has been in seclusion for hundreds of years and whose cultivation has already reached the late nascent soul stage, is he? She's still alive? And she's such a young, such a beautiful, stunningly beautiful young woman? But this legendary ancestor ignored everyone. She slowly turned around, her gentle, beautiful eyes, which seemed to see through all the illusions of the world, carrying a hint of curiosity, a hint of appreciation, and a hint of playfulness. She gazed silently at the man before her, the only man who had given her so many surprises. Little guy. Her voice was gentle and melodious, as if it could soothe all the wounds in the world. Have you made enough of a scene? Chapter 47. The stunningly beautiful young woman, the ancestor, made her depose the sect leader with a single word. Little one, have you had enough? The gentle, melodious voice of our ancestor echoed slowly across the deathly silent training ground. Yet it carried an undeniable, awe-inspiring majesty that commanded the submission of heaven and earth. Looking at the incredibly beautiful old monster before him, Lin Chen sheathed all his sharp edges, and gave her a slight nod as a form of respect. He knew that any pretense would be futile in front of this woman. Meanwhile, the sect leader Yin Yun, upon hearing the ancestor's seemingly calm but actually reproachful words, trembled violently, lowered her head even further, and dared not even breathe. The old ancestor no longer looked at Lin Chen. Her gentle, beautiful eyes slowly turned to Yin Yun, who was kneeling on the ground. She sighed softly, her voice still gentle, but it made Yin Yun's heart sink to the bottom instantly. Yun Yun. Back then, I entrusted this Purple Cloud Holy Land to you, hoping that you could carry it forward and make it flourish, not that you would gamble the future of the entire sect on yourself just to maintain your ridiculous prestige. A truly qualified leader should see the value of talent, not their gender. She phrased her words very tactfully. Not a single harsh word was spoken. Yet every word pierced the heart. It directly exposed Yunyun's narrow-mindedness, which almost dragged the sect into utter ruin because of male discrimination and selfish desire for power. Ancestor, this disciple knows his mistake. Yunyun cowed out in fear, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. However, the next second, her art style suddenly changed. She raised her beautiful face, which was streaked with tears. Gone was the queen's majesty. Instead, there was a look of pitiful vulnerability, like that of a little girl who had suffered a great injustice. But, ancestor, you can't blame only your disciple. She stretched out her jade-like finger and pointed it at Lin Chen from afar, her voice filled with grievance and indignation. It's all because of this man. He takes advantage of his brute strength to be disrespectful to his elders and disregard the clan rules. Look at what he's done to Qingxue. Qingxue, she's a once-in-a-century genius in our sect. And just like that, he crippled her.
What, disciple? Disciple was only in a moment of panic, that's why I lost my composure. In front of everyone, she acted like a little fairy, whining, complaining, and passing the buck to the ancestor.
That acting was simply divine.
They completely shirked all their responsibilities. Seeing her like this, all the disciples present were stunned and their worldviews were once again refreshed. Lin Chen, on the other hand, sneered inwardly.
Wow, it's such a waste of his talent that he's not an actor.
However, after listening to her tearful complaints, the ancestor's face remained calm and serene. She merely glanced indifferently at Qin Mengyao, who was already unconscious on the ground, her dantian shattered, and her breath faint.
Then, he made a move that petrified everyone once again.
She simply waved her hand lightly in Qin Mengyao's direction. It was as if a tiny speck of dust had been brushed away.
A beam of seven-colored light, brimming with boundless vitality, instantly entered Qin Mengyao's body. The next second, a miracle has happened.
Before our very eyes, Qin Mengyao's meridians, which had been damaged by the forced breakthrough, were rapidly healing. Her pale face quickly regained its rosy color. And her golden core, which had already been shattered by Lin Chen's single finger.
It turns out, enveloped in the glow of the sunset, they coalesced once more.
Even more solid, more harmonious, and more spiritual than before. Just 3 breaths. A golden core genius who should have been crippled was saved by her so casually.
Moreover, the foundation is even more solid than before. Boom! What kind of divine power is this? Resurrection.
Reversal of fate.
This is the power of the late-stage nascent soul realm? This is terrifying.
The entire audience was once again utterly shocked by the ancestor's unpredictable and divine methods. When sect leader Yun Yun saw her disciple being rescued, she was initially overjoyed, but then she was completely speechless. All her excuses and grievances seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the ancestor's absolute power to save her at will. After doing all this, the ancestor turned her gentle gaze back to Lin Chen. A kind smile appeared on her face, a smile that could make the world pale in comparison.
Little guy. Now, I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to truly join my Purple Cloud Holy Land? If you nod, I can make the decision to make you my closest disciple. Close the door, disciple. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the entire audience went wild once again. Even Yun Yun stared intently at Lin Chen with a look of insane jealousy. That was the last disciple of the founding patriarch. A meteoric rise to power. They can now roam freely throughout the entire Tianfeng kingdom. Faced with the promise of a closed-door disciple from their ancestor, a promise that could drive anyone mad. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, filled with envy and jealousy, Lin Chen smiled. He slowly shook his head at the stunningly beautiful young woman before him, whom he perceived as brimming with goodwill. Thank you for your kindness, ancestor. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable resolve. However, I'm afraid I can't stay in this Purple Cloud Holy Land any longer. Boom! These words caused another uproar in the audience. He actually refused? Has he gone mad? That was the founding patriarch's invitation. A chance to rise to the top in one step, and he just gave it up? Even the ancestor, in her gentle and beautiful eyes, showed a hint of surprise. Oh? Why? She asked with great interest. Because Lin Chen's gaze slowly swept over the sect leader Yun Yun on the platform, whose face had turned ashen, and then over the elders and disciples below the platform with their complicated expressions. A smile, not quite a smile, appeared on his lips. Because, from the moment I stepped into this place, all I have felt is prejudice, harassment, and murderous intent. First, there was an assessment that seemed fair, but was actually destined to fail. Then, a victory celebration banquet filled with intrigue and scheming. Finally, they even resorted to the despicable and forbidden demonic medicine, the tendon-softening and bone-corroding powder. With each word he spoke, Sect Master Yun Yun's face grew paler. The faces of all the disciples were burning with pain. Ancestor, Lin Chen turned his gaze back to the only woman in front of him who could reason with him, his tone tinged with self-mockery. Although I am not very talented, I still have some backbone. Since this place is not willing to keep me, I will never shamelessly seek trouble. From today onwards, I will part ways with the Purple Cloud Holy Land, and we shall be even. What he said was reasonable and well-founded. He both pointed out his grievances and gave his ancestor's face. He placed himself on a moral high ground, where he could advance or retreat at will. After hearing Lin Chen's words, the ancestor fell silent.
Her gentle, beautiful eyes glanced at Yin Yun, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, and she sighed softly. She knew that everything the little guy said was true. Given Yin Yun's temperament, even if I force him to stay, I will definitely create countless obstacles for him in the future.
It's impossible to keep them.
Thinking of this, a deep, uncontrollable sense of regret flashed through the ancestor's heart. Such a once-in-a-millennium genius, capable of changing the world order.
So, just because of Yunyun's stupidity and narrow-mindedness, she's going to miss out on her own sect? No. No way.
A thought began to grow wildly in her mind.
The next second,
her gentle gaze instantly turned sharp. She looked at Yun Yun kneeling on the ground and slowly began to speak. Her voice remained gentle. But what it contains is an unparalleled divine power that freezes the entire world.
Yun Yun. Yes, this disciple is here.
You have been in charge of the sect for over 200 years, yet your cultivation has remained stagnant at the early nascent soul stage, without making any progress. It is clear that worldly power has blinded your heart to the Tao.
From this day forward.
The voice of our ancestor was calm, yet it was like a divine decree from the heavens, announcing the final verdict. You shall relinquish your position as sect leader and venture into the mortal world to gain experience for 100 years.
When I have overcome my inner demons and advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, then I will return. Chapter 48. The sect master's Tao heart shattered, this vile woman who rose to power by relying on male beauty. Boom. Remove the position of sovereign.
These words, like 10,000 universes, exploded simultaneously in everyone's minds.
Everyone was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded.
They stared blankly at the former sect leader, whose face was ashen, who lay slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with endless regret and disbelief. She glanced again at the man who remained calm and collected, as if everything was irrelevant to him.
Their brains completely shut down. Nobody expected this. Nobody can figure it out. Our ancestor, actually. In order to keep an outsider. A man. He actually crippled himself, the very disciple who had led the sect for 200 years? What the hell is going on? Why? Why would our ancestor favor Lin Chun? He's just a man.
Yun Yun is the ancestor's most beloved child.
Now, even Lin Chen couldn't understand what this stunningly beautiful young woman, the ancestor, was thinking.
He thought that his words would at most make the other party feel sorry for him and let him leave. He was even prepared for the other party to become enraged, forcing him to use his trump card again and fight his way out. But what I never expected was that the other party would make such an outrageous decision. To save himself, he actually crippled the sect leader on the spot? This is a bit too much. Her ambitions are definitely not small. But before Lin Chen could think it over, the ancestor spoke again. Her gentle, beautiful eyes, which seemed to see through all the illusions of the world, fell on Lin Chen once more, and her kind smile returned to her face.
So now, Lin Chen, are you satisfied? Are you willing to become my disciple?
Her voice remained gentle. But this time, it carried an air of utter irrefutability. It's as if it's saying, I've already gone to such lengths, if you still don't appreciate it, the consequences, well, you never know.
In an instant, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Lin Chen. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Say yes. Say yes now. The ancestors have already deposed the sect leader for you. What more could you possibly want? Even Luo Bingli was frantically trying to wink at Lin Chen from the side. In her opinion, this was the best possible outcome in the world. Lin Chen looked at the stunningly beautiful young woman in front of him, who was smiling but exuded a sense of oppression. She glanced again at Yun Yun, the former sect leader, who was lying limp on the ground like a defeated dog. In an instant, he understood. He knew. I no longer had the option to refuse. Or rather, there is no longer any need to refuse. Since this ancestor has already used such great courage to clear away the biggest obstacle for himself. If I insist on leaving, it would seem a bit petty. Not to mention, he also developed a strong interest in this ancestor who acted completely unconventionally. Stay and see what tricks she's up to. It seems to be a good option. Thinking of this, a genuine smile finally appeared on Lin Chen's face. He bowed slightly to the unfathomable queen before him, and spoke slowly in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant, yet carried a hint of solemnity. Our ancestors had discerning eyes and were truly sincere. If I, Lin Chen, were to refuse again, it would seem that I do not know how to be virtuous. From today onwards, disciple wishes to enter the Purple Cloud Holy Land. I only ask that my thoughts be clear and my practice be free. Good. Upon hearing this, a dazzling brilliance finally shone in the ancestor's gentle and beautiful eyes. That's exactly what Lin Chen wanted to hear. I grant your permission, she announced loudly, her voice resounding throughout the heavens and earth. From this day forward, Lin Chen shall be the first holy son in the history of my Purple Cloud Holy Land. Your status is equal to mine. To see the Holy Sun is to see myself. All resources within the sect are at your disposal. No one dares disobey any order. Boom. This is no longer a simple matter of joining. This is clearly treating the entire Purple Cloud Holy Land as a gift to Lin Chen. The words of our ancestors, filled with supreme divine power, struck the depths of everyone's soul like bolts of lightning. The entire audience was once again plunged into utter, numb, and petrified silence. WH. What? This is the result? Everyone was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. Their brains were completely unable to process the surreal scene before them. The sect leader was deposed, but only to keep him in the sect. And after keeping him, they actually handed over the highest power of the entire sect to him? Man? This. What the hell are they doing? The former sect leader, Yun, who was lying limp on the ground, was instantly filled with endless shock, resentment, and a kind of overwhelming jealousy after hearing this final verdict. She stared blankly at the man standing beside the ancestor, receiving unparalleled glory, as if the whole world was crowning him. Then I looked again at the ancestor, who had a gentle smile on her face from beginning to end, as if she were looking at her most beloved possession. An absurd yet reasonable thought, like a venomous snake, instantly sprouted wildly from her heart. I understand. I finally understand. She looked at Lin Chen's handsome face, a face so striking it could drive any woman mad. Looking at his seemingly calm demeanor, which was actually full of masculine charm. Finally, she found an explanation for all the illogical things before her, which, in her view, was the only truth. A smokescreen. It must be a smokescreen. No. That's not right. It's even more terrifying than a trick of deception. A flash of understanding, and an even deeper resentment, appeared in Yun's eyes. It's male beauty. That little beast. He must have used some ancient secret technique that I don't know about to disguise himself as having a pure yang body, and then used his face and his body to seduce our ancestor who has been in seclusion for many years and has never been close to men. Yes. That must be it. With this in mind, Yun was 100% certain. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain. Otherwise, how could the ancestor have abandoned Yun for an outsider, a man? Abandoned her, the most obedient, the most filial, the most beloved, child. This shameless woman who climbed to the top by relying on her looks. At this moment, all the resentment, regret, and fear in Yun's heart transformed into the deepest and most profound resentment towards Lin Chen. In her eyes, Lin Chen used the most despicable and vile means to steal everything that should have belonged to her. She stole the love her ancestors had for her. She bit her lip hard, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her lips. She uttered the most vicious curse in her heart. Lin Chen. Don't get cocky. Men are ultimately just playthings. Once your ancestors have had their fill of you and drained you dry, your fate will be 100 times, 1,000 times, more miserable than mine. I'll wait. I'll watch with my own eyes the day you fall from heaven to hell. Chapter 49. I mistakenly thought I was going to offer myself to her? Turns out she really was lusting after my body. With the ancestors' earth-shattering conferment statements set the tone, this sect competition, full of twists and turns and shocks, finally came to a close. Lin Chen, in the most unreasonable and subversive way, went from being a useless man despised by everyone to becoming the most revered holy son of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. That very night, he was summoned privately by the patriarch and taken to the legendary star-gazing chamber atop Ziyan Peak, a place that only the sect leaders of each generation were qualified to enter. Inside the secret chamber, ethereal mist swirled and starlight shone brightly. The dome was not made of rock, but rather a vast sea of stars, as if one could reach out and pluck the sun, moon, and stars from the sky. Lin Chen walked alone into this mysterious and majestic secret chamber, a sense of doubt and strangeness rising in his heart. This old hag, this old ancestor, she summoned me to such a private place alone. Could it be that, as Yun suspects, she's taken a fancy to my male beauty? He subconsciously glanced around.
In the center of the secret chamber was a cloud bed crafted from millennia-old warm jade, covered with the snow-white fur of an unknown demonic beast, emitting a faint, exotic fragrance. Beside it was a bathing pool fed by a spiritual spring from the mountaintop, its water clear and steaming. Lin Chen's lips twitched violently as he looked at the scene.
This setup is so suggestive. Could it be? I'm really going to sacrifice myself for art today? The image of his ancestor's breathtakingly beautiful face flashed through his mind, and then he sighed. Well, considering the benefits she gave me, sacrificing a little effort is worth it. The many children, many blessings system isn't a bad deal either. Just as Lin Chen was mentally preparing himself for a heroic sacrifice, a gentle voice with a hint of amusement and laughter suddenly sounded behind him. What are you thinking about?
Lin Chen was startled and turned around abruptly. He saw that the stunningly beautiful young woman, the matriarch, had silently appeared behind him. She wore a thin, moon-white silk nightgown, her black hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a mature allure that could drive any man mad. Ahem, Lin Chen blushed and quickly looked away, coughing twice.
No. I wasn't thinking anything. I just thought the scenery in the ancestral chamber was quite nice. Is that so?
The old ancestor slowly walked up to him, her gentle and beautiful eyes staring at him with a half smile.
I thought you were wondering if I really was attracted to your male beauty as the rumors say. Boom.
She had directly seen through Lin Chen's thoughts. This time, it was Lin Chen's turn to be shocked. He stared blankly at the woman in front of him who seemed to be able to read his mind, and for the first time, he felt a sense of apprehension.
Don't worry, the old ancestor said, watching his discomfiture, and finally couldn't help but giggle, her body trembling with laughter. Although you have a nice appearance, I'm not that interested.
She paused, her smile slowly fading, a glint of light flashing in her gentle, beautiful eyes that sent a chill down Lin Chen's spine. What interests me more are the secrets hidden within you.
For example. Her voice grew deeper. If I'm not mistaken, Sumei's peak golden core cultivation from the Halwan lineage was absorbed by you, wasn't it? Boom.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's pupils shrank to dangerous pinpoints. A chilling killing intent flashed uncontrollably within him. This was his greatest secret.
How did she know?
However, Lin Chen regained his composure in an instant. Looking at the smiling yet unfathomable woman before him, he instantly understood everything. He had gambled correctly. If she truly harbored ill intentions, with her late-stage nascent soul strength, she would have acted long ago without a word. Yet she chose to bring it up in this private setting, a test, and also a signal of openness. Thinking this through, Lin Chen decided to stop pretending. He looked into his ancestor's eyes and slowly nodded in acknowledgement, yes. Seeing his straightforward admission, the old ancestor was slightly taken aback, then her smile deepened. An interesting little fellow. She didn't press further, gracefully waving her hand. Never mind, everyone has secrets.
If you don't tell me, I won't ask.
This completely confirmed Lin Chen's guess. She really didn't have any ill intentions towards him, at least not for the time being. So Lin Chen confessed directly, without mentioning the system that was his biggest secret. Actually, there's nothing I can't say, he said, half jokingly. Years ago, I accidentally entered an ancient cave and luckily obtained a copy of the chaotic dragon elephant technique. This technique is domineering. It can not only temper the physical body but also devour the essence of all things and make it its own. As he spoke, he deliberately released a trace of the aura of the primordial dragon elephant technique.
He stared intently into the old ancestor's eyes, trying to glean clues from her reaction.
The old ancestor's gentle, beautiful eyes did indeed brighten for a moment when they met this aura, but it vanished in an instant. She maintained her kind and gentle smile. The Chaos Dragon Elephant technique, she repeated softly, then praised. What a powerful technique, what a great opportunity. What's even more remarkable is that you're willing to share such a secret with me.
Lin Chen, you have a very good heart.
She said she believes, but Lin Chen read 3 words in her deep, starry eyes. I don't believe.
This old hag is indeed not easy to fool.
Lin Chen thought to himself, but his face remained sincere. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing meaningful smiles.
Some things are better left unsaid.
Alright, the ancestor seemed to have lost interest in the topic, and slowly walked to the bottom of the vast starry sky dome, his tone slightly sentimental. Now that you have decided to become my disciple, there are some things I should tell you. She slowly turned around, looking at Lin Chen, her gentle and beautiful eyes revealing for the first time the supreme majesty of a late-stage nascent soul expert. My Taoist name is Ziwei. You may call me True Lord Ziwei, or like Yun Yun, call me Master.
Ziwei Jinjuan.
Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew that from this moment on, the probing game between the two of them had finally ended. A new, complex relationship, a relationship of mentor and friend, enemy and master and servant, was officially established between him and this cunning queen. Disciple Lin Chen greets master. Lin Chen bowed slightly, this time with more sincerity. Regardless of what this woman was plotting, she had saved his life and cleared away Yunyun's obstacles for him. He deserved this address. True monarch Ziwei nodded in satisfaction, slowly raising his hand to point to the vast starry sea in the dome.
Lin Chen, what does this starry sea look like to you?
Lin Chen looked up and saw billions of stars in the sea of stars, with several star fields shining exceptionally brightly.
It's like a vast world, Lin Chen murmured. Not bad. Ziwei Jinjuan's eyes flashed with approval.
The world we live in is called Tianyan continent. Tianfeng Kingdom and dozens of surrounding countries are just the most barren area in the far east of the continent, collectively known as the Eastern Wilderness. In the Eastern Wilderness, sects abound and dynasties rise and fall, even the nascent soul stage is as ethereal as the clouds. She paused, pointing to the most dazzling star field in the center of the star sea, her voice filled with unprecedented longing and solemnity, but in the central sacred domain in the center of the continent, the nascent soul stage is merely the beginning. Above it are legendary realms such as deity transformation, returning to emptiness, Tao integration, and tribulation transcending. The geniuses there are born with golden cores, and the sacred lands are even guarded by true immortals.
Transformation into a divine being. Return to emptiness. Merge with the Tao. Transcend tribulation. One after another, the names of realms, each exuding supreme majesty, exploded in Lin Chen's mind like thunderclaps. They opened a door for him to a broader and more magnificent new world. And our purple cloud holy land, the voice of true monarch Ziwei pulled Lin Chen back from his shock, was able to stand for 1,000 years in the barren eastern wilderness because our founding ancestor was fortunate enough to obtain a fragmented cultivation technique from the central sacred domain, the purple cloud star guiding technique. Unfortunately, this technique has very strict requirements on a woman's physique.
In the past 1,000 years, apart from the founder of the sect, no one has been able to master it. She turned her head, her gentle and beautiful eyes falling on Lin Chen again.
But your appearance has shown me another possibility. She looked at Lin Chen and said slowly, word by word.
Your chaotic dragon elephant technique is unparalleled in its domineering power, primarily cultivating the physical body and blood. My sect's purple cloud star guiding technique is ethereal and agile, primarily cultivating the spirit in stars. One is yang, the other yin. One is hard, the other soft. If we could combine the yin and yang of these two techniques to complement each other and merge them into one.
Chapter 50, a single sentence breaks through a century-old bottleneck. Should yin and yang be equal?
The words of the Ziwei True Lord, filled with ambition and fervor, echoed softly in the empty, secret chamber. Lin Chen gazed at the stunningly beautiful young woman before him, whose gentle demeanor had faded and who now revealed a queenly ambition, and a tidal wave of emotions surged within him. But he quickly calmed down. This was a transaction. He was exchanging the fabricated chaotic dragon elephant technique for the resource allocation of the purple cloud holy land and the protection of this late-stage nascent soul expert. It was also a high-stakes gamble. Win and he would gain a stable environment and rapid advancement through the system. Lose and all his secrets would be lost, leaving not even a trace of his bones.
Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. He considered and weighed the options, analyzing the feasibility. But soon an idea came to him. This world with more women than men was the biggest breakthrough point. Seeing him deep in thought, Ziwei Jinjuan's gentle eyes flashed with approval.
He remained calm in the face of danger and temptation. His temperament was more composed than she had imagined. She slowly walked to the side of the 10,000-year warm jade cloud bed and sat down, brewing a cup of spiritual tea.
No rush.
The voice returned to its gentle tone. Creating a cultivation method that leads directly to the immortal realm is not something that can be accomplished in a day.
Take your time to think about it. I have plenty of patience.
She gave him ample space and respect. Forcing a monster would only backfire. But she didn't expect that. Just when she thought Lin Chen would need days or even months to process the plan, the silent young man suddenly looked up. His wariness and calculation vanished, replaced by a brilliant light of wisdom and confidence. Master, he began, this disciple has some ideas.
Ziwei
Jinjuan's hand, holding the teacup, suddenly paused. A hint of doubt flashed in her gentle eyes.
So fast? Another attention-seeking trick? Displeased, she remained outwardly mild. Oh? Tell me about it.
Her tone was flat, but it concealed a condescending scrutiny. Lin Chen sensed the doubt, but he didn't care. Looking at the queen, who was immersed in her old worldview, he uttered a shocking statement that overturned all conventional wisdom.
Master has been unable to integrate the two cultivation techniques for 100 years, not because he lacks comprehension. It is your ideas that were wrong from the very beginning. How dare you, the spirit maid shouted. Ziwei Jinjuan raised his hand to stop him, his smile unchanged, but his eyes were icy. My thinking is wrong? Tell me, where is it wrong? Your mistake was, Lin Chen said, meeting the oppressive gaze. From the very beginning you treated the Chaos Dragon Elephant technique as the furnace for the Purple Cloud Star guiding technique. Boom! Upon uttering the words furnace, the gentle smile on Ziwei Jinjuan's face instantly froze. You are just like all women in this world. Lin Chen's voice was like a morning bell, subconsciously believing that the ultimate yang male cultivation should supplement, dedicate, and sacrifice itself to the ultimate yin female cultivation. What you think about is never fusion, but devouring. Ziwei Jinjuan's delicate body trembled. For the first time, a look of horror appeared in her gentle eyes. This man had actually revealed a truth that she herself had not even realized. Isn't this, why is it wrong, she murmured. In this world, men are inherently subordinate to women. Yang should supplement yin. Of course not. Lin Chen's voice was firm. Master, think about it again. Why are there yin and yang, male and female? Yin cannot exist alone, and yang cannot grow alone. Yin and yang should be equal. The same goes for cultivation techniques. The Chaos Dragon Elephant technique and the Purple Cloud Star guiding technique should not be primary or secondary, nor should they devour each other. They should coexist. They should support and transform each other, like Taoist partners, yin and yang complementing each other and sublimating together. Yin, yang, balanced, equal. The four words exploded like 10,000 divine thunderbolts in the mind of the Purple Star True Monarch. Her gentle smile froze completely. She stared blankly at the young man, her phoenix eyes revealing confusion. For the first time these words were colliding wildly in her mind, impacting the old ideas she held dear. After dropping the bombshell, Lin Chen then feigned apology and fear. Ahem, master, this disciple is foolish and speaks nonsense. It was just a flash of inspiration that led to this direction, but I have no clue how exactly to coexist and transform. This humility pulled him back from being a disruptor to a student, preserving his mystique while leaving him an out. Little did he know the profound impact these words had on the Purple Star True Monarch. While outwardly deep in thought, she was inwardly working out a plan based on the principle of equal coexistence, placing the spiritual power of the Purple Cloud Star guiding technique on an equal footing with the simulated Dragon Elephant power, allowing them to collide. Boom! An unprecedented new possibility exploded in my mind like the Big Bang. Two lines that I thought would never intersect began to resonate with a profound resonance. Though faint, it was like a key that unlocked the door to a new world. The bottleneck that had plagued her for hundreds of years was broken through by this man in just a few words. At this moment, her heart was no longer filled with shock, but with ecstatic joy after her worldview had collapsed and her Tao heart had been rebuilt. She had originally thought Lin Chen was just trying to attract attention, but it turned out to be true. Forcibly suppressing her emotions, she snapped out of her reverie and looked at the humble young man. He was still hiding his true abilities, and his secrets were deeper than she had imagined. Finally, she went along with it and said gently, "It's all right, you've done very well. You've opened a new door for me and for the sect. We can explore the rest of the path together, master and disciple." Though her words were casual, her eyes burned with an unwavering determination as she looked at Lin Chen. She was determined to have this man. She would do anything. Inside the secret stargazing chamber, the door to a new world has just opened. On the other side, the atmosphere in the side hall of the Purple Cloud Holy Land was frozen solid. More than 10 powerful inner sect elders gathered, with the former sect leader, Yun Yun, who was supposed to step down from her position, sitting in the center. She had changed into a plain white dress, wore no makeup, looked haggard, and had tear stains at the corners of her eyes, appearing pitiful. This is outrageous. A hot-tempered elder slammed his fist on the table. Our ancestor is foolish. Elder Wang, watch your words. Others hurriedly tried to dissuade him, unable to hide their own dissatisfaction. Watch what? The sect leader has toiled for the sect for 200 years, and our ancestor dismisses her for some unknown wild man? What will become of our reputation? That man is glib and cunning. He must have used evil magic to bewitch our ancestor. The elders were indignant, convinced that it was a case of a foolish ruler believing slander and a bewitching concubine seducing the king. Yun Yun listened and slowly shook her head. Dear senior uncles and sisters, please stop. Our ancestor has her reason. She is doing this for my own good. My cultivation has stagnated for too long, and I should go to the mortal world to seek a breakthrough.
I trust our ancestors' judgment. Lin Chen may indeed have extraordinary abilities, it's definitely not because of his male beauty.
That being said, his expression and tone hinted at it was all about male beauty. This scheming act instantly ignited anger. Sect Master, you're still protecting the ancestor? You're too kind. This matter cannot be left unresolved. We must make the ancestor see his true colors.
Yunyan sneered inwardly, but her face showed even more fear. Don't be impulsive.
It will make things difficult for the ancestor. Life in the mortal world is but 100 years, I can still come back to serve you all.
These words broke the elders' hearts even more. Look how considerate our sect leader is.
And look at that man, he only knows how to use his looks to climb to the top. Sect Master, please stop. Elder Wang stood up and bowed. Rest assured. Even if you are not here, we will not allow this wild man to act so presumptuously. We will definitely test and temper him, forcing him to back down when faced with difficulties. Yes. I'll help you reclaim everything that belongs to you. Chapter 51 Threat? Too simplistic. I'll just use my superior power to intimidate them. Under the unquestionable decree of the ancestor, true Lord Ziwei, Lin Chen officially became the first and most exalted holy son in the history of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. He was assigned to live in the sect's forbidden area, the Holy Sun Hall, which floats above the sea of clouds atop Purple Cloud Peak and is second only to the ancestor's stargazing chamber. Inside a secluded meditation room within the hall, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, focusing his mind on the system panel, carefully reviewing his gains from this trip. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation level, late golden core stage. Core technique, primordial dragon elephant technique, 30,000 dragon elephant microparticles already condensed. Supernatural abilities, lunar divine eye, spatial hand, affinity for all demons to be activated. Trump card, 9 heavens divine thunder already used. Loyal servants, Luo Bingley early nascent soul stage, Blood Moon Wolf Queen early golden core stage. Offspring, 2 currently developing. Offspring information 1, offspring with Lin Xiaoya moon spirit body, expected to be born in 7 months, with preliminary talent assessment as high-grade earth rank. Offspring information 2, the offspring with Sume mysterious Yin demon body is expected to be born in 1 month through the accelerated maturation mode, with its talent initially assessed as high-grade heaven rank. Looking at the impressive data on the panel, Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. In just a few months, he soared from the late foundation establishment stage to the late golden core stage. His dragon elephant particles reached 30,000, and his pure physical strength was enough to contend with the mid-nascent soul stage. He also gained 2 golden core and nascent soulmates, as well as 2 exceptionally talented unborn super babies. But Lin Chen didn't relax for a moment. He knew his biggest trump card, the 9 heavens divine thunder, had been used, and that the unfathomable Ziwei true monarch's favor towards him was far from a simple preference. He had to truly break through to the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. As she pondered, the door to the quiet room was gently pushed open. Lin Xiaoya carefully entered, carrying a bowl of freshly cooked spiritual porridge. Young master, you've been in seclusion all day. Why don't you have something to drink to warm yourself up? Her small face radiated the gentle glow unique to mothers. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen looked at his first woman with tender eyes. He reached out and pulled the little girl into his arms, gently placing one hand on her slightly protruding belly, feeling the little life connected to him by blood, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and responsibility welled up in his heart. Young Master Lin Xiaoya rested her head on his shoulder happily and whispered, Sister Zian came to see you just now and said that the elders in the sect who were disrespectful to you before seemed to be getting very close to the former sect leader who was deposed recently. Oh? A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. It seems some dogs only learn from their mistakes. At that moment, a respectful knocking sound came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, this old servant is here on the orders of the Elder Council to deliver the new season's offerings and the cultivation plan for the next 3 months. They're here. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's lips. He knew the show of force for those losers had finally arrived. He comforted Lin Xiaoya, straightened his robes to regain his composure, and opened the palace doors. Standing outside the door were Elder Wang and several disciples carrying jade boxes. She smiled obsequiously, but a barely perceptible hint of mockery and pleasure flashed in her cloudy old eyes. Your Highness, your extraordinary talent makes you the most outstanding child in our sect for millennia. The elders of the Elder Council have been working tirelessly for your future. She gestured for her disciple to present the offering resources, and then respectfully handed the jade slip to Lin Chen in a concerned tone.
According to the plan, for the next 3 months you will need to temper your physical body for 3 hours every day at dawn under the 10,000-foot waterfall at the Cliff of Repentance. Spend 2 hours learning alchemy at the Alchemy Pavilion at dawn and memorize scriptures at the Scripture Pavilion at noon.
She rattled off a long list of fulfilling and correct cultivation arrangements.
Lin Chen laughed after listening, but Luo Bingli, who was following behind, instantly turned pale. This perfect plan could be translated into just one sentence. Everything was meticulously planned from morning till night, leaving no opportunity for her to even interact with other female disciples. This wasn't a cultivation plan, it was clearly a form of house arrest. Faced with Elder Wang's seemingly respectful but actually sarcastic arrangement, Lin Chen smiled. He did not fly into a rage as she expected, but slowly took the jade slip, carefully read it from beginning to end in front of her, and finally nodded with an approving smile.
Indeed, the plan is meticulous and detailed.
It is clear that the elders of the council have gone to great lengths for me, their holy son.
Seeing Lin Chen's happily accepting appearance, Elder Wang became even more smug and contemptuous.
Just a country bumpkin who's never seen the world.
He gets scared by the show of force and doesn't obey? Holy son? Nothing special.
She cleared her throat, preparing to reconsider her approach, but Lin Chen's next words froze her smile.
However,
Lin Chen changed the subject, his smile turning meaningful as he looked at her. The plan is good, but Elder Wang, have you forgotten something? I, Lin Chen, have never liked to be disturbed during my cultivation. If something unpleasant happens to the sect during my 3 months of seclusion, for example, if the former sect leader, Yun Yun, accidentally encounters an accident while training down the mountain, or if some senior members of the Elder Council are overworked and accidentally suffer a chi deviation, who do you think will bear the responsibility when the ancestor comes out of seclusion and asks about it? Will it be me, in seclusion, or you, who are out there managing things? Boom! Though spoken casually, the blatant threat struck Elder Wang like a thunderbolt. Her face turned deathly pale, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She finally understood that the man before her was no fool, but a ruthless dragon that would devour her whole. He was telling them in plain sight, they'd better behave, or Yun Yun would suffer the same fate. Seeing Elder Wang's pale face, contorted with fear, Lin Chen knew the time was right. He couldn't just suppress her, he also needed to win her over and sow discord.
His expression changed, returning to its kind demeanor.
He stepped forward and gently helped her up, who was nearly kneeling, speaking in a heart-to-heart tone.
Oh, Elder Wang, it was just a joke, how did it frighten you? Actually, I'm very understanding. All the elders have worked hard for the sect and made great contributions, but the future of the sect ultimately depends on more energetic young people, isn't it?
He changed the subject, tossed the cultivation plan jade slip aside, and took out another prepared jade slip from his storage ring. I happen to have some ideas about the development of the sect. For example, most of the sect's resources are concentrated in the Elder Council and core disciples, while the vast number of outer and inner disciples can only get scraps, which is not conducive to long-term development.
I was thinking, could we make some reforms? For example, could we reduce the resources that the Elder Council doesn't use by 30% and invest them all in the training of lower-level disciples? Looking at Elder Wang's completely petrified face, he smiled even more innocently. Elder Wang, do you think that if my proposal is made public, those 90% of the lower-level disciples will wholeheartedly support it? A calculated scheme. This is the most vicious and irresistible calculated scheme. Elder Wang's heart sank to the bottom.
She knew that she and the Elder Council had no way out.
To oppose?
That would mean standing against all the lower-ranking disciples, and without Lin Chen even lifting a finger, the overwhelming public opinion would tear them to shreds. In the secret stargazing room, Ziwei Jinjuan reclined languidly on her 10,000-year-old warm jade cloud bed, an ancient stargazing mirror floating before her, its surface clearly reflecting everything before the Holy Sun's Hall. Initially, when she saw Elder Wang and the others using the cultivation plan to cause trouble for Lin Chen, a barely perceptible hint of amusement flashed in her gentle, beautiful eyes. She also wanted to see how this little fellow, whom she had forcibly placed on the position of Holy Son, would deal with the old forces of the sect after losing their protection.
Would he compromise and submit, or would he resort to brute force like on the arena?
However, Lin Chen's performance stirred up a monstrous wave in her Dao heart, which had been calm for hundreds of years. When she heard him threaten Elder Wang with Junyan's accident and the elder's cultivation going mad, her jade hand holding the teacup suddenly paused, and for the first time, a genuine surprise flashed in her gentle and beautiful eyes.
Interesting. They actually know how to use a show of force to intimidate an old fox? Good mentality, but too naive. This kind of threat won't work on an old guy who won't admit defeat until he's faced with a real threat. She took a sip of the spiritual tea, still maintaining an air of complete control. In her view, Lin Chen's response, though somewhat clever, was ultimately a poor choice.
However, when she saw Lin Chen abruptly change the subject and offer his small idea of reducing the Elder Council's resources by 30% to subsidize lower-level disciples, and heard his final question filled with a seemingly harmless smile yet utterly malicious, "Do you think those disciples will support this decision?" she was deeply moved.
But
Even with the supreme composure of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, she couldn't hold back at this moment, and the 1,000-year-old enlightenment tea she had just drunk was uncontrollably spat out. For the first time, her gentle and serene, seemingly never-changing, beautiful face completely lost its composure, replaced by a complex expression mixed with shock, horror, disbelief, and a trace of endless admiration.
Open conspiracy? That little bastard, he actually used such a blatant scheme of undermining the enemy's strength? How could a man come up with such a trick?
She stared blankly at the young man in the mirror who had manipulated Elder Wang and his gang of old foxes with just a few words, leaving them in a dilemma and forced to swallow their bitterness. Looking at his nonchalant, smug smile that seemed to indicate he had everything under control, she suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, her body trembling with laughter, and a crystal tear welled up in the corner of her eye.
Good. Good indeed. What a brilliant scheme. What a brilliant move to undermine us. What a brilliant way to use the power of the world to suppress us good-for-nothing fools. The way she looked at Lin Chen completely changed. It was no longer the appreciation of an elder looking at a junior, nor the scrutiny of an investor looking at a potential stock, but rather a kind of solemnity, apprehension, and boundless excitement of a worthy opponent, the kind of feeling only a chess player has when looking at another player of equal or even greater skill. I knew I made the right bet. This kid's cunning and scheming are 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than his brute strength. A man who has been discriminated against by this world for thousands of years. He actually possesses the imperial mindset capable of overturning the entire world order. She slowly wiped the tea stains from the corner of her mouth and sat up again. This man. He has to be mine. No one can take him away from me. Chapter 52, sending me into a deadly trap? The ancestor has armed me to the teeth. Elder Wang had forgotten how he got back to the Elder Hall from that suffocating Holy Sun's Hall. Her mind was blank. Only the man's last words, filled with a seemingly harmless smile yet utterly vicious, echoed repeatedly and frantically. Elder Wang, what do you think? If my suggestion is made public, would those lower-level disciples, who make up 90% of the sect, raise both hands in agreement? A calculated scheme. A deadly situation that is impossible to break. Having lived for over 500 years, she asked herself, what kind of conspiracies and schemes haven't I seen? What kind of geniuses and prodigies haven't I encountered? But she had never seen it. Never before had anyone seen a monster like Lin Chen, who acted unpredictably, flipped the table, and used the power of the entire sect to suppress them, the upper echelon. This is no longer a simple power struggle. This was a kind of dimensional reduction attack from another world that she couldn't understand at all. Senior Sister Wang. Senior Sister Wang. You're back? How about that? Was that little bastard scared enough to submit obediently? Inside the Elder Hall, Yun, who had been waiting for a long time, and several other core elders, seeing Elder Wang's distraught appearance, hurriedly came forward and asked him anxiously. In their view, with Elder Wang, a peak golden core cultivator, personally leading the team to exert pressure, wouldn't it be easy to capture a mere late-stage golden core man? However, faced with Yun's question, Elder Wang only trembled. She raised her pale, bloodless old face and looked at the former sect leader who was still full of confidence and desire for control. Her lips trembled for a long time, but she couldn't utter a single word. Her eyes were filled with fear, confusion, and a trace of uncontrollable resentment. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you idiot. If it weren't for you, insisting on provoking that devil. How could we have ended up in such a desperate situation? Senior Sister Wang? What's wrong? Yun also noticed that something was wrong with her, and her brows furrowed tightly. Elder Wang finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse as if it had been sanded. He said, he wanted to cut the Elders' Council's resources by 30%. Then, distribute all these resources to the outer and inner disciples. She used almost all her strength to say this bad news that was enough to drive them all crazy. Boom! Upon hearing this, the entire Elders' Hall fell into a deathly silence. All the elders, including Yun, felt as if they had been struck hard on the head by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. What? Cutting 30% of our resources? How dare he? Has he gone mad? Give resources to those useless people? What's the difference between that and throwing spirit stones into water? After a brief silence came a furious roar, like a volcanic eruption. 30% of the resources. That was practically the most important source of profit for each of them. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Lin Chen's actions are undoubtedly pushing them to their deaths. They've rebelled. They've rebelled. They've truly defied the heavens. Yun was trembling with rage. She grabbed Elder Wang by the collar and demanded sharply, "What right does he have? Just because of a word from the ancestor, does he think he can do whatever he wants? You're just going to stand by and watch him humiliate us?" We. When Yun questioned him like that, Elder Wang's resentment instantly erupted. She shoved Yun aside and roared in an almost screaming voice. "Otherwise what? Otherwise, what else can we do? Sect Master." "Oh, no. The former sect master. Tell me, what should we do?" She pointed to the countless lower-level disciples outside the hall who were diligently cultivating and full of hope for the future, her voice filled with despair. Go tell them we don't agree to this proposal. Go and see if they'll drown us alive with their spittle. Go and see if our ancestor will punish the new god who can bring her an eternal dynasty for the sake of us old fogies who hinder the sect's development. This is the most terrifying aspect of an open conspiracy. You knew it was a trap. But they had no choice but to jump. Elder Wang's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Yun's head. It instantly calmed her head, which was burning with anger. Yes. What else could she do? She looked at the elders who were also trapped in silence and despair. She knew. He had painstakingly built up the Elders' Council power over 200 years. Under that man's seemingly casual move of cutting off the fuel supply. Already. It collapsed. Because the essence of Yun is to use profit. Once the profit is exhausted, then naturally one shouldn't blame others for saying goodbye. After using a clever and decisive move to completely intimidate the Elders' Council, Lin Chen finally ushered in a rare period of peaceful and pleasant daily life. He did not, as the elders had imagined, abuse his supreme power as the Holy Son to act arrogantly or indulge in women. Instead, he led a rather mediocre life. Every day, he would spend several hours guiding Lin Xiaoya, Lin Zian, and even the newly recruited maid Su Mei, as well as Bai Ruoxue, who had long lost her arrogance and become taciturn, in her cultivation. Watching their cultivation levels advance by leaps and bounds under his help, Lin Chen felt a sense of satisfaction akin to that of an old farmer watching his fields grow strong. In his spare time, he would go to the library to read the ancient books that recorded the customs and history of the Tianyin continent. He discovered that the world was far more cruel than he had imagined. The concept of female superiority and male inferiority is deeply ingrained, not only among cultivators but also in the mortal world. From birth, men are considered accessories and suffer a miserable fate. And those ordinary people who make up more than 99% of the population, their fate is even more tragic. They were like leeks growing in a field, being harvested one crop after another at will by the high and mighty female cultivators. Their lives and dignity were no different from those of ants in the eyes of the monks. However, these are not things he can control, since he is not much different from them now. Just as Lin Chen was enjoying this rare everyday moment and began to ponder deeper questions. On the other side. Inside the secret chamber of the Elders' Hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. More than a dozen core elders gathered together once again. But this time, they deliberately avoided the former sect leader, Yun, whom they already regarded as a jinx. "Senior Sister Wang, what should we do now?" an elder asked with a worried expression. "That man's proposal has already spread among the disciples. Now, all the lower-level disciples in the entire sect regard him as their savior. If we dare to oppose him, we'll probably be torn to pieces by those crazy girls." Yes, another elder chimed in. "What's more, the ancestor is clearly determined to protect him. We can't touch him at all." Elder Wang's face was also ashen. Although Lin Chen hadn't made a move, his action was like a sword hanging over their heads, which would fall sooner or later. This made them very anxious. No, the only solution was to get rid of Lin Chen. The next moment, a glint of extremely sinister, poisonous scheme flashed in her cloudy old eyes. "Since he's within the sect, we can't touch him." Her voice was hoarse and filled with resentment. "Then let him go outside the sect." "What do you mean?" The elders were taken aback upon hearing this. Humph. Elder Wang sneered, "Don't forget, in 3 months, it will be the once-in-a-century, Three Kingdoms Hidden Dragon Ranking competition in our Tianfeng Kingdom. The Three Kingdoms Hidden Dragon Ranking is the grandest event for the younger generation, jointly organized by the Tianfeng Kingdom and the 2 surrounding dynasties. Its purpose is to select the most outstanding geniuses and send them to the legendary Central Sacred Domain. Every major competition is full of endless opportunities, but it is also full of bloodshed and slaughter. The geniuses of various factions fought each other in the secret realm for opportunities, resulting in an extremely high casualty rate. As is customary, Elder Wang said, his eyes flashing with a venomous light, our Purple Cloud Holy Land, as one of the hosts, must send our strongest younger generation to participate in the war. And him, Lin Chen, as the Holy Son, personally appointed by the ancestor. And the number 1 who defeated Xiao Qingxue in the grand competition. Both morally and logically, he must represent our sect and fight. Boom! Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the elders present lit up instantly. Brilliant! This is a ruthless and vicious plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. First, this is a noble cause of bringing glory to the sect, and even the ancestor could not find any reason to oppose it. Secondly, the Hidden Dragon Ranking competition is fraught with danger, and the fall of geniuses is commonplace. If Lin Chen dies outside, it will have nothing to do with them. Third, and most importantly, once Lin Chen leaves the sect, his reforms will naturally come to nothing. They will then be able to reclaim their own power and interests. Brilliant! Senior Sister Wang, that's truly brilliant. That's the plan. We'll submit a joint petition now, asking our ancestor to order that man to expand the sect's territory. Inside the secret stargazing chamber, Ziwei Jinjuan quietly watched in the stargazing mirror those self-righteous, ugly old guys in the elder hall. A hint of undisguised disdain flashed in her gentle, beautiful eyes. A bunch of fools who can only see the immediate petty gains and whose eyes are blinded by desire. Do you really think I can't see through your little scheme of using someone else to do your dirty work? She slowly picked up the cup of spiritual tea in front of her. Indeed, with her power, she could wipe out this group of clowns with just a thought. But she didn't do that. Because her beautiful eyes, which seemed to see into the future, slowly turned to the mirror, or another scene appeared. Inside the Hall of the Holy Sun, there was a young man holding an ancient book, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes gleaming with contemplation. A true dragon that can soar through the heavens cannot be raised in a greenhouse. For him, the vicious scheme of those idiots was actually a good experience. She actually chose to play along. She wanted to see what kind of dazzling light this enigmatic man, who had brought her countless surprises, could unleash when he was no longer under her protection and truly faced this cruel world. Having thought this through, Ziwei Jinjuan had already made up his mind. However, sending him out to gain experience does not mean that no preparations are made. She slowly rose, barefoot, and walked to the depths of the secret chamber, to a row of treasure shelves crafted by elites of the stars. Her gaze swept over the Tao artifacts and divine pills that would drive any nascent soul cultivator mad, finally settling on the top shelf of the treasure display. There, only 3 things floated silently. An ancient ring, entirely black, engraved with countless mysterious runes, seemingly capable of devouring all light. A transparent feather robe, as thin as a cicada's wing, seemingly woven from moonlight, emanating a faint spatial fluctuation. And a purple token, only the size of a palm, yet seemingly containing a real sea of lightning. Fine. A hint of pain flashed in Ziwei Jinjuan's eyes, a pain she herself was unaware of. Since it's an investment, then, let's go all out. The next day, the Elders' Council jointly submitted a memorial earnestly requesting that Holy Son Lin Chen, for the sake of the sect's glory, represent the Purple Cloud Holy Land in the once-in-a-century Three Kingdoms Hidden Dragon Ranking competition, which was then presented to true monarch Ziwei. Immediately afterwards, the ancestral decree also descended upon the Holy Sun Temple. By order of the ancestor. As reported by the Council of Appointed Elders, Holy Sun Lin Chen is hereby appointed as the sole leader of our Purple Cloud Holy Land for this Hidden Dragon Ranking competition. All disciples of the Holy Land must obey its orders and must not make any mistakes. The elder deacon who came to deliver the decree continued reading in a trembling voice, filled with jealousy and envy. Furthermore, I bestow upon the Holy Sun a superior grade Tao artifact, the Heaven Covering Ring, a top grade Tao artifact, the Moon Goddess Feather Robe, and a Purple Heaven Divine Thunder token, capable of summoning a 9 Heavens Divine Thunder avatar. Boom!
The moment this decree was issued, the entire purple cloud Holy Land was once again in complete chaos.
Everyone was stunned.
Especially those elders who thought their poisonous scheme had succeeded felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water, chilled to the bone from head to toe.
Top-grade Dao artifact. Top-grade Dao artifact. There's even the legendary, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder token, which is said to be the source of our ancestors' fame and comparable to a second life? This isn't some kind of training for the Holy Sun. They're clearly armed to the teeth, just to send him on a picnic.
They had spent half a day painstakingly planning.
Instead of successfully swindling the man, it actually became his accomplice in legitimately tricking the supreme treasure from the ancestor?
They felt a tightness in their chests, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot.
Chapter 53. Killing you is for your own good.
Inside the Temple of the Holy Sun, Lin Chen played with the three supreme treasures in his hands, each radiant and imposing, and finally a genuine smile appeared on his face.
He had already seen through Ziwei Xinjuan's open scheme perfectly.
These three treasures are not only protection and investment, but also an invisible shackle. Taking her things would solidify his identity as the future leader of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, binding himself and this great ship together forever.
But so what?
Looking out the window at the vast expanse of sky and earth, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented fighting spirit.
His current strength is at a bottleneck.
To achieve another qualitative leap, it is absolutely impossible to work in isolation. We need stronger opponents, greater opportunities, and more and better fertilizer. And this grand competition, the Three Kingdoms Hidden Dragon ranking, which brings together 3 dynasties and countless top geniuses, is undoubtedly the best stage.
Looks like it's time to get out and stretch our muscles. 3 days later. Xian's Sacred Land Mountain Gate Square. A magnificent and imposing giant flying boat, crafted from millennia-old spiritual wood, floats silently in mid-air.
The flying boat was already filled with hundreds of elite female disciples from the inner sect who had been selected through multiple rounds of trials and were about to represent the Purple Cloud Holy Land in the Hidden Dragon ranking competition.
Lin Chen arrived late, surrounded by his harem members including Luo Bingli, Lin Xian, and Lin Xiaoya.
Today he changed into a moon-white brocade robe transformed from the moon goddess feather robe. The hem of the robe fluttered gently in the mountain breeze, making him appear even more handsome and dashing, like a banished immortal. The seemingly ancient, heaven-covering ring on his finger perfectly concealed his astonishing cultivation level and vital energy. It made him look like a harmless boy next door.
Respectfully seeing off the Holy Sun. May the Holy Sun achieve a resounding victory and bring glory to our clan. Countless lower-level disciples spontaneously came to see him off, their eyes filled with fervent worship and trust as they looked at the figure about to embark on his expedition. In their eyes, with this omnipotent Holy Sun leading the team, the top spot on the Hidden Dragon list would be a piece of cake. In stark contrast to this fervent scene was the Presbyterian camp on the other side of the square. Elder Wang and a group of core elders, including Yun Yun who was preparing to descend the mountain. They looked at the man who was being adored by the crowd and was full of vigor. Looking at the 3 supreme treasures on his body that should have belonged to the highest inheritance of their sect, she was struck by their gaze. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and their eyes were filled with resentment, bitterness, and a trace of uncontrollable, morbid expectation. Go! Go!
It would be best if he died out there and never came back. They cursed each other viciously and wildly in their hearts. Lin Chen naturally felt those resentful gazes as well. He simply turned around and gave them a bright, sunny smile full of gratitude.
It seems to be saying, "Thank you to all the elders for securing this opportunity for me to travel at public expense. Thank you for the travel souvenirs you gave me. When I come back, I will definitely repay you properly." Puff.
The moment Elder Wang saw that smile, he felt a tightness in his chest and a sweet taste in his throat. He could no longer hold back the long-suppressed blood and spat it out on the spot. The giant airship, like a silver whale breaking through the sea of clouds, sailed steadily and swiftly through the heavens. Lin Chen did not stay in the luxurious cabin, but stood alone on the front deck of the airship, letting the fierce wind at high altitude blow his moon-white brocade robe. Beneath his feet lay a magnificent panorama of mountains and rivers rushing past. At first, beneath the flying boat lay the same ethereal and beautiful scenery as the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Majestic peaks, like jade hairpins, adorned the land, interspersed with scattered sects and cities, creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere. But as the airship continued westward, the scenery began to subtly change.
A colossal volcano, its entire body ablaze with raging flames and seemingly piercing the heart of the sun, appeared on the horizon.
Even from thousands of miles away, Lin Chen could still feel the scorching and domineering aura emanating from it. Master, that is the dragon vein of the great Yin dynasty, the Crimson Sun Divine Mountain. Luo Bingli appeared beside him at some point and explained things to him softly. Legend has it that the remnant soul of an ancient golden crow is sealed within the mountain. The Crimson Sun Divine Palace was built on it, and its disciples can all use the fire of the golden crow to temper their bodies.
The technique is extremely domineering.
Look at that mountaintop, where the sun-like light faintly shines. That is the palace of the great Yin princess, the Temple of the Sun. It is said that when she cultivates, she can even summon the true fire of the sun, a phenomenon that shakes the heavens and the earth. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze lingering on the imposing sacred mountain for a moment before looking further into the distance.
The airship continued its journey. The landscape changed again.
A vast, desolate Gobi desert, riddled with countless broken giant swords, came into view. Each giant sword exudes a soaring sword intent, and even after tens of thousands of years, it remains incomparably sharp, cutting the clouds and the sky to pieces.
This is the sword tomb of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Luo Bingli's voice also carried a hint of solemnity.
The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion are all battle maniacs. Their first lesson upon entering the sect is to come here and face thousands of sword intents with a life or death situation. Those who survive are all sword prodigies. Lin Chen could even see scattered, tiny figures, like ants, sitting cross-legged on that desolate Gobi desert, letting the violent sword intent wash over their bodies. Even Lin Chen was taken aback by that indomitable and unyielding sharpness. The airship flew over volcanoes and over the Gobi desert.
A dreamlike archipelago, surrounded by a blue ocean and shrouded in mist like a mirage, appeared before my eyes once again.
The palaces and pavilions on the island are all made of crystal and coral, reflecting a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. That is the Xian Shui Temple of the Kanglin dynasty. Their techniques are the most bizarre, and they are skilled in illusion and water control, killing people invisibly. And that valley over there, shrouded in pink miasma year-round, is the Valley of 100 Flowers. Their disciples never act alone. Once they make a move, 100 flowers bloom and the array stretches endlessly.
Even a nascent soul cultivator trapped within it will be trapped to death.
Buzz. A terrifying sword intent, filled with endless sharpness and seemingly capable of cleaving the sky, burst forth from the side and rear of the flying boat without warning.
Immediately afterwards,
a sword boat made entirely of jet black iron, shaped like a drawn sword and moving at incredible speed, crashed into the flying boat of the Purple Cloud Holy Land from the side in an extremely tyrannical and unreasonable manner.
Oh no!
It's the sky-piercing sword boat from the Myriad Swords Pavilion. The elder in charge of piloting the flying boat exclaimed in surprise and immediately activated the flying boat's defensive formation with all his might.
However, it was too late. Boom! A deafening roar.
The giant flying ship of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, which was originally known for its stability and magnificence, was violently shaken by this brutal impact, just like a small wooden boat hit by a boulder in a rapid current. The defensive light shield on the airship creaked under the strain and its light dimmed instantly. The hundreds of female disciples with lower cultivation levels on the boat lost their balance, letting out screams as they stumbled and fell in a sorry state. The black sky-piercing sword boat was completely undamaged after the collision. With a graceful tailspin, it blocked the path of the Purple Cloud Holy Land flying boat.
Immediately afterwards,
several figures, also dressed in black and carrying long swords, exuding a sharp sword intent that kept strangers at bay, leaped out of the sword boat and hovered in mid-air. The leader was a young woman with a cold face and sharp eyes like a hawk. Her cultivation level had already reached the peak of the golden core stage. She didn't even glance at the female disciples on the Purple Cloud Holy Land's flying boat who were injured in the collision. He simply cast a provocative and disdainful glance at Lin Chen, who was standing at the very front of the deck. Then, in a tone filled with condescension and arrogance, he coldly shouted,
"Hello? Are you people from the Purple Cloud Holy Land blind? How dare you block the path of our 10,000 Swords Pavilion on such a wide road? Get down here right now and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, your wrecked ship won't be able to move forward another step today."
The guilty party filed the first lawsuit.
That's utterly unreasonable.
Everyone at the Purple Cloud Holy Land was so angry that their faces turned red and their bodies trembled.
You're talking nonsense.
You clearly bumped into us from behind," a young female disciple mustered her courage and retorted loudly.
Oh?
Upon hearing this, the leading woman of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion curled her lips into a cruel smile.
She didn't even glance at the female disciple. He simply flicked his finger in her direction. Laugh. And incredibly fast, almost invisible sword aura pierced through the air in an instant. Ah!
The female disciple who had just dared to retort instantly let out a shrill scream. A deep, bone-revealing gash was instantly slashed across her right arm. Blood stained her purple clothes.
Does a piece of trash like you have the right to speak in front of me?
However, the woman in the lead acted as if she had done something perfectly normal. She looked at her female disciple, whose face was deathly pale with pain and fear, and spoke slowly in a cold tone, as if she were instructing her. It seems that the elders of your Purple Cloud Holy Land have not taught you the rules of sword cultivators. First, she held up one finger. In the world of sword cultivators, there is no first come, first served, but only the strong go first.
Our ship is faster than yours. So the road should be ours.
If you block our way, then it is your fault. Second, she pointed to the injured female disciple with a second finger. The weak have no right to question the strong. Her daring to speak is a provocation. I only injured her arm and didn't cut off her tongue. This is the greatest favor I can do for the weak. After the leading woman from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion thoroughly humiliated the people from the Purple Cloud Holy Land with her distorted set of sword cultivator rules, her gaze finally fell on Lin Chen, the man who had been watching her calmly without saying a word the whole time. This time, her eyes no longer held disappointment. Rather, it's a kind of strangeness and irony that one would only feel when looking at an object or a decoration.
I have heard that.
Her voice was full of undisguised mockery. The Purple Cloud Holy Land has produced a strange person this time, actually finding a man to be the leader of the Holy Sun. Seeing you today, I can confirm that reputation is indeed better than reality. She looked Lin Chen up and down with the same gaze she would give him as if he were admiring a piece of porcelain that was rather exquisite but utterly useless. She is indeed quite good-looking. She nodded, then changed the subject, her tone becoming condescending and lecturing.
But hasn't your Purple Cloud Holy Land made a mistake? A man should do what a man should do.
Staying at home, taking care of your husbands and children, doing laundry and cooking, that's where you belong. She watched as the sarcasm on Lin Chen's lips grew even stronger. Instead of making a fool of ourselves by showing our faces in public like this.
You are just accessories for us women. A vase that's fairly nice, but it's so fragile it'll break at the slightest touch. Boom!
These words were like the most vicious curse and the loudest slap, striking hard on the faces of all the disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, especially Lin Chen.
This is no longer just a simple provocation.
This is the most extreme and deepest trampling and humiliation of the entire identity of male. All the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land wore complex expressions of utter humiliation yet were unable to refute it.
Because they know. That's how most people in this world think. Luo Bingli and Lin Zian were so angry that their delicate bodies trembled and their eyes burned with raging fury. They're men. The man they admired was like a god. To be publicly humiliated as an accessory and a decorative vase? However,
Lin Chen, the person involved, still maintained a calm expression on his face. He even gave the woman who uttered those vicious words a friendly smile full of approval.
This senior sister is right.
He spoke. The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly.
You're absolutely right. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the strong are respected. This is indeed the only rule in this world.
Upon hearing this, the members of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion all wore mocking smiles of victors.
Humph, at least you, a mere pretty face, have some self-awareness.
Meanwhile, everyone from the Purple Cloud Holy Land wore expressions of humiliation and disappointment. They never expected that this holy sun would back down so easily.
However,
Lin Chen's next words, however, caused everyone's smiles to freeze instantly.
So it can be considered as an accessory or a vase.
Replaced or even completely erased by a more powerful work of art.
For you crude mud bricks who can't even be considered works of art. Shouldn't it be a supreme honor?
Then today I will kill you all, and free you from this filthy world filled with the weak.
Oh, right, there's also. Remember to say thank you before you die.
Chapter 50 For the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, this child is not to be defeated by force. Lin Chen's words, seemingly casual yet brimming with boundless killing intent, were like the coldest wind, instantly dispelling the smug smiles on the faces of the Wan Jiangu members.
After a brief silence. Put.
The silence was shattered by an extremely harsh and undisguised sneer. The woman at the head of the group, Jian Wushuang, with her cold and aloof expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world.
Giggle giggle.
Immediately afterwards, all the disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion behind her burst into a maniacal laugh filled with contempt and pity.
Ha ha ha. I didn't hear wrong, did I? A female disciple named Li Hanua laughed so hard she was almost in tears. This pretty face, this man, he said, he's going to kill us? Could it be that spending too much time in that den of women at the Purple Cloud Holy Land has ruined his brain?
Another disciple, Zhao Qian, exaggeratedly clutched her stomach.
Does he think this is still the kind of place where he can whine and act spoiled like a child in his sect? That's hilarious. That's the funniest laugh I've heard all year. They laughed so hard they were bent over, as if Lin Chen were some ignorant idiot talking nonsense. Jian Wuxuan finally stopped laughing. Her sharp, hawk-like eyes fell on Lin Chen once again. This time, however, not even the last trace of scrutiny had disappeared from his eyes. There is only one kind of pity left when looking at a poor wretch who was beyond redemption and mentally deranged. Boy. Her voice was cold yet full of kindness. I'll let you off the hook because you can make me laugh. I can give you another chance. She even proactively stretched her snow-white neck forward. A cruel, mocking smile played on his face. Come. My neck is right here. Weren't you going to kill me? Come on. Let me see how you, this decorative vase, intend to liberate me? Provocative. An extreme and undisguised provocation of death. She wanted to use this method to completely crush Lin Chen and the last bit of ridiculous dignity of the entire Ziyun Holy Land into the mud. However, faced with this humiliation that would enrage anyone, Lin Chen's face remained calm. He simply looked at the group of idiots in front of him who were still laughing wildly, thinking they had everything under control. He slowly shook his head. Then he sighed softly. That sigh was filled with endless disappointment. It was as if they were feeling sorrow for their foolishness. Fine. He said softly. Since you are so sincere in seeking death, then this holy sun will show great mercy today. Your wishes will be granted. The words fell. He stopped uttering any more nonsense. He was simply staring at the group of oblivious women who were still laughing wildly in front of him. He slowly raised his right hand. Then, spread your 5 fingers and gently draw downwards into the void. Whoosh! A moon-white spatial blade, whose sharpness and brilliance defy description, instantly pierced through the air. The blade looked so slender and so gentle. There was not a trace of murderous intent. There was no sense of oppression whatsoever. However, the instant it streaked across the void, time seemed to stand still completely. The arrogant golden core peak prodigy leading the group Jian Wuxuan froze completely with a mocking and cruel smile on her face. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gazes of Li Hanue, Zhao Qian, and all the other disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, whose pupils had instantly shrunk to pinpoints, a neat, thin, blood-red line. It appeared silently on Jian Wuxuan's snow-white neck. Put. The next second, a beautiful head that still retains the deathly provocation expression, soaring into the sky. It unleashed a dazzling yet eerie, crimson fountain. Sold out instantly. Kill only the leader. After precisely severing Jian Wuxuan's head, the spatial blade seemed to come alive, transforming into specks of starlight and vanishing without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. Jian Wuxuan's headless corpse remained standing. The seemingly indestructible sky-piercing sword ship behind her was silently and neatly cleaved in two by the residual power of that spatial blade. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Quiet. The entire world fell into an absolute, deathly silence. All that remained was the sound of that head falling. And the sound of blood rain falling from the sky. Li Hanue, Zhao Qian, and all the surviving disciples of Wanjin Pavilion. They were all stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. The maniacal laughter on their faces had long since frozen, replaced by an endless, deep-seated fear and disbelief. They stared blankly at the bloody scene before them, a scene that resembled purgatory yet was also full of artistic beauty. Their minds went blank. Lin Chen acted as if he had done something insignificant. He slowly withdrew his hand and even used a handkerchief to wipe away the dust that didn't actually exist. He looked at the survivors who were already terrified. He slowly shook his head. Then, in a tone full of regret, she said softly, "Well, I forgot to remind you. I'm just a decorative vase. But it can kill people." These words, like a devil's whisper,
finally pulled Li Hanyue and the others back to their senses from their endless fear.
Ah! They finally let out a heart-wrenching scream. He killed someone. He killed senior sister. You devil! You devil! After a brief moment of fear, what surged into their hearts was an utterly absurd and twisted rage. You dare to bully the weak. You used your unknown evil magic to ambush senior sister. Li Hanyue pointed at Lin Chen and screamed, her voice trembling with fear. That's right. Zhao Qian also mustered her courage and angrily retorted, our senior sister only wanted to teach you good for nothing's a lesson. You actually resorted to such a vicious act. You are simply heartless and inhuman. Double standards. This is the ultimate shameless double standard. They were justified in ramming the ship. They have the right to hurt people. They have even more reason to humiliate people. If Lin Chen resists and kills someone, it will be considered bullying the weak. It will be considered heartless and insane. You Purple Cloud Holy Land, just you wait. Lin Chen's move did not scare anyone away. Instead, it completely ignited the long-suppressed madness and arrogance of sword cultivators within them. Form ranks. She shouted sharply, her voice filled with resentment and madness. He's alone. Let's attack together. Use the 10,000 swords returned to origin formation to obliterate him and this wrecked ship into dust. They knew that one person was no match for Lin Chen. But they are disciples of the 10,000 swords pavilion. They would never allow themselves to flee in disgrace in front of a man. Buzz. Dozens of Wanjian pavilion disciples instantly dispersed and drew their spiritual swords simultaneously. The soaring sword intense instantly connected and transformed into a terrifying sword formation filled with endless slaughter and destruction. The chilling sword energy even shattered the surrounding sea of clouds into pieces. Meanwhile, the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, led by Luo Bingli and Lin Zian, also had a grim expression after seeing this scene. Although they still harbored various complex emotions towards Lin Chen, this holy son of men. But at this moment, they represent the face of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Form the Purple Cloud Heavenly Gang formation. Luo Bingli immediately issued the order. Hundreds of female disciples from the Purple Cloud Holy Land immediately sprang into action, and patches of auspicious purple clouds rose from beneath their feet, transforming into a defensive array filled with peace and majesty. The battle between the two major sects, each with 100 members, is about to erupt. Just then, Li Hanyue of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion suddenly shouted loudly at the great formation of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Her voice was full of seductive charm. Sisters of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, you should think this through. Our 10,000 Swords Pavilion and your Purple Cloud Holy Land have always kept to ourselves and never interfered with each other. Our target today is this arrogant and cruel man who murdered our senior sister. Are you really going to completely break ties with our 10,000 Swords Pavilion over such an accessory and a vase? Just hand him over now. We're still best friends. We can even fight side by side in Qianlong City. Differentiation. A blatant, overt strategy to sow discord. Her words, like a demonic whisper, clearly reached the ears of every female disciple of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Many disciples showed a hint of hesitation and wavering on their faces. Yes. Is it really worth going to war with the powerful 10,000 Swords Pavilion for the sake of a man? However, at this critical moment when morale was wavering, Luo Bingli suddenly let out a cold, delicate shout. All disciples, listen to my command. The ancestor has decreed. To see the Holy Sun is to see myself. Anyone who disrespects the Holy Sun, kill without mercy. She directly brought out the biggest backer that no one could resist. Really? The moment the words ancestor were uttered, all the hesitation on the faces of the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land vanished instantly. Instead, there was a sense of determination and resolve. Upon seeing this, a look of embarrassment and rage flashed across Li Hanyue's face. Excellent. What a wonderful Purple Cloud Holy Land. Since you're so stubborn, then, don't blame us for being ruthless. Junior sisters, let's attack. However, just as those countless sword energies, powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, were about to be unleashed. Mutation and regeneration. Why are you two sisters so angry? A melodious female voice, filled with holiness and gentleness, drifted slowly from another sea of clouds without warning. Immediately afterwards,
A sacred flying boat, crafted entirely from millennia-old ice jade and shaped like a blooming snow lotus, accompanied by celestial music and a shower of petals, slowly emerged. A group of stunningly beautiful women, dressed in white gowns and exuding an ethereal elegance like fairies from the moon, stood atop the flying boat.
It's someone from the Jade Pool Holy Land. Someone recognized the origin of this flying ship. A beautiful woman in white, who was also at the peak of the golden core stage but looked like she was in her 30s and still had a charming appearance, slowly flew out of the flying boat and stood between the two major sects. She is Elder Yu Hong, the leader of the Yaoqi Holy Land this time. As sects in the eastern wilderness, they see each other all the time, and the reputation of the Sword Pavilion swords is well known to everyone. Thinking of this, Elder Yu Hong couldn't help but sigh. Encountering those sword-wielding individuals from the Sword Pavilion was indeed a misfortune for the Purple Cloud Holy Land. I'll just help them out, it'll be a good deed for the trials to come. How about we let this matter drop for the sake of our senior uncle, junior nephew Li? She looked at Li Hanyue with a gentle smile that was as warm as a spring breeze. However, Li Hanyue was not buying it at all. Elder Yu Hong. Her voice was icy and filled with venom. This matter has nothing to do with your Yaoqi Holy Land. You'd better not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you will be making an enemy of my entire 10,000 Swords Pavilion. She paused, and a glint of extremely vicious, wicked scheme suddenly flashed in her eyes, which were filled with resentment. She glanced at Elder Yu Hong, then at the Yaoqi disciples behind her who were also eyeing Lin Chen with curiosity, and suddenly sneered. Or perhaps, Elder Yu Hong, are you going to be like those fools from the Purple Cloud Holy Land, disregarding the sex interests for a man? Are you going to protect this good-for-nothing who only knows how to hide behind women? Boom! These words were like the most vicious dagger, instantly dragging the Yaoqi Holy Land into the water. Really? Upon hearing these words, Elder Yu Hong's kind smile instantly froze. The gazes of the female disciples from the Jade Pool Holy Land behind her towards Lin Chen instantly changed. It became filled with scrutinizing disdain and a hint of ill intent. This is the most distorted form of political correctness in the world. Women can make mistakes, but men must die. Chapter 55 God-slaying sword formation? Dispersed in a single breath. The Holy Mother of Yaoqi was filled with deep regret. Li Hanyue's vicious words, which were full of moral blackmail, crashed into the calm hearts of everyone in Yaoqi Holy Land like a boulder, stirring up ripples. The smile on Elder Yu Hong's kind face vanished completely. Her well-maintained, beautiful eyes slowly narrowed, and for the first time, she scrutinized the boy, Lin Chen, who had remained silent throughout and seemed like an outsider, with a gaze full of examination and inquiry. And behind her, the female disciples of the Jade Pool Holy Land, who possessed an ethereal and otherworldly aura like fairies from the Moon Palace, began to whisper among themselves. Their discussion was not as filled with murderous intent and disdain as that of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Instead, it carries a more realistic and more distorted connotation. Hey, senior sister, look. That man, he's really good looking. Yes, his skin is even better than ours, and his eyes are so expressive. No wonder, those arrogant women of the Purple Cloud Holy Land chose him as their holy son. Humph, what's the use of being good looking? A man is still a man. How strong can he be? Doesn't he still have to rely on his face and his skills in bed to please women? You don't understand, junior sister. Sometimes, a man's strength in bed is much more useful than his strength in the arena. Look at him, he's bewitched all those women in the Purple Cloud Holy Land, even the ancestor is backing him up. That's his skill. They subconsciously attributed the other person's success to appearance and body. They completely ignored the true strength and wisdom that the other party might possess. While everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land was having different thoughts and wavering, Li Hanyue of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion spoke again. This time, she suppressed all her murderous intent and resentment, forcing out what she considered a sincere smile. She knew that relying solely on moral blackmail would not truly win over the Yaoqi Holy Land. There must be sufficient profits. Elder Yu Hong, she bowed slightly to Elder Yu Hong, her posture much more humble than before. I know I've put you in a difficult position. This junior has no intention of being an enemy of your clan. Today's matter is a personal grudge between my 10,000 Swords Pavilion and this man. As long as the Holy Land of Yaoqi can stand by and watch, and not interfere in our fair duel. I, Li Hanyue, hereby swear on behalf of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. In this, Hidden Dragon ranking competition, my Myriad Swords Pavilion owes your Yaoqi Holy Land a favor. If we were to meet in the secret realm, we would not only absolutely not be enemies with your sect, but we could even join forces to eliminate one of our biggest competitors. Boom! A calculated scheme. A blatant, overt scheme involving the exchange of benefits. She knew that she could not possibly fight against the combined forces of the Purple Cloud Holy Land and the Jade Pool Holy Land on her own. Therefore, she must first use benefits to stabilize or even win over Yaoqi Holy Land, this third party. The promise of favor and joint action carries considerable weight. That's enough to make any sect's heart flutter. Really? Upon hearing these words, a barely perceptible moment of interest flashed in Elder Yuhong's shrewd eyes. She glanced once more at Lin Chen, who was surrounded by the Wan Jiangu members. In her view, although the man was somewhat strange, he was ultimately just an outsider. To offend the powerful Wanjian Pavilion and give up a huge favor for the sake of an outsider. This deal. It seems like no matter how you calculate it, it's not worth it. She had already made up her mind. She looked at Luo Bingli, whose pretty face had turned pale with anger, and her kind smile, full of helplessness, returned to her face. Junior sister Luo. She spoke slowly, her voice filled with regret. Look at this after all, it's a private feud between your Purple Cloud Holy Land and the Myriad Swords Pavilion. As outsiders, it's indeed not appropriate for us, the Holy Land of Yaoqi, to interfere. She chose to remain on the sidelines. They chose to tacitly approve of the Myriad Swords Pavilion's encirclement and killing of Lin Chen for their own benefit. Seeing this, everyone from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion wore smug smiles. Meanwhile, the hearts of all the female disciples on the Purple Cloud Holy Land sank to the bottom. It's over. Without the constraints of the sacred Jade Pool, they alone are no match for the terrifying sword formation of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. However, just when everyone in the Purple Cloud Holy Land was plunged into despair, just when everyone in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion thought victory was assured, the man who was traded back and forth by everyone from beginning to end as goods, vase, and trouble, he finally moved. He simply raised his head slowly. He sighed softly, his voice filled with regret. Well, I originally wanted to leave a few more fertilizers. Looks like there's no chance today. Lin Chen's words, filled with regret and like a devil's whisper, stunned everyone present. Immediately, a burst of maniacal laughter erupted from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's ranks, louder and more murderous than ever before. Ha ha ha. Fertilizer? Li Hanyue seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She pointed at Lin Chen and laughed so hard that she bent over backwards, but her eyes were filled with icy killing intent. You're about to die and you still dare to spout nonsense here? Not bad. Zhao Qian chimed in with a sinister grin. Kid, we admit you're a bit strange. Our senior sister was too careless and that's why she fell for your trick. But now, Li Hanyue's voice suddenly turned chilling. Before our 10,000 swords returning to origin formation, you don't even qualify as fertilizer. You'll only turn into minced meat. Stop wasting your breath on him. A female disciple wielding two swords, exuding the most violent aura, shouted sharply. Junior sisters, activate the sword formation. Send him and those useless trash from the Purple Cloud Holy Land to the Western Paradise. Prepare to die. Buzz. The words had barely left his mouth. The terrifying sword formation, composed of dozens of golden core experts, was instantly pushed to its limit. Streaks of black sword energy, powerful enough to tear through space, converged and compressed wildly within the formation. In the end, it coalesced into a massive black sword of death, hundreds of feet long, seemingly capable of splitting the entire sky in two. The terrifying, all-consuming power emanating from that giant sword sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Well. On the other side of the Jade Pool Holy Land, Elder Yuhan looked at the black giant sword that exuded an aura of death and sighed softly. Then she slowly turned around. It was as if they couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene that followed. And behind her, the disciples of the Jade Pool Holy Land all closed their eyes or turned their heads away without prior arrangement. Master, are we really not going to do anything? A soft-hearted disciple asked, unable to bear it. Tube? A hint of bitterness and apprehension appeared on Elder Yuhong's face. How should it be managed? Do you know how terrifying this 10,000 swords return to origin formation is? Her voice became extremely solemn. 30 years ago, a prince of the early nascent soul stage from the Great Yan dynasty, known for his defense, relied on his strong physical body and tried to force his way into the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. As a result,
they were trapped in the 10,000 swords returning to origin formation, which was composed of 36 golden core disciples at the time.
After an incense stick has burned,
that nascent soul prince, along with all the Tao artifacts on his body, was forcibly annihilated into the most primordial dust of heaven and earth.
Not even a wisp of their soul could escape. Boom!
When this secret was revealed, all the disciples of Yao Qi gasped in shock. Her pretty face was filled with utter horror.
Even a nascent soul true monarch died under this sword formation? That man!
They dared not think any further.
In their eyes, Lin Chen was already a dead man.
And within the sword formation, Li Hanyue and the others looked at the figure that appeared so small and vulnerable under their deathly giant sword. A cruel smile of victory appeared on their faces.
Boy!
You dare to die under the strongest sword formation of my 10,000 swords pavilion.
This is what we bestowed upon you, this vase. Supreme glory. Go to hell!
They roared in unison as the Black Death Sword, imbued with the combined power of dozens of golden core experts, crashed down with earth-shattering might towards the man who remained motionless in place.
However, just as the giant sword of death was about to touch Lin Chen's head, just when everyone thought it was all over, the man whom everyone had sentenced to death, he finally slowly raised his head.
There was not a trace of fear on his face.
There was only endless boredom. It seemed as if they were getting impatient with this long-running farce. It's so noisy, he said softly. Then,
facing that black, deathly greatsword, powerful enough to slay gods,
he opened his mouth. Gently. It's over. In one breath. In one breath. Yes, it's just one breath.
The tone sounded so gentle and so insignificant.
There was not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy.
There was not a trace of law or principle at all. It's just like the most ordinary thing a person does after a meal, a gentle breeze.
However,
the moment this chi came into contact with that black death sword that had gathered the power of dozens of golden core experts and was powerful enough to slay a god,
time seemed to stand still completely. Buzz. A faint humming sound, seemingly emanating from the very origin of the universe at its beginning.
It resonated deep within the soul of every person.
Immediately afterwards,
a miraculous scene unfolded that shattered the worldviews and shattered the moral compass of everyone present, a scene that would never be forgotten for all eternity. That massive black sword of death, hundreds of feet long and imposing, seemed to cleave the entire world in two.
It turns out, starting from the tip of the sword, like a sand sculpture weathered by the elements, silently, inch, disappear, melt. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was no cataclysmic impact. There was only a deathly, absolute, suffocating silence.
That terrifying sword formation was powerful enough to kill a nascent soul cultivator.
Amidst the stunned, numb, and ghost-like gazes of everyone in the audience, that man dismissed it so casually. In one breath, it dispersed. Put. The sword formation was broken, but the energy flowed back together.
Li Hanyue, Zhao Qian, and all the Wanjian Pavilion disciples who formed the sword formation were struck as if by lightning. They coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell from mid-air in a disheveled state, like kites with broken strings.
They did not scream in fear. He did not utter any angry curses.
They just stared blankly at the man who slowly walked towards them from the airship, stepping through the void.
Their minds went blank.
Their worldview completely collapsed.
How so?
That's the 10,000 swords returning to origin formation.
That was the pride of a sect that could even annihilate a nascent soul true monarch. How could this be? In one breath, it just got blown away? What exactly happened? What exactly is this power? The man in front of me. What exactly is he? They couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance or escape. Because when an ant witnessed the power of God firsthand, what remains is only the most primal, purest, soul-deep numbness. In stark contrast to the deathly silence of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, it was the volcanic eruption that followed the brief silence on the flying boat of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. We won? My God. We won? I don't know who was the first to recover from that extreme shock and scream in a trembling, broken voice.
This scream was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the emotions of all the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land.
They won. The Holy Sun won. One breath.
He dispersed the sword formation of the myriad swords pavilion with just one breath.
The Holy Sun is invincible. The Holy Sun is invincible. The ecstasy of surviving a disaster. The exhilarating feeling of triumph. And the supreme glory of having such an extraordinary God on their side.
At this moment, the last trace of resentment that all the female disciples had towards Lin Shen due to gender bias completely vanished.
Instead, it was replaced by the most fervent and purest worship and faith. Their eyes shone as they watched that godlike figure walk toward the enemy. These are the men of our Purple Cloud Holy Land. A God who can create miracles. On the other side, after a brief moment of petrification, the people of Yaoqi Holy Land erupted in a gasp of disbelief. Master, I didn't see wrong, did I? Just now, that was a breath?
The soft-hearted little disciple stammered as she asked her master, Elder Yu Hung.
That's the 10,000 swords return to origin formation. Wasn't it said to be able to kill even a nascent soul-true monarch? How could this be? The disciples' chatter finally brought Elder Yu Hong, who was also petrified, back to reality. The color drained completely from her still attractive and well-maintained face in an instant. She watched as the man walked step by step toward the defeated dogs of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. His beautiful eyes, once full of shrewdness and calculation, were now completely filled with an emotion called regret. Others can't understand it. But she understood. As a peak golden core cultivator, she saw things more clearly than anyone else. That's not she at all. It was a torrent of pure power formed by compressing and condensing one's own strength to the extreme, a power capable of annihilating all laws. That was a higher dimension, a dimensional reduction attack that was completely beyond her comprehension. She finally understood. I finally realized what a ridiculous and stupid mistake I and everyone else present had made. They got the most fundamental thing wrong from the very beginning, dimensionality. These self-righteous strong women. In this man's eyes, I'm afraid. They're no different from ants on the ground. And she. What did she just do? She did it for a vague favor from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They actually chose to stand by and do nothing? They actually stood by and watched as the 10,000 Swords Pavilion besieged such a future God? She missed it. She personally pushed aside an incredible opportunity that could propel the Jade Pool Holy Land to instant prosperity. Remorse. Endless regret gnawed at her heart like the most venomous snake. It almost made her spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Chapter 56. Talk to me about rules? My rules are the only rules. Elder Yu Hong knew. She and the entire Yaoqi Holy Land had been thoroughly hated by this seemingly harmless but actually incredibly powerful man. If it cannot be salvaged immediately, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, she no longer cared about the reserve and decency of being a senior elder of a major sect. While everyone was still reeling from the shock of Lin Chen's miraculous strength, she moved. She moved swiftly and appeared in front of Lin Chen in an instant, forcing a smile full of apology and sincerity on her face. They adopted an extremely humble posture. Sage Lin, your divine might is unparalleled. This humble woman is in awe, truly in awe. She started by subtly offering a compliment. Before Lin Chen could speak, she immediately changed the subject, her tone filled with regret and self-blame. Alas! It's all my fault, this old woman. I was a bit too slow, and those ignorant fools from the Myriad Swords Pavilion disturbed your Majesty's enjoyment. What a sin, what a sin! Her words were perfectly watertight. He thus extricated himself from the awkward situation of standing on the sidelines. He then took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility, adopting a humble attitude of "you can do whatever you want with me." Lin Chen looked at the woman in front of him, who was arrogant 1 second and whose expression changed faster than flipping through a book the next, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He knew the other person was afraid. However, he really doesn't need to make another enemy like Yaoqi Holy Land today. After all, you can't hit someone who's smiling. And the other party did indeed try to mediate the fight just now. Thinking of this, the coldness on Lin Chen's face slowly dissipated. He waved his hand at Elder Yu Hong and said calmly, "Elder Yu Hong, you flatter me. This matter has nothing to do with your Yaoqi Holy Land. I will have my own judgment on right and wrong. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that the other party was giving herself, and also the Yaoqi Holy Land, a way out. Her gaze towards Lin Chen instantly shifted to one of increasing admiration and apprehension. This young man is not only incredibly powerful, but his mind and vision are also extraordinary. He is flexible and decisive, yet he does not kill indiscriminately. Such a person is destined for greatness. Our Yaoqi Holy Land must befriend him today, no matter what. However, just when this tense atmosphere was about to be resolved peacefully, mutation and regeneration. Who dares to engage in a private duel within the airspace of Qianlong City? A sharp, resounding shout, filled with iron will and majesty, rolled in like thunder from the direction of that magnificent city. Immediately afterwards, dozens of valiant female cultivators, clad in uniform silver armor, wielding thunderous spears, and riding flying demonic beasts called thunder eagles, instantly tore through the clouds and descended from the sky. The scene was completely surrounded. A terrifying aura, far more ruthless and chilling than any sect before, instantly enveloped the entire area. Their armor is uniformly engraved with an emblem consisting of 2 intertwined black dragons. Hidden Dragon City, Black Dragon Guard. It's the guards of Qianlong City. Oh no! This is a huge problem. Upon seeing the arrival of this group of uninvited guests, the expressions of everyone from both the Purple Cloud Holy Land and the Jade Pool Holy Land changed simultaneously. The Wanjian Pavilion disciples, who had already collapsed to the ground in endless despair, were suddenly filled with joy upon seeing this group of official figures appear. A vicious flame called hope rekindled in their lifeless eyes. My lord! Help! Like a drowning person grasping at the last straw, Li Hanyue scrambled and stumbled towards the silver-armored female cultivator who appeared to be the captain. She pointed at Lin Chen and, in a tone full of grievance and indignation, frantically accused him of being the villain. My lord! You must do justice for us. We, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, are just passing through this place. This man from the Purple Cloud Holy Land, relying on his somewhat unorthodox methods, provoked us without cause and not only destroyed our flying boat. And they even cruelly murdered our senior sister, Jian Wushuang. Look! The evidence is irrefutable. The blood hasn't even dried yet. I beg you, you must severely punish this murderer who disregards the laws of Qianlong City. Li Hanyue's tearful account, filled with indignation and grievances, instantly drew everyone's attention. The silver-armored female cultivator who appeared to be the captain Long Kuei remained expressionless after hearing her accusations. Her face, mostly covered by a helmet and visor, revealing only a pair of sharp phoenix eyes, showed no emotion. She simply turned her oppressive gaze slowly toward Lin Chen. And just then, Li Hanyue, who was still kneeling at her feet, pretended to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, while using her other hand to very discreetly slip a high-grade spiritual artifact bracelet that looked expensive and had a dazzling appearance into the gap of Long Kuei's silver armor arm. Her movements were both incredibly fast and incredibly well concealed. No one present, including Elder Yu Hong of the Yaoqi Holy Land, noticed this little trick. Only Lin Chen saw all of this. His deep eyes, enhanced by the moonlight divine eye, which could already see through everything, calmly observed everything, his face still showing that indifferent and serene expression. When Long Kuei, the captain of the Black Dragon Guard, felt the touch on her arm, a barely perceptible look of satisfaction flashed in her sharp phoenix eyes. Without making a sound, she adjusted the angle of her armor and perfectly stored the evidence into her storage belt. The entire process was smooth and seamless. Outrageous! You're all spouting nonsense. A young female disciple from the Purple Cloud Holy Land finally couldn't hold back her anger and spoke up to refute the other party's blatant distortion of the truth. It was clearly your Myriad Swords Pavilion that rammed our flying boat first. And you even injured people. Our holy son. Shut up. However, she hadn't finished speaking. Captain Long Kuei, who had just received a bribe, suddenly let out a cold, sharp shout. A terrifying pressure, belonging to a peak golden core expert and filled with the aura of iron-blooded killing, instantly suppressed the female disciple who had spoken, turning her pretty face pale and rendering her unable to utter a single word. I am handling this case here. Long Kuei's voice was cold yet full of fairness and impartiality. Since when did it become your place to interrupt, you piece of trash who can't even speak properly? If you dare utter another word, I will kill you on the spot for obstructing official business. Overbearing. Powerful. And blatant bias. Seeing this, the hearts of everyone from the Purple Cloud Holy Land sank instantly. They knew they were doomed. The guards of Qianlong City are clearly in cahoots with the Wanjian Pavilion.
Meanwhile, the members of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion once again revealed smug and cruel smiles.
Their eyes were filled with mockery and glee as they looked at Lin Chen. Kid. So what if you're strong? In the face of the extensive network of relationships that our 10,000 Swords Pavilion has cultivated over hundreds of years in Qianlong City, you are still just an ant that can be manipulated at will. After Long Kuei finished reprimanding the disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, he then turned his gaze, which was full of judgment, to Lin Chen once again. Suddenly, a pair of shackles appeared in her hand, made of millennia-old black iron and engraved with countless restrictive runes. Lin Chen, right? Her voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion. Now we have both witnesses and physical evidence. I, in my capacity as the captain of the 7th Squad of the Black Dragon Guard of Qianlong City, suspect you of being involved in a heinous murder case. According to the rules of Qianlong City, you have the right to remain silent. But everything you say can be used against you in court. She watched as Lin Chen slowly raised the shackles in his hand, a cruel smile, like a cat toying with a mouse, appearing on his face. Now you have to put it on yourself obediently. Come with us back to Black Dragon Prison. Or perhaps, do you want me to personally break all your limbs and drag you back like a dead dog? Looking at the restrictive shackles in Long Kuei's hand, which gleamed with a chilling light. Listening to her words, which were full of business as business, but had in fact already sentenced Lin Chen to death. The hearts of everyone in the Purple Cloud Holy Land sank to the bottom. They knew that today was probably their last chance to escape disaster. However, just as tensions were running high and Lin Chen was about to be forcibly captured, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out from the side. Captain Long Kuei, wait a minute. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Then, Elder Yuhong, the leader of the Yaoqi Holy Land, slowly walked out from their camp. The previous neutrality and helplessness were no longer visible on her face. Instead, a gentle smile filled with goodwill and mediation was given. She first nodded slightly to Long Kuei and said politely, Captain Long Kuei, greetings. Our Yaoqi Holy Land has witnessed the entire process of this matter from beginning to end. There seems to be more to this than meets the eye. She paused, and before Long Kuei could speak, she immediately changed the subject, continuing in a tone full of fairness. As far as I can see, it was clearly the fellow Taoists from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion who provoked us first and even attacked us first. Lin Xingzi was merely forced to defend himself. Although the methods were a bit extreme, they were understandable. In my humble opinion, why don't we, the Holy Land of Yaoqi, act as mediators and allow both sides to back down and turn hostility into friendship? After all, we've all come here for the Hidden Dragon ranking competition. If we ruin our harmony here, wouldn't we make ourselves a laughingstock in front of the other two great dynasties? Choose sides. Without hesitation, they chose to speak up for Lin Chen. This scene stunned everyone present. In particular, Li Hanyue and others from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion stared intently at Elder Yuhong with an incredulous look filled with betrayal. Meanwhile, everyone from the Purple Cloud Holy Land showed expressions of surprise and gratitude. Nobody expected this. At this crucial moment, the one who stood up for Lin Chen was actually the Yaoqi Holy Land, who had previously chosen to stand by and watch. Elder Yuhong was certainly not a kind-hearted person. She's just a shrewd investor who knows how to weigh the pros and cons. After witnessing Lin Chen's unpredictable and terrifying strength enough to disperse the 10,000 swords returned to origin formation, with a single breath, the text abruptly ends here. She knew what choice she had to make. Offending the Wanjian Pavilion, a fallen organization that has lost its leader. Go and befriend a peerless prodigy with limitless potential, who might even become a god. No matter how you look at it, this deal is a steal. However, faced with the elder's kind advice from the sacred Yaoqi, Captain Long Kuei, whose eyes were already blinded by the magic treasure, didn't even bother to listen. Her phoenix eyes suddenly turned cold, and a chilling killing intent instantly locked onto Elder Yuhong. Elder Yuhong, is that right? Her voice was filled with an undeniable domineering and forceful air of official authority. We, the Black Dragon Guard, are handling this case. Since when did it become your place, a mere outer sect elder of the Jade Pool Holy Land, to point fingers and give orders? Are you openly defying the laws of my Hidden Dragon City? Or perhaps... A cruel, mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. You're going to join these idiots in making enemies of the Black Dragon Guard for this man? Rough. Direct. Interrupt without hesitation. She showed absolutely no respect to the holy land of Yaoqi. Because I know that the entire hidden dragon city stands behind me.
It is the supreme heavenly patrol palace from the central sacred domain.
Elder Yu Hong's face instantly turned extremely ugly. She never expected the other party to be so unyielding. After Long Kuei finished reprimanding Elder Yu Hong,
then he lost all patience. Her sharp, piercing phoenix eyes, filled with a murderous aura, locked onto Lin Chen, who had remained silent throughout.
The restraints on her hands snapped with a crisp crack. Kid, my patience is limited. I'll ask you one last time. Did you come here by yourself or?
She hadn't finished speaking. She transformed into a silver lightning bolt, charging towards Lin Chen with an unstoppable and terrifying momentum.
Chapter 57 Trying to play dirty tricks on me?
I'll make you kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Faced with Long Kuei's forceful arrest, which was full of official authority, the hearts of everyone in the Purple Cloud Holy Land and the Jade Pool Holy Land were in their throats. However, just a split second before Long Kuei's silver gauntlet, powerful enough to crush a high-grade spiritual weapon, was about to touch Lin Chen's collar, the man who remained silent from beginning to end, as if he were terrified,
he finally spoke. He did not make a move. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation.
He simply asked a question in a calm tone filled with curiosity and puzzle, a question that made Long Kuei freeze in mid-air.
Captain Long Kuei, right? I'm very curious. What kind of superior spiritual artifact bracelet is it? That you wouldn't even give face to Elder Yu Hong of the Yaoqi Holy Land.
They can't even be bothered to go through the most basic investigation and evidence collection process.
Are you so eager to condemn me as a murderer? And bring them to justice? Boom. Superior. Grade. Spiritual. Artifact. Bracelet. These words struck the minds of everyone present like a bolt from the blue.
Long Kuei's pretty face, hidden beneath her mask, suddenly lost all color in an instant. Her forward-moving figure froze instantly, and for the first time, a genuine look of panic appeared in her sharp phoenix eyes.
How could he have known? You did it so discreetly. On the other side, Elder Yu Hong of Yaoqi Holy Land and Luo Bingli and others from Xian Holy Land were taken aback upon hearing this. They immediately understood.
They looked at Long Kuei's stiff back, and then at the Wan Jiangu disciples not far away, whose eyes were darting around and whose faces looked guilty.
Their faces showed a mixture of sudden realization and overwhelming anger. I see. I wonder why Captain Long Kuei is so fair and impartial. So they took bribes and then did the work of cleaning up trouble for people. Elder Yu Hong's voice instantly turned icy cold. Luo Bingli even drew her sword directly. Li Hanyue and the others from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that their most closely guarded secret would be so easily and publicly exposed by the other party. You're talking nonsense. Long Kuei finally snapped out of her shock. She pointed at Lin Chen, her voice stern but her tone weak, and angrily rebuked him. I am the captain of the Black Dragon Guard. I have always been impartial and incorruptible. How dare you, you fiend, slander me with your bloody words? You are challenging the dignity of the entire Hidden Dragon City. Oh? Is that so?
Lin Chen smiled.
That smile was full of pity.
It's like watching a clown who's about to die but still stubbornly clinging to his words.
He slowly raised his hand.
A plain-looking photostone floated quietly in his palm.
What a coincidence.
This holy sun happens to have a good habit of recording images. Should I tell you right now how fellow Taoist Li Hanyue accidentally stuffed a piece of evidence into your armor?
Why not make it public so everyone can judge the situation? This is the real killer move. The moment I saw that photo taking stone,
Long Kuei's heart sank to the bottom at this moment. She knew she was finished. Once this video is released, she will face the most brutal punishment from the Black Dragon Guard.
You.
She pointed at Lin Chen and hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a single word.
She dared not be stubborn anymore.
But she couldn't bring herself to admit to accepting bribes in front of the two holy sites.
Final.
She could only take a deep breath and forcefully try to smooth things over.
Snort.
She snorted coldly and slowly withdrew her hand and the restrictive shackles.
Since Elder Yu Hong is willing to vouch for you, then I'll give her face today. Let's leave this matter here for now. But you will remember this. Her gaze pierced Lin Chen like a venomous snake. The Black Dragon Guard will never let this matter of murder go unpunished. Let's go. She actually thinks she can just let this go? However, she wanted to leave. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion refused to accept this. Captain Longkue, you can't leave. Seeing this, Li Hanyue panicked. She quickly stepped forward and frantically urged Longkue with her eyes. You accepted our gifts. How can you just leave like that? Get out of my way. Longkue was furious and had nowhere to vent her anger. A chilling murderous intent flashed in her eyes as she looked at this good-for-nothing fool. She's not stupid. The evidence is already in their hands. If she continues to argue like this, she'll be the one who dies. She suddenly narrowed her eyes and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth in a voice only the two of them could hear. If you dare utter another word, believe me, I'll kill you right now. Li Hanyue felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her whole body turning ice cold. Just as this farce was about to end in such an extremely ridiculous way. The man who has been overlooked by everyone. He finally spoke slowly. Etc. His voice wasn't loud. But everyone present, including Longkue who was about to lead the team away, froze completely in an instant. Did I tell you to leave? Lin Chen's calm yet undeniably authoritative voice instantly halted everyone present, like the heaviest shackles. Longkue, who was about to lead the team away, suddenly froze. She slowly turned around, her phoenix eyes, hidden beneath her mask, staring intently at Lin Chen. Her voice was so cold it seemed to freeze his soul. How? What else do you want? Is there anything else? She already harbored deep hatred for Lin Chen. But with the other party holding the key to her weakness, she had no choice but to endure it. However, Lin Chen, seemed completely oblivious to her almost tangible killing intent. He didn't even glance at her. His gaze slowly passed over her and landed on the group of Wan Jiangu members behind her, who looked guilty and were about to sneak away. Then, he smiled slowly at Longkue and said in a tone full of innocence and doubt. Captain Longkue, please don't misunderstand. I have no problem with you. I just have a small logic problem that I don't understand and would like to ask you, an official, for help. As he watched Longkue's face turn incredibly ugly, his smile grew even brighter. Look. Just now, you and these fairies of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion insisted that I was a murderer and shouted at me to kill me. And now you, as the representative of the laws of Hidden Dragon City, are announcing that this matter is ended here and are ready to let us leave. So, following this logic, can I understand it like this? His voice suddenly became sharp. Our Purple Cloud Holy Land is innocent. And all the previous conflicts and incidents were caused by this group of wicked people who turned black into white and accused others first, were instigated by the trash of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? Boom! To destroy their spirit. This is the ultimate, most insidious way to kill someone's heart. He actually used Longkue's own actions to condemn the 10,000 Swords Pavilion to death. You're spouting nonsense. Really? Upon hearing this, Li Hanyue and the female disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion instantly bristled like cats whose tails had been stepped on. Our senior sister's body is barely cold. How dare you slander us like this? That's right. You despicable and shameless man. If you hadn't used such underhanded means to ambush senior sister. How could she possibly be dead? Exactly. You're the one who killed someone. And now you're trying to shift the blame? What kind of shameless man is you? They once again positioned themselves as victims and launched a frenzied moral condemnation against Lin Chen. However, this time, before Lin Chen could even speak, Captain Longkue, who had been suppressing her anger, finally exploded. All of you, shut up. A roar filled with boundless rage and murderous intent exploded from her mouth. She turned around abruptly, her sharp phoenix eyes like two drawn swords, staring intently at Li Hanyue and her group of good-for-nothing fools. She was about to be driven crazy by her incompetent teammates. Can't you see I'm trying to get out of here? Are you still adding fuel to the fire? Do you want to die even faster? Upon being glared at by Longkue's terrifying killing intent, Li Hanyue and the others instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies turning ice cold, and they couldn't utter a single word. After Longkue finished scolding these idiots, he turned his head again, forcibly suppressing his anger, and stared intently at Lin Chen, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. What exactly do you want? I don't want anything.
Lin Chen shrugged, his expression remaining calm.
Now that things are clear. They're the ones who rammed our boat. They are the ones who hurt our people. They humiliated us first. They were the ones who filed the false accusation first. So, he looked at the female disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion who were already trembling with fear, their faces pale. He slowly uttered the words that were more cruel to them than killing them, the final judgment. Kneel down. Apologize. Apologize? Are you suggesting that the proud and arrogant women of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion should kneel down and apologize to a pretty face and a man they despise the most? This is an absolute disgrace. It's 1,000 times more painful than killing them, the ultimate humiliation. What? He actually made us kneel down and apologize? A roar filled Li Hanyue's mind. Who is she? She is a core disciple of the Myriad Swords Pavilion. She is one of the candidates for the next generation of elders. Wherever he goes, he is met with adulation and awe. And now, this man was regarded by them from beginning to end as a vase, accessory, and trash. They actually want them to kneel before him? No. Impossible. I absolutely refuse.
A surge of unyielding, arrogant pride, stemming from the very bones of a sword cultivator, instantly welled up in her heart. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Lin Chen as if she wanted to devour him alive. However, just as the atmosphere froze to freezing point once again, a voice full of kindness and comfort suddenly rang out from the side.
Oh, nephew Li.
Then, Elder Yu Hong from the Yaoqi Holy Land slowly walked over. She looked at the group of Wanjian Pavilion disciples who were still stubbornly resisting with their eyes, and a hint of regret and disappointment appeared on her face.
Why did things have to escalate to this point? It's just an apology. Her voice was soft, yet it was like the sharpest soft knife, piercing deeply into the hearts of Li Hanyue and the others. A true man can bend and stretch, how much more so can we women?
Taking a step back opens up a whole new world. Trying to smooth things over. What appears to be mediation is actually using the most respectable method to force them to submit.
You. Li Hanyue trembled with rage.
She never expected that this old fox from Yaoqi would kick her when she was down.
What made her feel even more desperate was it was the gaze of Captain Longkue, the backer they had paid a fortune to hire, that had long since turned icy cold.
Longkue stared intently at them. Those eyes were filled with undisguised warning and murderous intent.
It seems to be saying, "You bunch of idiots. If you dare cause me any more trouble, I'll kill you all right now." We have no strong internal support and are surrounded by formidable external enemies. At this moment, Li Hanyue's heart sank to the bottom. However,
just then, Zhao Qian, who had been shouting loudly the whole time, suddenly exploded like a mad dog driven to the brink of despair. She suddenly pointed at Longkue and screamed in a shrill voice filled with resentment and unwillingness.
We refuse to accept this. You're all in cahoots. You're all helping that man. Longkue. You, despicable woman who took our bribes but did nothing. You're asking for it.
The moment the word bitch was uttered,
Longkue's nerve, which had been stretched to its limit, snapped instantly.
A terrifying pressure, more violent and filled with killing intent than ever before, suddenly erupted from her body.
She no longer cared about maintaining an official facade. Smack!
She transformed into a silver lightning bolt and appeared in front of Zhao Qian in an instant. A slap landed hard on her face, which was contorted with terror. The force was so great that it dislocated Zhao Qian's jaw. The rest of the words turned into mournful wails. Longkue was still not satisfied after hitting him. She grabbed Zhao Qian by the hair and dragged her to Lin Chen like a dead dog.
Immediately,
amidst the horrified gazes of everyone present, she raised her foot, clad in silver combat boots, and kicked Zhao Qian hard in the knee.
Snap! Thump!
Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. Zhao Qian screamed and uncontrollably fell to her knees.
She knelt heavily before the man she had always considered a pretty face. Chapter 58, Battle Results Revealed, Silence Falls Inside the Hall.
Longkue grabbed Zhao Qian by the neck and forcibly pressed her head down, making her bang it against the ground repeatedly against Lin Chen. Her voice was icy cold and devoid of any emotion, yet it was filled with apology for Lin Chen.
Xingzi Lin. My people were not properly disciplined and have disturbed you. Look. This kind of apology, Are you satisfied?
Long Kuwei's words were full of humility, but her eyes concealed a terrifying killing intent. She was using this method to soften her stance towards Lin Chen, while also warning him to know when to stop and not to push his luck. However, Lin Chen's face remained calm. He didn't even look at Zhao Qian, who was being forced to kowtow repeatedly, nor did he pay any attention to Long Kuwei's threatening gaze. His gaze slowly fell on Li Hanyue, who had been standing the whole time. Then he smiled, a very kind smile.
It's all right, he said casually. But it seems like we're missing one. Upon hearing this, Long Kuwei's heart sank to the bottom.
She knew this man had no intention of letting the matter rest. Li Hanyue trembled violently and turned deathly pale. Upon hearing this, she instinctively wanted to retreat and run away. But it was too late. Junior nephew Li, a voice filled with goodwill and regret, came softly from behind her.
It was Elder Yu Hong from Yaoqi Holy Land. Look, things have come to this point. Why bother? Kneel down and be more dignified.
These words shattered the last shred of hope in Li Hanyue's heart, and she knew that she had no way out. Finally, under the gaze of thousands of people filled with pity and mockery, this number 2 of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion slowly bent her proud knees and knelt heavily in front of Lin Chen with a thud. Endless humiliation, like the most venomous snake, gnawed at her heart, making her wish she could explode on the spot. Lin Chen, as if he had done something insignificant, slowly walked to the 2 women kneeling before him and looked down at them. Then, in a tone full of regret, she said softly,
"See, wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Why did you have to force me to use your rules to teach you what the hell reason really means?" Long Kuwei looked at Lin Chen after hearing this. "Sage Lin, since you are satisfied with this matter, I will consider it closed. Please enter the city first."
Long Kuwei was eager for Lin Chen to leave, as she still had to deal with the follow-up matters concerning the Sword Pavilion, which was a big problem.
Everyone knows that the Sword Pavilion is a group of sword masters.
Looking at the group of defeated dogs from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion who had completely lost all dignity and spirit, Lin Chen lost even the last bit of interest. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Yu Hong, the Yaoqi Holy Land elder with a complex expression, not far away. Then he glanced at Long Kuwei again. He nodded slightly to them, his face once again displaying that harmless and kind smile.
2 people?
His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority.
What happened today must have been a misunderstanding.
Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, we will not bother you any longer.
See you again in Qianlong City.
Inside the enormous palace of the city lord's mansion in Qianlong City, which was even more magnificent than the imperial palace, it was already filled with distinguished guests and powerful figures. Top forces from the Great Yan dynasty, such as the Crimson Sun Divine Palace, and the Azure Lan dynasty, such as the Profound Water Holy Temple, had already gathered together. They chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was lively but also full of hidden scheming. Only the empty seat belonging to one of the hosts, the Purple Cloud Holy Land, was particularly conspicuous.
This Purple Cloud Holy Land certainly has a lot of heirs, daring to make all of us wait for her family?
Within the Red Sun Divine Palace's camp, the first Princess Gzus swirled the fiery spirit wine in her cup, her tone laced with a playful mockery.
Just then, a belated announcement finally rang out from outside the hall. Report!
Lin Chen, the holy son of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, requests an audience. As soon as the announcement was made, the hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to the outside of the hall, their gazes filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of undisguised contempt.
Oh? A male saint?
Gzue raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth curving into an even more mocking smile. I'm quite curious, just how far has the Purple Cloud Holy Land fallen that it would allow a man to be its leader? Under countless disdainful gazes, Lin Chen led Luo Bingli and Lin Zian slowly into the main hall.
Lin Chen from the Purple Cloud Holy Land has arrived late due to unforeseen circumstances on the way. I hope the city lord and fellow Taoists will forgive me. He bowed respectfully to the lord of Qianlong City, whose aura was unfathomable and who was shrouded in a hazy halo, while maintaining a humble attitude and explaining the reason for his lateness. The city lord's voice, as it sat in the main seat, was neither masculine nor feminine, nor could it reveal any emotion. It's all right, please take a seat.
Lin Chen was seated at the very end, an arrangement that clearly implied contempt.
However, Lin Chen didn't seem to care. He simply sat down and poured himself a glass of wine, as if the mocking and disdainful glances around him had nothing to do with him. Just then, Long Kuei, the captain of the Black Dragon Guard, and Elder Yu Hong from the Yaoqi Holy Land walked in from outside the hall. They were obviously there to report to the city lord. But when they saw the large group of people gathered in the hall, especially Lin Chen, who was sitting at the end of the table leisurely sipping wine, they instinctively paused and hesitated. The city lord, sitting in the main seat, naturally noticed their unusual behavior. Oh. It seems this so-called twist is quite significant. Her mind raced with thoughts, but her face remained calm and composed. She slowly stood up and, in a gentle tone filled with apology, addressed all the guests present. Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly sorry. It seems there are some urgent official matters outside the city that require my personal attention, so I must excuse myself for a moment. Guards, please escort all of you to your respective courtyards to rest. I will personally host a banquet to welcome you all later. Not a drop of water leaks. Instead of letting Lin Chen leave alone, she politely asked everyone to leave. This way, it wouldn't seem like they were targeting anyone, and it would be perfectly reasonable to leave Long Kuei and Yu Hong for separate interrogation. Everyone present was shrewd. They could easily see that the city lord was issuing an eviction notice. Although they were curious, none of them dared to disobey the lord of Qianlong City, so they all got up to take their leave. Lin Chen smiled, stood up, bowed to the city lord again, and then left the main hall with everyone without looking back. After everyone left, the enormous palace instantly returned to a deathly silence. The city lord's indifferent gaze finally sharpened. Inside the spacious and majestic hall, Long Kuei took a deep breath and began her report. Reporting to the city lord. We were on patrol when we happened to witness a conflict between the flying boats of the Purple Cloud Holy Land and the Myriad Swords Pavilion outside the city. The figure shrouded in a halo at the head of the table nodded slightly, his voice calm. Those crazy girls from the Myriad Swords Pavilion have always been domineering, so this is not surprising. At first that was indeed the case. Long Kuei's voice still maintained the composure unique to soldiers, but it contained an uncontrollable solemnity. Wanjian Pavilion's Jian Wushuang was ruthless. With a wave of his hand, he instantly killed their leader Jian Wushuang and destroyed their flying boat. Oh? The city lord finally showed a hint of interest. He can kill Jian Wushuang instantly? It seems that old guy from the Purple Cloud Holy Land was willing to spend a lot of money to give him a decent Dao artifact. It seems he's not a complete waste after all. In her view, the peak of the Golden Core stage is rare, but that's about it. This is similar to how people in small towns think high school students are amazing, but in the real world, they are just getting started. In this world, late-stage Golden Core cultivators are not uncommon in Qianlong City. What truly makes her take notice is the terrifying chasm between the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages, the half-step Nascent Soul stage. Only true geniuses can take that step. No, my lord, he didn't use any magic weapons. Long Kuei's voice became increasingly hoarse. Moreover, according to my observation, his cultivation level seems to be only at the late Golden Core stage. What? This time, the city lord's voice finally carried a hint of genuine surprise. A late-stage Golden Core cultivator instantly kills a sword cultivator who is also at the peak of the Golden Core stage and is known for his offensive power? This is beyond what the word genius can describe. This matter is too bizarre. A hint of lingering fear flashed across Long Kuei's face. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of inviting Elder Yu Hong of Yaoqi Holy Land, who was also present at the time, to come and testify for you. Oh? Yu Hong is here too? The city lord suppressed his surprise and turned his gaze to the beautiful woman in white who had been silent all along. She knew that what followed was probably the real key point. Elder Yu Hong stepped forward and bowed to the city lord. Her face showed no shock like Long Kuei's, only an endless bitterness and, gankai, a complex emotion encompassing both sorrow and reflection, as if she had witnessed a miracle. She spoke slowly, her voice calm yet seemingly possessing a magical power capable of making heaven and earth tremble. Report to the lord of the city. Captain Long Kuei's words are all true. That man indeed killed Jian Wushuang in a single move. Then the remnants of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion set up the 10,000 Swords returning to origin formation, which was powerful enough to kill nascent soul cultivators. At the time, I also thought that man was doomed. But a hint of confusion, which she still cannot understand, flashed in her eyes. He was only facing that black greatsword, capable of destroying everything. He blew a breath. Then, that sword formation that even a nascent soul prince of the Great Yin dynasty couldn't break through. It broke. Boom. He blew a breath? This time, the city lord could no longer remain calm. She suddenly stood up from the throne. The divine light that enveloped her instantly burst forth. She revealed a stunningly beautiful face that was both breathtakingly gorgeous and filled with endless shock and disbelief. A single breath shattered a sword formation capable of killing a half-step nascent soul cultivator? With the cultivation level of the late golden core stage? This is beyond just challenging someone of a higher level. This is divine punishment. Is this really true? Her voice trembled violently for the first time. Elder Yu Hong simply nodded bitterly once more. It gave that final and most fatal confirmation in a dreamlike, desperate voice. Absolutely true. The so-called insurmountable barrier and the so-called half-step nascent soul in the face of that one breath. But it's a joke. When Elder Yu Hong uttered these words in a desperate tone that was almost like a sentence, the queen who ruled over Qianlong City suddenly stood up from her throne. The divine light that enveloped her instantly burst forth. She revealed a stunningly beautiful face that was both breathtakingly gorgeous and filled with endless shock and disbelief. A single breath shattered a sword formation capable of killing a half-step nascent soul cultivator? With the cultivation level of the late golden core stage? No. Impossible. There must be something fishy going on here. Her sharp phoenix eyes, which were full of majesty and wisdom, turned icy cold in an instant. Her first reaction wasn't fear but rather, doubt. It's fake. This must be fake. Countless thoughts were racing through her mind. Or maybe Longkue is exaggerating to shirk responsibility for her incompetence. Or perhaps Yu Hong of this sacred Yaoqi is deliberately spreading alarmist rumors to inflate that man's status and secure some shady deal with him. Or perhaps an even more infuriating thought popped into her head. They conspired together. They staged a whole show to deceive me. Thinking of this, a chilling killing intent slowly rose from her body. She looked at the two women in the prince's palace, one kneeling and the other standing, both with expressions of awe, watching their flawless performance. She was almost certain that her guess was correct. However, after she quickly went through the identities and backgrounds of the two people and the almost impossible connection between them in her mind, her resolve to embrace the conspiracy theory began to waver uncontrollably. Wrong. Longkue was personally promoted by me and is utterly loyal to me. There is absolutely no way she would betray me. Although Yu Hong is an old fox, Yaoqi Holy Land has always been peaceful and has a long-standing feud with Ziyun Holy Land. She has no reason to risk offending me and the entire Qianlong City to tell such a blatant lie for a man she has only just met. These two people. There's absolutely no way they could have conspired. That means a terrifying conclusion that sent chills down her spine and made her soul tremble. It was like the sharpest dagger piercing her mind. What they said. All of them are real? Chapter 59 Pure Yang Buddhist Sect. Meanwhile, outside the main hall, as the maids of the city lord's mansion led the delegations from the various holy sites to their respective courtyards, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat subtle. Those previously haughty and aloof young ladies from various sects now looked at Lin Chen with a hint of something indescribable. They were all wondering why the city lord had suddenly interrupted the banquet. Among the crowd, several figures quietly broke away from their own sex group and walked towards Lin Chen. They were all male without exception. Furthermore, each of them possessed a handsome and refined appearance. They were also dressed in the robes of core disciples from various top holy lands, clearly indicating their high status. The leader was a man from the Crimson Sun Divine Palace of the Great Yin Dynasty. He had a warm smile on his face and took the initiative to bow to Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, I have long admired your name. Meeting you today, you are indeed a dragon among men, with extraordinary bearing. I am Ji Wuye, the face of the Crimson Sun Divine Palace. To be honest, we men are nothing more than decorations in the sect. Today, to see Brother Lin, a man, being conferred the title of Holy Sun, truly makes us men of the world proud. That's right. Another blue-clad man from the Xianshui Holy Temple of the Kanglin Dynasty chimed in, Brother Lin, you are the hope of all men. If there is anything we brothers can do for you in the future, just let us know. Their words were earnest and their attitude enthusiastic, as if they truly regarded Lin Chen as a male leader who had broken through societal prejudices. However, hidden deep within their enthusiastic eyes was a hint of undisguised jealousy and disdain. Hope? Ha, just a gigolo who's luckier than us and managed to snag a much bigger patron. What real skills can a man have? Isn't it just his face and his body that pleases women? We're all men, so why can you be a saint while we can only be supporting characters and playthings? Just wait and see how arrogant you'll be when the old ancestor of the Purple Cloud Holy Land is no longer protecting you in the Hidden Dragon ranking competition. These are their truest feelings.
Lin Chen looked at these skilled actors in front of him, his smile remaining as kind as ever.
He even nodded politely to them. Just as he was about to say a couple of equally polite words, an untimely voice suddenly rang out from the side. Amit Ba.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a bald monk with a simple robe, a burly figure, and a resolute face standing next to Lin Chen. In a world where all monks pursue splendor and the extraordinary, this monk's attire seemed utterly out of place. He came from the pure Yang sect, a sect composed entirely of men. In this world where women reign supreme, such a sect is practically a joke in the eyes of all women. They cannot understand how a place without women could possibly survive or become powerful. Therefore, although the Chunyang sect is also one of the holy sites, its status has always been the most awkward and the least prestigious.
The head monk completely ignored the surprised looks from Ji Wuye and the others. He simply put his hands together and bowed slightly to Lin Chen. His eyes were clear and full of kindness. Sage Lin, his voice was steady and powerful, this humble monk's dharma name is Bu Nu. There is something I would like to say to you privately. Before Lin Chen could answer, he glanced at Ji Wuye and the others beside him and slowly shook his head. My holy son, you must know that it is easy to draw the skin of a tiger but difficult to draw its bones. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Some people may seem to be your kind, but in reality, they wish they could tear you apart and sleep on your skin. They have no respect in their hearts, only the most primal jealousy. Too much contact with these people is harmful and not beneficial. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuye and the others' expressions changed instantly. What nonsense are you spouting, you monk? Ji Wuye's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold sneer. Our respect for Saint Lin comes from the bottom of our hearts. What do you, a monk from a third-rate sect, know? Exactly. The blue-robed man from the Xianshui Holy Temple sneered. So you're a master from the Chunyang sect. What? Is it because you can't even find a woman in your place that you're jealous that we can be with the holy maiden and the princess? He looked the monk up and down as if he were a monster. I've heard that your pure Yang sect has strict rules, with a bunch of grown men gathering together every day to chant scriptures and meditate? Ha, how laughable. In their eyes, this is similar to the phenomenon in reality where unmarried women build their own women's college to support each other. A sect that looks down on even women dares to teach us how to do things? Their words were filled with the most vicious insults, vividly demonstrating the world's discrimination against the pure Yang sect, an all-male sect. However, they were faced with taunts that would enrage any man. The monk named Bu Nu showed absolutely no anger on his face. He simply looked at Lin Chen calmly. It was as if to say, you see, what this humble monk said is true. The insults and discriminatory words were like the filthiest garbage, which they recklessly dumped on the monk Bu Nu. However, faced with all this, the monk remained calm and composed, his hands clasped together. He didn't even twitch his eyebrows. Seeing this, Ji Wuye and the others' eyes showed even more mockery, as if they had completely seen through the true nature of this pure Yang sect monk, who was all bark and no bite. In their view, this is the most accurate portrayal of men in this world, weak, incompetent, and only able to accept their fate. However, the fact that they were sent by their respective sects to approach Lin Chen was not a glorious mission in itself. The Crimson Sun Divine Palace, the mysterious Water Holy Temple. These colossal entities standing at the pinnacle of the world, their rulers, those high and mighty holy lords and empresses, would they really look down on Lin Chen from the bottom of their hearts just because he is a man? No. Quite the opposite. It's precisely because they value it so much. A man who could make the ancient monster of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, the Purple Star true monarch, who has lived for thousands of years, personally come out of seclusion to support him. A man who, based on top-secret intelligence, even managed to get the Purple Cloud Holy Land to depose its current sect leader, Yun Yun. Such beings have far exceeded the categories of male concubines and sexual partners. He is a huge unknown variable. That's why they sent out men like Ji Wuye, who were also faces of the organization, to carry out the mission. This task has two aspects. Firstly, they would gather intelligence. By using their shared identity as men to lower Lin Chen's guard, they could uncover his true background and the extent of the gamble that Ziwei Xinjuan had placed on him. The second is an even more insidious and vicious follow-up. Once it was confirmed through testing that Lin Chen truly possessed terrifying potential sufficient to threaten the status of their respective sects. Therefore, Ji Wuye and the others must spare no expense. Before the competition even begins, use every underhanded means imaginable, including drugging him, to weaken or even cripple him. That's the real purpose of their trip. That is why they harbor such a morbid hatred towards Lin Chen. We're all men.
Everyone here was sent to Qinlong City as spoils of war and decorations by the sects to please those proud young ladies.
Why should I?
Why should you, Lin Chen, be able to escape this damned fate and soar to become the holy son that everyone is watching?
Why do you get so much attention from those high-achieving women who even they can only look up to?
This jealousy, stemming from the deepest disparity in their identities and destinies, has long since transformed into the most insidious poison, corroding their hearts. At this moment, Ji Wuya looked at the monk in front of him who had been humiliated by him but didn't dare to utter a single word. Then look at Lin Chen, who remained calm throughout, as if it were none of his business.
His sense of superiority and murderous intent were about to erupt simultaneously.
He straightened his clothes, put on that harmless smile again, and said gently to Lin Chen,
"Brother Lin, don't listen to this monk's nonsense. We have absolutely no ill intentions towards you.
However, this hidden dragon city is a mixed bag of people with treacherous hearts. Brother Lin, you are new here, so you should be careful not to be taken advantage of by some people with ulterior motives." His words were spoken with such sincerity and earnestness. It was as if he was the only one who truly cared about Lin Chen's well-being, one of his own. The female disciples from other holy lands around them also revealed a knowing sneer in their eyes when they saw this scene.
Look. That's what men are like.
Internal strife and jealousy drive people to stop at nothing to gain even the slightest bit of pitiful attention. Now we'll see just how capable this holy son of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, who's been thrust into the spotlight, really is.
Would you choose to believe that kindred spirit who looks intimidating? Or would they choose to win over this monk who seems more aloof and safer?
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Chen finally smiled.
He first slowly nodded to Ji Wuya, who had a sincere expression on his face. Brother Ji is absolutely right.
His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Human nature is indeed treacherous. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuya and the others instantly broke into victorious smiles.
It's done.
This Lin Chen is indeed just a brainless good-for-nothing.
We fooled him.
It seems he's prepared to accept our goodwill and distance himself from that meddlesome bald monk. They could almost foresee that in the days to come they would have countless ways to manipulate this so-called holy son without anyone noticing.
However,
the smiles on their faces had not yet fully bloomed.
Lin Chen's next sentence then rang out leisurely.
His gaze slowly shifted from Ji Wuya's face and finally landed on the silent, unperturbed monk.
Is he well-intentioned or does he have ulterior motives?
He paused slightly at this point, then a half-smile appeared on his lips. He pointed his finger at his eyes from afar.
I can see it myself. Boom. Just 5 simple words. But it was like an invisible thunderclap. It struck Ji Wuya and the others hard in the heart. The smiles on their faces froze instantly.
An indescribable chill uncontrollably shot from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads.
What does that mean? What does he mean by that? He must have seen through us.
At that moment, they felt as if they had become clowns stripped naked under the gaze of those calm, unwavering black eyes. At this moment, even the darkest, most vicious, and most despicable thoughts deep within one's heart seemed to have nowhere to hide. Lin Chen acted as if he had done something insignificant. He slowly withdrew his gaze and even patted Ji Wuya's shoulder affectionately, even though Ji Wuya's face had turned deathly pale.
The gesture was full of encouragement and approval. Thank you all for the reminder.
He deliberately added a barely perceptible emphasis to the word remind. After saying that, he stopped looking at his fellow travelers who were completely stunned and terrified. He slowly turned to Luo Bingli and Lin Ziyan beside him and said calmly,
"They're gone. It's a bit noisy here."
As soon as he finished speaking, he strode forward, leading the two of them straight towards the villa belonging to the Purple Cloud Holy Land.
From beginning to end, he didn't give Ji Wuya and the others even a single extra glance.
It was as if they were nothing more than a few annoying flies buzzing by the roadside.
Until Lin Chen's figure was about to disappear around the corner of the courtyard. The monk who had remained silent until now finally made a move.
For the first time, a complex expression, a mixture of surprise and understanding, appeared on his face, which was as resolute as a rock.
He watched Lin Chen's departing figure and softly uttered a Buddhist chant. Amit Ba.
So, it was this humble monk who was attached to appearances.
Chapter 60, A Dimensional Reduction Attack from a Veteran Driver on Earth.
On the way back to the Xian Sacred Land Villa, the moonlight, like water, quietly spilled onto the bluestone path, casting the shadows of the two people, sometimes long and sometimes short. The oppressive silence that had lasted all the way was finally broken, and Luo Bingli's clear, deep eyes sparkled with an intense curiosity and confusion. She finally couldn't help but ask softly, "Master, forgive my ignorance, but how did you see through Ji Wuye and his people's disguise at a glance? Their words and actions seemed almost flawless to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He paused slightly, turned his head, and gazed over the courtyard wall at the few warm lights inside the villa. Under the lamplight, the figures of Lin Zian, Lin Xiaoya, Bai Ruoxue, and others appeared and disappeared, seemingly stirred by his return. He could clearly feel their unique concern and anticipation, even from such a distance. Seeing this, Lin Chen's lips curled into a complex and enigmatic smile, his eyes flashing with a hint of nostalgia, a touch of amusement, and a profound light that seemed to see through the ways of the world. However, he didn't speak because it was something he couldn't say. Because he comes from a world where there are more men than women. There, the methods women use to vie for outstanding men sowing discord, forming cliques, saying one thing to your face and another behind your back, flattering to death, slandering are 100 times more sophisticated than the childish tactics men use in this world. Competition between females is the oldest and most brutal art of warfare in the universe. Lin Chen, the only outsider from Earth, possesses a valuable asset that no man in this world has: a profound understanding of female competition and rich experience in dimensional reduction attacks. What he needs to do now is to quietly watch Ji Wuye and his group of fools go back and inform them, leading them and the queens behind them step by step into the gentle trap he has carefully prepared. Then, using their most familiar and proudest art of female competition, they completely manipulated them. On the other side, I can see it myself. Lin Chen's 5 words, spoken casually yet with immense penetrating power, were like 5 of the sharpest, invisible swords, piercing deeply into the hearts of Ji Wuye and the others. The smiles on their faces froze completely. An indescribable chill shot straight from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. He saw through it? No. Impossible. He disguised himself so well. How could he possibly? At this moment, those calm and unwavering dark eyes made them feel like pathetic clowns stripped naked. Their darkest, most vicious, and most despicable thoughts had nowhere to hide. Lin Chen's final encouraging and approving pat on the shoulder was more like the loudest slap in their faces. He was silently declaring, "Your petty tricks are nothing but a childish and laughable farce." After saying that, he didn't look at the group of fellow countrymen who were stunned and terrified, and turned around and left with Luo Bingli and Lin Zian. Throughout the entire process, he didn't give Ji Wuye and the others a single extra glance. They were as if they were just a few annoying flies buzzing by the roadside. Only when Lin Chen's figure completely disappeared around the corner of the courtyard did that extremely oppressive aura dissipate. Huff, huff. Ji Wuye and the others were panting heavily, as if they had collapsed, their bodies soaked in cold sweat. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with a deep-seated fear. He knows. Morong Bai of the Xianshui Holy Temple's voice trembled. They know everything. Then, what do we do now? The disciples of the small sect panicked. What to do? A crazed glint flashed in Ji Wuye's eyes as he gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Go back. Go back embellished. The appeasement policy has completely failed, and the only remaining option is to resort to the last vicious tactics: praise to kill and sowing discord. He wanted to convince the queens that Lin Chen was arrogant, conceited, and had no value in winning them over. He is the common enemy of all the top holy sites. Inside a separate courtyard of the Crimson Sun Divine Palace, Ji Wuye knelt respectfully before the precious mirror that was burning with raging flames. The beautiful yet majestic face of the first Princess Ji Ziyue slowly appeared on the mirror. How's it going? Ji Ziyue's voice was devoid of any emotion. Reporting to Your Highness. Ji Wuye's face instantly changed to an expression full of grievance, anger, and loyalty. He began to embellish his report. Your Highness. That Lin Chen is simply a madman. A traitor who dares to overthrow the entire world order. He immediately slapped a huge label on Lin Chen as soon as he opened his mouth. Oh. On the mirror, for the first time, a genuine look of seriousness appeared in Ji Ziyue's beautiful phoenix eyes. Your Highness. We were just following your instructions to try and win him over and test him. But instead of being grateful, he humiliated us in every way. He said. Ji Wuye paused, then continued in an exaggerated tone filled with horror and disbelief. He said that all of us men who depend on women are spineless cowards. A disgrace to men. Upon hearing this, Ji Ziyue's face only flashed with a hint of disdain and sarcasm. In her view, this was nothing more than a ridiculous jealousy between men. However, Ji Wuye's next words, however, made the sneer on her face freeze instantly. he also said. Ji Wuya's voice trembled more and more, as if he were repeating a treasonous statement that could make the heavens and earth change color. He said that this world dominated by women is a deformed, flawed, and pathological world. He said that when the hidden dragon ranking competition comes, he will trample all the heavenly pride of our holy lands under his feet. He wanted to show everyone that women were only fit to be appendages of men. He wants to turn all of us high and mighty women into the same kind of women around him. Face. Head. Boom. Face. Head. These two words were like 10,000 of the most vicious divine thunderbolts from the heavens. It struck Gzu's proud queen's heart hard. Presumptuous. A sharp cry filled with boundless rage and overwhelming killing intent suddenly exploded from the treasure mirror. A terrifying pressure belonging to a half-step nascent soul cultivator even descended through the mirror. The pressure was so great that Ji Wuye couldn't even lift his head. Gzu's beautiful face reflected in the mirror was now covered with frost. Those phoenix eyes, as scorching as the sun, burned with a raging fury powerful enough to incinerate the entire world. To overturn the world? Are women only fit to be subservient? They want to turn Gzu into a male concubine? Arrogant. Court death. He deserves to die. He really said that? Her voice was so cold it seemed to freeze one's soul completely. Absolutely, absolutely true. Ji Wuye trembled with fear but still didn't forget to continue his attempt to sow discord. Your Highness. This boy's wolfish ambitions are blatantly obvious. If he is not eliminated, he will surely become a major threat to us. Snort. Gzu snorted coldly, the killing intent in her eyes almost solidifying. Just a frog in a well, ignorant of its own limitations. How dare you boast of overturning heaven and earth? I will personally crush his bones inch by inch during the grand competition. Let him know what real rules are. Meanwhile, almost the same scenario was playing out simultaneously in the villas of various major forces such as the Xian Shui Holy Temple and Hundred Flowers Valley. Without exception, all the men who had been humiliated by Lin Chen chose to use the most vicious language to distort the facts and frantically stir up hatred for Lin Chen. Meanwhile, inside the Wanjian Pavilion's separate courtyard, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. Li Hanyue, Zhao Qian, and the others were kneeling on the ground, each with tears streaming down their faces, sobbing uncontrollably, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Standing before them was the nascent soul elder, who resembled a vengeful ghost, the extinction sword elder. Wa'ada. Elder. You must stand up for us. While wiping away the non-existent tears with her sleeve, Li Hanyue began to cry out in a tone full of grief and indignation and helplessness that was completely distorting the truth. We were perfectly fine, sailing our flying boat to Qianlong City. Who knew that the flying boat from the Purple Cloud Holy Land would suddenly ram us from behind like a madman? We didn't want to argue with them because we're both from the same sect in the Tianfeng Kingdom. But they showed no remorse whatsoever, and instead, taking advantage of their numbers, they humiliated us in every way. She paused, her voice becoming increasingly miserable, as if recalling some unbearable scene. Senior sister Jian Wushuan just wanted to go up and argue with them. But that man. That devil named Lin Chen. He actually attacked senior sister without saying a word, using an extremely vicious evil technique. Not only that. At this moment, Zhao Qian added tearfully. He even took advantage of his good looks to openly flirt with us. He said he wanted to take us all back to be his playthings. We swear to never submit. He became enraged and destroyed our flying boat, and he even killed our senior sister. This is a complete distortion of the truth. The guilty party filed the first lawsuit. She perfectly packaged herself as an innocent victim who was bullied for refusing to accept unspoken rules, the perfect victim. This is the true logic behind the actions of the lowly bastards of the Sword Pavilion. Really? After listening to their cries, the Extinction Sword Granny's already ghost-like face was instantly covered by a layer of icy, overwhelming killing intent. There wasn't a trace of doubt in her cloudy old eyes. Because in her understanding, and in the understanding of the vast majority of women in the world, men are such despicable, shameless, vile creatures who only think with their lower bodies, useless. A man. How dare you provoke the prestige of my 10,000 Swords Pavilion? How dare you covet the disciples of my 10,000 Swords Pavilion? And he killed Wushuan? Her voice was hoarse and filled with a chilling, sinister killing intent. Elder.
You must avenge senior sister. Li Hanyue cried out. That man is too evil. We are no match for him at all. Humph. Useless trash. The extinction sword granny snorted coldly, a hint of undisguised contempt flashing in her eyes. This trash was not only an insult to Lin Chen, but also an insult to the group of idiots in front of him who had disgraced the sect. Since the rules on the surface can't kill him. Her voice seemed to come from the deepest hell, yet it carried a hint of smugness, like a cat playing with a mouse. Then we'll use even more sophisticated rules to outsmart him. Remember, only idiots follow the rules. But true powerhouses know how to utilize the rules, and even transcend them. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave the order in an unquestionable tone. Pass on my orders. At all costs. Contact our inside contact in the Celestial Patrol Hall. Tell her I need 2 VIP spots that can legitimately bypass the restrictions of Meteor Dragon Valley. Boom. Upon hearing this, Li Hanyue, Zhao Qian, and the others were all taken aback. Immediately. Their pretty faces, which had been filled with grief and helplessness, were instantly replaced by a fanatical expression of excitement, worship, and sudden realization. Cheating? No. This isn't cheating at all. This is clearly a perfect, dimensional reduction attack using one's own connections and resources. Elder. You mean? Li Hanyue's voice trembled slightly with excessive excitement. That's right. A crazed, sinister smile appeared on the face of the extinction sword granny. Although the laws of that secret realm can suppress cultivators above the nascent soul stage, they suppressed my cultivation to the half-step nascent soul stage. But her voice was filled with an extreme, cruel pleasure. You think a nascent soul with suppressed cultivation level is something else? Go and have a fair duel with a mere late-stage golden core beast. Does this count as following the rules of the competition? He. This is the ultimate shamelessness. This is the most brilliant logic of Swordseed. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Elder, you are wise. This is true wisdom. That man thinks he's so great? In front of you, Elder, he's nothing but a fool who only knows how to use brute force. Li Hanyue and the others instantly turned into the most loyal sycophants, frantically praising their elder's shrewdness and wisdom. In their view, this kind of behavior, which allows them to manipulate the rules at will, is the true demeanor of a big shot. They worshipped them to the point of prostration. The extinction sword granny looked at the group of disciples before her who had been completely subdued by her. His smile grew even more smug. She could have foreseen it. When that ignorant and arrogant little beast suddenly saw his nascent soul descend upon the secret realm. His face displayed a fascinating array of expressions of despair. She even wanted to bring another nascent soul cultivator as a helper, whose cultivation level was also suppressed, just to be on the safe side. They want to use this most shameless, most cunning, and most unreasonable method. In that so-called fair secret realm, Lin Chen will be completely annihilated. Chapter 61 I, a stinky man, am a hunter of fairies. 3 days later. The Three Kingdoms Hidden Dragon ranking competition has officially begun. The central square of Qianlong City was packed with people, and the atmosphere was extremely enthusiastic. The 7 top powers airships, like 7 floating fortresses, hovered silently around the plaza. At the very center of the square, a colossal stone monument, thousands of feet tall and crafted from an unknown black crystal, exudes a chilling and desolate aura. The Hidden Dragon Stele. At this moment, the mysterious queen of Qianlong City, who was always shrouded in divine light, was hovering above the Qianlong Stele. Her voice was calm yet contained supreme majesty, resounding throughout the entire world. Ladies and gentlemen, the proud daughters of the 3 great dynasties. The once-in-a-century, Hidden Dragon ranking, opens again today. I presume you are all aware of the rules. But I must reiterate. Her voice suddenly turned icy and chilling. Beneath this hidden dragon city beneath your feet lies an ancient battlefield known as Meteor Dragon Valley. That is the place where our human ancestors fought a decisive battle against the powerful demons in ancient times. The valley still retains endless demonic energy. Over millions of years of evolution, these demonic energies will continuously breed sentient, bloodthirsty beasts. These ferocious beasts are fearless and reproduce extremely quickly. If left unchecked, every few hundred years they will form a world-destroying beast tide powerful enough to break through the seal and sweep across the 3 kingdoms. So, the city lord's voice was filled with an iron-blooded, murderous aura. Your task is simple. It means going inside and using your swords and your magic to cleanse it.
Go and slaughter all those beasts who dare to threaten the safety of my human race.
This is both a trial and a test. It's also a war. Within the Meteorite Dragon Valley, you may use any means necessary. You can hunt demonic beasts to earn points. You can also hunt down your own kind and steal their points. Because only those who truly understand how to survive and stand to the end in this bloody hunting ground. Only then will one be qualified to obtain that one and only supreme spot to go to the Central Continent's sacred domain. Now, the city lord raised her jade hand high. Offer your sacrifices to open the gate to the hunting grounds. The words had barely left his mouth. The leaders and elders of the 7 major forces all flew out. They simultaneously forced out a drop of their own vital essence blood, which contained their immense cultivation. 7 drops of nascent soul essence blood, as dazzling as rubies, shot towards the enormous hidden dragon steel in an instant. Buzz! After absorbing 7 drops of nascent soul essence blood, the hidden dragon steel instantly unleashed a terrifying dark light capable of devouring heaven and earth. Dark light coalesced in the center of the plaza into an enormous spatial vortex filled with an ominous and bloody aura. The hunting grounds are open. The city lord's voice rang out once more. The entrance will close in 1 hour. A month later, those who are still alive will meet again here. Go! Use your blood and slaughter to fight for that supreme glory for yourselves and for your sects. With the city lord's opening remarks, filled with an aura of iron-blooded ruthlessness, the massive spatial vortex leading to Meteor Dragon Valley completely stabilized. Yes. Amidst the thunderous and fervent shouts, the proud daughters of various powerful factions, who could no longer contain themselves, instantly transformed into streaks of multicolored light, like hungry beasts thrown into a gladiatorial arena, madly surging into that unknown world filled with slaughter and death. However, Lin Chen, remained unhurried. He simply stood there quietly, watching the prey rush into the vortex like moths to a flame, his deep eyes flashing with a hunter's calm yet playful light. In his hand, he was playing with a jet-black jade identity token that had just been distributed by the city lord's mansion. The jade pendant felt cold to the touch, and it was engraved with his name and the faction he belonged to, the Purple Cloud Holy Land. And an initial number. 100. An interesting rule. Lin Chen's mind was already immersed in the detailed rules of the competition that Luo Bingli had collected for him in advance. The ancient battlefield of Meteor Dragon Valley is filled with unclaimed rare treasures and fierce beasts that only know how to kill. You can earn points by defeating ferocious beasts. You can also exchange collected medicinal herbs for points. But the fastest way to earn points is... A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. Hunting of the same kind. Defeating or killing other contestants will allow you to take half of their points. Those who are defeated will have their points reset to 0 and be eliminated. 1 month. Only the top 10 players in the final rankings will receive rewards. And only the first place winner will qualify to travel to the Central Continent's sacred domain. This is hardly a grand competition. This is clearly an event that encourages everyone to kill and devour each other. The Dark Forest Game. Onar. Luo Bingli, standing behind her, looked at the other forces who were almost all gone, and a look of anxiety appeared on her face. If we don't go in soon, we'll fall behind. What's the rush? Lin Chen smiled and put away the jade pendant. He glanced at the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land around him, who were equally filled with fighting spirit but also followed his lead. He glanced again at the prey in the distance, who were already filled with murderous intent and greed towards him. He already had a perfect hunting plan in mind. Going in now would be the most foolish choice. They will inevitably become the target of public criticism. I am just an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator, a male saint. The most important thing to do now is play it safe and don't be reckless. Let them fight like dogs for now. I'm sending them to scout out the way for me. And have them gather all the most precious fruits for me. When they've fought to the point of exhaustion and both are severely wounded. A chilling, devilish glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. I, the hunter, re-enter the fray. Harvesting. Having thought this through, he no longer hesitated in the slightest. He nodded slightly to Luo Bingli and the others behind him. Then, amidst the fervent, worshipful gazes of the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, he strolled leisurely, the last to enter that place filled with slaughter and death. Blood-stained hunting grounds. Meteorite Dragon Valley. This is a desolate and deathly ancient battlefield shrouded in blood-red mist year-round. The sky was an eerie dark red. Huge, long-weathered dragon bones and the skeletons of various unknown ancient monsters can be seen everywhere on the earth. The air was filled with a violent and ominous, demonic aura. Swish! 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 Dozens of figures dressed in black and carrying long swords descended like ghosts into the ruins of a sword tomb composed of countless broken swords. It was none other than the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. And two figures who shouldn't have been there had quietly appeared in their group. Extinction Sword Granny and another Grand Elder of the Myriad Swords Pavilion who was also at the early stage of nascent soul. They managed to infiltrate the palace by using secret techniques to suppress their cultivation to the half-step nascent soul level through an inside contact in the Palace of Heavenly Patrol. Humph. That man was indeed teleported to a different area than us. Lehanua looked at the compass in her hand, which could roughly sense the locations of other team leaders, and a cruel sneer appeared on her face. Elder, she bowed to the Extinction Sword Granny and asked, should we just charge straight in now? Idiot. The Extinction Sword Granny snorted coldly, her turbid old eyes flashing with a sinister light like a venomous snake. It's more fun when a cat plays with a mouse. Killing him directly would be too easy on him. She slowly unfurled an ancient map drawn on animal hide. The map above details the terrain of the entire Meteor Dragon Valley and the danger levels of each area. This is clearly top secret intelligence that the Myriad Swords Pavilion has accumulated over hundreds of years through various competitions. Our primary goal is to win the championship. That man is nothing more than a bug that we could easily crush on the street. Obey my orders. She pointed to several areas on the map and began to issue their grand competition plan. This, Meteor Valley, can be roughly divided into the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the most cored Dragonfall land. The outer perimeter is mostly populated by blood-fiend beasts, mostly early and mid-stage golden core cultivators formed from ordinary demonic energy. Although they are numerous, they are not a threat. Let's spend 10 days sweeping through the outer perimeter and pushing our points into the top tier. Then we entered the inner perimeter. Her finger pointed to a black swamp area marked extremely dangerous. This is the Ghost Swamp. A terrifying plant called the soul-devouring demon flower dwells within. It can devour a cultivator's soul. Even a half-step nascent soul cultivator would face a near-certain death if trapped inside. But a greedy fervor flashed in her eyes. Deepest within this swamp grows a top-tier treasure that would drive even nascent soul cultivators mad, the 9-turn rejuvenating grass. We must get it. As for that man, the Extinction Sword Granny revealed a cruel, savage smile, like a cat toying with a mouse. We'll lure him into this ghost swamp. Then, we'll accidentally force him into the lair of the soul-devouring flower. Let him be devoured alive in endless despair and fear, turning him into a walking corpse. That's the best judgment for him. At the same time, in another volcanic region burning fiercely, Ji Ziyue, the eldest princess of the Crimson Sun Divine Palace, also summoned her followers. Your Highness, Ji Wuye, who had previously provoked Lin Chen outside the city lord's mansion, said with a fawning expression, according to intelligence, that man named Lin Chen has been teleported to the most barren black stone wasteland area. Should we? No need. Ji Ziyue slowly shook her head. Her phoenix eyes, as blazing as the sun, were filled with absolute confidence and arrogance. A male concubine who only hides behind women is not worth my personal attention. We have only one goal. She gazed into the distance towards the deepest part of this volcanic region. That massive, active volcano that seemed to be burning a hole in the sky. Earth Core Fire Lotus. Pass on my orders. Everyone, charge towards the heart of the flame dragon. As for that man, a disdainful sneer curled at the corner of her lips. Let him live a few more days. After I obtain the Fire Lotus and advance my cultivation, I will personally crush his ridiculous, manly dignity to pieces. Just as both the Myriad Swords Pavilion and the Crimson Sun Divine Palace regarded Lin Chen as something in their pocket and an ant on the roadside. In another tranquil valley of Meteor Dragon Valley, filled with strange and magical herbs, the team from Jade Pool Sacred Land slowly descended. This time, Elder Yu Hong was no longer leading the team. Instead, there was a young woman named Moon Spirit Fairy Luo Shui, whose cultivation had also reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, but whose temperament was more gentle and who seemed harmless. She was one of Elder Yu Hong's most prized disciples, known for her meticulousness and social skills. Before entering the secret realm, Elder Yu Hong had called her aside and given her many instructions. Shuier, remember.
Once you enter the secret realm, your primary task is not to compete for points, nor to search for treasures.
Instead, we will spare no effort to find Lin Chen of the purple-plowed Holy Land and befriend him. Whatever he asks for, as long as it's not excessive, you can agree to it. Even when necessary, we can give up some of our own interests to help him. This person's future is limitless. He is the greatest opportunity for our Yaoqi Holy Land to reach new heights in the next 100 years. However, at this moment, Luo Shuwei looked at the compass in her hand that could also sense Lin Chen's location, and a hint of undisguised disdain and reluctance flashed across her gentle and pretty face. Senior sister, are we really going to go find that man? A junior sister beside her couldn't help but mutter softly, isn't Master giving that man a little too much credit? He only won against the Myriad Swords Pavilion because he was lucky and had a powerful magic weapon. That's right, another disciple chimed in. Men are men after all. What a reputation our Yaoqi Holy Land has. Are we really going to offend the powerful 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Crimson Sun Divine Palace for the sake of a man? If word gets out, what will others think of us? Listening to her junior sister's discussions, Luo Shuwei felt increasingly irritated. Isn't that what she thinks too? Should she actively try to please a man? This is an utter disgrace. However, it is difficult to disobey one's master's orders. She hesitated for a long time before finally giving the order, albeit reluctantly. Fine. We cannot disobey our master's orders. Her voice carried a hint of perfunctoriness. Let's send someone to deliver some intelligence to him. That would be a proper way to show respect to our Yaoqi Holy Land. But a shrewd calculation flashed in her eyes. Our master only said that we should make peace with him, but he didn't say that we should tell him all our secrets. Send him that map of the outer area and some well-known information about treasures. As for the top-secret intelligence about the inner perimeter and those few truly great opportunities. A barely perceptible, mocking smile curved at the corners of her lips. Let him explore on his own. At the same time, on the other side, there was a golden mountain range filled with masculine energy. The unangered monk of the Pure Yang sect also found Lin Chen's location. Without the slightest hesitation, he led his fellow disciples and strode quickly toward Lin Chen's location. There was no conspiracy, no scheming. There is only the purest goodwill between kindred spirits. He soon found Lin Chen sitting cross-legged on that barren black stone wasteland, seemingly contemplating life. Amit Ba. The monk Bu Nu bowed slightly to Lin Chen with his hands clasped together. Sage Lin, how have you been? Master Bu Nu. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes and nodded to this kindred spirit who was the only one who had ever shown him kindness. Sage Lin, the monk Bu Nu said earnestly, this place is fraught with danger and people are treacherous. In particular, those women from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Crimson Sun Divine Palace have long wanted to kill you. It's too dangerous for you to be here alone. It would be better if you traveled with us so we could look out for each other. He paused, seemingly afraid that Lin Chen would misunderstand, and then quickly added a sentence. Holy Son, please rest assured. This humble monk knows that my Chunyang sect is weak and insignificant. We never dared to hope to compete with the Holy Son for the so-called leader position. To put it bluntly, a helpless, bitter smile appeared on his face. It's incredibly difficult for a man to reach the very top in this world. We only ask that we join forces with the Holy Son to protect ourselves and survive this brutal hunt. Then leave here safely. As for the so-called quota for going to the Central Continent's sacred domain, he looked at Lin Chen and spoke slowly in a tone full of advice, as if he had been there before. It's better not to have it. With your talent and strength, even if you stayed in this eastern wilderness, you would be enough to become a regional overlord and be admired by thousands. Why bother going to the even more cruel and xenophobic Central Plains Holy Domain to become a servant who can be bullied by everyone? Chapter 62 The Hunting Moment, You Are All Fertilizer. Faced with the monk Bu Nu's advice, which was full of sincerity and goodwill, Lin Chen simply listened quietly. His face showed no impatience or anger at being slighted. After the monk Bu Nu finished speaking, he slowly stood up. He clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to this kindred spirit who was the only one in this cold world to show him pure kindness. Lin Chen appreciates the master's kindness. His voice was calm, yet carried a subtle hint of detachment. He did not refute the monk Bu Nu's theory of being content with the status quo and staying in the eastern wilderness. He also did not explain that his grand ideal of overthrowing the world and establishing a great utopia was nothing short of a pipe dream in the eyes of the other party. Because he knew It's unnecessary.
He looked into the eyes of the unangry monk, which, though clear, had long been worn smooth by the rules of this world. He knew they were ultimately not meant to be. What the monk Bu Nu sought was to live better in this distorted world. What Lin Chen wants to do is to completely shatter this distorted world. People with different principles cannot work together. Take care, master. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the martial world someday. After saying that, he waved lightly to the people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land behind him without pausing for a moment.
They're gone.
The group slowly disappeared into the end of the black stone wasteland under the gaze of the unangry monk, who was filled with incomprehension and regret.
Holy Son, are we just leaving like this?
On the way, a female disciple from the Purple Cloud Holy Land couldn't help but ask curiously, "Those people from the Pure Yang sect don't seem to have any ill intentions." "Sometimes kindness is more terrifying than malice," Lin Chen replied calmly, "because it will wear down your fangs and make you feel at ease staying in the same place and rotting away."
Everyone seemed to be deep in thought upon hearing this. And just then,
suddenly, a white figure flew out from the distant valley and blocked their path. It is the Luo River, the sacred site of Yaoqi. She bowed gracefully to Lin Chen, her face bearing a gentle and dignified smile that also carried a hint of aloofness. "I hope you are well, Master Lin. This humble woman has come on the orders of my elder Yu Hong to present the Holy Sun with a small gift regarding this Meteor Dragon Valley." As she spoke, she handed over a jade slip containing information. "This is a map drawn by our ancestors in the Yaoqi Holy Land during their exploration of the outer area of the Meteor Dragon Valley, as well as some preliminary observations on the habits of the blood fiend beast and the distribution of treasures. Hopefully this will be of some help to the Holy Sun."
"Oh?
Then thank you for your kindness, Yaoqi Holy Land." Lin Chen took the jade slip, his face showing no emotion. Seeing that her mission was accomplished, Luo Shui did not linger any longer.
After bowing once more, she turned and gracefully departed. "Holy Sun! Look quickly! What have the people of Yaoqi written? Great! With this map, we don't have to wander around like headless flies anymore."
The female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land excitedly gathered around. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a timely help.
However,
after Lin Chen rapidly scanned the contents of the jade slip with his divine sense, a cold, mocking sneer suddenly crept onto his usually impassive face.
"Holy Sun? What's wrong?" Luo Bingli noticed that something was wrong with him. "Nothing."
Lin Chen slowly shook his head and casually threw the jade slip, which everyone considered priceless, onto the ground as if it were trash.
"Then I stomped it to pieces. Holy Sun? What is this?"
All the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were stunned. Lin Chen simply picked up a piece of pebbles from the ground. Then, under the confused and puzzled gazes of all the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land,
a simple yet incredibly accurate map was drawn on the ground. "Look."
His voice was calm yet radiated a convincing brilliance of wisdom.
"This map appears to be incredibly detailed."
He used pebbles to mark several locations on the map. "This is the Black Wind Canyon, and it's marked that it contains the Wind Spirit Fruit. This is the Crimson Blood Forest. It is marked that the evil beast, the blood-patterned demon spider, dwells here.
This is the Soul-Severing Cliff. It indicates that there are ancient cultivators' cave ruins at the bottom of the cliff." At first glance, this intelligence seems fair in presenting us with both opportunities and dangers, right? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. But
Lin Chen abruptly changed the subject. That piece of gravel drew a sharp connecting line on the map.
"Haven't you noticed?
All the areas marked as dangerous, such as the Crimson Forest, the Bone Swamp, and the Thunder Mountains, all share a common characteristic.
That means they're all located on the eastern side of this area.
And all the areas marked with opportunity such as Black Wind Canyon, Spirit Mist Valley, Treasure Basin, are all concentrated on the west side."
Boom! Upon hearing this,
all the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were instantly struck as if by lightning. Following Lin Chen's guidance, they recalled the map again, and their pretty faces instantly lost all color.
It's true. The east is full of danger. Opportunities abound in the west. How could this be a coincidence? Why is this?"
Luo Bingli's voice trembled slightly.
"It's very simple."
Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with an all-seeing wisdom. "Because this map was incomplete from the very beginning. It only gave us half the truth." He used pebbles to draw a huge blood-red circle on the western side of the map, in what seemed to be a safe land of opportunity.
If I'm not mistaken.
His voice was cold and full of unquestionable assertion. In this seemingly opportunity western region, there must be a deadly trap that is far more terrifying than all the dangers on the eastern side combined.
The people from Yaoqi Holy Land did not lie to us directly.
They just kindly withheld the most crucial and deadliest half of the information. They are using the most ingenious method to kill someone else. They want us to think we've gotten a good deal, and then gleefully walk into the death graveyard they've so carefully prepared for us. This is the most ingenious way to kill without shedding blood.
This is what truly belongs to the queens. The art of female competition.
After listening to Lin Chen's step-by-step, logically sound, yet chilling analysis, all the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land present were stunned.
I was completely dumbfounded.
They looked at the man who had deduced the whole truth from a single incomplete map. Their initial slight disdain for him due to his gender was completely shattered at this moment.
Their hearts were filled with endless, lingering fear and overwhelming awe. They finally understood.
The difference between herself and this man is not just about strength.
More than that, it's about mindset and dimensions.
Then, what should we do now? A disciple asked in a trembling voice.
What to do?
Lin Chen smiled. That smile was filled with the cruelty and excitement of a hunter seeing his prey perfectly walk into his trap. He looked at the unknown death graveyard on the map, which he had marked with a blood-red circle. He slowly uttered the phrase that drove everyone crazy, the final judgment.
Of course. Use their plan against them.
Then take them along with the Jade Pool Holy Land, which they thought could remain uninvolved.
They wiped it all out.
Lin Chen's calm yet domineering and confident words ignited the emotions of all the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land present like the hottest magma.
A complex expression, a mixture of excitement and fear, instantly appeared on their faces.
What excites them is that they are about to follow this omnipotent Holy Son, who is like a god, on an unprecedented and crazy anti-hunting mission. Go and crush all those enemies who once looked down on them and plotted against them under their feet. Just thinking about it gets their blood pumping. What they fear is,
can they really do it?
That's the sacred land of Yaoqi.
It's the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It's the Crimson Sun Divine Palace.
They were countless colossal beings that they once had to look up to. But when their gaze fell once again on that composed figure standing calmly before the map, as if the whole world were in his grasp, the last trace of fear in their hearts was completely replaced by an even more fervent trust. Perhaps.
Follow this man.
Miracles really can happen. And at the very back of the crowd, the one who remained silent from beginning to end, with a cold and aloof demeanor like snow, seemingly an outsider.
Xiaoqing Xue.
She looked at the man who, with a few eloquent words, had seen through all the conspiracies and manipulated all his enemies at will. For the first time, a complex expression of confusion and self-doubt appeared in her beautiful, icy eyes that had remained calm for over 20 years.
Once upon a time, she was just like everyone else.
They believed that this man was nothing more than a pretty face who rose to power only because of the favoritism of his ancestors. He believed that his defeat in the competition was simply because his opponent used some powerful trick that he was unaware of. She was never convinced. She always felt that she might not lose if she had to do it all again.
But now, when she witnessed firsthand the man's unfathomable wisdom,
when she heard with her own ears that the man's open conspiracy was enough to overturn the world, for the first time, her rock-solid Tao heart, belonging to the prodigy, began to waver.
Turn out to be.
I lost to him not only because of my skill level.
Even more so.
She recalled the grand competition. His seemingly disheveled but actually clumsy performance was full of control. I recalled the victory celebration banquet. His seemingly arrogant words had actually driven the sect leader into a corner. I recalled what had just happened. His seemingly casual but actually all-knowing logical reasoning.
Scene after scene, event after event, like a movie, flashed through her mind. She finally understood.
From beginning to end, I was just a pawn on this man's chessboard, manipulated at will. Her pride in her strength and wisdom was utterly as childish and laughable as a 3-year-old child in front of this man.
They don't even exist in the same dimension.
The loss was not unjust. The moment that thought uncontrollably popped into her mind. Her proud heart belonged to a goddess.
Finally, completely. It broke. Instead,
It is the most primal and purest feeling that arises after witnessing a miracle.
Reverence.
She slowly raised her head. I looked again at the man who was still methodically setting up the anti-hunting plan for everyone. The look in his eyes no longer held the previous defense and killing intent. Only a kind of deity, the kind of deity that only exists when believers look up to their God.
Fanaticism.
Just as everyone in the purple cloud Holy Land was still immersed in the shock brought by Lin Chen's unfathomable wisdom. Just when Xiao Qingxue, the former goddess, finally developed a sense of awe towards Lin Chen. A sudden change has occurred. Whoosh! 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 A very faint, almost inaudible whooshing sound suddenly burst forth from the seemingly tranquil, colorful sea of flowers behind them. Dozens of poison flower needles, flashing with an eerie green light, shot silently towards the unsuspecting female disciples of the purple cloud Holy Land at the back of the group, like deadly venomous snakes.
Oh no! An ambush!
Luo Bingli was the first to react, shouting sharply as the aura of the early nascent soul stage erupted, ready to intercept.
However, it was too late. Those poison needles were incredibly fast. And the angle is extremely tricky. Ah! Splash! Splash! A series of screams rang out instantly.
At the rear of the group, there were more than a dozen female disciples with cultivation levels in the early and middle stages of foundation establishment. They didn't even have time to react before being hit by the poison needles. Their pretty faces were instantly covered with an unnatural black aura.
He immediately went limp, foaming at the mouth, and fell straight down from mid-air.
Although he did not die on the spot, he had clearly lost all fighting ability.
Giggle giggle.
A series of smug and sinister, silvery laughs drifted slowly from the colorful sea of flowers.
Immediately afterwards,
hundreds of women dressed in colorful, alluring outfits with cruel smiles on their faces emerged slowly from the sea of flowers like ghosts, surrounding the people of the purple cloud Holy Land.
Each of them had a single, vibrant black rose embroidered on their chest. Baihua Valley.
The woman in the lead was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a pink gauze dress, with captivating eyes that were filled with a venomous malice. She is none other than Hua Jieyu, the personal disciple of the leader of Hundred Flowers Valley. Greetings to all the ladies of the purple cloud Holy Land. She looked at the Ziyun Holy Land people who were shocked and angry because their companion had been poisoned, and a smile full of innocence and regret appeared on their faces.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. My junior sisters didn't know their own strength when they attacked. I accidentally hurt all of you sisters. Cunning. Insidious to the extreme. Hua Jieyu. You're shameless.
Lin Ziyan drew her long sword, her beautiful face frosty as she angrily rebuked, disciples of the Holy Land actually resort to such despicable sneak attacks.
Have you no shame? Face?
Upon hearing this, Hua Jieyu laughed so hard she seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world.
My dear sister, haven't you figured out what's going on yet? This is the Meteor Dragon Valley. Here, there are only hunters and prey.
There's no such thing as face here. She paused, her beautiful, venomous eyes, like those of a viper, slowly landing on the man who had been silently and calmly watching her from beginning to end. Lin Chen. A glint of undisguised teasing and malice flashed in her eyes.
Not to mention.
Her voice was filled with a cruel logic that seemed to come from nothing. Whether your holy child is a man or a woman, your purple cloud Holy Land is ultimately a small but significant obstacle on our Hundred Flowers Valley's path to becoming the champion. I've always liked to clear away all the unstable and annoying pebbles at the very beginning of the game.
Wouldn't that make the subsequent games even more enjoyable?
That's her real purpose.
Humiliating Lin Chen was just a casual act.
The real goal is to eliminate the seemingly weakest competitor, Ziyun Holy Land, with swift and decisive action right from the start of the competition.
Make an example of someone. So,
Hua Jieyu looked at Lin Chen and the pale-faced female disciples of the purple cloud Holy Land behind him, and a cruel smile full of victorious attitude appeared on her face. She even extended her slender, jade-like finger, painted with bright red nail polish, and beckoned to Lin Chen.
The action was full of extreme humiliation and mockery. My good holy son, my good Vaistat. Now, I'm giving you a choice.
You should obediently take your women, crush the jade tokens, and get out of Meteor Dragon Valley on your own.
Or perhaps.
Her smile grew increasingly sinister. I'll personally break all of your arms and legs.
And then we'll use you as fertilizer to plant in this beautiful sea of flowers? Chapter 63 The Myriad Poisonous Lotus.
Faced with Hua Jieyu's final ultimatum, which was filled with extreme humiliation and death threats. All the female disciples still standing on the purple cloud Holy Land side were so angry that their pretty faces turned red and their delicate bodies trembled violently.
Shameless.
A bunch of despicable scoundrels who only know how to hide in the shadows and shoot poison arrows. If you've got the guts, then fight us fair and square. They drew their swords and assumed defensive stances, their eyes filled with a resolute determination to die rather than submit.
However, hearing this angry rebuke filled with a sense of justice, Hua Jieyu and the hundreds of female disciples of Baihua Valley behind her burst into another round of mad laughter filled with contempt and pity, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Giggle, giggle. Upright and honorable?
Hua Jieyu laughed so hard she almost cried. She looked at the group of Ziyun Holy Land disciples in front of her, who seemed ridiculously naive to her, and slowly shook her head. He spoke slowly, with an air of superiority, as if explaining world truths to an ignorant child.
My dear sisters, are you sure you're not mistaken about something? A one-on-one duel? A fair fight? That's a game only muscle-bound idiots like you would play.
Her voice suddenly turned cold and filled with a cruel, self-righteous logic. Our creed in 100 Flowers Valley is very simple. She stretched out her slender fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, and counted them one by one.
If poison can solve the problem, never resort to physical violence. Secondly, if you can gang up on someone, never fight one-on-one. Third, we will never take any risks by challenging those of higher level if we can outnumber the enemy. The fourth and most important point.
A vicious, venomous sneer curled at the corner of her lips. Only the final victor has the right to define what the hell fairness means.
Double standards. Shameless. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong.
Yet they were extremely self-righteous. This is the true style of these venomous snakes from 100 Flowers Valley.
So,
Hua Jieyu's smile grew even more smug as she watched the Ziyun Holy Land members, speechless with anger at this twisted logic.
I'll give you 3 more breaths to consider.
You should leave with your dignity intact.
Still.
Her voice suddenly turned chilling.
We're going to help you get out of here in such an undignified way? 3.
She began her final countdown to death. Lin Chan remained standing in the same spot. He simply watched quietly as the group of women jumped around like clowns.
He even showed a hint of interest on his face. It felt like watching a very interesting circus. 2.
Hua Jieyu's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Behind them, hundreds of 100 Flowers Valley disciples had already activated their combined attack formation. Black energy lotuses, imbued with deadly poison and an aura of death, slowly bloomed beneath their feet.
A nauseatingly sweet aroma began to fill the air. 1.
When the last number was uttered from Hua Jieyu's mouth, she saw no sign of submission or pleading. All I could see was an increasingly radiant smile of pity on the face of the man who had always been considered a pretty face.
It seems you've chosen the latter.
Hua Jieyu revealed a cruel, sinister smile.
Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Junior sisters. Let's attack.
100 Flowers killing formation 10,000 poisons returned to the heart.
Boom.
Accompanied by a cruel and gleeful shriek from the Flower Whisperer. The terrifying killing formation, jointly activated by hundreds of elite disciples of 100 Flowers Valley, instantly unleashed its most ferocious fangs. The 100 Flowers killing formation is the ultimate technique of the 100 Flowers Valley. Legend has it that it was created by the sect's founder from the lair of an ancient poisonous dragon. Once activated, this formation will draw upon the myriad poisonous energies of heaven and earth, condensing them into the 1,000 poisonous demon lotus, which is powerful enough to corrode all things and annihilate the soul. 100 years ago, a powerful demonic cultivator in the early nascent soul stage of the Kanglan dynasty attempted to force his way into the 100 Flowers Valley. He was trapped and killed by the Valley Master and 300 Golden Core disciples using this formation. In the end, not even a complete skeleton remained. He was reduced to a pool of pus and blood.
And at this moment,
the legendary Black Demonic Lotus, capable of slaying gods, was slowly blooming above Lin Chan and the others. A terrifying, colorless and odorless yet extremely domineering toxic gas swept across the entire area like an invisible tide.
Ah! My spiritual power is dissipating. Oh no!
This poison gas can corrode the soul. The female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, whose cultivation was slightly weaker, instantly turned pale and collapsed from mid-air like dumplings after inhaling just a trace of the escaping poison gas. Although Lin Chen had secretly set up a blood barrier to protect them from being poisoned and unconscious like the dozen or so people before, they had obviously completely lost their fighting ability.
In the crowd,
Xiao Qingxue gritted her teeth tightly. She forcefully activated the golden core within her body, which had just been repaired by her ancestor, and used her pure ice-type spiritual power to create layers of ice shields around her body, desperately resisting the terrifying poison gas that could penetrate everywhere. Her face was filled with resentment and a hint of something else, a competitive spirit. She looked at the man not far away, who had his hands behind his back the whole time and hadn't even mustered a trace of protective energy, yet he still strolled leisurely through the terrifying poisonous fog as if breathing the freshest air. My already submitted heart once again spiraled out of control, giving rise to absurd thoughts.
I want to see. Just how big is the gap between us? She actually wanted to compete with Lin Chen. Let's see who can last the longest in this 100 flowers killing formation. However, reality is harsh. Just 10 breaths.
Her ice shield, formed from ice-type spiritual energy, cracked under the corrosive power of the poisonous gas, making a series of crackling sounds as it shattered.
20 breaths.
The shield shattered completely. Poison gas invaded her body. She felt as if her meridians were being gnawed by thousands of ants, causing excruciating pain. Her spiritual energy also collapsed wildly like a flood.
30 breaths. Puff. She couldn't hold on any longer.
He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with black threads. Those once proud and beautiful eyes looked at the still calm and unharmed figure with resentment in the moment before she completely lost consciousness. Suddenly everything went black and he collapsed heavily to the ground with a thud. When Xiao Qingxue, the former goddess, finally collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer, the tension that had been building in the hearts of all the female disciples still standing on the purple-plowed Holy Land finally snapped.
It's over. It's completely over. Even the strongest senior sister, Xiao Qingxue, has fallen. And them. What can these ordinary disciples, who haven't even reached the golden core stage, do? Despair. Endless despair, like the coldest tide, instantly overwhelmed my heart. However, right in this darkest and most helpless moment. But instinctively, they all turned their last, fearful, and pleading gazes toward the front of the line. That composed figure that remained motionless from beginning to end. Lin Chen. He was like the only lighthouse in the darkness. To become their last and only hope in this sea of deadly poison. And at this moment,
this savior, who carried everyone's hopes, did not immediately unleash earth-shattering, world-shaking power to save humanity as they had imagined. He simply raised his head quietly. He gazed with a calm eye, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore, at the black demonic lotus above his head that was constantly emanating an aura of death and corrosion. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes.
There wasn't even a hint of solemnity. There is only one kind.
It's the kind of focused attention that only scholars have when observing interesting experimental specimens.
An interesting formation.
Lin Chen's moonlight divine eye was already operating at its maximum in his mind. In his view, the whole world sheds its appearance and transforms into its original form, composed of the most basic qi and li. In his eyes, the hundreds of female disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley, who appeared scattered but were actually standing in extremely orderly positions, were no longer individuals. Their positions and the flow of spiritual energy were all like
a meticulously drawn stroke on a huge, invisible talisman.
When all of them are connected, they form a living, giant talisman filled with negative Taoist charms such as poison, corrosion, and death.
I see. Lin Chen instantly understood. This 100 flowers killing array is not simply a matter of energy accumulation. Instead, it is a living, deadly talisman drawn with humanity as ink, earth as paper, and the poisonous energy of heaven and earth as guide. The 365 disciples are like the strokes of this talisman that maintain its basic structure. And the team leader, Hua Jieyu, possesses the unique 100-flower poison body, which is the core of this talisman, the talisman's eye. She was the one who orchestrated the entire talisman's operation, uniting everyone's power into one and imbuing it with the attribute of poison. Countless pieces of information collided and deduced in Lin Chen's mind. Just 3 breaths. He had already thoroughly analyzed this killing talisman, which was powerful enough to trap and kill a nascent soul cultivator, from the inside out, from its structure to its principles. He even found several tiny yet fatal flaws on this talisman caused by the insufficient cultivation of the person who set up the array. What a pity! A genuine sense of regret flashed through Lin Chen's mind. If these strokes could be replaced with 365 nascent soul experts, perhaps this talisman can truly capture a trace of the essence of the path of death. But now, just 3 breaths. Lin Chen had already analyzed the killing talisman that was powerful enough to trap and kill a nascent soul cultivator from the inside out. But he did not act immediately, because he discovered an even more interesting phenomenon. I see.
A playful smile curved his lips.
This killing talisman is ingeniously structured and extremely powerful. However, it might be because the person who set up the formation was not skilled enough. Or perhaps for some other reason. The spiritual energy circulation of the entire talisman was not as smooth and flawless as he had imagined. Instead, it seemed somewhat sluggish, especially at several key spiritual energy transfer nodes among the 365 strokes. Whenever the immense poisonous energy flows there, a tiny, almost imperceptible pause or fluctuation occurs. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Chen's gaze pierced through layers of poisonous fog and illusions, landing precisely on those few nodes. He saw that the female disciple in charge of guarding the node had a look of shared hatred on her face. Deep in his eyes, however, lay an undisguised distance and disdain from the other disciples beside him. Their attire also differed subtly from the elaborate inner disciple clothing worn by others. They are outer disciples. Lin Chen instantly understood. Oh, I see, it's internal discord. He can almost instantly conjure up all sorts of palace intrigue scenarios. In order to give outer disciples a chance to train, they were forcibly placed into the killing formation that should have been composed of inner disciples elites. Those high-ranking inner disciples naturally felt dissatisfied and full of contempt. The outer disciples also harbored resentment and were unwilling to be subordinate to others. This internal contradiction stemming from class makes it impossible for them to truly understand each other's hearts and minds and merge their spiritual powers. This is what caused the seemingly minor but fatal flaw in the operation of the entire talisman. Certainly. Hua Jieyu, as the core of the formation, was naturally well aware of all these truths. But she didn't care at all. A bunch of useless trash who even managed to bring down Shao Qingxue. She looked at the people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, who were struggling in the poisonous fog, and a cruel, mocking smile appeared on her face, like a cat playing with a mouse. Even using only 70% of my power would be more than enough to deal with you. Not to mention. Her gaze finally settled on the man who was still in a daze. What could a fool like me who doesn't even know how to maintain his protective aura possibly see? If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to see anything at all. Those faint fluctuations of spiritual energy had long been perfectly concealed by the overwhelming poisonous aura. But Lin Chen is different. Because he possesses the Moonlight Divine Eye. In his eyes. Those flaws that Hua Jieyu thought she had hidden flawlessly. The spiritual energy flow was disrupted due to internal strife. Just like fireflies in the dark. So clear. So obvious. And so deadly. Fine. He finally slowly withdrew his gaze, which had been seeing through the illusion. It did not unleash the earth-shattering power that everyone had imagined in its direct confrontation with the Death Lotus. There wasn't even the slightest sign of them making a move. He simply turned around slowly. With a calm, almost cold, and unquestionable tone, he issued an incomprehensible order to the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land behind him, who had long since fallen into despair but still held on to a last glimmer of hope for him. Everyone, listen to my command. Lin Zian, you lead 30 sword cultivator disciples to form the Purple Cloud Sword Formation, and launch a full-scale attack on the third flower under the crooked tree 300 meters to your left front. Luo Bingli, you lead 50 Dharma cultivator disciples to unleash the Heavenly Thunder technique and bombard that black rock shaped like a reclining ox, 700 meters to your right rear. The remaining people will be divided into 3 teams. He issued a series of commands, each one more precise than the last, in an almost eerie manner. Each of the targets he pointed to seemed so ordinary and had no connection whatsoever to the overwhelming, 100 flowers killing array. The Holy Sun? This is... All the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were stunned. Instead of focusing on defense during a life or death situation, they're being made to attack unrelated flowers, grasses, and stones? Isn't this just courting death? However, in that very moment of their hesitation, the man who had been facing away from them suddenly turned icy cold. Execute the command. Or perhaps, do you want to lie on the ground and wait to die like Shao Qingxue? Boom. These words were like the coldest icy current, instantly extinguishing all their hesitation and fear.
Instead, they showed absolute obedience to this godlike man. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately followed Lin Chen's orders and frantically unleashed all their power. On the other side, at the core of the formation, Hua Jieyu, who was smugly enjoying the death throes of her prey. Upon hearing Lin Chen's seemingly absurd commands, for the first time, a hint of confusion appeared on her pretty face, which was full of sarcasm and cruelty. Attack those places? What is he doing? Has he gone mad? However, when she followed the direction Lin Chen pointed and probed with her divine sense, when she saw that those seemingly ordinary locations were actually the weakest points of her 100 Flowers killing formation, guarded by outer disciples, her alluring face drained of all color in an instant. An indescribable chill shot uncontrollably from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. What? He actually could see through it? A tremendous storm raged within her. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The core of the 100 Flowers killing formation is unpredictable and ever-changing. Even a nascent soul stage elder trapped within it could not possibly find the formation's node in such a short time. How did he, a man, manage to do that? But after all, she is the top prodigy of 100 Flowers Valley. Although I was extremely terrified, it was only a moment of panic. Immediately, an even colder killing intent and ruthlessness surged into his heart. So what if you see through it? You think my formation only has these few variations? Innocent. All disciples, heed my command. Her voice was filled with icy resolve. Change formation. 100 Flowers killing formation second form. Flowers bloom on the other shore. Boom. Accompanied by a sharp shout. The entire 100 Flowers killing formation underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. Those originally fixed array nodes suddenly began to move at high speed and in a disorderly manner. At this moment, the entire killing talisman seemed to come alive completely. It has become even more bizarre. Even more flawless. And the myriad poisonous lotus floating in the sky shone even brighter. The toxic gas emitted was more than 10 times more concentrated than before. Chapter 64. No matter the world, people's hearts remain unchanged. Boom. 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 A deafening roar followed. The sword formation and lightning magic hastily assembled by the people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land slammed into the empty spots that Lin Chen had previously designated. It stirred up a cloud of dust. However, but nothing happened. The 10,000 poisons demon lotus, floating in the sky, remained motionless, still emanating a chilling aura of death. The attack failed. How could this happen? The formation has changed. Upon witnessing this scene, the newly ignited flame of hope on the faces of all the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land was instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water poured over them from head to toe. Instead, there was a deeper level of despair. On the other side, having successfully changed tactics and resolved the crisis, Hua Jieyu's alluring face was instantly filled with a sense of relief at surviving a disaster and extreme contempt and mockery towards Lin Chen's cleverness after a brief period of shock. Giggle. She laughed so hard her voice was filled with the supreme sense of superiority of a victor. My good holy son, what a vase! I have to admit you really gave me a surprise. You can actually see through the nodes of my 100 Flowers killing formation? Your eyes are really special. Her words, seemingly praise, were actually full of the most vicious sarcasm. It's just a pity. A cruel smile, like a cat toying with a mouse, curled at the corners of her lips. You are ultimately just a man. A fool who only knows how to use petty tricks and doesn't understand what real power and change are. Do you think formations are static? Her voice suddenly turned shrill. All your cleverness is useless now. Now I will personally crush you and that bunch of good-for-nothings behind you. After saying that, she gave Lin Chen no more chances. She frantically channeled all her power. The towering 10,000 poisons demon lotus instantly shone brightly. With terrifying power enough to turn this entire world into a poisonous inferno, it crashed down upon the people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, who had already retreated to nowhere. It's over. This time it's really over. All the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land closed their eyes in despair. However, in this darkest and most desperate final moment, the man who never moved an inch from beginning to end, he finally slowly raised his head. There was not a trace of fear on his face. There was only endless pity, as if looking at a group of pathetic frogs at the bottom of a well. Flowers understand words, oh flowers understand words.
His voice, though not loud, resounded clearly in everyone's ears like a divine oracle from the heavens. You're right. The formation is dynamic. It can be infinitely varied. But his voice suddenly turned as cold and piercing as 10,000 years of frozen ice. Human nature will never change. Boom! These words were like an invisible thunderclap. It struck Hua Jieyu's soul with a devastating blow. Her pretty face, filled with smugness and cruelty, froze instantly. What's the meaning?
Lin Chen gave her absolutely no time to think.
He made his move.
This time, he no longer commanded. Instead, he took matters into his own hands.
His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment,
it's like a ghost that transcends time and space.
It appeared directly beneath the enormous black demonic lotus that was about to collapse. Then,
amidst the horrified and incredulous gazes of everyone present, he slowly raised his right hand.
They didn't attack the demonic lotus that seemed to be the core. They didn't attack Hua Jieyu, who seemed to be the eye of the talisman. His fingers transformed into streaks of golden lightning.
It pointed with unparalleled precision at those human heart's nodes in the void that had become even more chaotic and sluggish due to the formation change.
You thought I was attacking your formation earlier?
Lin Chen's voice boomed like the judgment of death in the ears of all the disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley.
No. From the very beginning, I've been attacking the fragile, vulnerable foundation between you. Trust. Put. Put. Put.
As his words fell to the ground, the nodes of the outer disciples that he touched with his fingertips were instantly struck as if by lightning. They suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and were sent flying backward uncontrollably.
And their loss.
It instantly triggered a devastating chain reaction. The killing talisman, which was already malfunctioning due to internal strife, lost several keystrokes afterward.
A sudden surge of spiritual energy. Completely out of control. No.
Hua Jieyu let out a shrill scream that was so shrill it was inhuman. Her eyes were filled with endless horror and disbelief.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Her heart was screaming wildly.
How could he have found out?
Those key points are the core secrets of my 100 Flowers killing formation. They are hidden doors that I deliberately left to guard against opponents within the sect. There is no way a third person could know about them except for my master and me.
He's just a man. A good-for-nothing from some backwater. How could he possibly see through my deepest schemes at a glance? Reality, however, doesn't give her any time to think. Put. Put. Put.
Those outer disciples, whose nodes were touched by Lin Chen's fingerbeam, were instantly struck as if by lightning. They suddenly spat out a mouthful of black, poisonous blood and were sent flying backward uncontrollably. Their loss instantly triggered a devastating chain reaction. The killing talisman, which was already malfunctioning due to internal strife, lost several keystrokes afterward.
A sudden surge of spiritual energy. Completely out of control. Ah! My face. My face is so itchy. Help! My spiritual power is devouring my own body. Screams erupted one after another.
The female disciples of 100 Flowers Valley who formed the formation were all suffering from the most terrifying backlash of the poison. Some people have developed eerie black corpse spot poisonous flowers all over their bodies.
Some people's skin quickly ulcerated and turned into pools of foul-smelling pus.
Even worse, some of them went completely black, let out beast-like roars, and lost their minds on the spot, starting to frantically attack their companions. At this moment, the entire 100 Flowers killing formation completely transformed from an unparalleled weapon of destruction outward into a bloody hell on earth inward. As the eye of the talisman, Hua Jieyu suffered the most terrifying backlash.
Puff!
She suddenly spat out a mouthful of her deadly poisonous blood, almost expelling her internal organs along with it. Her alluring face aged decades in that instant. Her once beautiful hair had turned dry and yellow, like straw. As if all life force had been drained from him, he fell helplessly from mid-air. She could only watch helplessly. The myriad poisonous lotus that she had personally created, powerful enough to slay gods, exploded in a spectacular crash after losing control. It transformed into the most violent and deadly torrent of poison. It completely devoured her and the hundreds of Hundred Flowers Valley disciples behind her who had already fallen into infighting.
At the same time,
on the other side, the disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land.
Quiet. A deathly silence.
The people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land stared blankly at the terrifying scene before them, which resembled a divine punishment descending.
Their minds went blank.
I don't know how much time passed.
You won? You won?
After a brief silence came a burst of incredulous cheers from those who had survived the ordeal.
Holy Sun! Your Majesty the Holy Sun! How did you do that?
Lin Zian was the first to rush to Lin Chen's side.
Her cool and pretty face was filled with endless shock and admiration. Yes. How did he do that?
All the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land stared intently at Lin Chen with a fanatical gaze, as if looking at a god.
Awaiting his preaching.
Lin Chen acted as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at the group of believers in front of him, their thirst for knowledge overflowing.
He slowly extended a finger.
Then, in a calm tone, as if a teacher were lecturing a stupid student, he slowly said,
"It's very simple." He pointed to the distant human tragedy where infighting was still unfolding, his voice calm yet full of all-knowing wisdom. Because any seemingly perfect array is only effective if it is composed of people. Then it must have an irreparable, fatal flaw. Just then,
Xiao Qingxue, who had previously fallen unconscious due to poisoning, slowly woke up from the rear of the Purple Cloud Holy Land camp. The shattering of the formation and the dissipation of the poisonous gas allowed her to regain a sliver of her senses. She happened to hear Lin Chen's words. A hint of confusion flashed through her mind.
A flaw? What flaw? How could the 100 Flowers killing formation, which can even trap and kill nascent soul cultivators, possibly have a flaw? Look!
Lin Chen seemed unaware that she had woken up. He simply continued with his lesson on his own. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the corpses of several outer disciples in the 100 Flowers Valley camp, who had long since been turned into pus and blood by the backlash of the poison. The 100 Flowers killing formation is based on 365 people and imitates the stars in the sky, appearing to be perfectly round and flawless. But among these 365 people, 36 are outer disciples. The inner disciples are arrogant and look down on their fellow disciples, whom they regard as weeds. The outer disciples also harbored resentment and jealousy, unwilling to be merely supporting characters for the inner disciples. There is no real trust between them. Therefore, when spiritual energy flows to the array node that they jointly guard, it inevitably produces a very slight stagnation.
This is the flaw in the formation. And also,
a cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips.
The cracks in humanity. Boom! This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that cleaved the heavens and the earth. It struck deeply into the soul of Xiao Qingxue, who had just awakened. It was like a sudden enlightenment for her. She suddenly understood. So that's how it is? She stared blankly at the man who was talking so eloquently. He didn't attack the formation. From the very beginning, he was attacking people's hearts. He not only saw through the operation of the formation. He even calculated the factional struggles within 100 Flowers Valley perfectly? Is this even human? What terrifying scheming and wisdom! At this moment, as Xiao Qingxue looked at Lin Chen's back, the last trace of struggle in her once proud and defiant cold eyes completely vanished. Instead, there is a purest and most absolute surrender that comes from the depths of the soul. She was finally convinced. On the other side, in the heart of the poisonous fog, there was Hua Jieyu, who had long been devoured beyond recognition and was on her last breath. They also heard Lin Chen's piercing analysis. Puff! She suddenly coughed up her last mouthful of toxic blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Those beautiful, already dull, and vicious eyes stared intently at Lin Chen once again. His eyes were filled with endless regret and disbelief. So, it turns out, I didn't lose because of his strength. I lost to my own intelligence? She thought she had everyone under her thumb. Little did she know that from beginning to end, she was nothing more than the most pathetic and laughable clown in that man's eyes. Her pride in her wisdom and cunning was utterly worthless in front of this man. I'm not reconciled. She let out a final, desperate scream. However, this still couldn't stop the backlash from the 10,000 poisonous lotus.
This also shows that the myriad poisonous lotus of 100 Flowers Valley is indeed extremely terrifying and powerful. They only attack, regardless of any defense or consequences. Lin Chen was shocked by Hua Jieyu's current appearance. It was unimaginable if they actually succeeded. Fortunately, the disciples of 100 Flowers Valley were not on good terms at all. If this formation were used by the Chinese army in later generations, it would probably be a complete disaster. Unfortunately, this world will not have an army like the Dragon Kingdom. From his observation, this world with more women than men is quite absurd. It may seem calm on the surface, but in reality, the drama of Xinhuan is playing out all the time. Therefore, Lin Chen made up his mind that, if possible, he would never touch such formations that required teamwork to be effective again. Unless it's someone you trust completely or someone who can obey your orders 100%. However, these were not things that Lin Chen cared about right now. He was only looking at the disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Looking at the group of believers in front of him, who had already been completely convinced by him. He slowly delivered his final concluding remarks. Formations can be ever-changing. But people's hearts will not change. Chapter 65 Sword Type. As the torrent of poison, powerful enough to devour everything, slowly dissipated. All that remained was a devastated hell on earth. Hundreds of once arrogant female disciples of 100 Flowers Valley now lay scattered on the ground like delicate flowers ravaged by a storm. Although they were fortunate enough not to die on the spot due to Lin Chen's precise control. However, the terrifying backlash from the toxins had already eroded their meridians in Dantian, leaving them riddled with holes. His cultivation level had already been reduced to less than 1/10. He has been completely reduced to a useless person. The female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land stared blankly at the terrifying painting before them, which seemed like a divine punishment descending. Besides the overwhelming joy of surviving a disaster, what filled their hearts was the ultimate awe for the man who had single-handedly created this miracle. What are you still standing there for? Lin Chen's calm voice pulled them back to reality from their shock. Clean up the battlefield. Tie up everyone who's still breathing. Don't let any of them escape. Yes. Holy Sun. This time, no one hesitated even for a moment. Hundreds of female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were carrying out the will of their gods like the most devout believers. They stormed into that purgatory and bound all the 100 Flowers Valley disciples, who had long since lost all ability to resist. The results were quickly tallied. Reporting to the Holy Sun. Lin Zian's face showed in barely suppressed excitement. Of the 365 people from 100 Flowers Valley, not a single one escaped. Their identity jade tokens have all been confiscated. After absorbing half of their points, our total score has skyrocketed from over 30,000 to 210,000. We're currently ranked first among all teams. Number 1? Lin Chen's face showed no joy upon hearing this. It was as if this was just a perfectly normal little thing. His gaze slowly fell on the pile of spoils that were tied together like dead dogs. Finally, the image settled on the woman who was no longer human, her breath faint, yet still glaring at him with eyes filled with deep resentment. Hua Jieyu. Lin Chen. Her voice was hoarse and filled with endless hatred. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, my 100 Flowers Valley will fight you to the death. Even now, she's still being stubborn. However, Lin Chen laughed after hearing this. That smile was filled with a cruel mercy akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Kill you? He slowly shook his head. No. Wouldn't that be such a waste? He slowly walked up to Hua Jieyu and squatted down. In the other person's gaze, filled with fear and incomprehension. He reached out and gently pinched her chin with a playful look, as if he were admiring a work of art. You see? His voice was soft, yet it sounded like the whisper of a demon from the deepest hell. Isn't your 100 Flowers Valley the most skilled at cultivating all sorts of exotic flowers and rare herbs? Don't you love using fertilizer to nourish your flowers? As he looked at Hua Jieyu's pupils, which were constricted violently with fear, his smile became even more kind. It's quite a coincidence. I also happen to have a hobby of growing flowers. I saved your lives. Then, according to the rules of this world, your ownership belongs to me from today onwards. So I've made up my mind. He slowly announced the final judgment on these trophies. From today onwards, you will all stay by my side as gardeners. Your sole task is to use your unique 100-flower poison body to specifically serve me. Cultivate fertilizer. Boom. Fertilizer. These two words are like 10,000 of the most vicious poison daggers. It plunged deep into Hua Jieyu's already broken and proud heart. She instantly understood what Lin Chen meant. That devil. He actually intended to treat these once high and mighty, privileged women treat them as reproductive tools that can be picked and used at will. He regarded it as the lowest of the low, means of production on his path of many children, many blessings. Ah! An endless humiliation and despair, more terrifying than death itself, instantly consumed Hua Jieyu's last shred of consciousness. She let out a scream so shrill it was inhuman. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot from sheer rage. Meanwhile, in the central square of Hidden Dragon City outside the secret realm, just as Lin Chen completed that astonishing reversal within the Meteor Dragon Valley, outside the secret realm, a similarly earth-shattering change occurred on the towering, hidden dragon stele, which stood 1,000 feet tall. Look! The hidden dragon stele! Someone let out a scream filled with shock. All that could be seen was the massive stone tablet that had originally been radiant and understated. The ranking representing the Purple Cloud Holy Land suddenly shone brightly under everyone's gaze. And the points behind it are soaring up at a speed that can be seen with the naked eye, like a rocket. 30,000. 50,000. 100,000. 150,000. 201,000. In just a few breaths, the points of Purple Cloud Holy Land jumped from the middle and lower ranks to the top. It is far ahead of the second place, Red Sun Divine Palace, with a crushing, overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, the line representing 100 Flowers Valley instantly dimmed, and the points were reset to 0. And at the end of the inscription, two large, blood-red characters filled with the aura of death slowly emerged. Outdated. Quiet. The once bustling central square instantly fell into a deathly silence. All the elders and disciples from various forces who came to watch the battle stared blankly at the hidden dragon stele that was radiating dazzling golden light, their minds completely blank. What happened? 100 Flowers Valley was wiped out? Purple Cloud Holy Land? How could it be the Purple Cloud Holy Land? Aren't they the weakest? After a brief silence came a deafening uproar filled with disbelief. Cheating! This must be cheating! Elder Wang, who harbored deep hatred for Lin Chen within the Purple Cloud Holy Land camp, was the first to let out a sharp roar. That man! He must be cheating! He must be carrying some forbidden magic weapon bestowed by our ancestor that can instantly kill hundreds of golden core cultivators. This is unfair. It's so unfair to the other sects. Her words instantly garnered the support of countless people. Yes. There is no other explanation for this unbelievable scene. However, just as the crowd was indignant and demanding a thorough investigation, the Lord of Qianlong City, who had been sitting on the highest throne with his eyes closed, finally slowly opened his eyes. Her majestic phoenix eyes, which seemed to see through all the illusions of the world, merely glanced indifferently at the elders below who looked like clowns. Then she slowly raised her hand and gently touched the hidden dragon stele that was radiating golden light. Turning back in time. Buzz! An immense and boundless power belonging to the great completion of nascent soul descended instantly, far exceeding the imagination of everyone present. A flash of light appeared on the hidden dragon stele. A crystal-clear image slowly emerged. The image was none other than the incredible miracle that had just occurred in Meteorite Valley, a miracle that had shattered everyone's worldview. From the sneak attack in 100 Flowers Valley to Xiao Qingshua's fall. From Lin Chen's wise solution to the final collapse of morale. Scene after scene, event after event. Everything was presented to everyone in the most direct and shocking way. When they saw with their own eyes that the man had merely moved his lips and a few fingers. Then, the 100 Flowers killing formation, powerful enough to trap and kill a nascent soul cultivator, crumbled from within, bringing about its own destruction. The whole world seemed to have lost its sound. Those elders who had previously clamored about cheating now felt their faces burning with shame. They opened their mouths but couldn't utter a single word. Because of their pride in their wisdom and experience. Faced with this unpredictable dimensional reduction attack, it seemed so ridiculous and ignorant. At this time, within the Yaoqi Holy Lands camp, unlike the others, Elder Yuhong couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. She had already decided to befriend Lin Chen, and even asked Luo Shui and the others to give Lin Chen information about the Meteor Dragon Valley. This was a timely act of kindness, and Lin Chen would always remember it.
At that time, Yaoqi will be able to rise to power by associating with Lin Chen.
Little did she know that the disciples of Yaoqi in the Fallen Dragon Valley were outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant, only giving Lin Chen half of the information, and that they had been discovered.
On the other side,
the Yaoqi team inside the secret realm. When they learned through their identity jade tokens that the Valley of 100 Flowers had been wiped out by the Purple Cloud Holy Land,
everyone's first reaction was shock. A lingering fear. How is this possible? Those venomous snakes from 100 Flowers Valley actually lost? We were wiped out again? That man, how did he do that?
Senior sister.
A disciple asked their leader, Luo Shui, in a trembling voice filled with fear.
We didn't tell him all the information before, he might.
Shut up.
Luo Shui suddenly interrupted her with a sharp shout. Her once gentle and pretty face, which was full of calculation and superiority, was now ashen. But she still gritted her teeth and stubbornly maintained her ridiculous dignity.
What's the panic? She said coldly, didn't we already give him the map?
This is already an enormous favor.
He won because of his own skill. What does this have to do with us? We did absolutely nothing wrong from beginning to end.
While the people of Yaoqi Holy Land were still feeling lingering fear and stubbornness over their foolish decision.
On the other side, the volcanic area within Meteor Dragon Valley where flames are burning fiercely.
The team from Qiyang Divine Palace also received information about the changes in points from Qianlong Steel.
A
female disciple of the Crimson Sun Divine Palace, who was in charge of monitoring the points leaderboard, suddenly let out a soft gasp filled with surprise.
What's wrong?
A core disciple standing nearby, who was wiping his crimson gold spear, asked impatiently.
Senior sister, look.
The female disciple pointed at the leaderboard on the jade tablet, her voice stammering, that Purple Cloud Holy Land, their points suddenly rushed to first place.
And 100 Flowers Valley has been eliminated.
Upon hearing this, all the disciples of the Crimson Sun Divine Palace who were resting nearby turned their gazes toward him.
Their faces were filled with the same shock as everyone else in Yaoqi. What? The entire swarm of venomous snakes in 100 Flowers Valley has been wiped out? What a joke! You think those trash from the Purple Cloud Holy Land can handle this? However, just as everyone was discussing and unable to believe it,
a voice filled with arrogance and languor suddenly emanated from a magnificent throne made of lava not far away.
What's the big deal? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
The eldest princess, Ji Ziyue, was reclining on the throne, one hand supporting her smooth chin, her face showing no surprise whatsoever.
It was as if all of this was within her expectations. The people in 100 Flowers Valley only know how to use dirty tricks and conspiracies.
Her voice was full of disdain and contempt for the losers. In the face of absolute power or absolute wisdom, they are nothing but a bunch of vulnerable chickens and dogs. She paused, and for the first time, a genuine, direct look at that man flashed in her phoenix eyes, which were as blazing as the sun.
It seems
that vase from the Purple Cloud Holy Land isn't as bad as that good-for-nothing Ji Wuya made her out to be. At least his brain works better than yours. She still didn't believe that Lin Chen's strength posed a threat to her. She simply elevated Lin Chen from a brainless vase to a vagina with a bit of cleverness.
Pass on my orders.
She slowly rose, her voluptuous figure, encased in crimson gold armor, exuding breathtaking allure.
Speed up. Before I obtain the Earth Core Fire Lotus. No one is allowed to provoke that man. Because
a queenly smile, brimming with absolute confidence and a desire for control, curled at the corners of her lips.
The most interesting prey must be hunted by me personally. At this time,
within the most eerie and dangerous ruins of the Sword Tomb in the Meteor Dragon Valley, the members of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also witnessed the astonishing change in points.
Bang! A loud bang.
Li Hanyue shattered a broken tombstone several meters high beside her with a single sword strike.
Her once pretty face was now completely distorted by endless, morbid jealousy and resentment. Scrap! Scum! Scum!
She roared wildly like a crazed mother beast.
That man! That damned bastard! How could he? How dare he? She can't accept it. She simply couldn't accept it from the bottom of her heart. A man she considered both an accessory and trash actually. They actually achieved such brilliant results before her?
This is more painful for her than killing her. Senior sister, please calm down. Zhao Qian, standing beside her, trembled with fear.
Calm down?
Li Hanyue whirled around, her bloodshot eyes glaring at her.
How can you expect me to calm down? And just then,
a hoarse, ghostly voice slowly rose from behind them.
There's no need to wait any longer. Everyone turned to look.
Then, the sword demoness slowly emerged from the shadows. In her hand she was holding a huge, still dripping blood, monster head. The aura emanating from that head had already reached half-step nascent soul stage. She actually hunted down the most powerful ferocious beast in this area all by herself in such a short time. She casually tossed the head onto the ground. Those murky old eyes, filled with endless killing intent, slowly swept over everyone present. Finally, the image settled on the jade plaque that read number 1 in Ziyun Holy Land.
Snort!
She snorted coldly, her voice hoarse yet filled with a chilling sense of morality.
What a magnificent purple cloud Holy Land! What a holy son of men! The methods used were so vicious. So cruel. They actually slaughtered all 365 of my sisters from the 100 Flowers Valley sect of the Heavenly Wind Kingdom. And they even stole their points. She paused, then her voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. It was filled with righteous and indignant anger. Such heinous and inhuman acts of a demon are a disgrace to our righteous path. They are intolerable to heaven. Li Hanyue, disciple is here. Pass on my orders. The voice of the extinction sword granny was filled with an unquestionable sense of justice and judgment. Abandon all original plans. Right now, immediately. Everyone, assemble. I will personally lead you there. Acting on behalf of heaven. Go and put to trial that heinous, indiscriminate killer, that monster of a man. Go for the sisters of 100 Flowers Valley who died tragically at his hands. We demand justice. Hypocritical. This is shameless to the extreme. They were clearly driven by the most despicable jealousy and personal grudges. But they insist on portraying themselves as upholding justice and avenging their friends, a champion of justice. This is the true logic behind the actions of the Sword Pavilion, sword type. Yes, Elder. After hearing this righteous judgment, Li Hanyue and the others were instantly invigorated. The jealousy on their faces instantly transformed into a fanatical killing intent filled with a sense of mission. That's right. We're not going there to settle a personal score. We're going there to uphold justice. We are on the side of justice. That man. As the old woman, known as Extinction Sword, looked at Lin Chen's name, a venomous glint flashed in her cloudy old eyes. I will personally cut off his limbs inch by inch. Extract his soul and burn it for 49 days with the soul-devouring sword fire of my myriad swords pavilion. Let him suffer endless pain and wailing for his heinous crimes. Repent. Chapter 66 The Primordial 8 Trigrams Formation. At the same time, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was mobilized. After Lin Chen and his group completely absorbed Hua Jieyu and the other spoils of war from 100 Flowers Valley, turning them into the lowest-ranking gardeners, they were all absorbed into the community. Lin Chen then turned his gaze to this vast and opportunity-filled, blood-red hunting ground. Owner. Luo Bingli had already compiled the more detailed map information she had interrogated from Hua Jieyu's Sea of Consciousness into a booklet, which she respectfully handed to Lin Chen. According to intelligence, this Meteor Dragon Valley can be roughly divided into 3 rings. We are currently in the outermost area. But the real opportunity and the real danger lie in. Her finger touched the area in the center of the map that was completely shrouded in blood-red mist. The inner perimeter and the most core land of Dragonfall. Lin Chen nodded, his eyes quickly scanning the map. The focus quickly shifted to an area marked extremely dangerous yet subtly shrouded in mystery, located at the boundary between the inner and outer perimeter. Dragonbone Wasteland. Let's go here. Lin Chen pointed his finger at the wasteland, his tone leaving no room for argument. Master, you mustn't. A hint of worry flashed across Luo Bingli's face. According to Hua Jieyu, the Dragon Bone Wasteland is one of the core battlefields of the ancient dragon race's decisive battle against demons. It is inhabited by a large number of dragon fiend beasts, formed from the dragon race's malevolent energy. Each one is incredibly strong and impervious to blades and spears. Their strength is at least comparable to the late Golden Core stage. There are even dragon fiend beast kings at the half-step nascent soul level. More importantly, her voice grew increasingly solemn. In the heart of that wasteland, there seems to be an ancient human city ruin filled with ominous and eerie atmosphere.
Every team that has ventured into it in previous competitions has, without exception, mysteriously disappeared. Luo Bingli's words, filled with solemnity and a sense of dissuasion, clearly reached the ears of every female disciple of the Purple Cloud Holy Land present.
In an instant, everyone's pretty face turned deathly pale. A half-step nascent soul-level, dragon fiend beast king? An ancient ruin that can cause all intruders to mysteriously disappear? Are you kidding me? This is hardly training. This is clearly going to die. The fighting spirit that had just been ignited by a resounding victory was instantly and completely extinguished by this cold and harsh reality. A hint of instinctive fear and reluctance appeared on everyone's face. Lin Chen took all of this into account. There was no surprise on his face. He knew that one victory alone was not enough to completely change this group of pampered greenhouse flowers. The goal is to truly transform them into queens who can be used by him. We also need to give them a strong dose. He slowly stood up from the main seat. He did not deliver a passionate pre-war speech like he had last time. He simply walked quietly to the front of the airship's deck and slowly swept his deep, star-like eyes over every female disciple present, whose faces were filled with reluctance. Then, in a voice that was both undeniable and strangely infectious, he slowly spoke. I'm asking you. Are you scared? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Very good. Lin Chen nodded, his face showing no emotion. It's normal to be afraid. Because you are weak. The weak will be bullied. The weak will be eliminated. This is the most fundamental rule of this world. His voice wasn't loud. But it struck the hearts of every female disciple like the heaviest war drum. A blush of shame instantly appeared on their pale, pretty faces. What do you think? Lin Chen's voice suddenly rose in pitch. It was filled with boundless domineering power and ruthlessness. Do you think you're safe just because you're hiding here and not going to the Dragon Bone Wasteland? Do you think you can survive to the end just by staying on the outskirts and picking up trash that others don't want? Innocent. He pointed to the group of newly minted gardeners in the distance, whom they had long forgotten, Hua Jiayu and others. A cold, icy glint flashed in his eyes. Did you see that? That's what will happen to you. There is no such thing as a safe zone in this bloody hunting ground game. You're not going to become hunters. They'll just become prey to be harvested at will by others. I, Lin Chen, never associate with useless people. I will never keep a coward around me who lacks the courage to face danger. His voice was filled with an unparalleled, seductive magic. Now, I'm giving you one last chance to choose. Are you willing to follow me to the most dangerous place to personally tear apart those so-called legends and seize the great opportunity that could elevate you to the top in one step? Or should we leave my group now and find a corner you consider safe to hide in, then pray we don't get discovered by the other hunters? Who agrees? Who objects? Those who are unwilling can act alone. Quiet. A deathly silence. All the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land stared blankly at the man bathed in the blood-red sunset, who seemed to be declaring war on the entire world. They were still afraid. They were still very reluctant. But when they thought of the unfathomable wisdom and terrifying power that this man had previously displayed, enough to overturn everything. When they thought about leaving this man's protection and facing the wolf-like hunters of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Crimson Sun Divine Palace on their own, their already wavering hearts began to tilt uncontrollably once again. Yes. Following him is dangerous, but at least there's a glimmer of hope that a miracle might happen. And leaving him, that leaves only 100% death. Final. I don't know who was the first to shout it out in a hoarse voice filled with a sense of going all out. I am willing to follow the Holy Sun. That shout was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. It instantly ignited the entire venue. I'm willing too. Rather than being hunted down in a cowardly manner, let's follow the Holy Sun and fight a glorious battle. Although still unwilling. I'm still very scared. But in the end, they still made their choice. Follow Lin Chan's orders. Looking at the group of queens in front of him, who had finally been completely bound to his chariot. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Lin Chan's face. He slowly turned around and sat back down in the main seat. He issued the final battle order in an unquestionable tone. All personnel, listen to my command. Target. Dragon Bone Wasteland. Set off. Under Lin Chen's unquestionable command, the Purple Cloud Holy Lands team officially set foot on that unknown and dangerous Dragon Bone Wasteland.
Within this extremely unstable forbidden zone, shrouded in the resentment of the ancient dragon race, any flying magical artifact would be severely interfered with, or even torn to pieces by the ubiquitous spatial rifts. They could only rely on the most primitive method, walking. Stepping on the charred, blood-soaked earth, a crunch sound was heard. A strange smell, a mixture of decay and blood, filled the air. The pale blood moon in the sky, like an emotionless demonic eye, silently gazed upon these tiny creatures who had ventured into this deadly place.
Gurgle.
Many of the young female disciples in the group subconsciously swallowed, their pretty faces filled with fear and unease. They gripped their spirit swords tightly, following closely behind Lin Chen, as if only his composed figure could bring them a tiny bit of security.
And at the very front of the line.
Then they were followed by a group of special prisoners. 10 disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley, led by Hua Jieyu, whose cultivation was crippled but who were lucky enough to survive. They were linked together by a chain formed of spiritual energy, staggering behind the procession like a herd of livestock about to be sacrificed. Although Lin Chen intended to use them as fertilizer, simply carrying them around would be tantamount to protecting them. Therefore, they need to play their greatest role, which is to go ahead and explore the way. At this moment, Lin Zian looked at Hua Jieyu and couldn't help but urge her with the hilt of her sword.
What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and see if there are any dangers ahead.
If it weren't for our holy son's kindness, you would all be dead by now.
Is this how you repay our holy son, dragging your feet and making a fuss?
Lin Zian's sarcastic and gleeful words were like the sharpest ice picks, piercing the hearts of Hua Jieyu and the other 10 disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley.
You! One of the more hot-tempered disciples from Hundred Flowers Valley couldn't hold back any longer. She turned around abruptly, her eyes, already filled with fear, now ignited with boundless rage. She glared at Lin Ziyan, about to unleash a torrent of abuse. However,
she hadn't even finished speaking. Hua Jieyu, who was walking beside her, suddenly stumbled as if by accident and bumped hard into her. At the same time, a cold, warning look swept across her from the corner of her eye. The hot-tempered disciple was instantly struck dumb, his whole body stiffening. She understood the meaning in her senior sister's eyes.
Tolerate.
She could only grit her teeth and swallow back the angry curses that were about to come out of her mouth, mixed with blood. Then he lowered his head again and continued to explore the path ahead in humiliation, like a dog. Hua Jieyu, after stopping her junior sister's impulsive act. Instead of showing any anger, her face displayed a perfectly timed, fawning smile full of humility and ingratiation. She turned her head and bowed and scraped to Lin Zian, and even to Lin Chen in the distance who hadn't even glanced at them, saying, "This fairy is right, she is right. It was us, we were too slow, it was us, damn it. Let's hurry and scout out the dangers ahead for His Majesty." After saying that, she actually quickened her pace and even used her already crippled body to clear away the poisonous thorns blocking her way. The female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land behind him couldn't help but let out a sneer full of disdain at his loyal and devoted appearance.
Humph. A bunch of spineless bastards. Give in like that? How boring. However. But they didn't know.
Just as Hua Jieyu lowered her head to continue exploring the path, all the smiles on her pretty face, which was full of humility and ingratiation, vanished without a trace.
Instead, there was a chilling, venomous viciousness and resentment.
A voice, formed using a secret technique and audible only to the disciples of Hundred Flowers Valley, silently resounded in the minds of the other 9 prisoners.
Hold on, everyone. Her voice was cold and filled with an unquestionable command. Now is not the time for us to act out. That man's strength is unfathomable. If we confront him head-on, we'll only face certain death. But don't forget. Where am I? This is the Dragonbone Wasteland. It's the place with the most concentrated poisonous and malevolent energy in the entire Meteor Dragon Valley. To others, it's a death trap. But for us, Hundred Flowers Valley. A glint of frenzied, morbid excitement flashed in her eyes. This is our home ground.
The terrain of this wasteland conforms to the Taoist 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, and the evil energy flows are unpredictable. Apart from those of us who are born with an affinity for all poisons, such as the 100-flower poison body, it is impossible for anyone to find the one and only gate of life in this gate of death. Let them be smug for a while longer. Let them treat us like dogs. We'll use them to fend off those annoying dragon beasts. Once we found that path to survival and entered that land of opportunity that only we could enter. A cruel, venomous smile flashed in Hua Jieyu's eyes. I will personally turn this path to survival into a path to death that will bury them all. I will make that man kneel at my feet and suffer the agony of being devoured by the myriad poisonous insects of my 100 Flowers Valley. Lin Chen, on the other hand, seemed completely oblivious to the ulterior motives of these prisoners. He simply walked quietly at the back of the group. With those deep eyes that had long since awakened the moonlight divine eyes, he calmly observed this wasteland filled with Tao and demon, a death wasteland. Stepping onto the scorched black earth will release a faint, invisible purplish black aura of malevolence. The air was filled with a decaying smell, a mixture of dragon resentment and ancient demonic energy. In the distance, the massive dragon skeletons, resembling mountain ranges, cast distorted, ghostly shadows under the pale blood moon. In the eyes of other disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, this place was a chaotic purgatory filled with unknowns and dangers. But under Lin Chen's moonlight divine eye, the whole world shed its chaotic disguise, revealing its most fundamental nature, full of regulation and Taoist charm, the primordial laws. He saw that the undulating terrain, the distribution of dragon bones, and the flow of evil energy in the entire dragon bone wasteland were actually in perfect harmony with the supreme pre-heaven 8 trigrams formation in Taoist legend. Those seemingly chaotic and enormous dragon bones are actually the foundation that makes up this natural grand formation. They divided the entire world into 8 regions filled with different types of inauspicious energy: Shen, Kan, Zhen, Jin, Sun, Li, Koan, and Dui. The 8 trigrams further give rise to the 8 gates: open, rest, life, injury, block, scenery, shock, and death. I see. Chapter 67: The Terrible Curse. Looking ahead at the group of 100 Flowers Valley Pathfinders who were still gloating over their cleverness, they saw. He glanced back at the believers of the Purple Cloud Holy Land who already had unwavering faith in him. Lin Chen's lips slowly curled into a cold, knowing smile. He knew. It's time to make a move. A game of chess that could utterly destroy all enemies, a game of epic proportions. He slowly raised his hand. A simple gesture instantly brought the entire advancing procession to a halt. Holy Sun? What's wrong? Luo Bingli was the first to come to his side. Her majestic phoenix eyes, which should have belonged to a nascent soul-true monarch, were now filled with the respect and inquiry of a little maid. But Lin Chen did not answer her. He simply turned around and slowly swept his deep, all-seeing eyes over each of the Purple Cloud Holy Land disciples present, who were somewhat uneasy and confused by his sudden stop. He then issued an order that baffled everyone. From now on. His voice was calm yet filled with undeniable authority. Divide the troops. Divide. Soldiers? These words shocked the entire audience. The hundreds of female disciples, who were already on edge because they were in the Deathgate perilous place, instantly erupted into chaos. WH? What? Divide the forces? Your Highness. No. In this godforsaken place, we're barely managing to huddle together for warmth. If we split up, wouldn't that give the enemy the chance to pick us off one by one? Yes. Holy Sun. Please reconsider. The people from the Myriad Swords Pavilion and the Crimson Sun Divine Palace are still secretly eyeing us. Their faces were filled with confusion, fear, and a hint of undisguised worry. Although they had developed an almost fanatical trust in Lin Chen. But in their eyes, the decision to split the forces was simply too crazy. Too presumptuous. Even Lin Zian, who always obeyed Lin Chen, and Xiao Qingxue, who had long been convinced of Lin Chen's abilities, showed solemn expressions. Looking at this group of Queen's reserves who have once again fallen into a crisis of trust. Lin Chen smiled. He slowly walked to the center of the group and stood in front of everyone. He did not use his status as the Holy Sun to forcibly suppress their doubts. Instead, he used a patient and wise tone, like a teacher, to slowly analyze the crisis before them. You really think? His voice grew deeper as he pointed to the seemingly safe path ahead. Are we moving forward? No. We are being led by the nose into a death trap that has already been prepared for us. You really think? He then pointed to the other forces around him that were eyeing him covetously. Are our only enemies the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Crimson Sun Divine Palace? No. Everyone's still standing in this dark forest game. They are all our enemies. His words were like the coldest icy current, instantly extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Instead of passively waiting for the hunters to reel in the catch. Why don't we break this stalemate ourselves? We'll be the chess players. As he spoke, he looked at the 2 strongest members of the team.
Luo Bingli, Xiaoqing Xue. Disciple is here.
The two exceptionally talented women, who had already been completely impressed by Lin Shen's wisdom, immediately stepped forward. Next, Lin Shen began his elaborate plan. You two will lead the remaining main force and... His gaze swept casually over the other prisoners of Hundred Flowers Valley who were also eavesdropping.
And us, these loyal pathfinders.
Continue to slowly advance along this safe path toward the so-called ancient human city ruins. He deliberately emphasized the word slowly with a barely perceptible accent. Remember, his eyes became meaningful, your mission is not treasure hunting.
It's more like training and acting. No matter what, dragon beast, you encounter along the way, do not immediately kill it. We must fight them. The more fierce the fight, the better. The more difficult the fight, the better. We need to make everyone who might be secretly watching us believe it.
Our Purple Cloud Holy Land is already struggling due to its insufficient strength.
That's his real purpose. Show weakness. Get paralyzed. Transform yourself from prey into an unwanted passerby. And after all this was arranged, he then began his true plan of crossing the Chensong Pass in secret. As for me, looking at the worried expressions on everyone's faces, he revealed a smile that was both confident and mysterious. I need to act alone. Go and find the real solution for you.
After saying this, he actually did it in front of everyone.
They pointed out two people who surprised everyone, the accompanying personnel. Lin Xiaoya and Bairuo Xue. You two come with me. Boom. This decision was made. This is even more incomprehensible to everyone than the previous splitting of forces. Although Lin Xiaoya is the Holy Sun's bedmate, her cultivation level is only at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, she is pregnant. Bairuo Xue, on the other hand, had long since lost all her pride in Dao heart, becoming a mere maid, a prisoner. The restrictions Lin Shen had placed on her body still remained, and her strength was reduced to less than 1/10. Why bring along these two burdens that everyone considers the weakest and most useless? To venture alone into this forbidden zone of death, where even nascent soul cultivators could perish. His Holiness the Holy Sun. Is he just too confident? Still, that's incredibly arrogant. All the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were filled with endless worries. They opened their mouths, wanting to dissuade them. But when they met Lin Shen's deep, calm eyes, which seemed to have everything under control, they were stunned. But they couldn't utter a single word. Ultimately, they had no choice but to believe. Lin Shen acted as if he had done something insignificant. He nodded lightly to Lin Xiaoya, who was already somewhat bewildered by this huge surprise, and to Bairuo Xue, whose eyes were filled with confusion and complexity. They're gone. He then took these two people, who were considered by everyone to be the most unlikely combination. They vanished silently, into that blood-red mist filled with unknowns and dangers. After separating from the main force, Lin Shen then led Lin Xiaoya and Bairuo Xue, speeding off in the exact opposite direction from Luo Bingli and the others. It was an area marked unknown on the map, filled with a thick, blood-red fog. To anyone, it was a more dangerous place than the Gate of Death, a perilous zone. Young master, do we really have to go in? Lin Xiaoya stared at the crimson mist churning in front of her, which resembled the maw of a giant beast, her pretty face filled with instinctive fear. Even Bairuo Xue, who is usually numb, had a hint of fear flash in her empty, beautiful eyes. Rest assured. Lin Shen simply smiled faintly. Immediately, his deep eyes, which had already activated the Moonlight Divine Eye, burst forth with a dazzling divine light. Open. In his vision, which is sufficient to see through falsehood and point directly to the source. The seemingly chaotic and dangerous blood-red mist in front of us instantly shed all its disguise. It revealed its most fundamental structure, the crystal-clear array formation composed of the 8 trigrams of the primordial heaven. He saw those spatial traps that were constantly shifting within the mist. He saw the source of malevolent energy lurking underground, exuding an aura of death. He saw, in that perilous and deadly path of death, the only path leading to new life, the gate of life. Follow me. Don't make a single wrong step. After saying that, he took the two women's hands and stepped into the mist of death that could make any nascent soul cultivator lose their way. 3 steps to the left, 7 steps to the right, half a foot forward, 1 inch back. His footsteps seemed strange and chaotic. Yet every step he took was perfectly timed, landing precisely on those fleeting array nodes. It perfectly avoided all restrictions and dangers.
in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. They then passed through that terrifying fog that could trap even a golden core cultivator. And the moment they emerged from the fog, Lin Xiaoya and Bai Ruoxue were completely stunned.
They even thought they were hallucinating.
There they were, standing before them.
Where is even a trace of the former scorched earth and blood-red wasteland? Instead, it was replaced by a paradise where birds sing and flowers bloom, teeming with life.
A clear stream flows gently. The stream bank is covered with all sorts of ancient medicinal herbs that have long been extinct in the outside world. The air was no longer filled with the nauseating stench of blood and decay. Rather, it is a pure and righteous energy so refined that one can improve one's cultivation with just one breath.
Where is this?
Lin Xiaoya murmured to herself. Lin Shen's gaze, however, was completely drawn to the ancient and magnificent ruins of the giant city in the heart of this paradise. Unlike the ghost town described in Hua Jieyu's intelligence report, is full of ominousness.
Although this ancient city is in ruins, the city walls are covered with marks of swords and spears. But it still exudes a spirit of uprightness, unyielding courage, and humanity. However, just as Lin Shen was about to lead the two women into this ancient city, an invisible barrier, yet filled with supreme majesty, stopped them.
Lin Shen raised an eyebrow slightly. He could sense that the barrier was not a killing formation.
Rather, it is a kind of screening. Only those of pure Yang bloodline of the human race are permitted to enter.
Those who are more female than male, who dare to trespass,
die. An ancient divine thought, filled with endless sorrow and determination, resounded in the minds of the three.
Lin Xiaoya and Bai Ruoxue's pretty faces turned deathly pale instantly. Under this divine thought filled with repulsion, they actually retreated one after another.
It felt as if staying even one more second would completely purify me with this righteous energy. I see. Lin Chen understood instantly. Only men can see this. No.
More precisely, only men with pure masculine blood can enter. This is the real reason why this ancient city has remained undiscovered by the cultivators of this feminist world for tens of thousands of years.
This was left to their descendants by their male ancestors from ancient times. The final legacy.
Lin Chen bowed deeply to the ancient divine thought filled with sorrow and determination.
Then, under the worried gazes of Lin Xiaoya and Bai Ruoxue, he stepped into that gate of light that was opened only for him.
An indescribable, vast divine thought, filled with sorrow and iron will, instantly soared into the sky from the mural. It pulled his entire soul into an ancient battlefield that had long been submerged by time.
Boom, rumble, rumble.
The deafening explosion instantly filled his entire world. A wave of scorching heat, mixed with the nauseating stench of blood and burning flesh, hit us. Lin Shen found himself standing atop a magnificent, dilapidated fortress that stood thousands of feet tall.
Beneath his feet were scorching hot city bricks, soaked in blood and no longer recognizable as their original color.
He was surrounded by men clad in tattered armor, covered in blood, yet still gripping their weapons tightly. Their eyes were filled with exhaustion and pain, but even more so with a kind of fearless madness.
Roar!
Beyond the city walls lies an endless, black, terrifying ocean composed of extraterrestrial demons. They crashed against the crumbling city walls built from the corpses of countless men.
It makes a teeth-grinding crunching sound. Hold on. All of you, hold on for me.
A one-armed general with a missing arm is roaring at the top of his lungs. Behind us are our wives and children.
Our home. We have nowhere to retreat. Kill.
With a roar, he dragged his mangled body and became the first to leap off the city wall. Like a burning meteor, it plunged headlong into the endless black tide of demons.
Boom! The dazzling light from the self-destruction of the golden core instantly tore open a tiny opening in the demonic tide. Then it was overwhelmed by even more and more endless demons. General! Brothers! Follow the general! Kill! One man after another jumped off the city wall like dumplings being dropped into a pot. They used their lives, their final self-destruction, to buy the world behind them that tiny, insignificant breath of fresh air. Lin Chen just stared blankly at it. He wanted to intervene, but found himself to be nothing more than a powerless ghost in this illusion created by history. And just then, an even more terrifying and despairing aura slowly descended from the shattered sky. 9 towering demon gods, each 10,000 feet tall and of different forms, yet all radiating the terrifying pressure of true immortals transcending tribulation, have descended. They merely glanced casually at the humans below who were still struggling to hold on. Then at the same time, they raised their hands, large enough to block out the sun. We must completely erase this last formidable pass, along with everything it protects. It's over. These two words were all that remained in everyone's mind. However, right at this most desperate moment. You beast! How dare you! A roar of imperial fury, filled with supreme divine power, resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A majestic figure dressed in imperial robes, wearing an imperial crown, and holding a golden divine seal soared into the sky from the highest point of the pass. He was the last human emperor of the human race. He single-handedly fought against 9 demon gods. The battle was so fierce it caused the heavens and earth to collapse. The sun and moon were blinded. But in the end, he too ran out of energy and died. When he used his last bit of strength to completely obliterate the 9th demon god into dust. His imperial body was also covered with hideous cracks. The blood of the gods stained the sky red. He glanced back at the majestic pass, which was already riddled with holes. He knew. In this purely physical war, the human race achieved a Pyrrhic victory. But the true conspiracy of those extraterrestrial demons has only just begun. He looked up at the huge spatial rift that was still slowly writhing. On the other side of the rift, a more terrifying and majestic figure than the previous 9 demon gods, filled with wisdom and malice, the Demon Queen, was silently gazing upon this world. She smiled. The laughter was silent. However, it has transformed into 2 of the most vicious and bizarre forms of mental pollution. The heavenly Tao laws instantly spread throughout the entire Tianyan continent. The first level, the mantra of thought. Pathetic males. You have won the war. But they will lose the entire future. From this day forward. In the name of the Chaos Demon, I hereby curse. A curse upon this world, that all love will be entangled with profit. A curse that all marriages will become transactions with price tags. A curse that all reproduction will bear an unbearable price. The second level, bloodline curse. And we must curse them. All bloodlines containing the essence of Yang will be subject to the suppression of the laws of heaven. The chances of a boy being born are less than 1 in 10. The path of self-cultivation for men will be fraught with thorns. It will be twice as difficult to achieve half the results. And all bloodlines containing the essence of Yin will receive the blessing of the laws of heaven. Female infants will be more likely to awaken their spiritual roots and more likely to comprehend the universe. They will completely replace you and become the new masters of this world. I will make your ridiculous civilization full of masculinity. To completely self-castrate from the root. To completely extinct themselves in terms of lineage. Chapter 68 Freebie. This is the most vicious and insidious conspiracy. This is the true meaning of a war of civilizations. A double blow to both ideology and bloodline. Eradicate the future of an entire race from its very roots. Lin Chen's soul seemed to transform into a most faithful bystander, forcibly drawn into that tragic epic that had been sealed for eternity. His perspective followed the towering, majestic human emperor on the mural, witnessing firsthand the catastrophe that swept across the entire world. Above the sky, the sun, moon, and stars were no longer present, but replaced by colossal, bottomless spatial rifts. These rifts, like hideous scars on the heavens, continuously ominously ominous, blackish purple pus. And an invisible, intangible, yet omnipresent curse, like a plague, seeped wildly from these rifts. That was a precise strike against the positive principle. The sky is no longer high and distant, the earth no longer heavy and solid. The spirit of mountains and rivers dissipates amidst whales, and the masculine energy of all living things is rapidly stripped away and altered. The heavenly laws that originally formed the stable foundation of the world are now being polluted, altered, and covered by a new, feminine, and possessive law filled with jealousy. The human emperor stood atop the highest divine mountain in the center of the continent, watching as the sunfire essence trees, which required the absorption of the purest yang energy to grow, withered and died within moments, ultimately transforming into the chilling Taiyin soul-guiding wood. He saw groups of majestic golden war lions, symbols of strength and courage, lose their manes and dissolve their flesh under the corrosive influence of the curse, eventually turning into pools of foul-smelling black sludge. But this is just the beginning. The real terror comes from intelligent beings. The once towering, majestic pass, a symbol of humanity's indomitable spirit, is now nothing but ruins. Beyond the pass, endless, bizarre extraterrestrial demons screech and relentlessly assault the last line of defense.
Inside, the men who survived the endless battles, whether saints with unparalleled cultivation or young boys just reaching adulthood, are beginning to uncontrollably develop eerie black markings on their bodies. Their vitality, their cultivation, their very souls were being devoured and dissolved by that invisible curse. One after another, these once invincible warriors, capable of fighting against 10,000 men, turned into withered skeletons, their pitiful and unwilling screams carried away by the wind.
The sun is fading away. In contrast, there is the variation of Een.
The emperor turned his head and looked at the women inside the formidable pass, whose eyes, though fortunate enough to survive, were beginning to unconsciously reveal a hint of greed and calculation. Their bodies did not collapse like the men's. Instead, they seemed to have received some kind of nourishment, their auras becoming increasingly deep and eerie. Looking at their dying husbands, fathers, sons, and brothers, their eyes no longer held sorrow or pain. Instead, they were filled with a cold indifference towards tonics and resources. They began subconsciously scrambling for the last wisp of pure yang energy emanating from the dead men, even fighting fiercely over a man still clinging to life. The gentleness, virtue, kindness, courage, all the beautiful qualities they once possessed were being replaced by a primal desire deep within their blood. Jealousy, possessiveness, demandingness, selfishness, these dark thoughts, like poisonous mushrooms after the rain, were growing wildly in their hearts.
Thoughts have been distorted, bloodlines have been contaminated. The human race, this once glorious civilization, is beginning to disintegrate from within and heading towards extinction.
As the human emperor witnessed all this, 2 lines of despairing blood tears streamed down his face from his tiger-like eyes, which should have been all-seeing and majestic as a prison. These were not ordinary tears, they were the heartbreak that even burning his primordial divine soul could not suppress, the ultimate pain of being the emperor of a race, yet forced to watch helplessly as his people and his civilization sank into hell.
He knew.
I was powerless to change the situation. He could slay countless extraterrestrial demons, shatter the sun, moon, and stars, and even temporarily repair parts of the laws of heaven with his supreme power. However, he could not purify the curse that had seeped into the blood and soul of every woman. He could not awaken his compatriots who had been completely dominated by desire. He lost this invisible war. They suffered a crushing defeat.
Never mind.
He let out a sigh filled with endless sorrow and resentment. This sigh seemed to drain the last bit of strength from him. He no longer looked at the majestic past that had become a living hell, nor listened to the shrill screams of his former lovers and relatives fighting for resources.
He raised his proud head, which he had never lowered before, and for the last and only time, cast his gaze, filled with reluctance and guilt, toward the vast homeland behind him. Immediately, holding the human emperor seal, which gathered the eternal fortune of the human race and symbolized supreme imperial power, he transformed into a stream of light burning with golden flames and rushed headlong into the largest, darkest spatial rift in the sky, which resembled the mouth of a giant beast. He wanted to use his last bit of his soul to seal the source that had released the curse. He cannot purify this world that has already been polluted. All we can do is buy a sliver of time for this world, for the future of this race, to prolong their lives. Then wait. Waiting for a game changer who may never appear. That golden light, like a sun rising against the current, was resolute and tragic. In the final moment before crashing into the darkness, Lin Chen seemed to hear the human emperor's final roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, and he also saw the dazzling brilliance that shone forth when his soul was completely consumed, a brilliance enough to illuminate the entire universe. Buzz. When the last mural faded completely, all the carvings on it turned to dust and fell away in a flurry. Lin Chen's soul finally slowly withdrew from that endless grief and shock. It felt like he had just finished watching an IMAX epic tragedy movie that lasted for hours, with top-notch special effects and extreme emotional intensity, and was suddenly pulled back to reality. The surrounding air was cold and deathly still. He still stood in that empty, ancient Valhalla, filled with the weight of time. The tall pillars were carved with countless reliefs of sages and philosophers, each lifelike yet covered with a thick layer of deathly dust. There were no tears on her face. There wasn't even a trace of extra sadness. This wasn't because Lin Chen was cold-blooded, but because that period of history was too grand and too distant, so distant that he, as a viewer from another world, couldn't truly empathize with it. All he felt was a faint, gankai, a feeling of mixed emotions, often including nostalgia or reflection, as if he had just watched a well-made epic film with a rather tear-jerking soundtrack. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Chen even had the leisure to criticize like a professional film critic. The scenes were pretty good, the special effects and atmosphere were great, I give it a 9 out of 10. It's just that the ending was way too tragic. A typical forced tragedy, just to make the audience cry. But seriously, that human emperor guy's self-destruction at the end was incredibly cool.
He slowly raised his head, his gaze falling upon the towering statue of the human emperor, dozens of feet tall, long since devoid of its former glory, in the center of the hall. The statue was neither gold nor stone, but rather possessed an ancient bronze hue, covered with battle scars resembling the blows of swords and axes, and countless mottled marks etched by the passage of time. The human emperor's posture was that of holding a great seal, head held high, gazing at the heavens, exuding an aura of unyielding defiance and resistance. Unfortunately, Lin Chen did not see a trace of the younger generation's high respect for their ancestors. There was only one complex look in his eyes, filled with strangeness and helplessness.
After all that.
So it was you, old man, who, in your pursuit of world peace, risked your life in a real-life interstellar travel, forcefully creating that world rift, and accidentally pulled too far, dragging me, a complete stranger, from the comfortable and peaceful Earth to this godforsaken place? Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a sudden toothache. His arrival in this world was purely accidental. And the source of this accident, traced back to its origins, was none other than the tragic hero before him, who supposedly ushered in an era of peace for all generations.
Where could he possibly seek justice from this? Should he kneel and kowtow to the culprit who brought him to this world? And be grateful? What a joke! The fact that he didn't spit on him or kick him a couple of times shows that Lin Chen has a good temper and knows how to respect the elderly and care for the young. And what's with the saving the world thing? Lin Chen curled his lip, his heart filled with complaints. His desire to criticize was like a surging river, never ending. What does this stupid thing have to do with me? Why should I, a law-abiding, peace-loving, and model citizen of Earth who helps elderly ladies cross the street every day, have to clean up the mess your world has made? Do I owe you anything? The pollution of the laws of your world has nothing to do with my universe. This is cross-dimensional extortion, a complete act of kidnapping. Besides,
involuntarily, vivid and charming faces appeared in Lin Chen's mind.
There was Lin Xiaoya, gentle and charming, always looking at him with adoring eyes. There was Lin Zian, aloof and beautiful, yet only revealing a hint of girlishness. In front of him there were Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen, two completely different styles, yet equally alluring and commanding queenly presence. And then there were the thousands upon thousands of beauties in the Purple Cloud Holy Land, each with exceptional looks, all harboring lustful desires for him. Thinking about these things, an extremely lewd smug smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. To be honest,
this world, which has become more women than men due to a curse, even to the point of extreme dominance and yang deficiency. For me, the chosen one with the many children, many blessings system. Actually, it was it was extremely, exceptionally, quite enjoyable.
Let him change the world? Let him restore that so-called yin-yang balance? Let the world return to the normal state where men are everywhere and you need to buy a house, a car, and pay a dowry to get a wife? Are you crazy? Are you insane?
Why give up this paradise-like kingdom of women, where you're surrounded by countless beauties every day and live a life of imperial bliss, instead of running off to fight those extraterrestrial demons who appeared out of nowhere and look grotesque?
Lin Chen's brain hasn't been kicked by a donkey. He's not that great. His ideal is just a wife and kids in a warm bed, and incidentally, a bigger wife and kids, and a bigger bed. Just as Lin Chen was mentally ranting and raving, having made up his mind to stay far away from all this trivial matter and treat it like watching a free movie, he decided to leave as soon as it was over. A sudden change has occurred. The stone statue, which had been lifeless for countless years and devoid of any spirituality, suddenly had a faint, yet incredibly pure, golden light slowly emanating from its empty, lifeless eyes. That light, like a candle flickering in the wind, seemed ready to go out at any moment, yet it burned tenaciously, containing a persistence and expectation that transcends eternity. Immediately afterwards, an divine thought, filled with weariness, relief, and endless anticipation, resounded slowly in Lin Chen's mind, like an ancient bell tolling across the river of time. Junior. A stranger who bears the chaos but is not contaminated. You have finally arrived.
The voice carried a sense of imperial mandate, filled with a fatalistic feeling of being ordained by heaven. Hearing this call that reeks of a classic script, Lin Chen's lewd smile froze instantly. The ominous premonition in my heart grew stronger and stronger, like dark clouds looming overhead.
No way. Sir, can you really force the savior scenario of a superhero descending from the sky and turning the tide onto me? Do I look like the kind of selfless hero who would sacrifice himself for others? Don't you guys do any background checks when casting?
That ancient divine thought, filled with the meaning of destiny's will, slowly echoed in Lin Chen's mind, carrying an undeniable certainty.
Lin Chen's face instantly fell, his features almost squeezing together. He looked at the broken stone statue in front of him, which was still emitting a faint golden light.
The expression on his face was exactly the same as when a young entrepreneur with a bunch of flyers and QR codes forcibly stops you on the street and insists on learning about it. It was full of undisguised disdain and impatience.
Stop. He didn't even bother to use his divine sense for any high-level communication.
He simply and bluntly raised his palm and made a stop gesture at the stone statue, interrupting its long-awaited, poignant speech about remembering the past, the glorious years.
Senior.
His voice was filled with extreme perfunctoriness, and it was obvious that his respect was completely insincere.
I know you're in a hurry. But don't rush. I know what you want to say, I can even read your lines out for you.
It's nothing more than things like you are the only anomaly in history that is not affected by the curse, your appearance is the last hope of mankind, child, the future of mankind depends on you, please be sure to inherit my will and repair this world that is riddled with holes. As he spoke, he also vividly imitated that ancient, epic tone, sometimes pausing, sometimes rising in pitch, with a sorrowful expression and tragic eyes.
His exaggerated acting was enough to make any professional actor feel ashamed.
That comical appearance instantly shattered the last vestiges of sorrow and solemnity that remained in the Hall of Heroes. The aged divine thought, which had been filled with gratification, excitement, and anticipation, completely stalled at this moment. Clearly, this remnant soul of the human emperor, who had slept for millions of years and whose will was as tough as divine iron, never imagined that the game-changer he had waited for countless years and exhausted his last bit of luck would be such a glib, unpredictable, and utterly unreliable person, a complete scoundrel.
That.
Lin Chen looked at the silent stone statue, whose golden light was flickering erratically, and a smile full of sincerity and apology appeared on his face, making him look harmless.
Senior, let's put it this way, let's be frank.
First, bringing me into this world was not my intention. It was your forceful collision that caused the spacetime accident.
So, strictly speaking, you are the culprit.
Therefore, I owe you in this world nothing.
I have no obligation to clean up your mess.
Secondly, to be honest, I have absolutely no interest in that grand undertaking of saving the world that you mentioned.
You see, I don't have any grand ambitions. After all, I'm just an ordinary man who only wants to live a peaceful and happy life. Fighting and killing are too dangerous and too tiring, not suitable for me.
Third, and most importantly, his smile became increasingly innocent, and his eyes were as clear as a child's.
To tell you the truth, you might not like to hear it.
Your rhetoric of making empty promises, talking about ideals, and moral blackmail won't work on today's young people.
If you want me to do something, it's simple, and I can. It will cost more. Freebie.
This is blatant shamelessness, demanding benefits in front of the spirits of the ancestors of humanity. Such behavior, if placed in any epic story, would be absolutely deserving of death and would be struck by lightning and turned into charred remains.
You.
The ancient divine thought was clearly quite angered by Lin Chen's shocking, unorthodox, and shameless remarks. The faint golden light that had finally managed to emanate from the stone statue began to flicker violently, its brightness uncertain, as if it were about to explode with rage due to a surge in blood pressure. He had seen countless heroes and villains, but Lin Chen was the first person in history to speak of shamelessness so confidently and elegantly.
However, he had no way to deal with Lin Chen.
Because he was merely a wisp of a soul about to dissipate.
A wisp of obsession clinging to the statue. He had no bargaining chips to bargain with Lin Chen. He couldn't even move a single finger. Not to mention, with his wisdom that has seen through the hearts of people throughout history, he could also see it. This slick kid in front of me, he was actually telling the truth. He genuinely doesn't want to get involved in this mess. He truly enjoys his current life. Final.
After a long, humiliating, and stifling silence, that aged divine thought, filled with weariness, weakness, and helplessness, could only, like a dejected old man cornered against a wall, squeeze out, word by word, the words that filled him with endless shame.
What do you want? That's right.
Lin Chen's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, like a shrewd businessman who had successfully negotiated a deal that was as bright as spring sunshine.
A moment later,
Lin Chen stood up contentedly from the stone statue whose light had completely dimmed and whose surface had even begun to show fine cracks. In his hand appeared a small golden seal, no bigger than the palm of his hand, forged entirely from an unknown divine metal, ancient yet brimming with supreme divine power. At the base of the seal were engraved 4 ancient divine characters, radiating divine energy and seemingly capable of suppressing all the heavens and earth throughout the ages. Human Emperor suppresses the world.
It was none other than the legendary Human Emperor seal. Although its luster appeared dim, and a terrifying crack nearly cleaved it in two, the imperial dragon aura emanating from it, possessing absolute power to restrain all evil and heretical paths, still sent a chill down Lin Chen's spine. Emperor's seal damaged.
In his mind, a vast and boundless supreme divine skill, filled with the essence of yin and yang and an aura of unparalleled dominance, appeared. Countless golden ancient characters gathered in his sea of consciousness into a roaring divine dragon, enacting scenes of the invincible human emperors suppressing the purgatory and sweeping across the universe.
The human emperor's prison suppression technique. Not bad, not bad.
The old senior is indeed a generous person. Lin Chen weighed the human emperor seal in his hand, which was quite heavy, almost equivalent to the weight of an asteroid, and a satisfied smile of harvest appeared on his face. The aged divine thought, already so weak it seemed it might dissipate at any moment, used its last ounce of strength to make its final, and most humble, request.
Junior, now. You took my inheritance, and you also inherited my karma. You should go and keep your promise. However,
Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, interrupting him once again.
Hey, don't rush. He looked at the statue that was about to turn into ordinary stone, his face showing an expression full of righteous indignation and sense of mission, and patted his chest to make a guarantee. Don't worry.
As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you have to solve their problems.
Having eaten your food and taking your money, I accept this savior job.
From this day forward, I am the hope of humanity, the future of the world, and the embodiment of light.
However,
his tone suddenly changed, and his expression returned to its usual cynical and nonchalant manner.
As for when to start working, should we go tomorrow, or wait 1,000 or 800 years? And, should we really go and save the world, or just take the title and do it casually? Well, that depends on when I'm in a good mood. That's all.
He was under the complex gaze of that ancient divine thought, filled with endless regret, resentment, anger, and despair. Humming a popular tune from Earth, full of freedom and unrestrained spirit, he walked out of the Hall of Heroes, which carried the last hope of humanity, without looking back and with an air of nonchalance. Only a stone statue, completely weathered and turned to dust in the breeze, remained. And a final sigh, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness, dissipated into the deathly silence.
The future of humanity is over. Chapter 69: The Myriad Slaughter Shadow Formation.
Just as Lin Chen was completely satisfied with getting the last legacy of the human emperor and the eternal obsession of that tragic hero for free, he was getting his hands on it all.
On the other side,
in the heart of the Dragon Bone Wasteland, within the Gate of Death, a place known as the Forbidden Zone for the living, a premeditated feast of death has finally begun, its bloody, ferocious, and shameless curtain drawn back in betrayal.
Dragon Bone Wasteland, as its name suggests, is the burial ground of ancient dragons.
The Gate of Death is the area in this wasteland where resentment, malevolent energy, and death energy are most concentrated. The sky is always leaden gray, devoid of sun, moon, and stars, with only a pale white blood moon that seems to have been soaked in blood, radiating a cold and deathly light. The gale here never ceases, howling through the holes in the giant dragon bone fossil, emitting mournful cries that are sometimes like ghostly wails and sometimes like dragon roars, enough to make any cultivator with a weak will lose their composure and descend into madness. The earth is dark brown, hard as iron, barren of any vegetation, and the air is filled with a thick, rusty smell mixed with decay and blood. Luo Bingli and Xiao Qingxue were leading the main force of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, nearly 300 female disciples, as they struggled forward through this perilous place. They strictly followed the script set by Lin Chen before entering the secret realm, enduring hardships and battles along the way, deliberately leaving everyone injured and their spiritual energy mostly depleted, slowly approaching the Death Ghost City located at the deepest part of the Death Gate, filled with an ominous and eerie aura.
It was an ancient city in utter ruin.
More than half of the city walls had collapsed, and the remaining sections were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Only half of the massive city gate remained, hanging precariously. The entire city was shrouded in a thick, viscous, dark purple demonic aura, like an ancient behemoth silently crouching on the horizon, waiting for its prey to walk into its trap. Senior Sister Luo, a young disciple, still bearing a hint of childishness, gripped her longsword tightly, her palms clammy with cold sweat. She gazed at the dilapidated ancient city shrouded in demonic energy in the distance, her pretty face etched with primal fear from the depths of her soul.
We really have to go in?
It feels so terrifying in there, it's like a mouth that's going to swallow us all whole. Her voice trembled as she spoke the thoughts of most of the disciples present. Even knowing it was part of the Holy Sun's plan, the fear was still overwhelming in the face of such a horrific sight. Execute the Sun's command. Luo Bingli's voice was as cold as ancient ice, devoid of any emotion, instantly silencing the surrounding commotion. Her gaze, sharp as a knife, swept across the faces of each disciple. Although she felt a pang of unease deep down because of the ominous aura emanating from the ghost town, her almost blind and absolute trust in her master allowed her to forcefully suppress all her distracting thoughts, fears, and anxieties.
The master's plans never go wrong.
All they need to do is play their roles perfectly. A group of exhausted prey about to step into a trap. Xiao Qingxue then played the role of the good cop at the right time. She gently patted the junior sister's shoulder and softly comforted her, "Don't be afraid. Remember what the Holy Sun said. No matter what happens, we are not fighting alone. Trust the Holy Sun. He will be our strongest support." Under the guidance of the two key figures, the main force of the Purple Cloud Holy Land finally calmed down. Supporting each other, they dragged their tired steps and stepped into the dilapidated city gate of the Ghost City of Death. Just as their last disciple's figure completely disappeared into the city gate, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! Without any warning, the entire desolate ghost town seemed to awaken from its slumber in an instant. Thick, blood-red swordlights, as powerful as blood-red dragons and filled with endless slaughter, resentment, and madness, suddenly shot into the sky from the ruins, from the dry streets, and from the rooftops of dilapidated buildings. These sword lights appeared at extremely tricky angles, sealing off all possible escape routes and evasive maneuvers. In an instant, they intertwined and darted through the air, instantly forming a net of sword energy that covered the entire city entrance area, filled with an aura of death and despair, completely enveloping all the disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Sword formation, 10,000 slaughter shadow formation. One of the most infamous killing formations of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. He. Ha 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 ha. A series of sinister laughs, filled with resentment, madness, and unbridled joy, like the hooting of owls, resounded from all directions, piercing the eardrums. At the end of the main street ahead, a hunched old woman with a wrinkled face and venomous eyes emerged slowly from the shadows, leaning on a blood-red greatsword taller than herself. It was none other than the supreme elder of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, the Extinction Sword Granny. Beside her, Li Hanyue's face, which should have been beautiful, was now twisted and distorted by jealousy and hatred, appearing particularly ferocious. Behind them were hundreds of disciples who had been lying in ambush for a long time, dressed in the blood-red uniforms of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Each of them held a sharp sword, their eyes were cold, and they looked like an army of demons crawling out of hell. As they gazed at the people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land who were instantly trapped by the sword formation, like turtles in a jar, each of them wore the undisguised cruel smile of a hunter seeing his prey perfectly and foolishly step into the trap. "You vile people from the Purple Cloud Holy Land." The Extinction Sword Granny's voice was hoarse and shrill, like two rusty pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Every word contained overwhelming killing intent and undisguised hatred. "Today, this death gate of the Dragon Bone Wasteland will be your burial ground." Her words were filled with a sense of righteous indignation, as if she were not carrying out a despicable ambush, but rather executing some kind of sacred judgment. "Your Purple Cloud Holy Land, relying on the emergence of a prodigy like Lin Chen, has become increasingly arrogant and domineering. In the secret realm, you have used trickery and force to seize resources and suppress fellow cultivators. You have even used despicable and shameless means to kill countless of my sect's talented disciples. Each and every one of your crimes is too numerous to count. Today, my 10,000 Swords Pavilion will act on behalf of heaven and exterminate you, these wicked women who aided and abetted evil, here to set things right." These blatant lies and false accusations instantly turned the disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land pale with anger. It was clearly the 10,000 Swords Pavilion that provoked them repeatedly, and they were outmatched and humiliated. Yet now, in this old hag's mouth, it's become that the Purple Cloud Holy Land bullies others by abusing its power. This is the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. A shameless sect that has the word shameless engraved into its DNA. They never think they are wrong. All their failures are because their enemies are too despicable. All their crimes can be packaged as just counterattacks under duress. Oh no! It's a trap. Quick! Form ranks and break out. Luo Bingli's face instantly turned icy cold. She didn't waste her breath arguing with this mad dog. The terrifying pressure of the early nascent soul stage erupted like a volcano. Her spirit sword was drawn, drawing a dazzling ice-blue sword rainbow, as she prepared to lead everyone to forcefully tear open a corner of the sword formation and break through. However, just then, a voice filled with betrayal and malice, which made them feel even more desperate and chilled to the bone, suddenly echoed from behind them, from the direction of the city gate, which should have been their escape route. Giggle giggle. The laughter, like silver bells, carried an indescribable eeriness and chill.
My dear sisters, are you only now thinking of leaving? Isn't it a bit too late?
The people from the Purple Cloud Holy Land turned around in shock. Hua Jieyu, who should have been there captured, and her 10 prisoner junior sisters had somehow broken free of their specially made chains.
Their faces no longer bore any trace of the dishevelment and fear of prisoners.
Instead, they were filled with the same viciousness and glee as the people from the Myriad Swords Pavilion. The 11 of them simultaneously pricked their fingertips, letting their dark blood, carrying a sweet and pungent stench of poison, drip onto the ground. Then, their hands moved with an eerie rhythm, instantly drawing a complex, malevolent, and corrosive crimson array on the ground with their poisoned blood.
100 Flowers Reversal of Fate formation activate.
Accompanied by a sharp shriek from Hua Jieyu.
The entire land of the Ghost City of Death seemed to come alive at this moment. Boom!
The ground trembled violently as countless black-purple poisonous vines, formed from the fusion of the resentment of ancient dragon remains and the secret poison of 100 Flowers Valley, burst forth from the earth like death tentacles from the deepest hell. These vines, covered with barbs and bizarre buds dripping venom, possessed extremely strong binding and corrosive power. With lightning speed, they completely entangled, bound, and locked the people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, who were already trapped by the 10,000 Slaughter Shadow Array, in place.
Double kill. The backlash from the prey. A betrayal by an ally.
At this moment, the people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were trapped in an unprecedented predicament, with nowhere to go but to the heavens and nowhere to go. The sharp killing intent of the sword formation hung overhead, and the deadly restraints of the poisonous vines under their feet were constantly eroding their protective spiritual light.
Ha ha ha. Well done, Junior Nephew Hua. You certainly didn't disappoint me.
Seeing this, the Extinction Sword Granny laughed maniacally with even greater smugness, her wrinkled old face blossoming into a chrysanthemum with laughter.
She looked at Hua Jieyu and nodded approvingly. Don't worry. After dealing with these good-for-nothings, you'll receive all the benefits I promised. That nascent soul pill is definitely yours. Then thank you very much, Sword Granny.
Hua Jieyu bowed gracefully to the Sword Granny Miju, her posture humble. Then she turned around and cast her eyes, filled with endless resentment and vengeful pleasure, at Luo Bingli, Xiao Qingshuet and the others who were trapped in the center of the formation, their faces pale.
My dear sisters, aren't you desperate right now? Aren't you in so much pain?
Her voice was filled with a morbid pleasure.
When you bullied my sisters from 100 Flowers Valley because you had so many of you, did you ever think this day would come? The motto of 100 Flowers Valley is to avenge every wrong. And we never believe in fair one-on-one duels. If we can gang up on someone, we'll never fight one-on-one.
If we can use a trap, we'll never fight head-on.
That's the smart thing to do. Only fools like you would believe in any kind of morality.
Looking at the angry and incredulous eyes of the crowd, her mockery deepened. Don't you miss your omnipotent holy son, that scumbag named Lin Chen, descending from the heavens like a god to save you? She paused deliberately, savoring the fleeting glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes, before cruelly extinguishing it.
He won't be coming.
A cruel, mocking smile, like a cat toying with a mouse, spread across her face.
Because we've already prepared another, even grander, even more elaborate, feast of death for him. After saying that, she and the Extinction Sword Granny exchanged a glance, and both of them revealed a cruel, sinister smile in their eyes, as if they were about to reap lives. The Extinction Sword Granny took another step forward, and a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of the Golden Core stage descended with a roar. Nascent Soul.
This old hag is actually an old monster at the early stage of Nascent Soul.
Can you feel it? This is the power of the Nascent Soul stage.
Extinction Sword Granny laughed wildly. You must be very curious about why I was able to enter the secret realm that only allows Golden Core stage cultivators, right? She made no attempt to hide her cheating. On the contrary, she took pride in it, announcing it loudly as if showing off her intelligence.
That's right. I bribed the guards. I cheated my way in. But so what?
Her voice suddenly rose, filled with a shameless sense of righteousness.
To deal with an unparalleled demon like Lin Chen, any means are permissible. All are righteous. This isn't cheating, this is setting things right. It's you demons and that Lin Chen who forced me to act this way. You are the culprits. This is utterly shameless.
They perfectly rationalized their despicable actions, even packaging them as a heroic act born of desperation. At this moment, all the female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land were utterly desperate. Faced with a nascent soul cultivator who was utterly unruly and shameless, 2 deadly formations, hundreds of ferocious enemies, and a fatal betrayal from their allies, they saw no hope of survival whatsoever. Many disciples had already closed their eyes, shedding tears of resentment, awaiting death. Luo Bingli and Xiao Qingxue stood back to back, protecting their junior sisters behind them. Although there was determination in their eyes, they could not hide a trace of sorrow. Just as the Extinction Sword Granny and Hua Jieyu were about to issue the final slaughter order. Just when the atmosphere of despair and death had become so thick that it had become tangible. A calm, even slightly impatient male voice, as if he had just woken up, suddenly and without warning, seemed to pierce through eternity, slowly drifting down from the top of the blood moon in the heavens.
Oh? Is that so? What feast? Tell me about it, can I get a share? Boom! This voice seemed to contain some supreme power that could make words come true. The moment the sound was uttered, the heavens and earth trembled. The 10,000 slaughter shadow array that enveloped the people of the Purple Cloud Holy Land was now filled with countless blood-red swordlights, which emitted a mournful buzzing sound as if they had encountered their natural enemy, and their light dimmed by 3 points in an instant. Meanwhile, the blackish-purple poisonous vines that had emerged from the ground, filled with resentment and curses, withered and curled up rapidly in that instant, like ice and snow scorched by the blazing sun, emitting a mournful sizzling sound, and voluntarily retreated back into the ground. The sinister smiles on the faces of Extinction Sword Granny and Hua Jieyu, who were about to reap the fruits of victory, froze instantly. As if they had been frozen in place. The color drained from their faces instantly, turning them deathly pale. They jerked their heads up, straining with all their might to look towards the sky from which the sound came. Immediately, their pupils contracted sharply into the most dangerous and terrifying pinpoints. All that could be seen was a pale, blood-red moon. A figure is slowly descending from the sky. He was bathed in endless, dazzling, sacred, and warm golden divine light. That light was so pure and so domineering that it instantly dispelled the cold and deathly aura that had accumulated within this gate of death for thousands of years. He held in his hand an ancient, heavy golden divine seal that seemed to embody the eternal fortune and indomitable fighting spirit of the entire human race. Behind him, within the golden divine light, stood seemingly billions of blurry yet majestic figures. These were the heroic spirits of humanity who had died fighting to protect their homeland and to perpetuate their civilization. Though they were silent, their will to protect and pass on their legacy coalesced into an unparalleled pressure powerful enough to change the very fabric of the world and make even gods and demons tremble. At this moment, he did not look like a monk. He is like a true, human emperor who stepped out of the ancient myths and epics, treading on the glory of the sages. A deity has come to judge all that is base, shameless, and sinful in the world. Gods. The Emperor's seal? The moment the nascent soul stage monster, the sword demoness, saw the golden divine seal, all expression vanished from her old face. In its place came an overwhelming, uncontrollable fear and disbelief from the deepest recesses of her soul. Her voice was no longer human, it was a scream filled with despair and horror. The Emperor's seal. It suppresses countless ancient demons and is the ultimate nemesis of all evil and wicked things. A cultivator like her, who is cultivated through resentment and slaughter, is as insignificant as an ant before this power. Lin Chen, on the other hand, gave them absolutely no time to react, to defend themselves, or to put on a show of "I am the victim" again. He simply looked down at the terrified ants below with an indifferent gaze, as if they were trash. Slowly, he raised the human emperor's seal in his hand. Then, with an air of supreme divine power and judgment, he softly uttered a single word. Town. Chapter 70. A great Confucian scholar will debate the scriptures for me. The word town came out of Lin Chen's mouth in a plain and unremarkable way, without any hint of worldly charm. However, when this word fell into this ghost city shrouded in murderous intent and betrayal, it seemed to transform into the final decree issued by the gods of the heavens to the sins of the mortal world. Words spoken become law. Boom! The human emperor seal, that was slowly rotating in Lin Chen's palm, suddenly unleashed an unprecedented, dazzling golden light that could rival even the blood moon in the sky. This golden light is not simply light. It is order, law, protection, inheritance, and the magnificent divine power of humanity and civilization that has endured for eternity. Golden light, like mercury spilling onto the ground, instantly covered the entire ghost town. The first to be affected is the 10,000 slaughter shadow formation, which hangs above the heads of everyone in the Purple Cloud Holy Land and is constructed with the blood, sweat, and resentment of hundreds of Wanjin Pavilion disciples. Crack, crack, bang. There was no earth-shattering energy collision, no deafening explosion. The net of death, woven from countless streaks of crimson sword energy,
crumbled the moment it touched the golden divine light, like an ice sculpture scorched by the blazing sun, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable strain. The negative laws of slaughter, resentment, and madness contained within each streak of crimson swordlight were instantly purified and evaporated by the imperial dragon energy.
In the blink of an eye.
That terrifying sword formation, capable of annihilating any cultivator below the nascent soul stage, shattered like a burst blood-red bubble, turning into countless points of light and vanishing into nothingness.
Puff.
The hundreds of Wanjian Pavilion disciples who were forming the formation were all struck as if by a heavy hammer, and they all coughed up a mouthful of blood. The long swords in their hands lost all their spirituality and emitted a series of mournful cries. Even worse, the blades of some swords were covered with spiderweb-like cracks.
The formation has been broken. In an instant, it was utterly crushed by a single word, a single glance, a single impression.
And this is just the beginning. After crushing the sword formation, the golden divine light remained undiminished in its power and continued to penetrate the earth.
Zzzzzzzzz.
Those black-purple poisonous vines that had just been so ferocious, binding and locking up everyone from the purple cloud Holy Land, seemed to have encountered the most terrifying natural enemy in the world after sensing that extremely yang and powerful imperial dragon energy. They let out extremely shrill screams, twisting wildly, trying to shrink back into the ground. However, under the suppression of the human emperor seal, all evil and wicked things have nowhere to hide. Wherever the golden light passed, the poisonous vines on the earth writhed and dissolved violently, like snakes doused with concentrated sulfuric acid, eventually turning into pools of foul-smelling black pus, completely losing all vitality and toxicity.
Hua Jieyu and her 10 junior sisters suffered a terrifying backlash.
Their prized poisonous blood and innate poison, under the purification of the human emperor's divine might, began to erode their own meridians and souls.
Ah! My face! My cultivation!
Amidst piercing screams, they collapsed to the ground one by one, their skin rapidly festering, their breath visibly fading, instantly suffering severe injuries. In the blink of an eye, the inescapable net and double killing scheme laid out by the two major sects were completely and utterly destroyed by Lin Chen in an almost miraculous manner.
The entire ghost town fell into a deathly silence.
All that remained were the countless golden specks of light scattered across the sky, and the figure that descended from the heavens, like a god descending to earth.
The Emperor Seal.
The old woman's wrinkled face had completely lost its color, turning deathly pale. Her body trembled violently and uncontrollably, a kind of absolute suppression originating from the level of life itself, the instinctive fear that a demon could not suppress when facing the holy path.
She wanted to escape.
The dignity of a nascent soul cultivator, the rage to avenge his disciples, the shamelessness of distorting the truth, all of this seemed so ridiculous in the face of an absolute threat of death. However, she found that her body was as if it were being suppressed by billions of ancient divine mountains, and even moving a finger had become a luxury. The figure bathed in golden light was just floating there calmly, but it gave her a sense of insignificance and despair, as if the heaven was watching over the ant. Lin Chen's gaze slowly swept across the entire room. His eyes were very calm. There was no anger, no murderous intent, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. It's like an adult watching a group of brats who just destroyed their sandcastle and are still gloating over it. It was a pure, deep-seated indifference. This indifference, more so than any angry roar or any vicious curse, chilled the Extinction Sword Granny, Hua Jieyu, and the others to the bone, making them feel utterly terrified.
You can't kill me.
Under extreme fear, the Extinction Sword Granny finally regained her voice. She screamed and once again displayed the Myriad Swords Pavilion's sect talent of turning black into white.
Lin Chen. This is all a misunderstanding. It was the Purple Cloud Holy Land. They provoked us first and harmed our disciples. We were just victims forced to fight back. As the leader of the righteous path, wielding the human emperor's sacred artifact, you should be able to distinguish right from wrong and uphold justice for us weak. Lin Chen was speechless. This person was utterly shameless. He knew that this Extinction Sword Master was targeting him, and that he was from the Purple Cloud Holy Land. However, under this threat, in the eyes of the Extinction Sword Master, Lin Chen had directly severed ties with the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Was this what they meant by having great scholars defend me? Yes. Yes.
Hua Jieyu was momentarily dazed but immediately understood. Then, as if grasping at a last straw, she hurriedly echoed, "Say Lin, you are wise. Our 100 Flowers Valley was forced into this. It was Luo Bingley and the others who, relying on their numbers, forcibly captured us and forced us to lead the way. We had no choice but to feign compliance with the Myriad Swords Pavilion. We are victims too. These utterly shameless remarks left even the disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, who had just escaped and were still shaken, speechless with astonishment, and almost made them laugh in anger.
However, Lin Chen didn't even raise an eyebrow. He couldn't even be bothered to expose their ridiculous lies. He simply raised his right hand slowly and gently clenched it in midair towards the hundreds of disciples from the Myriad Swords Pavilion and Hundred Flowers Valley below. Noisy. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible and irresistible Imperial Dragon aura transformed into a tangible cage, enveloping everyone except for the Extinction Sword Granny and Hua Jieyu. No! Amidst their terrified and desperate screams, golden divine fire ignited from the void, instantly transforming the cage into a furnace. There were no screams, no struggles. Hundreds of female cultivators, who were considered exceptional talents in the outside world, were completely evaporated within a few breaths by the purification of the golden divine fire. Their physical bodies, souls, and all the resentment and sins they carried were transformed into the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth, dissipating into this ghost city. It was as if they had never existed. After doing all this, Lin Chen turned his indifferent gaze back to the Extinction Sword Granny and Hua Jieyu, who were already paralyzed on the ground, urinating and defecating in fear. As for the two of you, his voice remained calm. Death is too good for you. With a flick of his finger, 2 golden runes containing the original power of the Human Emperor Seal instantly disappeared into the space between the two men's eyebrows. I have destroyed your cultivation and left the Imperial Path imprint in your souls. From this day forward, you will be reduced to mortals, enduring the agony of your souls being scorched by the Imperial Dragon energy day and night. At the same time, any demons and monsters will regard you as Tang Monk's flesh, and will fight you to the death. Get lost. Go back to your sect and tell everyone that I did it. I'm waiting for them to come. As soon as the words were spoken, the overwhelming pressure that had been pressing down on the two of them quietly dissipated. The Extinction Sword Granny and Hua Jieyu felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They didn't dare to utter a single harsh word and fled frantically towards the outside of the ghost city, their backs filled with dishevelment and endless fear. Lin Chen just let them go. Because he knew that for cultivators who valued face and strength more than life itself, letting them live on in endless humiliation and pain was far more cruel and effective than killing them directly, a form of punishment and deterrence. This feast of death that took place in the ghost town of Deathgate came to a dramatic end in a way that no one could have predicted. The process and outcome of this battle were also spread throughout the entire Dragonbone wasteland at lightning speed through the eyes of other sects and teams that were hiding in the shadows, hoping to reap the benefits. In an instant, the entire secret realm fell completely silent. All the prodigies participating in the competition, no matter how unruly or arrogant they had been before, fell into a long, deathly silence after hearing the news. One word: destroy the double-killing formation. One glance was enough to suppress the nascent soul stage monster. With a wave of his hand, he burned hundreds of golden pills. This is power that a golden core cultivator can possess? This is outrageous. Even if it were a reincarnation of a legendary ancient god, it wouldn't be this absurd. This is no longer a battle or a competition, but a dimensional attack from a higher dimension of life. Thus, what followed was an extremely bizarre, even comical, scene in the entire Dragonbone Wasteland competition. Although the trials are still ongoing. However, all the subsequent battles became rather dull. When the team from the Purple Cloud Holy Land appeared. We, the Crimson Flame Divine Palace, surrender. The Crimson Flame Divine Palace, the most prestigious body refining sect in the Eastern Wilderness, is renowned for its ferocious and domineering fighting style. Their holy maiden is a woman nearly 2 meters tall, with smooth, well-defined muscles and an explosive aura. However, at this moment, looking at the white-clad figure in the distance, surrounded by a throng of admirers and yawning listlessly, her bronze face was filled with apprehension and bitterness. Without hesitation, she chose to forfeit. Are you kidding me? Fight that kind of monster? Their Crimson Flame Palace's body refining techniques, though touted as invulnerable and indestructible, are, without a doubt, no match for that legendary Human Emperor's seal. Their prized physical bodies are as fragile as paper. Tianyin Pavilion concedes defeat. Kamikaze Valley concedes defeat. We also concede defeat. 1 game, 2 games, 3 games. Whenever they encountered a team from the Purple Cloud Holy Land, regardless of whether the opponent was a powerful sect renowned throughout the land or a newly emerging dark horse, without exception, they immediately, without hesitation, chose to admit defeat. They dared not even attempt to contend with them. They couldn't even muster the slightest desire to fight. Gradually, Lin Chen lost even the interest in participating.
Most of the time, Luo Bingli and Xiao Qingxue led the team. He himself would lie on a luxurious deck chair temporarily set up at the team's camp, basking in the pale moon of the sun, occasionally listening to the system notifications about the rewards Luo Bingli and the others received due to their improved cultivation levels, so bored that he, drowsy. Final. This grand and spectacular hidden dragon competition, which brought together all the top young talents of the entire eastern wilderness, ended in such an extremely boring and ridiculous way, yet one that left no room for dissent. Lin Chen, and the purple cloud Holy Land he represents, unsurprisingly ascended to the top of the hidden dragon ranking, with an attitude of boredom to the point of yawning.
As is customary, the grand awards ceremony will follow.
The giant plaza in the center of Qianlong City was packed with people, yet so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the surviving sect teams and countless cultivators from Qianlong City gathered here. Their gazes, unconsciously filled with awe, fear, curiosity, and worship, converged on the solitary figure in white standing in the center of the square. Lin Chen stood there, his face still calm and composed, even with a hint of impatience. He just wanted to get the reward as soon as possible and then go to that so-called Central Continent sacred domain to take a look.
Just then.
Buzz. A terrifying pressure, gentle as water yet vast as the sea, slowly enveloped the entire Qianlong City without warning. Under this oppressive aura, everyone felt as if their minds were being gently caressed by a large, gentle hand, and all their tension and distracting thoughts were instantly soothed. Immediately afterwards, a mature woman dressed in a magnificent purple palace gown, with a graceful figure, stunning beauty, and an elegant and noble demeanor, slowly appeared on the high platform, accompanied by ripples in the space. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention.
She is so beautiful.
It was a mature elegance, refined by time and infused with both power and wisdom. Every smile and gesture possessed an irresistible charm. Even more breathtaking were her deep, star-like phoenix eyes, seemingly capable of seeing into the depths of the human heart.
Greetings, Lord City Lord.
On the plaza, elders from various sects and guards from Qianlong City all knelt on one knee, their voices filled with heartfelt respect and fervor.
Lord of Qianlong City, Longyan.
A legendary woman who has been famous for hundreds of years, whose strength is unfathomable, and who is said to have already stepped into the realm of the god of deification. However, this legendary city lord, who ruled the most powerful city in the eastern wilderness and wielded immense power, ignored the kneeling crowd below after he appeared. Her gaze immediately fell on Lin Chen. Then, to everyone's disbelief, a very kind and humble smile appeared on her elegant and noble face. She walked gracefully down from the platform and came to stand in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, the holy son of the purple cloud Holy Land, is indeed a dragon among men, a peerless genius who appears only once in eternity. Long Yan's voice was warm, pleasant, and magnetic, making one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. Her posture was extremely humble, even carrying a hint of the respectfulness of a junior facing a senior. In this dragon contest, you outshone all others and won the championship, a well-deserved honor.
This is your reward.
As she spoke, she flipped her jade-like hand, and a golden token radiating a rich spatial law power and an ancient storage ring slowly floated in front of Lin Chen. This sacred domain token is the only credential for accessing the Central Continent sacred domain. Please keep it safe, Holy Son. In addition to the original rewards for the competition, this ring also contains some small gifts that I, the City Lord, have personally given to the Holy Son.
They are just a token of my appreciation.
Her words were extremely kind, and her demeanor extremely humble. Lin Chen swept his divine sense across the area, his face remaining expressionless, but a ripple stirred within his heart. The contents of that storage ring were far more than just small gifts. Ancient medicinal herbs, some 1,000 years old, are piled up like mountains. Top-grade spirit stones, numbering in the hundreds of millions. There were even several Dao-rank magic treasures exuding a terrifying aura, and a supreme divine pill that could help people break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, the 9 Apertures Divine Breaking Pill.
Long Yan's smile became even more sincere. Lin Xingzi's ascension to the top position is an honor for the entire younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness.
To celebrate this, I have prepared a banquet at the City Lord's mansion tonight, and will hold a celebration ceremony for Xingzi. At that time, all the prominent figures in the Eastern Wilderness will be present to witness the unparalleled brilliance of the Holy Sun. She extended a warm invitation to Lin Chen, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with anticipation. We hope that the Holy Sun will do us the honor of attending. The entire square was deathly silent.
Everyone was utterly astonished by the Dragon Smoke City Lord's humility and generosity. This is an immense honor.
It is the ultimate recognition and courting of Lin Chen by the Lord of Qianlong City and even the forces behind him.
Lin Chen is enjoying immense success. Since the city lord has extended such a generous invitation, how could Lin Chen dare to refuse? I will definitely be there on time for the banquet tonight. Chapter 71 Justice Descends from Heaven. Night fell quietly. The bustling city of Qianlong had shed its daytime clamor, donning an even more dazzling and magnificent cloak. The city lord's mansion, a grand architectural complex perched in the city center like a crouching behemoth, was now brightly lit, as clear as day. The main hall of the mansion, the Tingqiao Banquet Hall, was already packed with guests and distinguished patrons. Those qualified to enter this place are all prominent figures in the eastern wilderness. The sect leaders and elders of the top sects, the heads of long-established families, and the powerful leaders of various factions in Qianlong City are all gathered together. The dome of the banquet hall was not a solid object, but a deep starry sky imprisoned by great magical power. Countless fist-sized, luminous pearls were embedded within it, transforming into dazzling galaxies that flowed slowly, casting a soft and holy glow. The floor was paved with a single, enormous piece of warm jade, filled with spiritual energy. Walking on it brought a sense of refreshment and invigoration. The air was filled with the rich aroma of nectar brewed from 9 flavory mortal fruit, as well as the soothing fragrance of incense from dozens of rare spiritual plants. In the air, ethereal music filled the air as musicians from Hidden Dragon City played melodies on various mystical instruments. This was an extremely luxurious feast. However, beneath this seemingly peaceful and harmonious atmosphere lies a chilling, oppressive atmosphere, like the calm before the storm. Almost all the guests' eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted toward the head of the table below the main seat. There, a figure in white was lounging lazily on a chair carved from millennial cold jade. Lin Chen. He rested his chin on one hand, while the other hand toyed with a glass filled with amber-colored wine, a faint, playful smile playing on his lips. He seemed indifferent to everything around him, whether it was the awe, curiosity, or even hostile gazes, or the delicacies that would drive ordinary cultivators mad. He was like a ticket-buying audience member, eagerly awaiting the grand spectacle meticulously prepared for him to begin. Beside him, Luo Bingli and Xiao Qingxue stood solemnly on either side, as if facing a formidable enemy. They could clearly sense that throughout the banquet hall, there were no fewer than 10 extremely terrifying and obscure auras, each far surpassing their own. This is a cage. A top-tier cage meticulously crafted with glory and victory as its glamorous facade. Master Luo Bingli's divine sense carried a hint of tension, something's not right. Relax, Lin Chen chuckled, not even using his divine sense, but speaking in a voice only the 3 of them could hear. Since we're already here, we should at least see what surprise they prepared, shouldn't we? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the city lord's kind intentions? His gaze swept over the crowd and landed on the person in the main seat. Lord Long Yan of Qianlong City was dressed in an even more magnificent purple-gold phoenix robe today, exuding elegance and grace. Holding a wine cup, she chatted and laughed with various powerful figures with ease, appearing as a kind elder genuinely pleased that a prodigy had emerged from the eastern wilderness. Beside Long Yan sat a woman whose aura was equally unfathomable. The woman wore a standard silver white armor, engraved with ancient and mysterious celestial runes. Her face was cold and aloof, without makeup, and her eyes were like an ancient iceberg, devoid of any emotion. From beginning to end, she did not touch any of the wine or food before her, but sat there quietly like an ice sculpture, yet she possessed an aura of authority that transcended everyone else and ruled the rules. Lang Yan, inspector of the Eastern Wilderness from the Heavenly Patrol Hall. A true rule enforcer who is said to have 1 foot in the realm of nascent soul. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curved into an even wider smile. The main characters are all here. City Lord, Inspector, this is quite an honor for me. And at that very moment, the heavy doors of the banquet hall, made of a millennial agarwood, were suddenly pushed open from the outside with almost violent force. Bang! The loud noise instantly interrupted the celestial music and everyone's conversation in the hall. All eyes turned sharply towards the doorway, like swords piercing the darkness. Outside the palace gate, an old woman with disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and covered in blood staggered in, leaning on a broken giant sword. Behind her followed Li Hanyue and dozens of other Wanjian pavilion disciples, all in equally miserable condition, missing limbs and broken legs. Their faces were ashen, their auras extremely weak, as if a gust of wind could blow them over. This group of people were none other than the group led by the Extinction Sword Granny, whose cultivation had been crippled by Lin Chen and who had been thrown out of Ghost City like trash. They actually survived and crawled back to Qianlong City. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion? It's that old hag, the Extinction Witch. How did she end up looking like this? Her cultivation is gone? It's been crippled? The moment they saw who it was, the entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. Countless shocked and incredulous gazes swept back and forth between Lin Chen and the Extinction Sword Granny. After bursting into the main hall, the Extinction Sword Granny seemed to have lost all her strength, and the broken sword in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Then, she made a move that left everyone speechless. This nascent soul-old monster, who had been famous in the eastern wilderness for hundreds of years and was known for his ruthlessness, domineering and protective nature, suddenly knelt heavily on the cold warm jade floor with a thud. She didn't look at Lin Chen, or even at anyone else. She simply raised her old face, stained with blood and tears, and let out a heart-wrenching cry that brought tears to the eyes of all who heard it, facing the Lord of Dragon Smoke City and the envoy of the Sky Patrol Hall in the main seat. "I'm innocent." This mournful cry contained all the power of her soul. It was shrill, desperate, and filled with endless grievances and sorrow. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was completely stunned by her sudden move. Immediately afterward, before anyone could ask a question, the Extinction Sword Granny, like an ordinary old woman who had been bullied to the extreme and finally found a place to appeal, began to cry out in a trembling, tearful voice. "Lord City Lord, Inspector, please do justice for my 10,000 Swords Pavilion." Large, cloudy tears rolled down her face, mingling with the blood on her cheeks. "My 10,000 Swords Pavilion. My 10,000 Swords Pavilion has been passed down for thousands of years. Although we dare not call ourselves a prestigious sect, we have always adhered to the rules of the eastern wilderness and have never overstepped them. But it's happening today. Right here in the Dragonbone Wasteland." She suddenly stretched out her trembling hand and pointed at the white-clad figure above the head of the table, who was still leisurely sipping wine. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with a deep-seated hatred. "It's him! Lin Chen from the Purple Cloud Holy Land. This demon in human skin. He relied on his strength to act recklessly and indiscriminately in the secret realm, killing innocent people. Our disciples had only a small quarrel with his disciples, and he harbored resentment and devised a vicious plan to cruelly murder hundreds of our disciples. They're all still children." As the Sword Granny spoke, she seemed to be overwhelmed with grief, pounding her chest with her fists and letting out a mournful wail like the cry of a cuckoo. My old bones, upon hearing the terrible news, are burning with anxiety. I only want to enter the secret realm to seek justice and ask him why he would do such a cruel thing. But I never expected this. He's gone to such extremes. Upon seeing this old woman, he didn't say a word and just started killing her. Not only did he burn my surviving disciples to ashes right in front of me with that demonic fire, he didn't even spare their souls. Even I, a nascent soul cultivator who only wanted to seek justice for my disciple, he ruthlessly crippled all my cultivation. And he planted a vicious mark in my soul that burns day and night, making me wish I were dead." She spoke through tears, each word dripping with anguish. She never mentioned that she had bribed the guards and cheated to enter the secret realm. They didn't even mention how they joined forces with 100 Flowers Valley to set up a double-killing formation in an attempt to besiege Purple Cloud Holy Land. She repeatedly, over and over again, used the most tragic words and the most painful expression to emphasize her pain of losing her disciples, how her sect was cruelly slaughtered, and how she could not get justice and was instead humiliated. She completely and utterly portrayed herself as the most pitiful, innocent, and tragic perfect victim, who was bullied, suppressed, and ravaged to the extreme by a peerless demon who indiscriminately killed innocent people without any reason. This pleading was truly pitiful. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall completely changed. The way those bigwigs who used to hold Lin Chen in awe now look at him has subtly changed. Suspicion, disdain, contempt, even deep hostility. Hiss. Is that really true? If what this old hag said is true, then Lin Chen is far too ruthless, isn't he? It's better to believe it's true than not to believe it's not. Look at the miserable state of extinction, it doesn't seem like an act. Her nascent soul cultivation was destroyed just like that, such a disgrace. How could she have done this if it weren't for a deep-seated blood feud? That's right. Even if the Myriad Swords Pavilion was at fault first, slaughtering hundreds of disciples and crippling a sect's supreme elder, these methods are indeed no different from those of the demonic path. They are too domineering. They show no respect for our fellow cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Whispers spread through the crowd like a plague. Public opinion began to take an astonishing turn after the Best Actress performance of the Extinction Sword Granny. Sympathy for the weak is human nature. In particular, when this weakling is an old man with white hair, whose cultivation has been destroyed, kneeling on the ground crying, this sympathy will be amplified infinitely. And just then, just as everyone was already affected by the tragic state of the Extinction Sword Granny and developed strong hostility towards Lin Chen, A cold, emotionless yet supremely authoritative voice finally resounded throughout the entire venue. That's enough.
On the main seat, Lang Yan, the inspector of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol, slowly stood up. She simply uttered 2 words, and a terrifying pressure belonging to the half-step nascent soul realm instantly enveloped the entire hall, silencing all the noisy discussions. Her gaze, like 2 merciless blades of judgment, pierced straight at Lin Chen, and she began to pronounce her verdict without expression.
I have understood Elder Miju's words from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Her voice was completely flat, like a precise machine executing a program.
As for who is right and who is wrong in this matter, I have no interest in investigating it. Because that is not important.
Unimportant?
Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked.
Lang Yan's eyes grew even colder.
The important point is that you, Lin Chen, as a participant in this hidden dragon competition, openly disrupted the balance of the competition. You used power far exceeding that of the Golden Core stage to carry out a massacre of disciples from other sects. This is the first crime. More importantly, you, Lin Chen, as a cultivator from the Eastern Wilderness, not only showed no respect for your senior fellow cultivator, but also cruelly attacked him, crippling his cultivation and humiliating his soul.
This act severely violated the ancient ironclad rule of order of rank in the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world. This is your second crime. Most importantly, your existence has posed an uncontrollable and enormous threat to the future of the Eastern Wilderness. Your style of doing things is too domineering and too extreme. For the sake of the long-term stability and peace of the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world.
Lang Yan spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice suddenly rising in pitch, filled with an unquestionable sense of justice for the greater good. I, in my capacity as the Eastern Wilderness Inspector of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol, hereby announce.
This is for you, Lin Chen, this indiscriminate killer, rule-breaking, and threat to stability, demon.
Proceed with the trial on the spot.
Boom.
The moment the word trial was uttered, a chilling aura, 100 times more terrifying than when the Extinction Sword Granny had cried out, instantly swept across the entire hall.
This is the true meaning of the real intention is revealed at the last minute.
The sob story of the Extinction Sword Granny was just an appetizer.
It was a catalyst that ignited public outrage.
But the attack launched by the envoy of the Heavenly Patrol Hall was the real main course. It was the butcher's knife that, under the guise of rules and righteousness, was used to strike Lin Chen. They sang in perfect harmony, their coordination flawless. One of them is responsible for standing on the moral low ground of the victim, gaining everyone's sympathy, and nailing Lin Chen to the pillar of shame of the perpetrator. The other immediately raised the banners of rules, overall situation, and justice, elevating this conflict, which was originally a personal grudge, to the highest level of endangering the peace and stability of the entire Eastern Wilderness.
Double shackles. You won't have any room for explanation.
Because what they judge you for is never the truth.
It's your existence itself. In an instant, countless figures stood up in the hall.
After exchanging a subtle glance with Lang Yan, the envoy of the Sky Patrol Hall, the sect leader of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace, the Valley Master of the Divine Wind Valley, and the bigwigs of more than a dozen other top sects, they simultaneously released their terrifying pressure. More than a dozen terrifying auras belonging to the late stage of nascent soul, or even the great perfection of nascent soul, intertwined to form a net that locked onto Lin Chen from all directions. At that moment, everyone understood. This is not a victory celebration banquet at all. This was a premeditated, deadly trap. A coronation ceremony prepared by the most elite old forces in the Eastern Wilderness, in conjunction with the rules themselves, the Palace of Sky Patrol, for Lin Chen, the new king. Use his blood to stain their crown red.
All eyes instantly turned to the figure in white. Under such terrifying pressure and siege, faced with such shameless moral judgment, how should he respond? Should he roar in anger? Should he beg for mercy in fear? Or should he unwillingly surrender? However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Chen's face still showed no anger or fear. He simply and slowly put down the glass wine cup in his hand. The bottom of the cup collided with the ancient jade tabletop, producing a crisp and melodious ding. The sound was not loud, but it was clear and reached the ears of everyone present, like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. Immediately, he raised his head, and for the first and only time, his deep, star-like eyes swept across the entire room. He glanced at the Extinction Sword Granny kneeling on the ground, her eyes flashing with resentment and pleasure. He glanced at Lang Yan on the high platform, her face expressionless, as if she held the power of life and death. He swept his gaze over the various sect leaders who were radiating pressure and had righteous expressions on their faces.
Finally, his gaze fell on the host, the Lord of Longyan City, who had maintained a faint smile throughout, seemingly detached from the situation.
A smile, both dazzling and icy, slowly crept onto his lips. "Oh? Jud me?"
He uttered a few words softly, his voice low, yet carrying an extreme mockery, as if he were listening to the funniest joke in the world.
"You guys?" Chapter 72. Only magic can defeat magic. "You guys?"
Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet it carried an extreme mockery that seemed to originate from the heavens, clearly echoing in the deathly silent, listening to the Tide banquet hall. This seemingly casual rhetorical question was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the anger of the entire audience.
"Presumptuous."
The fiery tempered sect leader of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace slammed his fist on the jade table in front of him and shouted angrily, "Lin Chen! You fiend, you dare to be so stubborn even when you're about to die. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of the city lord and the inspector?"
Indeed. The Valley Master of Shinfeng Valley also had icy eyes.
"We, the fellow cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness, have gathered here today to uphold justice on behalf of heaven.
Your indiscriminate killing of innocent people is irrefutable. You should surrender immediately and await trial."
Terrifying pressures from nascent soul cultivators, like tangible tides, surged from all directions, relentlessly pressing towards the white-robed figure at the head of the table. They would use absolute force to completely suppress this arrogant and ignorant madman.
Make him kneel down. Make him submit.
On the high platform, the Inspector Lang Yan's lips curled into a cold, barely perceptible smile.
This is exactly the effect she wanted. Provoke him. Make him fight back.
If he dares to take action under the judgment, it will be an open act of defiance against the ironclad rule of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol.
At that time, no matter what his background or trump cards are, he will be branded as a traitor, and everyone will have the right to kill him. However,
just when everyone thought that Lin Chen was about to either fight back or be utterly humiliated under this terrifying pressure,
an astonishing scene unfolded.
Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression changed.
He had been wearing a playful and mocking smile. That smile, like smoke dispersed by the cold wind, vanished without a trace in an instant.
Instead, there was a sense of bewilderment. What followed was shock.
Then came the disbelief.
In the end, all the complex emotions converged into one that was 100 times more sorrowful and 10,000 times more desolate than the extinction sword Granny kneeling on the ground, an endless grief. His body began to tremble slightly and uncontrollably under the suppression of those dozen or so nascent soul cultivators.
But that wasn't a trembling of fear.
Rather, it is a kind of tremor of empathy, because one has heard the most tragic story in the world, and feels deeply saddened and grieved. His eyes, which should have been as deep as the starry sky, were suddenly covered with a layer of glistening mist. A single, glistening, scalding tear, brimming with a story, slowly slid down his handsome cheek.
Tick-tock.
It landed crisply in the wineglass in front of him, rippling out a circle of sorrow.
The entire hall fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned.
Those sect leaders who were unleashing their full pressure felt as if they had punched cotton, experiencing indescribable discomfort.
What's going on?" He cried. It was in this eerie, deathly silence that
Lin Chen slowly stood up from the 1,000-year-old cold jade chair. He didn't look at Lang Yan on the high platform, nor did he look at the sect leaders around him who were eyeing him covetously. His gaze pierced through the entire hall, carrying a complex mix of emotions, a sense of shared suffering and regret for not having met sooner, and landed firmly on the still kneeling, equally bewildered, extinction sword Granny.
Immediately,
he spoke in a voice even hoarse, choked with sobs, and filled with endless grievances than before when he cried out to the extinction sword Granny.
"Senpai. Please stop talking."
Lin Chen's voice trembled violently. He raised his sleeve, as if using all his strength, to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. This junior cannot bear to hear such things.
This junior is also a person with a tragic fate. He practically roared out the last 5 words as if he were howling to the sky.
The grief, repression, resentment, and despair contained in that voice seemed to be able to completely overturn the dome of the banquet hall. Its infectious power was so strong that it instantly washed away the tragic atmosphere that the extinction sword Granny had painstakingly created.
The expression on extinction sword Granny's face froze completely.
All the lines she had prepared to continue her pitiful act were abruptly swallowed back by Lin Chen's shout.
But Lin Chen's performance has only just begun. He staggered down from the head of the table. As he walked, he began to compete in misery while sobbing uncontrollably. "Senior! Do you think I'm willing to indiscriminately kill innocent people? Do you think I'm willing to have my hands stained with blood? No. This junior was forced.
Lin Chen's eyes were filled with endless confusion and pain, as if he were trapped in some kind of tragic memory that he couldn't bear to look back on.
You don't understand at all. You don't understand how humble and desperate it is to be born a man in this cruel, cold world that views men as original sin. These words caused an uproar in the audience. A cruel feminist world? What outrageous remarks! However, Lin Chen didn't care about anything else. He was completely immersed in his tragic story.
From the time I can remember, what I heard was that men are useless, men are nothing but tools for passing on bloodlines, and men are born to serve women.
In order to survive, and to obtain even a pitiful amount of the most basic cultivation resources, I have paid a price that you cannot even imagine.
He began to half-truthfully and half-falsely integrate his miserable experience as a corporate slave on Earth and his previous life into the storied background of this cultivation world.
While you proud daughters of heaven are still within the sect, enjoying the protection of your elders and cultivating carefree, what am I doing?
This junior is undergoing 007 style ascetic training.
12 hours a day, year-round without rest.
Meditation, sword practice, and missions without sleep. All for the sake of obtaining a single, low-grade spirit stone, which you consider trash. This junior dares not slack off in the slightest. Because the elders of the sect assign this junior an impossible performance target every month. If I fail to meet it, they will deduct from my already pitifully small amount of resources. His voice was filled with accusations of blood and tears. Many of the male cultivators present, upon hearing this, instinctively empathized and clenched their fists. Lin Chen's performance continues.
His emotions build layer by layer.
It's one thing to have resources withheld. But as a junior, I also have to be constantly on guard against being sabotaged and scapegoated by my fellow disciples. When a female disciple makes a mistake, the first one to be pushed out to take the blame is always the junior. When rare and precious treasures are discovered, the younger generation fights tooth and nail to snatch them up. But in the end, it is those female disciples who do nothing but talk the talk. Even more so, every day, I have to force a smile and be obsequious to those so-called senior sisters whose cultivation is far inferior to mine, yet who can boss me around and act arrogantly just because of their gender. Even if what they say is wrong, I can only nod in agreement. If they are in a bad mood, they can find any excuse to beat and scold me at will. At this point, Lin Chen seemed unable to suppress his inner humiliation any longer, and he suddenly tore open the front of his shirt. It revealed his bronze, well-defined, flawless chest. Pointing to his smooth skin, he cried out to the crowd in a trembling, indignant voice. Look! Look! These are all scars. Although I have repaired them with my cultivation techniques and can no longer see them, they are forever imprinted on my heart, which is already riddled with holes. The entire hall fell into an unprecedented and eerie silence. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Chen's accusations, which were filled with blood and tears. He was talking. He made it sound like it was 100 times worse than the Extinction Sword Granny. The Extinction Sword Granny only lost her disciple and had her cultivation destroyed. But what about Lin Chen? He's practically lived in hell since birth. His entire life is a heartbreaking, tearful history. Even the Dragon Smoke City Lord on the high platform, whose gentle smile remained unchanged for millennia, showed a slight crack at this moment. For the first time, the Inspector Lang Yan's icy face revealed an expression of bewilderment. All the arguments she had prepared to use to judge Lin Chen, all about rules and righteousness, seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Lin Chen's shocking misery contest. You're talking to someone who's been a victim of rules since childhood, someone who's lived under their own rules' oppression? Isn't this utter nonsense? Lin Chen had already walked up to the Sword Granny of Extinction. He looked at the old hag, who was speechless, completely stunned by his incredible actions. He did not stop. Instead, they used the most lethal and shameless move. Magic is about to defeat magic. Then, Lin Chen slowly squatted down. His face, which had been filled with grief and pain, suddenly lost all emotion. He wiped away his tears and, in a tone full of sympathy and mutual understanding, gently patted the shoulder of the Extinction Sword Granny. Then, he let out a long sigh. Well, Senior. His voice was filled with a sense of vicissitude and understanding. Junior, I was out of line just now. Originally, I thought I was the most unfortunate person in the world. But, after hearing your story, I realized. You've had it so tough too.
Compared to your immense grief over losing your disciple and the humiliation your sex suffered, what are the grievances I endured before?
Come, senior, please stop crying and get up. As Lin Chen spoke, he actually reached out to help the extinction sword granny. His eyes were so sincere. His tone was so sincere. He even went so far as to comfort this victim who had come to him to cry out for revenge. Senior, please rest assured.
I now completely understand how you feel. It's all our fault.
It's all our fault, for being sinners born men.
We are the men, and we are so sorry. We are the men, and we have made you suffer. Puff. Finally. The extinction sword granny could no longer bear it. She was not injured by the pressure, nor was she shaken by the true energy. Instead, Lin Chen's shocking, outrageous, and utterly shameless misery contest and consolation performance made them so angry that they almost coughed up blood. She was completely stunned.
Her old face turned a deep purplish red, her eyes widened, her lips trembled, and she pointed at Lin Chen, as if trying to say something.
You. But she couldn't utter a single word. All the tragic build-up, all the emotional build-up, all the victim persona she created. All of this turned into a ridiculous, laughable, and foolish one-man show in the face of Lin Chen's even more tragic, more sincere, and more empathetic performance. She was like a well-prepared, resentful woman ready to take the stage and accuse someone of domestic violence. As a result, her husband rushed onto the stage before her, tearfully recounting his tragic story of how he had been subjected to domestic violence by her for 30 years. And what the hell? He talks 100 times worse than her.
Finally, he even turned the tables, tears streaming down his face, and hugged her leg, saying, "Wife,
I understand you. You hit me because you love me. It's my fault. I don't deserve you. You were right to hit me. This is fucking ridiculous. How the hell are we supposed to play this game?"
The entire, listening to the Tide banquet hall, fell into a deathly, eerie silence.
Everyone looked at Lin Chen with the same gaze one would give a godlike one. They finally understood.
What's most terrifying about this man isn't necessarily his unpredictable strength. Rather, it's his shameless art that has already reached a state of perfection.
Just as the extinction sword granny was cornered and about to fly into a rage, roaring and screaming without restraint,
Lin Chen suddenly changed the subject.
He slowly stood up.
All the sadness and guilt on his face vanished without a trace in an instant.
Instead, there was a harmless, innocent, and even slightly curious smile.
He slowly took out a recording stone from his storage ring, which was shimmering with a faint light. He gently tossed the photo stone in his hand. Then, facing the still slumped on the ground, panting heavily, the extinction sword granny smiled and said softly, "By the way, senior, you just said that it was your disciples who cruelly slaughtered your followers?
About that. This disciple has something different. View. Chapter 73 Rules, I can use them too."
Faced with Lin Chen's question, which was full of sincerity and curiosity, the entire, listening to the Tide banquet room, fell into an unprecedented, suffocating, eerie silence.
View? A different view?
Everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted from the extinction sword granny, who was still panting heavily on the ground, to the record stone in Lin Chen's hand, which was shimmering with a faint light. At this moment, the sword demoness's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition, even stronger than when she faced the human emperor's seal, emanating from the depths of her soul, instantly enveloped her entire body.
No.
Impossible, she roared inwardly, but forced a ferocious sneer onto her face.
Lin Chen. You demon.
She suddenly struggled to her feet, pointing at Lin Chen and letting out a hysterical scream. "Even now, do you still want to use some lowly illusions and sorcery to confuse us?
Let me tell you. I, Miju, have lived for hundreds of years, acting with integrity and uprightness. How could I leave you with any leverage? Under the watchful eyes of the Inspector General, all your schemes and tricks are."
She hadn't finished speaking.
Lin Chen didn't even bother to look at her again.
He simply glanced at her one last time with an expression that was almost one of pity, yet also a hint of looking at her as if she were an idiot.
"Senior, you misunderstand." Lin Chen's tone was surprisingly calm. How could a junior possibly have the ability to plant any spies under the nose of a nascent soul expert like yourself?
He paused, and the smile on his face became somewhat inscrutable. "However, some time ago, I was fortunate enough to obtain an ancient secret technique.
Although this technique has no destructive power, it does have a small use.
That is, the most profound law imprint left in the past 12 hours within a space that can reproduce it. Simply put, Lin Chen said with a smile, looking at the look of horror in the eyes of the extinction sword granny, it's rewinding. Although it can only recall some blurry images and sounds, it's barely enough to recall what certain people said or did. Boom! These words caused an uproar throughout the entire hall. Rewind space? Recreate the imprint of the laws? What kind of divine power is this? Doesn't this mean that, if he wanted to, any schemes or tricks anyone concocted within those 12 hours would be exposed to him? The gazes of countless powerful figures towards Lin Chen instantly shifted from apprehension to fear. This ability was more chilling than any ultimate killing move. As for the extinction sword granny, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She remembered. Before she led her men into the Deathgate Ghost City, the last place she gave the order was the Wan Jian Ji's villa in Shanlong City. And the time was exactly within 12 hours. No! You're talking nonsense! You're spreading rumors, she screamed in despair. However, Lin Chen was too lazy to give her any more chances to perform. He flicked his finger. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into the record stone in his hand. Buzz! In an instant, a crystal-clear three-dimensional light screen, several meters high, appeared in the very center of the hall, like a scroll unfurling out of thin air. Within the light screen, the scene appeared. It was a courtyard filled with a chilling atmosphere, and on the plaque above the courtyard, 3 large characters were engraved in a flamboyant style: 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Inside the courtyard, a figure stood with his hands behind his back, issuing a series of ruthless and vicious orders to Li Hanyue and the others below. That figure, that voice. Everyone present was very familiar with him. That's right, the Extinction Sword Granny. Within the light screen, the Extinction Sword Granny, exuding an air of confidence and the imposing presence of a nascent soul cultivator, coldly sneered in a tone brimming with killing intent and disdain. The rules of the Hidden Dragon Grand Tournament? Humph. Rules have always been nothing more than shackles used to bind the weak. When has my 10,000 Swords Pavilion ever needed to abide by such ridiculous rules? I have already bribed the steward guarding the entrance to the secret realm in Shanlong City. At that time, I will use a secret technique to conceal the secrets of heaven and suppress the fluctuations of my cultivation, and enter the Dragon Bone Wasteland as a golden core stage cultivator. Your mission is simple. Join forces with Hua Jieyu of Hundred Flowers Valley to lure those vile people from Purple Cloud Holy Land into the Gate of Death. There, I have already laid down the inescapable net of the 10,000 Slaughter Shadow Formation. Within the light screen, Li Hanyue appeared, asking with a hint of worry, Grandmaster, Lin Chen's strength is unfathomable, what if? There's no what if. The Extinction Sword Granny in the light screen suddenly waved her sleeve, and her voice suddenly became ferocious and venomous. The reason I personally took action this time is for him. I don't care what trump cards he has or what extraordinary encounters he's had. With my nascent soul cultivation and the combined might of the 2 great killing formations, he is doomed. I do not wish for any survivors. What I want is to tear him, along with everyone in the Purple Cloud Holy Land, to pieces. To annihilate their souls. The sound from the light screen continued. But the entire banquet hall was completely silent. Because everyone's mind has gone blank because of this crystal clear truth. That light screen was so clear. That sound was so real. That undisguised determination to break the rules. That unbridled, overwhelming killing intent to kill Lin Chen. What an absurd, ridiculous, and ironic contrast this presents to the image of the tragic victim who was kneeling on the ground, crying his heart out, and claiming that he was just seeking justice for his disciple. The truth has come out. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. All eyes, like the sharpest knives, shifted from the light screen to the real Extinction Sword Granny, who was still charging forward, her face still bearing traces of madness and resentment. There was no longer a trace of sympathy or pity in those eyes. Instead, there is contempt, ridicule, sudden realization, and the ultimate mockery of a clown. Puff. I don't know who it was, but the first person couldn't help but laugh. That sneer was like a signal. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in suppressed, sarcastic laughter. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. My God, that old hag. It's such a waste that she's not a performer. Her performance just now almost convinced me. Tragic victim? Seeking justice for my disciple? TSK, this shamelessness is probably something even a city wall would be ashamed of. He cheated and set up a scheme to kill his opponent and win the championship, but he was outmatched and ended up getting humiliated.
Now, he still has the nerve to come here and play the victim and cry? It's simply, utterly ridiculous. Faced with irrefutable evidence, public opinion underwent a dramatic and complete reversal in an instant. The more pitiful and ruthless she cried and sold herself before, the more intense the backlash and ridicule she is now suffering. Her tragic victim persona collapsed completely, ruthlessly, and ridiculously at this moment. She became the laughingstock of the entire audience. No. No. The Extinction Sword Granny's body trembled violently as she frantically shook her head, trying to explain herself. It's sorcery. It's fake. He fabricated all of this. However, her voice was so pale and weak. Because even she herself knew that the scene reproduced by the law imprint was more real and more impossible to fake than any recording stone. Her already pale face instantly lost all color, turning ashen. It's over. She knew that she was completely finished. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion is finished too. In the Eastern Wilderness, being weak is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is stupidity. It's like being stripped bare of all pretense in public, having your darkest, most shameless, and most foolish side laid bare before everyone, a public execution. However, just when everyone's attention was focused on this socially dead old hag, Lin Shen, however, paid no further attention to the Extinction Sword Granny, whose face had long since turned ashen and who seemed to have had all her energy drained away. For this kind of clown, it's enough to crush her underfoot when she's at her most triumphant. He slowly turned around. All eyes in the hall turned and immediately shifted to him. Lin Chen walked calmly and steadily up the platform. Finally, he stopped in front of Lang Yan, the inspector of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol, who had previously spoken righteously and condemned him as guilty. The expression on his face remained as innocent and respectful as ever. He held the record stone, which was still shimmering and playing the extinction quotes on a loop, with both hands, and respectfully handed it to Lang Yan. Then, he bowed slightly and, in a tone filled with naivety and doubt, asked softly in front of all the bigwigs of the Eastern Wilderness. Your Excellency the Inspector. This disciple is dull-witted and has several questions about rules that I cannot understand. I hope that you, sir, will enlighten me. It's here. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. They knew that the real show was about to begin. When Lang Yan's icy face saw the recording stone that Lin Chen handed over, her pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. A sense of foreboding, 100 times stronger than that of the Extinction Sword Granny, rose in her heart. But she cannot back down. She represents the majesty of the Celestial Palace. She could only forcefully suppress the pounding in her heart and say in a tone that was still cold but clearly stiff. Speak. Thank you, sir. Lin Chen's smile grew even brighter. His first question was like a dagger coated with deadly poison, precisely piercing Lang Yan's weak spot. Your Excellency Inspector, I would like to ask, according to the eternal ironclad rule of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol, what crime should be imposed for openly bribing deacons, cheating in the competition, and deliberately undermining the fairness of the competition? Use your own spear to attack your own shield. He began to use rules to judge the guardians of rules. Lang Yan's face paled instantly. How could she possibly answer? To say she's guilty? Then what about her just now, when she stood up for the Extinction Sword Granny? To say she's innocent? Then where is the authority of her Palace of Heavenly Patrol? However, Lin Chen didn't give her any time to think. His second question followed immediately. I would also like to ask, during the grand competition, deliberately setting up an ambush with the intention of assassinating the final champion and disrupting the eternal order of the Eastern Wilderness, what is the punishment for such a grave crime? This question is even more insidious. They directly classified the Extinction Sword Granny's actions from cheating to the serious crime of disrupting order. Lang Yan's body began to tremble slightly. Her hands, which were placed at her sides, clenched tightly uncontrollably. Lin Chen, on the other hand, seemed to think she hadn't died fast enough. He stepped forward and handed the photostone in his hand forward again, his expression full of eagerness for knowledge. His third question, like a world-shaking hammer of judgment, slammed down on Lang Yan's head. Finally, there is one more question that I still don't understand. You, as the supreme guardian and enforcer of the rules. When faced with a crime, they openly support the cheaters and defend the perpetrators without asking questions or investigating the facts, and they want to put the real victims on trial on the spot. Such behavior. Lin Chen paused slightly, then raised his head, his innocent eyes staring straight into the depths of Lang Yan's eyes, which were beginning to show shock and panic. And what should be the punishment for this? The entire venue was deathly silent.
You could hear a pin drop. This series of questions, filled with the rules and aimed at piercing the heart, struck Lang Yan's head one after another like thunderbolts from the heavens.
She had nowhere to hide. Nowhere to retreat. Her face turned from white to green, then from green to purple, and her whole body trembled violently, as if she were about to explode and die on the spot. She was caught in an absolute dilemma. Trial of the extinction sword granny?
That would be tantamount to publicly admitting that she had just been blind, deaf, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and utterly foolish. It would be like giving herself a resounding slap in the face. Her authority as the inspector would be completely destroyed. Why not try and exterminate the sword granny? That would be tantamount to openly violating and trampling on the ironclad rules of the Palace of Sky Patrol she represented, right in front of all the big shots in the entire eastern wilderness. She would go from being a guardian of the rules to a destroyer of the rules. No matter what she chooses, it's a dead end. Humiliation. This is the ultimate, and most cruel, humiliation. Lin Shen used her most prized rules to build a flawless prison for her.
At last.
Lin Shen looked at the woman, who had been driven to the edge of a cliff and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The smile on his face became increasingly harmless. With an almost murmured tone, filled with a thirst for knowledge, he delivered the final and most fatal blow to this trial.
Could you, perhaps, use your supreme rules? Come and answer my questions in front of everyone, will you?
Just as the Inspector Lang Yan and the already distraught sword granny were both caught in this awkward and desperate situation, unable to advance or retreat and facing certain death on either side. Just as the atmosphere inside the hall had frozen to a freezing point and was about to explode completely. A woman's voice, brimming with grace and wisdom, seemingly capable of soothing all anxieties, finally rang out slowly from the most distinguished guest seat on the side of the main seat, second only to the city lord and the inspector.
Well.
It was a soft sigh filled with helplessness and regret.
Your Excellency, why must you be so angry?
Everyone looked in horror toward the sound. On one of the seats in the Crimson Flame Divine Palace, a woman dressed in a crimson gold palace gown, with patterns resembling fiery divine birds flowing slowly across the hem of her skirt, slowly put down her teacup. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, and the vermilion dot between her brows added to her sacredness and nobility. Her temperament was not as fiery and violent as a flame, but rather like a star, tranquil, profound, yet containing boundless energy of wisdom and composure.
She is the most dazzling presence in this hidden dragon competition, besides Lin Shen.
Ji Ziyue, the holy maiden of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace. She should have been Lin Chen's strongest competitor. At this moment, her sudden words left everyone utterly astonished and bewildered.
What is she going to do?
Then, Ji Ziyue's wise eyes, which seemed to see through everything, slowly turned to Lin Chen, and a smile full of goodwill and wisdom appeared on her face.
In my opinion.
Her gentle and melodious voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears, instantly dispelling the terrifying pressure that was enough to crush Lang Yan.
Perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye. Chapter 74. Young people should have a fiery temper.
Perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye. Ji Ziyue's voice was gentle and pleasant, like a clear spring, instantly flowing into the atmosphere that had already been stirred up by rules and judgment. She simply said one sentence and gave a smile. They easily and quietly deflected the sword of rules that hung over Inspector Lang Yan's head, a sword that could ruin her reputation. The gaze of the entire hall instantly shifted from Lang Yan, who was caught in a dilemma and whose face was deathly pale, to the holy maiden of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace, who had seemed detached from the matter from beginning to end, yet had made a decisive statement at the most crucial moment. Even Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at this woman who should have been his competitor. He knew that the truly formidable enemy was finally about to make its own move. Then, Ji Ziyue slowly stood up from her seat. She first nodded slightly to the Lord of Longyan City and the Inspector Lang Yan on the high platform to show her respect. Her composure and manners were impeccable. Then, she turned her eyes, which seemed to contain a sea of wisdom, to Lin Chen, her face still bearing that gentle smile that made people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. Lin Xingzi, a young hero, exposes the villain's conspiracy with swift and decisive means.
Ziyu admires him.
As soon as she spoke, she affirmed Lin Chen's actions and acknowledged the mistake of the Myriad Swords Pavilion.
This is the brilliance of her linguistic artistry. First, establish an absolutely fair and objective stance to gain the trust of everyone present.
The 10,000 Swords Pavilion bribed the stewards, cheated to enter the venue, and set up an ambush to kill people. Such behavior is indeed a serious violation of the ironclad rules of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, and it has disgraced the cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness. The inspector will make a fair judgment on this matter. She casually glossed over the crimes of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, as if it were nothing more than a trivial matter. Immediately afterwards, her beautiful phoenix eyes shifted slightly. The most fatal but has arrived. But Ji Ziyue's voice suddenly changed, carrying a perfectly appropriate hint of regret and confusion. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Chen, like that of an elder who was heartbroken for a junior who had gone astray.
Sage Lin, is it true that you forcibly devoured Sumei's power from the Joyful Union sect in the Fallen Demon battlefield, and made it your own? Boom!
Upon hearing this, a suppressed gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd.
Absorbing the power of others?
This is the most notorious evil technique in the demonic path. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. Ji Ziyue, however, seemed to be merely stating an objective fact, and continued to ask in that regretful tone. After you subdued Bai Ruoxue of the Heavenly Fiend sect, you forcibly took her as a female slave and made her serve you day and night.
Is this true?
After you defeated Hua Jieyu of 100 Flowers Valley, today, you also bound her to your team under the name of female slave.
Is this also true?
Her voice grew louder and louder with each sentence.
Her questions came one after another, giving Lin Chen no chance to breathe.
Finally, her beautiful eyes filled with deep disappointment as she looked at Lin Chen, slowly shook her head, and let out a heavy sigh that seemed to resonate with everyone.
Xingzi Lin. To devour one's own power is already a demonic act.
To humiliate fellow practitioners and take the losers as female slaves is completely contrary to the core principles of respect and morality that we righteous cultivators uphold.
A person who is not clean to begin with.
Her voice suddenly rose, filled with a grand and fair question that struck straight to the heart. What right do they have to stand on this moral high ground and judge the sins of others?
Is it simply because your fists are bigger than theirs? To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. This is the ultimate language trap.
She didn't even try to deny the authenticity of Lin Chen's evidence.
She even admitted that the Myriad Swords Pavilion was wrong.
But she used a more sophisticated and grander moral standard to forcibly pull Lin Chen away from the roles of victim and executor of justice. She's determined to completely muddy this water.
She wanted everyone present to have this feeling.
That's right, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion cheated, which is quite shameless.
But this Lin Chen isn't a good person either. He absorbs people's internal energy and takes them as female slaves. Isn't he just a little devil? A liar accusing a thief? Ha, they're birds of a feather. Really?
Ji Ziyue's words instantly made the public opinion, which had just completely reversed, even more confusing.
Hiss. Saintess Ji, what you said does make some sense. That's absolutely true. Absorbing power, there's no way to clear that up, right? What's the difference between that and being a demon?
And then there's the matter of female slaves. Although the cultivation world is all about the strong, taking a woman who is also a prodigy as a slave, that really doesn't sound good if word gets out.
Looking at it this way, neither of them seems to be a good person. Whispers spread like wildfire once again.
The crowd, who had just been full of sympathy and approval for Lin Chen, now looked at him with scrutiny, suspicion, and alienation. On the high platform, a fleeting glint of elation flashed in the eyes of Lang Yan, the inspector who had been in dire straits.
She immediately seized the opportunity and coldly shouted. Saintess Ji is absolutely right. Lin Chen. You yourself have a long history of misdeeds and act like a demon. You have no right to criticize others.
In that instant, the situation returned to a state that was extremely unfavorable to Lin Chen.
It's even worse than before.
This time, he was attacked for his dark history that he could not deny.
However,
just when everyone thought Lin Chen was about to be unable to defend himself and fall into a rage under the double shackles of morality and facts, Lin Chen smiled.
He looked at Ji Ziyue, who stood in the center of the hall, receiving everyone's approving gazes, her face still bearing that compassionate smile.
He slowly began to clap his hands.
Slap, slap, slap. The crisp applause echoed in the noisy hall, sounding particularly abrupt. Wonderful. Lin Chen's face was full of admiration.
As expected of Ji Ziyue, the holy maiden of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace. His skill in changing the subject and confusing the public is truly masterful, and it has broadened my horizons.
Ji Ziyue's eyes narrowed slightly, but her smile remained unchanged. Sage Lin, you flatter me. I'm just stating the facts. Let's stick to the facts.
Lin Chen's smile vanished abruptly.
An aura far colder and sharper than ever before erupted from him. He did not attempt to justify his absorption of internal energy and taking in female slaves, because he knew that arguing about details with this kind of fallacy shaper would only lead him into an endless linguistic trap she had already prepared. Therefore, he chose the most direct, domineering, and ultimate counterattack that could evoke empathy and fear from everyone in the audience. Okay. I admit it. Lin Chen's voice was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. He surveyed the entire room, his gaze sweeping over the faces of every bigwig who had just been whispering amongst themselves. I admit it. I, Lin Chen, am not a flawless saint. Yes. I am ruthless. Yes. I am vicious. Yes. My hands are stained with the blood of my enemies. He openly admitted all his imperfections in public. This move instantly rendered all of GZU's prepared follow-up attacks futile. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen's tone suddenly changed, becoming filled with absurd questioning. But I am not a saint. Is this the reason why a liar, a cheater, can so brazenly set up a trap to kill me and the hundreds of fellow disciples behind me? This rhetorical question struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Yes. Is there a logical connection between these two things? Lin Chen didn't give them time to think. His voice grew louder and louder, filled with a terrifying, manipulative power. Today, they can disregard the rules and kill me just because I, Lin Chen, am imperfect. Then tomorrow, does that mean they can kill you just because one of the seniors here has a bad temper? Does that mean they can wipe out your entire family just because a certain family head's method of disciplining his children is too strict? Does that mean they can label you as demonic just because of any minor flaw that they find unpleasant, and then act on behalf of heaven? Answer me. Lin Chen roared out the last three words with almost all his might. Boom. Throughout the entire hall, it felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in everyone's mind. Fear. A chilling, bone-piercing fear instantly shot from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They finally understood. I understand the most terrifying core logic in Lin Chen's words. If today they accept GZU's twisted logic that because you are imperfect, others have the right to judge you, then tomorrow, when the butcher's knife falls on their own heads, they will have no chance to resist. Because who in this world is truly a flawless saint? In an instant, the look in everyone's eyes changed. The way they looked at GZU was no longer one of approval or admiration. Rather, it was a fear and anger of seeing a schemer who wanted to enslave everyone with the shackles of morality. At this moment, public opinion suffered a backlash more thorough and terrifying than ever before. Just as everyone was completely agitated by Lin Chen's words and the atmosphere in the entire hall was about to spiral out of control, Lin Chen moved again. He looked at GZU, whose face could no longer maintain its composure and wisdom, and whose expression revealed panic and disbelief for the first time. A cruel smile appeared on his face. He slowly took out another record stone from his storage ring. Not again? Someone in the crowd let out a groan of surprise. Lin Chen held the new recording stone in his hand and waited in his hand, his smile full of amusement, like a cat playing with a mouse. Saintess G. What you just said was truly righteous and awe-inspiring. I admire you greatly. However, regarding why you went to such lengths to target Mr. Lin, I do have some opinions from an old friend here. After saying that, he flicked his finger again to activate the recording stone. The light screen lit up again. This time, what appeared on the light screen was a familiar figure that made GZU's pupils shrink to pinpoints. Ji Wuye. Her own younger brother. From within the light screen, Ji Wuye's smug and calculating voice echoed triumphantly throughout the entire hall. Lin Chen, my sister has already prepared everything for you. The first step is praise to death. She will use all the resources of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace to mold you into an unprecedented and unparalleled genius. She will put you on the opposite side of everyone. She will make you arrogant and conceited. The second step is sowing discord. She will use your dirt on you, such as devouring power or taking in female slaves, to divide all forces that might ally with you. To make everyone think you are a reclusive and cruel demon. The final step. It's this trap. She will join forces with the Heavenly Patrol Palace and all the forces you've offended, taking advantage of your most arrogant and most isolated moment, to cast you into the abyss in the name of justice. My sister's wisdom is flawless. How could you, a brute who only knows how to use brute force, possibly be her match? As Ji Wuye's foolishly smug voice fell to the last word, the entire, listening to the Tide banquet hall,
has been completely transformed into a dead zone. Everyone's gaze was like the sharpest, most tangible knife, slowly slicing through that beautiful figure who had already lost all color and whose delicate body was trembling violently.
Gzue.
This master of manipulating public opinion and controlling people's minds is a top-notch fallacy maker. In the end, she was betrayed by the foolish pawn she despised the most. Completely destroyed by her most adept open schemes.
Puff.
A mouthful of blood gushed out of her mouth. She was so angered that she lost her composure and even developed cracks in her Dao heart. Just as Gzue had become the laughingstock of the entire audience and was about to faint. A gentle, aged voice, full of grace and wisdom, yet tinged with the indulgent yet helpless tone of an elder admonishing a younger generation, slowly rang out from the most mysterious seat of honor.
Well.
Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. Everyone stared in horror. An elderly man, dressed in simple linen clothes, with white hair and beard, and a kind face, looking just like an ordinary old man next door, slowly put down his teacup.
The Great Yin Dynasty, the imperial preceptor of the current dynasty.
Chapter 75. It's better for both sides to lose than for one side to win.
Sigh, young man, don't get so angry.
The voice was gentle, aged, and magnetic, as if it contained a strange magic. It was like a warm spring breeze blowing into the banquet hall, which had already been stirred up by backstabbing and reversal, creating a tense atmosphere filled with murderous intent.
It was just one sentence.
This caused the restlessness and anger in the hearts of all the big shots present, who had already been stirred up by Lin Chen's series of thunderous methods, to be slowly and uncontrollably calmed down. An absurd thought, yeah, it's no big deal, why bother, quietly sprouted in their hearts. Everyone looked in horror toward the sound. In the most mysterious seat of honor, an elderly man dressed in simple linen clothes, with white hair and beard, and a kind face, who looked like an ordinary old man next door, slowly put down his teacup. He was sitting there, yet it was as if he were separated from the whole world by a thin, invisible veil. You can see him, yet you feel that he is everywhere. Every movement he made seemed to contain some profound truth of the universe. He is the pillar of the Great Yin Dynasty, a man who has lived for nearly 1,000 years and has long become a legend, the current imperial advisor.
No one knows his real name, and no one has ever seen him actually make a move.
The world only knows him as the imperial tutor and the universally acknowledged embodiment of wisdom in the entire eastern wilderness. And now, this legendary wise man has finally stepped into the fray himself. His cloudy eyes, which seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of time, slowly turned to Lin Chen, and a gentle smile full of love and tolerance appeared on his face. That smile was full of warmth, like a kind grandfather looking at his favorite mischievous junior.
Lin Chen, right?
The imperial advisor's voice was calm and unhurried, each word seemingly carrying a strange rhythm that could soothe the soul.
I witnessed everything that happened tonight.
I must say, you are a very clever child. Your methods are also quite ruthless. His first words were a high praise for Lin Chen.
This is the first step of the PUA master gaining your trust and closing the distance between you.
Then, he changed the subject, a perfectly timed regret appearing on his face. However, child, you have too much of a murderous intent. He sighed deeply and spoke slowly in a tone full of the earnestness of someone who had been through it all.
It's said that it's better to resolve enmity than to let it fester.
Elder Miju, she certainly made mistakes, but after all, she was acting in the name of the sect and for the fallen disciples, and was temporarily blinded by hatred. As for the inspector, she only placed too much emphasis on the stability of the rules, which led to some misjudgments.
As for the child Zue,
he glanced at Gzue, who was already ashen-faced and swaying precariously, his eyes filled with the forgiveness of an elder. She only resorted to some less than honorable tricks for the sake of the sect's honor and to catch up with you, an unparalleled genius.
In the end,
the Grand Preceptor's voice became increasingly gentle, and increasingly filled with the brilliance of wisdom.
Nobody has any bad intentions. Isn't everything for the sake of our respective sects, for the future of our entire eastern wilderness?
Lin Chen, listen to my advice. His cloudy eyes stared intently at Lin Chen, as if trying to imprint these profound truths into the depths of Lin Chen's soul.
Take a step back, and the world will be a better place. Forgive others when you can. Let's call it quits tonight, shall we? Let's let bygones be bygones.
You got the leader position you deserved. They got the lesson they deserved.
It's good for everyone. Don't you think so? What a heartfelt and earnest piece of advice. What a convenient excuse for trying to smooth things over with "it's all for everyone's benefit." This is the ultimate weapon of the PUA master, using a seemingly grand collective interest to eliminate all the injustices and harm you have personally suffered.
He downplayed a life or death premeditated murder as a misunderstanding that could be resolved with a laugh.
He's telling you to drop the matter.
If you don't, then you'll be the one who's immature, ungenerous, and disruptive to unity, a sinner.
Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire hall became eerie once again.
Under the brainwashing effect of the Grand Preceptor's words, which sounded like sacred pronouncements, quite a few big shots actually nodded subconsciously.
Your Excellency, the Imperial Advisor is absolutely right. Yes, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. We're all fellow travelers from the Eastern Wilderness, why make things so tense? Young Master Lin, you are a hero. Why not give the Grand Preceptor some face and let this matter rest? However,
just as this hypocritical atmosphere of you're good, I'm good, everyone's good, carefully created by the Grand Master was about to completely take over the entire venue, Lin Chen smiled again. He looked at the great Yen National Preceptor, whose face was full of kindness and who seemed to have everything under control. The smile on his face was no longer mocking, no longer cold, but a smile full of pity. That was the pity of a psychology PhD looking at a beginner pontificating on outdated theories from the last century. Your Excellency, Imperial Preceptor. Lin Chen's voice was calm yet clear, overwhelming all the noise. Far from being affected in the slightest, he instead slowly clapped his hands in front of the Imperial Advisor.
What you said is so well said. So well that I almost believed it. The Imperial Advisor's eyes narrowed slightly, but his smile remained unchanged. Oh? Child, then why don't you believe me anymore? Because.
Lin Chen's smile suddenly became incredibly sincere. He looked at the Imperial Advisor and spoke slowly in a tone that was even more earnest and for his own good than before.
Your Excellency, you are right. I was only doing this for your own good. These words shocked everyone present.
Lin Chen's face was filled with the grievance of being misunderstood.
Look.
It is precisely because your disciple is worried that you will be deceived by a treacherous person like Elder Miju. It is precisely because I am worried that you will be deceived by a subordinate like Lord Longyan, who is so stubborn and self-willed. It is precisely because I want to help you recognize just how much harm a wicked descendant like Saintess Ji Ziyue can bring to the future of the Eastern Wilderness.
So,
Lin Chen's voice suddenly rose, filled with the fearless spirit of, if I don't go to hell, who will? I had no choice but to stand up. I had no choice but to bear the pressure of being misunderstood by everyone.
To reveal the truth of all this. Your Excellency, Imperial Advisor. Lin Chen's eyes were so sincere. I did all this for your own good. I distinguished between the loyal and the treacherous for you. I eliminated the hidden dangers around you. I pointed out who the truly trustworthy righteous people are. I have done so much for you. But Lin Chen's face showed deep confusion and bewilderment. He looked at the great Yen National Preceptor, whose smile had completely frozen on his face. He asked that most hurtful question. Why won't you accept my kind offer? Could it be? Lin Chen's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp. Are you applying double standards? Boom. Use magic to defeat magic. I'll give you your PUA techniques back exactly as they were. This moment. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's brains were completely shut down by Lin Chen's seemingly miraculous logical counterattack. They finally understood. The Grand Tutor's "it's all for your own good" rhetoric sounded so sophisticated and irrefutable. But when Lin Chen used this same rhetoric on himself, why has it become so absurd? So ridiculous? So utterly shameless? The Imperial Advisor's once kind and gentle face completely crumbled at this moment. For the first time, his cloudy eyes revealed emotions of shock and disbelief. He choked. He was rendered speechless by his own proudest mind control rhetoric. He finally understood the extreme humiliation and frustration that the Extinction Sword Granny and Lang Yan had experienced before being repeatedly rubbed into the ground by someone using their most proficient weapon. Just then, Long Yan, the Lord of Qianlong City who had been watching the show from the beginning, finally spoke slowly. Her voice remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable air of authority befitting the highest authority. Grand Preceptor, Holy Sun Lin. Tonight's farce should come to an end. Her gaze slowly swept across the entire room, finally settling on Lin Chen. For the first time, a genuine hint of seriousness appeared in her deep phoenix eyes. Lin Chen, you are outstanding. Outstanding beyond everyone's expectations. Both in terms of your strength and your wisdom. You have won. You have won all the prizes in this feast at Hongmen, but Long Yan's words were like a heavy hammer, completely declaring the utter defeat of the four forces: Extinction Sword Granny, Lung Yen, Jizue, and the Great Yen National Preceptor.
But she wasn't finished speaking. However, her tone turned slightly somber, and a terrifying pressure belonging to a nascent soul realm expert, far more vast and unfathomable than that of Inspector Lang Yan, slowly enveloped the entire hall like an invisible tide. Under this oppressive force, even the aura of Lin Chen's human emperor seal faltered slightly. He clearly sensed that this force had exceeded the limits of what he could currently resist.
This is the true strength of the Hidden Dragon City Lord. The victor is entitled to the spoils of war. But the victor must also abide by the rules of Hidden Dragon City. Long Yan gazed calmly at Lin Chen. You can't kill them here. At least not by yourself. This is the demonstration of the highest combat power. This is also her bottom line as a rulemaker. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, watching the final outcome of this duel. What will Lin Chen choose? Will he defy the city lord's pressure and forcefully take action, completely severing ties? Or will he give up and accept the Grand Preceptor's attempt to smooth things over? However,
Lin Chen's choice surprised everyone. All the sharpness on his face vanished at that moment. He bowed slightly to the Lord of Longyan City, who was seated in the main seat, and showed an extremely humble smile.
Your Excellency is right. I have always been the most disciplined. He actually gave in?
Just as a hint of elation at surviving a calamity flashed in the eyes of the Extinction Sword Granny and the others. Lin Chen slowly straightened up. His gaze swept calmly over the four queens whose worldviews had long since been shattered. Then he spoke slowly in a tone that was calmer yet colder and crueler than ever before. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Lord City Lord, I would never personally soil your territory. I merely wish to ask the inspector to fulfill her duties. His gaze finally fell on Long Yan, who was trembling violently.
Lady Long Yan.
We now have witnesses, all the guests, and physical evidence, the two recording stones. The Wanjian Pavilion's crimes of cheating in the competition, deliberately plotting to harm the champion, and disrupting order are unforgivable. The Qiyan Divine Palace's crimes of framing loyal officials, attempting to manipulate the competition, and subverting justice deserve execution. Now, as the champion of this year's Hidden Dragon competition, and the sole victim in this case, I request that you, the inspector of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol, publicly invoke the ironclad rules of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol. His voice paused slightly, and a devilish smile appeared on his face.
Give them a fair trial. Boom! The entire room fell silent.
Everyone's minds were completely ablaze with excitement because of Lin Chen's ultimate comeback, which could be described as a stroke of genius.
He won't do it himself. He wants to use someone else to do his dirty work. And the one they borrowed was the very same sharpest knife they had wanted to use to judge him before. He perfectly tossed that extremely hot potato back into the hands of Inspector Lang Yan. This moment,
all eyes were fixed on Lang Yan's face, which was already as pale as paper, like a spotlight.
Trial? What grounds does she have for judgment? To put in trial the Extinction Sword Granny and Gzue?
That would be tantamount to sending her allies to the guillotine. She would completely offend the two most powerful forces in the Eastern Wilderness.
No trial? Under the dual gaze of the Dragon Smoke City Lord, the highest witness, and Lin Chen, the sole victim, she openly violated the ironclad rules of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol. The consequences are worse than death. Puff!
A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out of Lang Yan's mouth. Her mental pillar called rules finally snapped completely under Lin Chen's final, decisive blow.
Lin Chen looked at the four queens he had already manipulated.
Looking at this earth-shattering victory celebration banquet, he knew he had gotten everything he wanted: unparalleled prestige, victory over the rules, and the key to the new map. He slowly turned around and bowed slightly again to the Dragon Smoke City Lord, who sat in the main seat with a complex expression.
Lord City Lord, the troubles in this eastern wilderness are too much. This disciple is tired. I wish to take back the spot to the central sacred domain now. As for the judgment here,
a meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth.
Let's leave it to the most professional people to handle.
That's all. He no longer glanced at the four women who were already on the verge of collapse and despair. Under the gazes of awe, fear, and disbelief from the entire audience, he turned around gracefully.
Walked towards that gateway to a wider world. Chapter 76: A New World. The night in Qianlong City remains deep.
However, the victory celebration banquet held in the city lord's mansion, which was enough to be recorded in the history of the eastern wilderness, has long since come to an end. The monstrous waves it unleashed are sweeping across the entire eastern wilderness continent at an unprecedented and terrifying speed. On this night, Lin Chen's name was completely elevated from the number one prodigy of the younger generation to a forbidden existence that made all the older generation giants tremble in fear. He single-handedly manipulated top forces from all sides. He crushed all other schemes with his own. He used the rules to judge the rules. In the end, he won everything. Purple Cloud Sacred Land, a private villa within Qianlong City. Inside the quiet room, the lights were bright, but the atmosphere was as cold as the deepest hell. Lin Chen was lounging lazily on a soft couch made of millennia-old warm jade, toying with a smooth, lustrous spirit stone in his hand, his expression indifferent, revealing neither joy nor anger. Before him, 4 figures knelt silently, heads bowed, in a posture filled with humiliation and awe. Their once magnificent robes were now stained with dust and blood. The once lofty aura of queens had long been crushed into mud. Yes, those 4 queens who were utterly defeated at the banquet and became his spoils of war. The Great Yin National Preceptor, Inspector Lang Yen, Holy Maiden Ji Ziyue of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace, and the Supreme Elder of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Extinction Sword Granny. They are all still alive. At the end of the banquet, City Lord Long Yen, in order to uphold the rules of Qianlong City and to give an explanation to the Palace of Heavenly Patrol and the Great Yin Dynasty, personally intervened to mediate the matter. In the end, Long Yen publicly declared the Myriad Swords Pavilion and the Crimson Flame Divine Palace guilty of disrupting the grand competition, and symbolically punished them with confiscation of all grand competition rewards and compensation of massive resources to the Purple Cloud Holy Land. A shocking murder case was ultimately brought to a peaceful end, raised high and then gently brought down. But everyone knows. The real trial has only just begun. The judge was neither the Palace of Heavenly Patrol nor the City Lord Long Yen. Instead, it was this seemingly languid young man whose eyes shone with a light deeper than the stars. Get up, everyone. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet it felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on the hearts of the 4. Upon hearing this, all 4 trembled slightly. They struggled and slowly stood up. However, they still dared not raise their heads. Losers have no right to look victors in the eye. Lin Chen's gaze first fell on the white-haired Grand Preceptor of the Great Yin Kingdom. This wise man who had lived for nearly 1,000 years was now trembling slightly, and he no longer had the composure of a peacemaker as before. Grand Preceptor, Lin Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, you have lived for nearly 1,000 years, spending your entire life manipulating people's hearts and wielding power. Surely, you have the deepest understanding of the word value? The imperial advisor's body trembled violently, and her old face, which still retained a trace of wise man demeanor, instantly turned ashen white. She understood Lin Chen's unspoken meaning. He was telling her that if she wanted to live, she had to demonstrate her value in the process. Your Highness, whatever your command, this old woman will gladly die for you. She uttered these words with extreme hoarseness. Each word seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Very good. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. I don't need your death, I need your life. And, more exciting than before. With a flick of his finger, a golden rune, condensed to its extreme and shimmering with chaotic light, instantly entered the Imperial Preceptor's brow and dantian like a stream of light. Ah! The Imperial Preceptor let out a painful groan, feeling as if her soul had been branded with an indelible mark by a red-hot iron. That mark contained Lin Chen's primordial aura. With just a thought from him, her soul would be instantly detonated, condemning her to eternal damnation. This is a chaotic divine soul seal. From this day forward, your life and death, everything about you, is in my hands. Don't even think about removing it, unless your divine soul realm can surpass the Tao itself. Lin Chen's voice was cold and ruthless. The Imperial Preceptor's body trembled violently, but in the end, he could only let out a sorrowful sigh and completely give up resisting. Your PUA rhetoric is useless against me. But it would be quite interesting to use it against some self-righteous people. Lin Chen's voice was full of the composure of someone who had planned everything. From this day forward, you will remain the revered Imperial Preceptor of the Great Yin Dynasty. But, in the shadows, you will be my hidden pawn, planted in the heart of the dynasty, my intelligence chief. I need you to use your wisdom and your identity to gather all the information I need about the factional struggles within the Great Yin Dynasty, the secrets of the major powers in the Central Plains Holy Domain, and even everything about this mysterious Dragon Smoke City Lord. Can you do it? The Imperial Advisor took a deep breath. She knew she had no other choice. Either become a valuable pawn, clinging to life, or be annihilated now. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, her cloudy eyes revealed a deep sense of awe and fear towards Lin Chen.
Yes, ma'am. Finished processing the first one.
Lin Chen's gaze then turned to Lang Yan, the inspector who was stiff as an ice sculpture.
Lady Long Yen.
Lin Chen looked at the woman whose faith had crumbled and whose eyes were empty, and his smile became somewhat meaningful. Your heart is filled with a fervent pursuit of rules and truth.
I admire that.
Upon hearing this, Lang Yan abruptly raised her head, and for the first time, a surge of intense emotion flickered in her icy eyes.
She asked in a hoarse voice, What exactly are you trying to say?
I want to say. Lin Chen shook his head, speaking in a tone full of pity. The truth you pursue is too narrow. It is nothing more than a carefully crafted lie by those in power to enslave you.
You're talking nonsense.
Lang Yan retorted sharply, but her rebuttal sounded so weak and powerless.
I'm talking nonsense?
Lin Chen laughed, a laugh full of sarcasm. Then let me ask you, tonight, when the evidence of Wang Jianji's cheating is laid bare before you, where is your so-called rules?
When Ji Ziyue twists the truth, where is your so-called truth? When the great Yin national preceptor tries to smooth things over, what are your supreme, Palace of Heavenly Patrol, ironclad rules?
Lang Yan was speechless, her face turning deathly pale. Your so-called rules only judge the weak. Above you are the city lord, the imperial advisor, the dynasty, and even higher-ranking envoys of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol.
Which one of them isn't wantonly trampling on the rules you believe in?
You are nothing more than a knife in their hands, a knife they consider just.
Lin Chen's voice, like a heavy hammer, shattered Lang Yan's last shred of illusion, blow by blow.
Immediately, his voice suddenly became grand and solemn, as if it contained some kind of ultimate truth. The rules you uphold are nothing more than tools to maintain the rule of a minority. But the truth I seek is. Lin Chen slowly stood up, and a grand spirit that seemed to encompass the heavens and earth and save all living beings suddenly erupted. A world of great harmony, where all beings are equal.
Boom! The 8 characters, universal harmony and equality of all beings, struck Lang Yan's already shattered worldview like a divine thunderbolt that split the heavens and the earth. She was completely stunned.
Lin Chen, on the other hand, acted like a patient and persuasive deity, beginning to conduct a more advanced reverse brainwashing on her.
Lang Yan, think about it. Why is there conflict? Why is there evil? In the end, isn't it all because of injustice? Why is it that some people are born princes and princesses, enjoying endless resources? Why is it that some people are born as mortals and ants, struggling in the mud their whole lives? The rules you uphold are precisely the root of all this injustice. And what I'm going to do is shatter all of that. I'm going to build a brand new world. A utopia where there is no oppression, no discrimination, and where everyone can pursue their dreams through their own efforts. Now, I ask you, Lin Chen's eyes burned with intense intensity. Are you willing to continue protecting your long-corrupted old order, or are you willing to follow me and create a truly bright, new world? After a series of inflammatory brainwashing sessions, Lang Yan's icy eyes completely lost focus.
She was plunged into unprecedented confusion and struggle.
Finally, her gaze slowly turned fanatical. Like a devout believer who had found their life's purpose, a fanatic. I'm willing to follow you. To create a new world.
Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. He also left a chaotic divine soul seal between Lang Yan's eyebrows.
Very well. From this day forward, you will be the sharp dagger I have planted in the heart of this rotten tree, the Palace of Heavenly Patrol. Your mission is to find all those who share your dissatisfaction with the old order. Await my call. Your subordinate obeys.
Lang Yan knelt on one knee, her voice filled with fervent loyalty.
At last.
Lin Chen's gaze fell on Ji Ziyue, whose face was already ashen and who had completely lost all her energy, and on the sword Granny Niju. Lin Chen didn't even bother to waste any more words on these two women who were utterly useless. You two, his voice was cold and unquestionable, one plotted against me, the other cheated, trying to kill me.
You should both be annihilated.
But, considering that you still have some value, I will spare your lives for now. With a flick of his fingers, two even more domineering chaotic seals, like two chains, instantly struck into their dantian and chi-si.
Puff!
Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood, and their auras instantly plummeted from the golden core stage to a miserable state that was even worse than the foundation establishment stage. They could clearly feel that their golden cores were covered with cracks, and their spiritual power was reduced to less than 1/10, with no possibility of further progress. I've crippled 90% of your cultivation, Lin Chen's voice whispered like a devil's.
From this day forward, you are my most lowly prisoners. I will keep you by my side. You will witness firsthand how I will trample your proud sex under my feet, step by step. Until the day you utterly despair, your remaining pure spiritual energy and divine soul will become nourishment for me to break through to a higher realm. To kill someone, you must also destroy their spirit. Gzua and the extinction sword granny completely collapsed. They collapsed to the ground, letting out desperate sobs. After dealing with these 4 spoils of war, Lin Chen finally returned to his own quiet room. Whew. He exhaled a long breath, a satisfied smile of harvest spreading across his face. Then, a thought struck him. A pale blue virtual panel that only he could see instantly appeared before his eyes. The Holy Sun's post-war review officially begins. Name, Lin Chen. Identity, Holy Son of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. Cultivation level, peak of the late Golden Core stage. The Chaos Golden Core within his body has reached its perfect perfection, with faint Tao patterns flowing across its surface. A vast amount of spiritual energy surges and roars within, as if it might shatter into an infant at any moment. He is only one great opportunity for enlightenment or the final accumulation of massive resources away from the legendary, nascent soul realm. Physical strength, primordial dragon elephant technique 5th level, dragon elephant suppressing prison, has condensed, dragon elephant particles, 50,000. Under the terrifying pressure of the previous Hongmen banquet, his physical potential was further stimulated, successfully converting all the enormous energy absorbed from Su Mei and dissipated in the subsequent battle into dragon elephant particles. At this moment, every drop of blood in his body is as heavy as mercury, flowing with the roar of a river. On his bones, there are even illusory images of 50,000 ancient dragon elephants. His pure physical strength has already surpassed that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Without using any spiritual power, a single punch can shatter a 10,000-foot-high mountain. Cultivation techniques, Chaos Tao Scripture, Human Emperor's Prison Suppression Technique Fragment, Primordial Dragon Elephant Technique. Magic Weapon. Human Emperor's Seal, damaged, the supreme sacred object of human civilization, containing the eternal destiny of the human race and the indomitable fighting spirit that protects all living beings. Its material is neither gold nor jade, warm to the touch, yet as heavy as a star. It possesses absolute restraining power at the judgment level against all evil, heretical, and sinister things. Currently, it has been initially refined and can activate its suppressed divine power to suppress all laws. Within it, there is also a royal dragon chi formed from the last vestige of the human emperor's essence. This dragon chi is one of Lin Chen's strongest life-saving trump cards. Once activated, it is enough to threaten the life of a nascent soul realm expert in an instant. The heaven-covering ring, a mysterious and precious ring, entirely black and unadorned, yet seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Within it lies a self-contained storage space approximately 10 miles in diameter, brimming with spiritual energy, even capable of temporarily holding living beings. Its most crucial ability, concealing heavenly secrets. Once activated, it perfectly conceals one's cultivation level, aura, and even the trajectory of one's destiny. It temporarily removes oneself from the river of destiny, making it impossible for any master of divination or fortune-telling to detect even the slightest trace of oneself. It is an unparalleled divine artifact for murder, robbery, and feigning weakness to deceive others. Moon Goddess Feather Robe, a top-grade Tao rank robe, crafted from a divine feather shed by the ancient Moon Goddess and refined with the essence of the 9 heaven stars. Normally, it appears as an ordinary white robe, simple and unadorned. Once activated, it radiates the pure moonlight, transforming into a magnificent feather robe, impervious to water and fire, and unharmed by any magic. Its inherent divine power, Moon Shadow Vanishes, allows Lin Chen's body to instantly become a wisp of moonlight, ignoring most physical attacks and restrictions, with speed comparable to short-range teleportation. It is a top-tier life-saving treasure combining defense and escape. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Token, a special consumable magic weapon, made from a piece of natural thunder-attracting divine wood, covered with natural purple thunder patterns. Sealed within is a 9 Heavens Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, powerful enough to severely injure, or even instantly kill, a nascent soul stage expert. Previously exhausted in the fallen demon battlefield, it has undergone this period of self-recharging, absorbing the free-floating thunder power of heaven and earth. Now, that destructive purple divine thunder has been fully recharged and is ready to unleash its power. This is its strongest trump card, a decisive blow. Power Network. Core controls, Purple Cloud Holy Land. After this battle, its prestige reached its peak, and its control was unmatched. Lin family of Qingyang City. Its foundation, Black Wind Mountain Demon Clan Loyal Henchmen. Strategic Alliance, Yaoqi Sacred Land. Stable Relationship, Community of Shared Interests. Newly added Dark Chess. Great Yin Dynasty, Intelligence Chief Imperial Advisor Codename, Sage. Palace of Heaven, Inside Agent Lon Yin Codename, Sharp Blade. Hostages to be processed high-grade fertilizer, GZUA Crimson Flame Divine Palace, Extinction Sword Granny 10,000 Swords Pavilion.
Looking at the series of clear, digital strength assessments on the panel.
Feel the unprecedented abundance and power within my body. And the vast network of influence that was already taking shape in his mind. An unprecedented sense of control and satisfaction instantly filled Lin Chen's entire mind and body. This is the empire he built step by step since he came into this world. Eastern Wilderness. Lin Chen's lips slowly curled up. It's already a bit too small. Chapter 77. She's going to have a baby. Eastern Wilderness. It's already a bit too small. His gaze seemed to pierce through the roof of the villa, through the clouds above Qianlong City, looking towards something more distant and more mysterious. The sacred realm of Central Continent. That's the real stage of the world. That's where he'll find opponents who can truly unleash his power. However, just as he was filled with excitement, planning his next steps and thinking about how to use the hidden pieces in his hand to pave the way for himself. Bite. A crisp, pleasant mechanical voice, yet carrying an unprecedented urgency and excitement, suddenly resounded in my mind without warning. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed instantly. System? Since the last notification that Su Mei and Lin Xiaoya were pregnant, the system has remained silent. It's like a highly efficient planter, only making a sound during the sowing and harvesting seasons. Now, suddenly there's a reaction? Could it be? A crazy guess that made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat instantly surfaced in his mind. Is it harvest season? Before he could think it through. The next second, a series of dazzling golden notifications, like fireworks, flooded my mind like a burst dam. Ding! Host's chi luck detected an epic leap has occurred. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully obtained the initial recognition of the supreme treasure of humanity, the Human Emperor's Seal. You now possess a trace of humanity's fortune, however faint, yet incredibly pure. Ding! Detected that humanity's luck possesses the characteristic of nourishing one's bloodline descendants. Automatically scanning all of the host's offspring. Scan complete. Ding! Your first offspring mother, Lin Xiaoya, has been detected. Their bloodline is being frantically nourished by humanity's fortune. The origin of their bloodline is beginning to undergo a benign mutation in an unknown direction. Ding! Mutation successful. Congratulations, host. Your first offspring, with its Earth-rank high-grade purple cloud spirit body, has successfully crossed the heaven-rank barrier, ascending to the heavens in one step, and mutating into Human Emperor's sacred body divine grade. Ding! Offspring information updated, expected birth in 1 month. Boom! The words divine quality struck Lin Chen's mind like a thunderbolt from the beginning of time. It completely stunned him. His mind went blank for a moment. Divine quality? Is he dreaming? Keep in mind that the highest talent detected by the system before was only high-grade heaven rank for the child in Su Mei's womb. That was already enough to drive the entire Eastern Wilderness crazy. Above the heavenly ranks are legendary items that are rarely seen even once every 10,000 or even 100,000 years. Divine treasures. Any being with divine talent, as long as they don't perish along the way, will at least achieve the status of a saint who can dominate an entire continent. There's even a slight possibility that they might glimpse the Supreme Emperor realm. That is the true chosen one of destiny. And now, Lin Chen is actually about to have a child with divine talent? This is fucking too exciting. However, this is just the beginning. The system notification showed no sign of stopping. It was as if it was about to dump all the surprises that had been building up for months onto his face at once. Ding! Your second offspring mother, Su Mei, has been detected. The nurturing environment in which it is located is being severely rejected by humanity's fortune. Ding! Warning! Warning! Humanity represents protection, order, and light. It has clashed violently with the slaughter, chaos, and darkness represented by this offspring's superior heavenly rank Azura demon body. Ding! Detected that this offspring has an extremely strong will to survive. Its demonic essence is frantically devouring the original demonic energy of its mother, Su Mei, in a self-preservation anti-mutation effort. It seeks to compete with human destiny for survival space. Ding! Mutation successful.
Congratulations, host. Your second offspring's heavenly rank superior Azura demon body, under the extreme pressure of humanity's luck, was reborn from the brink of death, destroyed and rebuilt, moving towards another extreme, successfully mutating and evolving into
9 Netherworld demon body divine grade. Ding. Offspring information updated. Due to its forceful absorption of the mother's essence, the gestation process has been accelerated, and birth is expected in half a month. Another masterpiece? Lin Chen was completely numb. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Happiness came too suddenly and too intensely.
One is the human emperor's sacred body, which upholds the human destiny and is majestic, righteous, and supreme. A born guardian and a future leader of the righteous path. The other is the 9 Netherworld demon body, which, under the rejection of human destiny, is destroyed and rebuilt, moving to another extreme, the extremely evil and domineering 9 Netherworld demon body.
A born destroyer, the future supreme demon. One is good, the other is evil. One light, one dark. Lin Chen's descendants are going to defy the heavens. But what truly surprised Lin Chen to the point of almost suffocating was yet to come. Ding. Detection indicates the host is about to have offspring possessing both the sacred body and demon body bloodlines. The dragon demon body, being Yang, is the dragon, and phoenix sacred body, being Yin, is the phoenix. Bloodlines are now complete. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the hidden, eternal achievement. Dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness. Ding. The exclusive super reward for the Dragon and Phoenix Bring Auspiciousness event has begun to be distributed. Reward 1, the purity of the bloodline within the host's body, specifically the primordial dragon elephant technique, begins to undergo the ultimate baptism of dragon and phoenix luck. Ding. Baptism successful. Your dragon elephant particle has automatically evolved into the more fundamental and powerful chaotic dragon elephant particle. Reward 2, 50,000 chaos dragon elephant particles. Boom. The instant the system notification sound ended, a terrifying transformation, as if the heavens and earth were turned upside down, instantly erupted within Lin Chen's body. His already formidable 50,000 dragon elephant particles seemed to be infused with some ancient and primordial chaotic power at this moment. Inside each particle, the once clear phantom of a dragon and elephant began to slowly dissolve and recombine. Ultimately, it transformed into a constantly writhing mass that seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe's beginning, chaos. Meanwhile, an unimaginably vast pure chaotic energy appeared out of thin air, frantically condensing and compressing within his limbs and bones. 1. 1,000. 10,000. 50,000. In just a few breaths, 50,000 brand new, chaotic dragon elephant particles, at least 10 times more powerful than before, successfully condensed and took shape. They merged with the 50,000 evolved particles already within his body. Hold head high. Within Lin Chen's body, it seemed as if a terrifying roar of 10,000 chaotic dragons and elephants simultaneously roared to the sky. His physical body underwent another terrifying and earth-shattering transformation at this moment. His skin became more translucent, even faintly flowing with chaotic Dao patterns. His bones transformed into a dazzling chaotic jade color, as hard as a top-grade Dao artifact. His blood completely turned into a viscous pale gold. Every drop contained a terrifying power enough to crush a mountain. 100,000 chaotic dragon elephant particles. It's done. This power. Lin Chen slowly clenched his fist. He didn't even need to consciously feel it, he could clearly hear the terrifying, surging power within his body, as vast as the starry sea. He possessed an intense confidence. If he were to face the nascent Soul Realm City Lord of Longyan City again now, even without using any magic weapons or cultivation techniques, his invincible physical body alone would be enough to fight him. Even stronger. This is the amazing reward brought by the Dragon and Phoenix Bring Auspiciousness event. This is the truly extraordinary aspect of the many children, many blessings system. After enjoying this enormous reward, which can be described as rising to the top in one step, a deep tenderness and longing welled up uncontrollably in Lin Chen's heart. He was homesick. He thought of that gentle girl in the distant purple cloud Holy Land who was nurturing the human emperor's holy body for him. She longed for that beautiful fairy, as aloof as snow, who only revealed a hint of her girlish side in front of her. He should also think of his close female friends who have always silently supported him. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a specially crafted communication jade slip engraved with intricate spatial array patterns from his heaven-covering ring.
This was a magical artifact he had specially crafted before setting off, capable of enabling long-distance video calls. He infused it with a divine thought. Buzz. A flash of light appeared on the jade slip. A moment later, a gentle female voice, filled with surprise and longing, came from the other end of the jade slip.
Brother Chan? Is that you? Brother Chan.
The light gathered on the jade slip. Soon, a slightly blurry but still clearly visible three-dimensional light screen slowly emerged. The screen reflected a stunningly beautiful face radiating happiness and maternal glow.
It was Lin Xiaoya.
She sat in a courtyard filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, wearing a loose dress, but her already prominently pregnant belly was still clearly visible. Although her face bore a trace of pregnancy fatigue, her beautiful eyes, gazing at Lin Chen on the screen, shone like the stars in the sky. They were filled with endless love, longing, and adoration.
Brother Chan. I miss you so much. I've heard everything. You were incredibly powerful in Xianlong City. You took down the leader. And you even chased away all those bad guys. You are now the only God in the hearts of all the fellow disciples in the entire Purple Cloud Holy Land.
Lin Xiaoya's voice was filled with pride and joy. Behind her, several other stunningly beautiful figures, each with their own unique charm, also gathered around.
Lin Chen. It was Lin Ziyan who spoke.
She still maintained her aloof and snow-white demeanor. But deep within her beautiful, glassy eyes lay a trace of worry and tenderness that even she herself was unaware of.
Are you all right? Ha ha ha.
How could the Holy Son, with his unparalleled divine might, be injured?
A hearty laugh, brimming with heroic spirit, rang out.
Xiao Qingshue's strikingly beautiful face squeezed in as well. Her eyes were filled with undisguised, fervent admiration as she looked at Lin Chen.
Holy Son! You haven't seen it. The entire Eastern Wilderness is buzzing with the news. You've been hailed as the #1 prodigy of the Eastern Wilderness. Even the gates of our Purple Cloud Holy Land are practically worn down by the young female cultivators who come to learn from you. That's right. A charming voice interrupted. It was Luo Bingli, who leaned out halfway.
She winked at Lin Chen through the light screen and said in a resentful tone, "Master, you're so glamorous outside, you've completely forgotten about us sisters. These past few days without your presence, I haven't been able to sleep at night." Her words instantly made Lin Xiaoya and Lin Ziyan blush slightly.
Senior sister Luo. What nonsense are you talking about?
Lin Xiaoya spat out shyly.
Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the heartwarming yet slightly chaotic scene on the screen.
He could feel that each of them genuinely cared for him. His gaze finally settled on Lin Xiaoya's prominently protruding belly. His eyes softened with an unprecedented tenderness.
Xiaoya. Thanks a lot. Wait for me.
I'll go back after I've finished dealing with the last things here.
Go back to be with you and our child. 3 days later.
Purple Cloud Sacred Land, outside the mountain gate.
Today's Ziyun Holy Land is completely different from the past. Gone is the usual coolness and tranquility, in its place is an almost boiling frenzy.
Tens of thousands of female disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, dressed in purple silk skirts, lined up from the Holy Lord's Hall on the mountaintop all the way to the outside of the mountain gate, stretching for a full 10 miles. They stood spontaneously on both sides of the road, holding the most vibrant sacred flowers in their hands, their eyes sparkling with the most fervent worship and expectation. And at the very front of them, beneath the mountain gate, led by acting sect master Luo Xia, behind her were all the remaining supreme elders, core elders, and deacons within the Holy Land. Every prominent figure in the entire Purple Cloud Holy Land, from nascent soul true monarchs to foundation establishment stewards, was present. They all stood there solemnly, adjusting their clothes, as if awaiting the inspection of a monarch. The entire sect, from elders to servants, all came out of the mountain gate to greet them from 10 miles away. This is the highest level welcoming ceremony that the Purple Cloud Holy Land has ever held since its founding.
Just to welcome one person.
Welcome that one who single-handedly suppressed the entire younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness. Welcome that one who, with unparalleled wisdom and strategy, manipulates the 4 top powers at will. Welcoming that one who brought unprecedented glory to the Purple Cloud Sacred Land.
Holy Son, Lin Chen. They're here. Someone let out a suppressed, excited gasp. In the distance, a streak of light was seen approaching at an incredible speed from afar. Finally, the stream of light hovered above the mountain gate. The light faded. A handsome figure, dressed in white, slowly appeared. That's right, Lin Chen. The instant he appeared. Welcome back, Holy Sun, in triumph.
A thunderous, unified roar, filled with boundless worship and fervor, surged into the sky in an instant. It shook the clouds across the entire sky, causing them to churn violently. Tens of thousands of female disciples bowed deeply to the figure in the sky at the same time.
Their eyes shone with a light as if they were looking at a god. Master Luoxia, along with the other elders, bowed slightly to Lin Chen to show their respect. Holy Sun, you've worked hard. Master Luoxia's face was filled with heartfelt satisfaction and pride. Lin Chen was enjoying the overwhelming adoration he received. Enjoying the supreme glory that the entire sect revels for him alone. This is what it means to return home in glory. Chapter 78. You used to ignore me, now you can't afford to be near me. Lin Chen's gaze calmly swept over the crowd below.
Then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips.
He waved his sleeve. Buzz. Two disheveled and extremely weak figures were instantly thrown out of a spatial magic treasure like trash.
It crashed heavily onto the square in front of the mountain gate. Everyone stared in horror.
When the two people's faces were clearly seen, the previously bustling scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Then came an even more terrifying gasp of cold air. That is, the Holy Maiden of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace, Jizue? My God! And that's the Supreme Elder of the Myriad Swords Pavilion, the Extinction Old Witch? Their cultivation was actually crippled? Like two dead dogs, they were captured by His Highness the Holy Sun? Shocking! An unparalleled and breathtaking experience.
If what they had heard before was just rumors.
So, at this moment,
when these two, who were once so high and mighty queen-level figures in the eastern wilderness, appeared before them like two lowly defeated dogs.
That visual impact.
The terrifying sense of reality that comes from the interplay between fact and rumor.
That's when they truly understood. What earth-shattering feat did their Holy Son accomplish that was enough to overturn the entire eastern wilderness? And in a corner of the crowd, two figures saw Jizue and the Extinction Sword Granny being thrown out as trophies. Their faces instantly drained of all color. It turned as white as paper. It was Elder Wang, who had repeatedly sabotaged Lin Chen behind his back, and her disciple Yun Yun. Their bodies began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with endless regret, fear, and despair. Elder Wang recalled how he had targeted Lin Chen out of jealousy. Yun Yun recalled how she had arrogantly thought Lin Chen was nothing more than a pretty boy who had climbed the social ladder by relying on women, and how she had been filled with disdain and contempt for him. But what about now?
The Holy Maiden of the Crimson Flame Divine Palace, whom they once had to look up to with all their might, and who they didn't even have the right to look up to.
The Supreme Elder of the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Now, however, he has become a prisoner whom that man can discard at will. What tragic end awaits these minor characters who once offended him? Fear. Boundless fear, like the coldest tide, instantly overwhelmed all their reason. The two exchanged a glance.
They both saw a look of utter despair in each other's eyes, a deathly stillness.
They know. They're finished. It's completely over. Lin Chen didn't even bother to glance at them again.
He didn't even bother to deal with this kind of clown who was no longer worthy of being discussed. He believed that plenty of people would clean it up for him. He simply and calmly gave the instructions to Master Luoxia below.
Acting Sect Master. These two are spoils of war.
Destroy their dantian, lock their collarbones, and imprison them in the deepest water dungeon of the Purple Cloud Holy Land.
No one may visit without my order. Yes. I will obey the Holy Sun's decree.
True person Luoxia bowed and accepted the order, her eyes filled with awe.
Having explained everything,
Lin Chen then stopped paying attention to any disturbances from the outside world.
He flashed away.
It then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. He left behind only a dashing silhouette that drove tens of thousands of disciples wild with screams.
And two people, their faces ashen, utterly hopeless, losers. That night, the highest peak of Ziyun Holy Land is the stargazing platform.
The starlight, like mercury spilling onto the ground, shrouded the entire mountaintop in a mysterious and sacred silver veil. Lin Chen stood alone beneath the seemingly within reach starry sky.
He knew she was waiting for him. As expected. A familiar female voice, ethereal and magnetic, slowly rang out behind him. You're back?
Lin Chen slowly turned around.
Ziwei Jinjuan was standing quietly behind him.
Today she was not wearing the magnificent palace dress that symbolized the majesty of the Holy Lord.
Instead, she changed into an elegant moon-white long dress. Her long, black hair was simply tied up with a simple wooden hairpin. It lacked some of its usual majesty and mystery. But it also possessed an inexplicable languor and allure.
Especially her beautiful purple eyes, which seemed to contain the entire starry sky. At this moment, she was staring intently at Lin Chen. The look in his eyes no longer held the previous probing and game-playing intent. Instead, there was an extremely complex mixture of admiration, curiosity, gratification, and a hint of ambiguity that even she herself hadn't noticed.
Yes, I'm back. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Come in. Ziwei Jinjuan did not say anything more.
She gave Lin Chen a deep look before turning and walking into the secret stargazing chamber behind her.
Lin Chen followed.
The furnishings inside the secret room were as simple as ever. A star chart.
A jade table. 2 futons.
And a tea set that was emitting wisps of steam. Ziwei Jinjuan slowly knelt down on one side of the jade table. Then, under Lin Chen's slightly surprised gaze, she actually picked up the teapot made of 10,000-year-old warm jade herself and poured Lin Chen a cup of spiritual tea that exuded a refreshing fragrance.
Try it.
Her voice was very soft. This is the 9 heaven star dew that I cultivated myself. It takes 3,000 years for a tender sprout to emerge.
It takes 3,000 years for it to bloom.
It would take another 3,000 years for these 3 tea leaves to form. Lin Chen looked at the 3 tea leaves floating in the cup, like fragments of starlight. A slight ripple stirred within me.
He knew the value of this cup of tea. This is no longer just a simple spiritual tea. This is Taoist tea.
A single cup of this supreme treasure is enough to instantly induce enlightenment in any cultivator below the nascent soul realm.
And now,
the Holy Lord of the Purple Cloud Holy Land personally poured him such a cup of tea. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle at this moment.
Lin Chen did not drink it immediately.
He simply gazed at the woman before him, whose face appeared even more breathtakingly beautiful in the hazy tea mist.
Your Majesty, is this considered a victory celebration for me?
Upon hearing this, Ziwei Jinjuan raised her captivating purple eyes to meet Lin Chen's gaze. A faint, ambiguous smile slowly curved the corners of her lips.
What do you think? She did not give a direct answer.
Instead, he spoke slowly in a tone that was half joking and half serious.
Lin Chen, I really can't understand you anymore.
I thought you were a young dragon with unlimited potential.
But I never expected.
A complex light flashed in her eyes.
You are actually an ancient god who has already awakened.
She paused, as if organizing her thoughts. Then she asked a question that Lin Chen had never expected.
You're thinking about the possibility of us practicing dual cultivation, right? Boom. This is a truly earth-shattering statement. It instantly made the air in the entire sealed room seem to freeze.
Lin Chen looked at the woman in front of him who never failed to say something shocking. For the first time, he felt his Tao heart, which had long been calm and undisturbed, suddenly beat violently out of control.
But Ziwei Jinjuan seemed to be discussing a very ordinary academic issue.
She even went so far as to analyze it seriously. You possess the chaotic Tao body, while I possess the purple star body. From the perspective of the fundamental nature of the Tao, we are the most perfect complements.
If we cultivate together.
At that moment, her beautiful purple eyes seemed to hold the birth and death of billions of stars. Then the child we gave birth to together.
How astonishing must his talent be? He might even surpass divine grade and reach that legendary, never before seen Tao grade. A born Taoist child. A future that will lead our Purple Cloud Holy Land to rule the entire Xianhuang Great World. Her voice was filled with an almost frantic fervor and anticipation. This moment, Lin Chen finally understood. The woman in front of me is the real, madwoman.
A seeker of the Tao who was willing to give up everything, including herself, for the future of her sect and to pursue the supreme great Tao.
And he, Lin Chen.
It was the only shortcut in her eyes that could lead to the end. That shocking statement about dual cultivation and Taoist disciple was like a pebble thrown into a deep pool, creating ripples, but gradually subsided under the gaze of the purple star true lord's deep, star-like purple eyes. She didn't rush to seek Lin Chen's answer, as if what he had just said was really just a casual joke. She picked up the teacup, took a small sip, her movements exquisitely elegant.
Then, she set the teacup down, and the faint hint of ambiguity and madness in her purple eyes quietly vanished.
Instead, there was an absolute calm and solemnity belonging to those in power.
Lin Chen. Her voice regained its usual coolness and authority. The matter in the eastern wilderness is over. You have also proven that you are qualified to leave this newbie village and see the real world. Now, I want to talk to you about that place, the one you are about to go to. Central Sacred Domain.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned slightly serious. He suppressed the hint of romantic feelings in his heart, sat up straight, and adopted a posture of listening attentively. He knew that the conversation that followed would determine his future life or death. Ziwei Zhenjuan gently waved her jade hand. Buzz! A dazzling beam of starlight shone from the star chart, condensing in mid-air into a vast and incredibly detailed three-dimensional map. The map was so vast that it encompassed mountains, rivers, oceans, deserts, cities, and sects. It was practically a miniature world. At the very edge of the map, that somewhat barren and small area was marked as Eastern Wilderness. Lin Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the small area of the Eastern Wilderness, but then he was completely captivated by the central continent that occupied most of the map. It was an ancient, weathered land with spiritual energy so dense that it was almost tangible. That is, the Central Sacred Domain. The very heart of the entire Xianhuang Great World. The Central Sacred Domain is far more vast than the Eastern Wilderness, perhaps 100 or even 1,000 times larger. The voice of the Purple Star True Lord echoed in the secret chamber, carrying the casualness of introducing one's own backyard, yet containing a chilling amount of information. It can be roughly divided into 5 regions and 4 seas. She extended her slender, jade-like finger and pointed at each point on the map. The central region is the core of the holy domain and the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. There, sects stand in great numbers and powerful families are entrenched, making it a true place where dragons and tigers hide. The eastern region is home to many ancient dynasties, and the main branch of the Great Yin dynasty is located here. The southern region is full of towering mountains and steep ridges, a paradise for demons and strange beasts. The western regions are an endless desert, but also a sacred Buddhist land, where the most devout believers and the most mysterious Buddhist teachings reside. The northern region is frozen year-round, with a harsh environment, and is a gathering place for ascetics and demonic cultivators. As for the 4 seas, Ziwei Zhenjuan's gaze swept over the endless ocean surrounding the continent. There live the most mysterious sea creatures, as well as some ancient forbidden lands that even I dare not easily set foot in. Lin Chen was deeply moved. The very division of this region made him feel the vastness and wonder of that world. In comparison, the eastern wilderness where he had previously lived was truly like the bottom of a narrow well. However, Ziwei Zhenjuan's words did not end there. Her finger slowly traced across the map, as if she were surveying the landscape. On this vast land, the forces are intertwined and complex. Forces like the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Crimson Flame Divine Palace might be able to dominate a region in the eastern wilderness. But, if they were placed in the central continent's sacred domain? A hint of undisguised disdain curled at the corner of her mouth. At best, they can only be considered a second-rate or even third-rate force. Those who truly rule this world are the ancient clans, whose lineage has been passed down since ancient times, and whose foundations are unfathomable. The millennia-old dynasties. And her voice suddenly became serious, and for the first time, a deep sense of fear appeared in her purple eyes. Those 3 immortal holy lands, which stand above all other powers. The immortal holy land? Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Good. Ziwei Zhenjuan nodded. The Inspector Lang Yan you met in Qianlong City, the Palace of Sky Patrol, behind her is one of these 3 immortal holy lands. Moreover, Lang Yan is merely a minor inspector dispatched by the Patrol Palace to a remote region like the Eastern Wilderness. Within the true Patrol Palace, there are countless individuals like her. These 3 holy lands do not participate in worldly struggles, yet they control the rules and order of this world. Even the rise and fall of ancient dynasties and ancient clans are within their control. They are the true heaven of this central continent's sacred domain. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Only now did he truly realize what a terrifying and vast world he was about to step into. The water there is too deep. It's deep enough to drown any arrogant outcast. Scared? Looking at Lin Chen's solemn expression, Ziwei Zhenjuan asked with a half-smile. Lin Chen shook his head, a wild smile curving his lips instead. Afraid? Quite the opposite. I'm even more excited. Only a stage like this is worthy of him.
Only an opponent like this is qualified to be his sharpening stone. Very good. Ziwei Jinjuan nodded in satisfaction. However, courage alone is not enough. She put away the map, her gaze becoming more serious than ever before. Lin Shen, you must remember one thing. The central sacred realm is not only more vast and more spectacular, but it is also more cruel. There is a class system that is 100 times more rigorous than that of the eastern wilderness. The voice of the Purple Star True Lord turned cold and ruthless, as if stating an unalterable iron law. In this world where women are superior to men, the Central Plains Holy Domain has taken this injustice to its extreme. There, mortals, especially mortal men, are not even considered livestock. They are merely ants, dust that can be wiped away at will by those high and mighty female cultivators without even paying any price. There, any unaffiliated cultivator without a background, regardless of gender, no matter how talented or fortunate you are, if you don't have a powerful backer, in the end, you can only struggle at the bottom and become cannon fodder in the power struggle between those major forces. And, most tragically, Ziwei Jinjuan looked at Lin Shen, and in his purple eyes it seemed as if he could see through all his pride and hidden cards. It's a man like you, who thinks he is a genius but has no foundation whatsoever. In the eastern wilderness, you might be able to defy fate and earn respect by relying on your talent and opportunities. However, in the central continent's sacred domain. Her voice was low and cruel, every word was like a cold knife, piercing Lin Shen's heart. Those ancient goddesses and Holy Land's successors of noble birth and endless resources will never look at you with the same worship as the disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. In their eyes, a wild genius like you, no matter how amazing your performance is nothing more than. Ziwei Jinjuan paused, then uttered two words filled with endless humiliation. A high-class plaything. Or, a slightly better quality. Stepping stone. Even more so, if you possess a special constitution. Her gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, swept over Lin Shen's body. You will become the most perfect furnace in the eyes of those female demons who practice the evil art of sexual cultivation. Drained of every last bit of life, he died without a complete corpse. Boom! The words of the Purple Star True Lord were like a bucket of ice water, poured hard on Lin Shen's heart, which had just been burning with passion. Plaything? Stepping stone? A furnace cauldron? Is this the future that the central continent's sacred domain he has longed for has prepared for him? Is this the real and cruel rule of that world? Inside the sealed room, a deathly silence fell. Lin Shen remained silent. He kept his head down, so his expression was obscured. Only his hands, resting on his knees, were clenched into tight fists, knuckles white, veins bulging. An invisible, suppressed rage and resentment were brewing and roaring wildly within him. On what grounds? Just because he's a man? Just because he has no connections? Is he destined to become someone else's plaything, someone else's stepping stone? He is not convinced. He was unwilling to accept it. He possesses a heaven-defying system. He possesses an invincible physical body. He possesses wisdom that surpasses this world. He absolutely refused to accept this fate. So what? A long time. Lin Shen slowly raised his head. There was no trace of a smile or fear on his face. There was only one kind, as if it came from the deepest hell, an extreme coldness and tranquility. Within those eyes burned two balls of black flame, powerful enough to incinerate all the heavens and myriad worlds. That's ambition. Yes, desire. It's also a kind of madness, a desire to completely tear apart and trample that corrupt and unjust world underfoot. He stared directly into the purple eyes of the true Lord Ziwei, which seemed to see through everything, and spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, but it seemed to contain the supreme will that made his words law. Your Majesty, you've told me so much. Are you trying to make me back down? You still want to tell me? Once again, a wicked and domineering smile curved his lips. On that land, there are more powerful, and more worthy of conquest. Pray? Looking at the man before him, who, after hearing such a cruel truth, not only did not back down, but instead unleashed an even more terrifying ambition and fighting spirit. Finally, a hint of genuine appreciation appeared in her eyes. Even, perhaps, a hint of a deeply hidden expectation. You, as expected, did not disappoint me. She smiled. That smile was captivating, and even the countless stars in the sky seemed to pale in comparison. Go, Lin Shen. Go to that place, the stage that truly belongs to you. Use your fists to break those damn rules. Use your methods to conquer those high and mighty women. I'm here, waiting for you.
Her voice became somewhat ethereal, as if it came from a distant starry sky.
The day I reign supreme. Chapter 79. Let's go see the stars together. The day I reign supreme.
The voice of the purple star true lord, carrying a hint of ethereal expectation, slowly echoed in the star-gazing chamber. Her purple eyes, reflecting the starry sky, stared intently at Lin Chen, as if trying to see through the man before her, whose entire being burned with the flames of black ambition. However, she was disappointed. What she saw was only an abyss, deeper than the starry sky and more unpredictable than chaos.
This man's ambition was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Silence. A long silence followed.
The aroma of tea still lingers. But the atmosphere inside the secret room had long since changed from the previous ambiguity and romance to a kind of almost frozen oppression.
It was the calm before the storm. Finally,
Ziwei Jinjuan slowly withdrew his gaze. She poured Lin Chen another cup of 9 heavens star dew. This time, her movements were less casual and more solemn.
Lin Chen.
Her voice regained the absolute calm and rationality that belonged to the Holy Lord.
I admire your fighting spirit. But courage cannot replace strength.
The cruelty of the central sacred domain far exceeds your imagination.
There, a nascent soul cultivator without a foundation is not even as powerful as a local bully in the eastern wilderness. She was reminding Lin Chen not to let ambition cloud his judgment.
Then, she finally revealed her true purpose for coming tonight. In her view, this was the most beneficial suggestion for both Lin Chen and the Purple Cloud Holy Land.
So, I suggest you.
She looked at Lin Chen and spoke slowly in a gentle tone that left no room for doubt yet carried a hint of thinking of you.
I will stay in the eastern wilderness for the time being.
Stay in the Purple Cloud Holy Land. With your current reputation and strength, plus my protection, no one in the entire eastern wilderness will dare to be your enemy.
You can cultivate here in peace.
I can spare no effort to find all the resources in the entire eastern wilderness for you, whether it's spirit stone mines or rare and precious herbs. I will take good care of your confidants and your unborn children with divine talents, ensuring they enjoy the best resources and receive the best training.
You don't need to worry about anything. Just focus on your cultivation. With your talent, and with the full support of my Purple Cloud Holy Land, I guarantee that in 10 years, at most 10 years, you will definitely be able to cultivate to the peak of the nascent soul stage. At that time, with your cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage and wielding the supreme treasure, the human emperor seal, you will travel to the central sacred domain. Only then will you truly have the capital to stand firm and compete in that cruel world. What an enticing plan. What an incredibly safe upgrade route. It must be said that Ziwei Jinjuan's proposal was an irresistible temptation for any normal cultivator. You don't have to worry about anything. You can simply relax and be a hands-off manager. Then you can possess all the resources of the entire eastern wilderness. Then one can cultivate steadily to the peak of the nascent soul stage within 10 years. This is like a windfall. However, after listening to her well-intentioned plan, However, there was no joy or excitement on his face. He calmly picked up the priceless 9 heavens star dew and took a small sip. Immediately, he slowly shook his head. Your Majesty, Lin Chen appreciates your kindness. But he put down his teacup and looked up to meet the slightly surprised gaze of the Purple Star True Lord. His eyes were calm, yet they held a sharpness that could startle even the Purple Star True Lord. Your path is too slow. Too slow? Ziwei Jinjuan was completely stunned. 10 years. From the late stage of golden core to the peak of nascent soul. This is an incredibly fast speed for any genius, even the most outstanding one. But according to him, it was still too slow? Lin Chen, Ziwei Jinjuan was about to say that he was being a bit too ambitious. However, Lin Chen simply waved his hand to interrupt her. He slowly stood up. A completely different kind of domineering aura, full of ambition, a grander and more profound one, as if it were to bear the weight of the entire world and the fate of all living beings, surged up from his body. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to contain some profound truth that could overturn all understanding of this era. Simply secluded cultivation, hiding in a greenhouse and using resources to accumulate cultivation power. That is the most ineffective and foolish method in the world. That kind of piling up doesn't create strong people. Instead, he's a useless person who possesses cultivation but is utterly vulnerable. A true king never cultivates his skills, his Tao heart, or his will in a quiet room.
It was earned through countless bloody battles. It was honed through countless power struggles and intrigues. It was forged through repeated strategic maneuvers that treated the entire world as one's own chessboard and countless living beings as one's own chess pieces. Lin Chen's voice was powerful and clear, every word precious. With each word he uttered, his imperial aura grew stronger. In the end, his entire figure seemed to merge with that of the first human emperor, whom she had seen in the most ancient texts of the Holy Land, a figure who rose from humble beginnings and eventually unified the entire human race in the eyes of the true monarch Ziwei, which had already shrunk to pinpoints. The purple star true lord was utterly shocked. She opened her mouth, only to find that her pride in her wisdom and eloquence seemed so pale and powerless under Lin Chen's dimensional attack filled with higher dimensional strategic thinking. Because she heard something in Lin Chen's words that she had never encountered or even imagined before. A brand new path. Lin Chen ignored her shock. He slowly walked to the star chart that represented the entire world. He reached out his hand. However, it does not refer to the distant, central sacred domain. Instead, it gently pressed down on that somewhat barren and small area. Eastern Wilderness. Then he turned to look at Ziwei Zhenjuan and announced his brand new plan, which was enough to make the entire Eastern Wilderness tremble, in a calm tone full of supreme prestige. Your Majesty, I will not leave the Eastern Wilderness. But I will never stay in the Purple Cloud Holy Land as a canary under your protection. The path I'm taking is one of using war to sustain war, using killing to prove my path, and using the world as a crucible. The path to the human emperor. 10 years? That's too long. A domineering smile, brimming with absolute confidence, curled up at the corners of his mouth. I only need 3 years. I will integrate the entire Eastern Wilderness within 3 years. Whether it's the Great Yan Dynasty or those self-important top sects. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. I will completely transform this land, which everyone considers barren, into my personal backyard. To become an armory that can continuously provide me with manpower, resources, and faith power. Then, his gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. As if he wanted to pierce through the starry sky and rule over an even wider world. I will lead my invincible army as the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness to crush the chasm between immortals and mortals. Reign supreme over the Central Plains. Instead of wandering around Zhengzhou like a stray dog, a country genius with no foundation. Boom. Pattern. This is the true imperial mindset. Ziwei Zhenjuan was completely stunned. She looked at the man standing before the star map, pointing out the landscape as if he already considered the entire world as his own. An unprecedented storm raged within her. She finally understood. The biggest difference between her and Lin Chen is not talent. It lies in perspective. What she was thinking about was how to help Lin Chen grow up and adapt to the rules of the central sacred domain. But Lin Chen was thinking, how can we accumulate the power to break or even establish the rules of the central sacred realm? One is the mindset of a chess piece. The other is the mindset of a chess player. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. Integrate the Eastern Wilderness, reign supreme over the Central Plains. Ziwei Zhenjuan murmured and repeated these 8 words. A mad flame, exactly like Lin Chen's, uncontrollably ignited in her beautiful purple eyes. She seemed to already see the near future. I saw that figure, so majestic and awe-inspiring. I saw her Purple Cloud Holy Land, under the leadership of that figure, reign supreme over the entire Xianhuang Great World, a glorious future. Good. A long time. She squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. His voice even carried a slight tremor from extreme excitement. What a fine lord of the Eastern Wilderness! What a magnificent path to the human emperor! Lin Chen. She suddenly stood up and stared intently at Lin Chen with her pair of purple star-like eyes. I'll help you. From this day forward, everything in the entire Purple Cloud Holy Land will serve you alone. If you need someone, I'll give them to you. If you want resources, I'll crush those foolish sects for you. I only need you to promise me one thing. Take me to see the most beautiful scenery at the top of the mountain. The voice of the Ziwei True Lord, trembling with intense excitement, echoed for a long time in the star-gazing chamber. An unprecedentedly mad flame burned in her beautiful purple eyes. That's the kind of gambler who, upon seeing a perfect hand that could change their fate, will recklessly bet everything they have. Lin Chen looked at the woman in front of him, whose ambitions had been completely ignited by his grand blueprint. He knew. From this moment on, Only then did he truly bind the Holy Lord of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, the most outstanding sage in the eastern wilderness, to his war chariot.
Good.
A smile full of control appeared on Lin Chen's face. He slowly extended his hand towards Ziwei Zhenjuan.
Then, Your Majesty. It's a pleasure to work with you. Ziwei Zhenjuan took a deep breath.
She looked at Lin Chen's long and strong hand. She did not hesitate at all. She also extended her own delicate, smooth hand, as warm and smooth as jade. She held his hand tightly.
It's a pleasure to work with you. The next day,
a supreme decree personally issued by the Holy Lord instantly spread throughout the entire Purple Cloud Holy Land.
The decree contained only a single sentence.
From this day forward, Holy Son Lin Chen shall assume the seal of the sect leader.
His words shall be as if I were present. His decrees shall be as the law of heaven.
Anyone who disobeys, regardless of status or position, shall be punished for treason.
Boom!
The moment this decree was issued, the entire Purple Cloud Holy Land was in an uproar. All the elders and disciples were completely shocked by the Holy Lord's sudden decision, which was almost like abdication.
Holding the seal of the sect leader on behalf of him?
This means that from today onwards, Lin Chen will have the highest authority to mobilize all resources of the entire Purple Cloud Holy Land.
He will become the de facto king of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. What incredible trust! What a gamble!
Of course, there were dissenting voices within the sect regarding the Holy Lord's decision.
Some conservative elders immediately went to the observatory to advise the Holy Lord to think twice before acting. However, when they saw the Holy Lord's undeniable purple starry eyes,
when they heard the Holy Lord's calm yet supremely majestic words, "My mind is made up on this matter, there is no need for further discussion,"
all dissenting voices vanished. They then suddenly woke up. Their Holy Lord was never an indecisive person who could be easily persuaded. She either doesn't do it at all. Once a decision is made, it's a gamble with everything, a thunderous strike.
Lin Chen was at the center of this storm. After receiving the heavy, sect master seal of Ziwei sect, which symbolized the highest power of the Ziyun Holy Land, he did not immediately begin his grand plan to integrate the eastern wilderness. The first thing he did was return to his private courtyard within the sacred ground, Chengwang residence. He wanted to make a completely new arrangement for the women in his harem who shared his joys and sorrows.
The back garden of Chengwang residence.
The sun was warm and gentle. Lin Xiaoya was nestled happily in Lin Chen's arms, her small hands gently stroking her already protruding belly. Feeling the intimate connection between himself and Lin Chen that came from the depths of his bloodline, Lin Zian, Xiao Qingxue, Luo Bingli, the Blood Moon Wolf Queen, and Bai Ruoxue, who had been captured and brought back, sat on either side.
The atmosphere was warm, yet tinged with a faint sadness at the impending separation. Xiaoya.
Lin Chen gently held Lin Xiaoya's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance.
Next, I'm going to do something very important and also very dangerous.
Therefore you must stay in the Holy Land and rest to prepare for childbirth. With the Holy Lord's protection here, it is the safest place in the entire eastern wilderness.
Once I've settled everything outside, I'll come back to be with you and our child. Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently.
She also really wanted to stay by Lin Chen's side. But she knew even more that her most important task now was to protect the little life inside her that possessed the human emperor's sacred body.
Brother Chen, go ahead without worry. My baby and I will be here waiting for you to come back.
Her voice was gentle yet full of power. The rear area has been appeased. Lin Chen's gaze then turned to Lin Zian and Xiao Qingxue. Purple smoke, clear snow. His voice became serious.
You two also have new tasks coming up.
Upon hearing this, the two women immediately stood up straight, their faces showing focused expressions.
Purple smoke.
Lin Chen looked at this stunningly beautiful woman, as aloof as snow, and said in a deep voice, "I will give you an enforcement team consisting of 300 core disciples at the Golden Core stage. Your task is to sort out all the second and third rate sects in the entire southern region of the eastern wilderness for me.
I don't need you to attack them. All I need is for you to deliver my amnesty order to each and every one of them.
Tell them that within 3 days, they will either surrender or die."
Hiss. What an overbearing order.
A strange light flashed in Lin Zian's beautiful, glassy eyes. She enjoys missions that are full of ruthless decisiveness.
Yes. I guarantee I'll complete the mission, she replied crisply. Qingxue.
Lin Chen then looked at the dashing woman. I will entrust you with the command of all the elite demons of Black Wind Mountain.
Your task is more important than Xian's. I want you to lead them to sweep away all the disobedient demonic and evil forces in the northern part of the eastern wilderness with thunderous force. I will use their blood to tell everyone in the entire eastern wilderness. Lin Chan's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. Those who obey me live. Those who defy me perish.
Xiao Qingxue felt her blood boil instantly. What she longed for most was the heroic spirit of conquering battlefields with swords and spears.
Yes, Your Majesty. Qingxue will not fail you. Looking at those two women who instantly entered battle mode,
Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction.
This is the first step in his plan to integrate the eastern wilderness. First courtesy, then force. Use Lin Xian's literary skills to recruit those forces that can be won over. Use Xiao Qingxue's martial arts to eliminate those stubborn and obstinate elements. We must employ both military and civil tactics simultaneously. He believed that the situation in the entire eastern wilderness would be completely transformed within a month. At last,
Lin Chen's gaze fell on the two charming, loyal servants of the queen who had been standing quietly behind him, Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen. Their eyes were filled with undisguised fervor and anticipation as they looked at Lin Chen.
Because they know. They were chosen by their master to be his right-hand women as he conquered that wider world. Bingli, Yueji.
Lin Chen's voice became deep and magnetic.
You two get ready. Come with me tomorrow. Heading: Central Continent Sacred Domain. Yes, Master.
The two women knelt down on one knee at the same time, their voices filled with boundless excitement and honor.
One day later,
after everything was arranged,
Lin Chen brought along Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen, two absolutely loyal members of the Vanguard team,
and Ji Ziyue and the Extinction Sword Granny, whose cultivation was sealed like two dead dogs.
We arrived at the central square of Qianlong City once again. This place has already been cleared out.
Only the city lord, Long Yan, was present, holding in his hand a simple-looking golden token made entirely of an unknown divine metal, with the words "Patrolling the Heavens" engraved on it. That is the exclusive glory of the champion of the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. The Sky Patrol token can activate the teleportation array to the Central Continent Sacred Domain.
Ready?
Long Yan looked at the young man in front of her, whose aura was more restrained and unfathomable than it had been a few days ago, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She had already heard about all of Lin Chen's actions in the Purple Cloud Holy Land.
She had to admit it.
She underestimated this man once again. She had initially thought he was a wild and unruly dragon crossing the river. But little did anyone expect that he was actually a hero in troubled times who cared for the world.
Any time is fine.
Lin Chen nodded calmly.
Long Yan didn't say anything more. She glanced at Lin Chen deeply, then slowly pressed the Sky Patrol token in her hand into the core of the ancient and enormous teleportation array in the center of the plaza.
Buzz!
In an instant,
the entire teleportation array, which had been silent for countless years, seemed like an ancient behemoth awakening from its slumber.
It started with a roar. Countless dazzling spatial runes soared into the sky from within the formation.
In midair, they intertwined to form a gigantic, mysterious, and unknown spatial vortex. On the other side of the vortex, one can vaguely see a completely new world, entirely different from the eastern wilderness. The spiritual energy there was so rich that it transformed into auspicious clouds of 7 colors. The laws of nature there are so solid that the space itself gleams like crystal.
That is the sacred realm of Central Continent. Go! Long Yan's voice slowly rang out. I hope that when we meet again, you have already earned the right to be my equal.
Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this. He turned his head and looked at Long Yan's still stunningly beautiful face. A confident and aggressive smile curved his lips.
Lord City Lord. The next time we meet,
I might be here to propose marriage.
That's all.
He ignored Long Yan, who was stunned by those words. Under the pull of that terrifying spatial power, powerful enough to tear apart a nascent soul cultivator, he brought his left and right arms. He resolutely stepped onto the path leading to Central Plains.
Teleportation Array. Chapter 80, I've tied him up. Space is distorted. Time seemed to have lost its meaning.
Lin Chen felt as if his soul and body had been forcibly separated and stuffed into a rapidly spinning kaleidoscope made of shattered laws and chaotic light and shadow. All around him, bizarre, multicolored light rushed backward at a speed beyond the limits of comprehension. His vision had completely failed him. He could only see blurry patches of color representing the laws of different worlds, like an oil painting smeared with wanton force. In his ears, there was a sharp, piercing buzzing sound, the sound of space being torn apart, that made his teeth ache and even his soul sting.
This is an ultra-long distance teleportation that transcends the great domain level.
It is not a simple journey, but a cruel test of the level of life. Even with Lin Chen's current physique, which is now imbued with the strength of a top-grade Dao artifact and contains 100,000 Chaos Dragon Elephant particles, he can still feel a terrifying tearing force coming from all directions. It's as if countless invisible hands are reaching out from different dimensions and different points in time, pulling at his limbs, torso, and even his soul, trying to completely erase his existence from the current timeline and restore him to the most primitive chaotic particles. Fortunately, the Sky Patrol token, activated by City Lord Long Yen, emitted a gentle yet resilient golden halo. That halo, like a warm and powerful hand, firmly enveloped them, forming an independent and absolutely safe bubble that resisted the spatial pressure that was enough to instantly tear ordinary nascent soul cultivators apart and reduce them to nothingness. Beside him, Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen both had slightly pale faces, their delicate bodies tense, and fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. Instinctively, they clung tightly to him, as if only by absorbing that warm, reassuring, and powerful aura emanating from him could they barely maintain their composure. Their spiritual energy was already operating at its limit, yet they still felt like two small boats in a storm, on the verge of capsizing at any moment.
As for Ji Ziyue and the Extinction Sword Granny, whose cultivation was sealed, they had already completely fainted.
Like two exquisitely curved dead fish, they were bound to the side by Lin Chen's spiritual power, allowing the spatial power to toss them around.
Oh nar.
Despite the shock to her soul, Luo Bingli transmitted her thoughts to Lin Chen, her voice trembling with barely concealed fear. This level of teleportation is terrifying. This is no longer a contest of strength, but a crushing defeat at the level of laws.
If it weren't for the protection of the Heavenly Patrol token, even a nascent soul ancestor wouldn't dare to try it so easily, would they? Not bad.
Lin Chen's eyes were extremely solemn. He spared a sliver of his mind to use his powerful chaotic blood energy to build a more stable internal defense for the two loyal servants beside him, making their complexions look a little better. At the same time, he carefully sensed the fluctuations of the laws within the spatial passage. He could clearly sense that they were penetrating layer upon layer of incredibly thick world barriers in an almost leapfrog manner. Behind each barrier lay a completely new set of laws of heaven and earth, entirely different from those of the eastern wilderness. Some barriers were filled with violent fire-based laws, while others were filled with the deathly aura of the undead. This made him deeply understand that the Xianhuan Great World was far more complex than he had imagined. The eastern wilderness and the central sacred domain appear to be on the same continent. But in reality, they are like two folded spaces of different dimensions. Lin Chen explained to Luo Bingli using his knowledge of physics from Earth. This teleportation array doesn't travel in a straight line. Instead, it's a higher dimensional wormhole jump that forcibly connects two unrelated spatial nodes. Although Luo Bingli was completely bewildered by what she heard, unable to comprehend terms like dimension and wormhole, she still nodded in awe. Anyway, everything her master said was correct. Moreover, in this extremely dangerous environment, hearing her master's calm and magnetic voice was a great comfort, quickly calming her anxious heart.
The transmission is still ongoing.
According to Long Yan, the entire process will take about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Their final destination will be a special reception platform of the Heavenly Patrol Hall in the eastern region of the Central Sacred Domain. There, envoys from the Heavenly Patrol Hall will verify their identities and issue credentials for entering the Central Domain. Everything should have been like this, going smoothly.
However, just as the teleportation was about to reach its final moment, just as a gateway emitting a soft white light could be faintly seen at the end of the seven-colored light tunnel, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! A dark gray-black turbulent current, extremely concealed yet brimming with destructive power, suddenly seeped in from outside the incredibly solid spatial passage barrier without warning, like a venomous snake lurking in the abyss of darkness. The timing of this turbulent flow was extremely tricky. It occurred precisely at the moment when they were about to leave the passage, when their minds were most relaxed, and when the defensive power of the Sky Patrol Order was about to complete its mission and transition from extreme movement to extreme stillness. It was more like an invisible, deadly blade coated with poison. It wasn't meant to simply annihilate them. Instead, it aimed with pinpoint accuracy at the very thing that ensured their safety, the Sky Patrol token. Not good.
Lin Chen's pupils instantly contracted to the size of dangerous pinpoints.
He reacted immediately. This was no accident at all. It was a premeditated ambush.
It's the faction within the Palace of Heavenly Patrol that's hostile to Lang Yen. It's the mastermind behind the scenes who has long regarded Lin Chen as a thorn in their side, secretly plotting. The other side clearly wouldn't dare to openly tamper with the teleportation array, as that would be discovered immediately by City Lord Long Yen. Therefore, they chose this more insidious and vicious method. By exploiting the chaotic spatial nodes, they artificially created a deadly spatial turbulence to fabricate a seemingly accidental death.
How malicious their intentions are. Give me the town. At this critical moment,
Lin Chen didn't even have time to activate the human emperor seal. He could only let out a roar from the depths of his soul. The 100,000 chaotic dragon elephant particles that had just completed their evolution and were dormant in his limbs, bones, and internal organs were instantly and completely detonated. An extremely powerful and pure physical force, like a supernova detonating within him, instantly formed a visible shield shimmering with chaotic light, tightly protecting Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen behind him.
Boom!
The dark gray spatial turbulence slammed violently into Lin Chen's protective shield and the Sky Patrol token. The Sky Patrol Order let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain, and the golden aura emanating from it instantly dimmed to the extreme, with even a tiny crack appearing on its surface. The previously stable spatial passage was now like a glass pipe that had been hit by a bomb, instantly covered with terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. Countless tiny spatial fragments, like the sharpest blades, frantically cut inward.
Owner!
Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen screamed in terror. They felt an irresistible, terrifying suction force emanating from the broken passage. Their bodies were instantly and uncontrollably pulled in two different directions.
Hold on tight. Lin Chen's eyes were bloodshot.
He stretched out his hands with all his might, trying to grab them. But the random pulling force generated when the space shattered was simply too terrifying. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf Queen, along with the two unconscious prisoners, were swept into the endless spatial turbulence and disappeared instantly. He himself was violently thrown by another, even more violent force towards the unknown exit that had already deviated from its original course. I don't know how much time passed. Lin Chen slowly recovered from the intense dizziness that had gripped him.
Cough, cough, cough.
He struggled to his feet from the thick, knee-deep snow, coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with icy shards. Even with his body, comparable to a top-grade Dao artifact, after enduring the impact of the spatial shattering, he still felt as if his internal organs had shifted, his blood and qi were churning, and his whole body ached.
He looked around.
As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of white, frozen snowfield. The sky was a leaden gray, oppressive, like a huge iron curtain, weighing heavily on one's heart. The biting wind, like the sharpest knife, carrying ice crystals, howled across the earth, emitting a wailing, ghostly roar. The spiritual energy in the air was shockingly thin. Moreover, it was filled with a violent, repulsive ice attribute energy. If an ordinary cultivator were to breathe in this air, their lungs would likely be instantly frostbitten. Where am I? Lin Chen frowned deeply. He was certain this was definitely not the peaceful and welcoming platform of the Palace of Heavenly Patrol. This place was more like a desolate, lifeless wasteland.
Bingli. Yu Eji. He immediately released his divine sense, attempting to locate Luo Bingli and the Blood Moon Wolf.
However, his divine sense had barely traveled 100 miles when it was torn to shreds by the raging blizzard.
It was utterly ineffective in its investigation. Damn it!
A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Palace of Heavenly Patrol. I'll remember this debt.
However, the most urgent task is to figure out where we are right now.
Then, we need to find Luo Bingli and the others as soon as possible. Just as Lin Chen steadied himself and was about to choose a direction to explore.
A
series of wild and ferocious wolf howls suddenly came from behind a snow-covered hill not far away.
Immediately afterwards,
a dozen or so giant ice wolves, each the size of a rhinoceros, covered in snow-white fur, with eyes gleaming with a chilling blue light, suddenly leaped out from behind the snow hill.
They completely surrounded Lin Chen.
On the back of each giant wolf rode a woman dressed in a thick, crudely made animal skin coat and wielding a weapon forged from the bones of a demon beast. These women were all tall and robust, with skin a rough, bronze hue from years of exposure to the cold winds. Their eyes, like the giant wolves they rode, were filled with savagery, ferocity, and undisguised aggression. A hunting team composed of local female cultivators. Leading the group was a one-eyed woman with a hideous scar on her face. The giant wolf she rode was significantly larger than the others. Her cultivation level had already reached the late golden core stage. The female cultivators behind her were mostly at the early or mid stages of the Golden Core realm. Such a force, if placed in the eastern wilderness, would be enough to sweep away a second-rate sect. But here, it seems to be nothing more than an ordinary hunting team. The one-eyed scarred woman was slightly taken aback when she saw Lin Chen. Immediately, a smile filled with contempt, mockery, and ill intent appeared in her single eye, as if she were looking at a naked, defenseless, and juicy prey. Her gaze, unabashedly sweeping over Lin Chen's spotless, luxurious white robes made of the finest celestial silk, and his face so handsome and delicate, even more so than a woman's, thanks to his chaotic Tao body, was relentlessly scrutinized. Her eyes were blatantly aggressive, as if she wanted to peel back his clothes layer by layer, meticulously examining the quality of this goods. "Hey, ladies, look." She laughed loudly to her companions behind her in a rough, teasing tone, her voice filled with the delight of discovering a top-notch prey. "What good luck today! Instead of killing the Snow Mountain demon ape, a rather handsome little pet fell from the sky?" Giggle, giggle. Upon hearing this, the female cultivators behind her burst into a wild and unrestrained roar of laughter. Their eyes were filled with the most naked desire as they looked at Lin Chen. It was like a pack of starving she-wolves seeing a tender, white rabbit with delicate skin and an alluring aroma. Their gazes roamed brazenly over his waist, legs, and buttocks, while they uttered undisguised, lewd whistles. He, big sister, look at his outfit, he's dressed like a peacock. That waist, those long legs, tsk, he's obviously not cut out for any work. Is he some rich family in the south keeping him in their boudoir as a little male concubine for their amusement? I think so. Look at his small frame, he could be blown over by a gust of wind. In our northern territory, even a slave like him wouldn't be strong enough. But a female cultivator licked her chapped lips, her eyes gleaming with lust, and said in the tone of appraising merchandise, "This little face is really handsome. Much better than those stinky men in our village who only know how to use brute force. Buy him, lock him up in the house, it'll definitely be fun. Look at his skin, whiter than snow, smoother than silk, it must feel great to touch." That's right. Perfect. Our hunting trip wasn't very fruitful. If we go back empty-handed, Miss will definitely throw a tantrum again. A glint flashed in the eyes of the one-eyed, scarred woman. She made the final decision. Take him back. Dedicated to our young lady. Young miss, I love these little trinkets that are pretty but weak and can be easily manipulated. The one I caught last month broke after only 10 days of playing with it, and I'm worried about not having a new one. If we can make her happy, we might be able to make up for our mistakes this time. Having said that, she didn't even bother to waste another word on Lin Chen. It was as if Lin Chen's opinion was completely unimportant. He wasn't a person, but an object that could be arbitrarily priced and distributed. She simply waved her hand casually at her two subordinates beside her, as if commanding her hunting dogs. Go! Tie him up. Remember, don't hurt his pretty little face, and don't ruin his slippery clothes. Miss doesn't like pets with flaws.